Yo, what's up guys, this is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content, the link is in the description. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 1WB. Chapter 1. This system is really difficult to start. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 313th. Chapter 1. This system is really difficult to start. Next. Number of knife swings plus 1. Number of knife swings plus 1. Number of knife swings plus 1. ... Hey ha, hey ha, ... In front of an ancient Japanese-style simple wooden house, a boy of about 11 years old was holding a wooden sword and practicing swinging it hard. Brother Feng Yu, what are you doing? A waxy sound came from behind Feng Yu, and then he stopped swinging his sword and turned around to look. Xiao Meisho, why are you here? Feng Yu walked over and touched the little loli's head. Meisho's eyes widened and she said shyly, yes, it was my mother who asked me to deliver food to you. Feng Yu took a look and saw that there was indeed a small wooden bucket containing rice snacks behind the little loli. Feng Yu smiled slightly and said softly, thank you, Meisho, for working so hard to deliver food to me. Brother Feng Yu, actually my father and mother both want you to come to our house for dinner. Mixiu said with a blush. Children in this era are precocious and have their own consciousness. Everyone in the village knows about Feng Yu's family situation. Some time ago, both Feng Yu's parents disappeared. Rumor has it that they were attacked by wild beasts while going up the mountain to cut firewood, leaving Feng Yu alone. It is precisely because Feng Yu's parents had a very harmonious relationship with the people in the village before they were alive, so after Feng Yu's parents died, someone would provide Feng Yu with some help in life every now and then. Well, I understand. Meisho, please go back first. I will return the small lunchbox later. Feng Yu was silent for a moment. He actually had a secret. He was not the owner of this body, but an outsider. Moreover, he did not inherit all the memories of the original owner. Most of the information he learned about his current status was based on system prompts. Condition. In his previous life, Feng Yu was just a freshly graduated college student. Before he had time to understand the dangers of society, he came to this popular animation world of the small island country in the country of Daxia, where people died at every turn. There is no system reward for the awesome start in other people's novels in the previous life, and there is no special background. What's worse is that my golden finger has not been activated yet, and I still need to swing the knife 1,000,000 times to activate it. Since he was a novel fan and an optimist in his previous life, he didn't feel any sadness at all about the death of his parents. Now he just wants to turn on the system quickly so that he can gain a foothold in this world. Feng Yu knew that this world was called the Blade of Pillar Destruction in his previous life. Moreover, a certain big boss who loves to wear women's clothing leaves descendants everywhere, and he has terrifying followers. Even an ordinary ghost cannot resist it with his small body. Only by turning on the system can you become stronger. And to become stronger, you can only swing the sword 1,000,000 times. Meisho didn't know what Feng Yu was thinking in her head at the moment, but she saw Feng Yu standing there blankly, with a face that alternated between sadness and determination. Brother Feng Yu, don't think so much, I'm with you. After saying that, he blushed and held Feng Yu's hands and whispered. Feng Yu saw the little loli blush suddenly and inexplicably, hold his hand, and say some inexplicable words, and felt speechless for a while. What is this little kid thinking? I'm not a lolicon, and women will only affect the speed of my knife swing. No, I have to quickly collect the number of swings to activate the system, and then leave here to find an opportunity to join the Demon Slayer Corps to learn the breathing method that can kill ghosts. Feng Yu's eyes became firm, but he was defeated by the growl from his stomach. Feng Yu opened the food brought by little loli and found that it was just a simple rice ball, but he ate it with gusto. Maybe he was really hungry, or maybe it was the body's adaptive instinct. Feng Yu quickly finished the rice ball in 3 or 5 times, then picked up the wooden sword in his hand and began to practice swinging it. Brother Feng Yu is so handsome. Are you practicing sword skills so hard to avenge your uncle and aunt? You must take good care of Brother Feng Yu in the future. Meisho looked at Feng Yu who was practicing drawing his sword and said secretly. As the sun sets, a boy is practicing swinging a sword and a girl sitting aside. As night falls, there are no electric lights or additional entertainment methods like the previous life. People finish their dinner early and start to rest. Feng Yu was also lying on the bed in the wooden house, and the surroundings were quiet. It happened to be early summer, and the sound of insects outside was particularly loud. After practicing the sword swing for a day, I only accumulated about 2,000 sword swings. After all, this body is not yet an adult. After practicing the sword swing for a while, I have to take a rest, which seriously slows down the number of sword swings. Lying on the bed, feeling the soreness and weakness in my arms, I silently opened the system interface. System. You can become stronger by swinging a knife not turned on. Opening condition. 100W knife swing times not reached. Character. Feng Yu. Number of swings. 4,530. Introduction. Come on, boy, if you earn enough 1,000,000 sword swings, you will become a super god. With the simple system interface, Feng Yu sighed and silently calculated in his mind that it would probably take another year to accumulate 1,000,000 sword swings. It's so difficult. Moreover, Feng Yu felt a headache when he thought that both of his parents had died and had lost their source of income and had to make money on their own. When he thought of how the protagonists in other people's novels started out in their previous lives, Feng Yu cursed his own useless system. The only function of the current system is that no matter how tired you are from practicing swinging a knife every day, your body will recover the next morning. As I was thinking about it in my mind, I fell into sleep unconsciously. Chapter 2 Work. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 313th. Chapter 2 Work. The next morning, Feng Yu made a simple breakfast by himself early. But soon he discovered a big thing, that is, the rice in the rice vat at home was stolen. Yes, in this era, there are a lot of bugs and rats living in the countryside. In one night, Feng Yu discovered that the rice vat was ruined by rats. FK, these damn mice not only stole my rice, but even put daddy on it. This is not purely disgusting. Looking at the soft black cake in the rice vat, Feng Yu secretly thought in his heart that he must catch this damn mouse, but there are no cats in this house, or in other words, there are not 1 or 2 cats in the whole village. Oh, why is my life so miserable? Don't let time travel be either on the way to pretend to be 13 or on the way to pretend to be 13, but I still have to feed a bucket of rice and break my back. I'm so miserable. System, are you honestly here to punish me? Feng Yu, who was wailing, suddenly remembered a famous saying from his previous life. Therefore, when heaven is about to entrust this person with a great responsibility, he must first strain his mind, strain his muscles and bones, starve his skin, deplete his body, and mess up his actions. Although he looked at the black cakes in the rice vat, Feng Yu still endured it and shoveled out the rice stained with black dirt, then casually cooked a pot of porridge and picked some vegetables, making a quick breakfast. It's done. First of all, the first thing is to catch this damn mouse, and the second thing is to solve the current living situation. The first thing seems to be a trivial matter to Feng Yu, but the second thing is a top priority. After all, he has no financial resources now. He still relies on the savings of his original parents to make ends meet, but the savings are very small. It's a small amount, and it will probably be spent soon. Feng Yu looked at the pitiful amount of money in his hand and the food at home, and thought that maybe he could ask for help from his neighbors. Just when Feng Yu was practicing his sword skills and thinking about how to talk to his neighbor, he didn't know that Mei Shu was holding her chin in a daze and looking behind her. From time to time, she held her red face and said goodbye shyly. It's too much, and I don't know what I'm imagining. After a while, oh, what happened to me that I forgot what my father told me? Brother Feng Yu, Brother Feng Yu. Hearing the sound, Feng Yu stopped what he was doing and turned around and said, What's the matter, Xiao Meisho? That's it, Brother Feng Yu, my father asked me to come over and ask you to come to our house. If I need anything, I'll see you. Mei Shu patted her red face and said shyly. Huh, did uncle say what happened? I don't know. Okay, Brother Feng Yu, let's go quickly, or my father will spank me if he can't wait. After that, Mei Shu quickly pulled Feng Yu and ran towards her home. Soon the two of them arrived at the door of Mei Shu's house. When Mei Shu's father and mother saw that the two of them had arrived, they quickly pulled Feng Yu into the house and sat down cross-legged according to the memory of the original. Mei Shu's parents have typical rural appearances, with weather-beaten wrinkles appearing on their faces. However, to Feng Yu's surprise, Mei Shu's mother looks very young. At first glance, she looks like a housewife who has not done farm work. It can also be seen that Mei Shu's father loves Mei Shu's mother very much. That's it, Feng Yu, because your parents' accident happened, and your family has no financial resources now. After much thought, I found a job for you, which can barely supplement your life. What do you think? When Feng Yu heard this, he thought, okay, the second goal was about to be accomplished, so he quickly asked, Uncle, thank you very much. Since the death of my father and mother, you and your aunt have been taking care of me. I am so grateful to you, and now you have helped me find a job, I don't know how to repay you. Feng Yu used his three-legged cat acting skills to squeeze out some tears and performed the unique thank you etiquette of a small island country. Although he was acting, in his heart he was sincerely grateful to this family for being so kind to him. He thought that when he becomes stronger in the future, he must take good care of the Meisho family. Good boy, there's no need for this. Let me tell you first what this job is like. After a while, Feng Yu understood what this job was like. It turned out that he went to the town with Mei Shu's father to deliver the food of the whole village to the merchants for sale, and the salary was a small amount of money. This job was completed by the original father and Mei Shu's father. Now that Feng Yu's father has ascended to heaven, Mei Shu's father discussed it with the people in the village and let Feng Yu take over the job. And he also told Feng Yu that it only takes 1 day of round trip every week. Hearing this, Feng Yu was immediately happy. In this case, the time to practice sword swing and work would be perfect. Feng Yu agreed immediately, and tomorrow was the first delivery of the week. He asked Feng Yu to go back and tidy up before setting off tomorrow. After Feng Yu thanked Mei Shu's family, he turned around and asked Mei Shu's father how he kept the rice vat from rats. Mei Shu's father didn't hide anything, and went directly to Feng Yu's house to make several mouse traps, and told Feng Yu that rats were a very delicious delicacy. Feng Yu, in 1 day, although he spent some time at Mei Shu's house, the rest of the time was spent practicing the skills of wielding a sword. Moreover, Feng Yu found that the speed of drawing his sword was getting faster and faster, and he got 3 swords in 1.5 days. There are more than 1,000 sword wielding skills, hundreds more than the previous 2 days. Feng Yu was lying on the bed, looking at the number on his system panel that had already exceeded 8, and secretly thought, strive for a small goal, break through 10,000. Chapter 3. Half a year passed, heresy appeared. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 313th. Chapter 3. Half a year passed, heresy appeared. Good morning, uncle. Well, morning, Xiao Fengyu. They got up early and gathered at the village intersection. After Fengyu and Mei Shu's father said good morning, they began to check whether the goods and grain were fastened, pulling them and flicking them there. After a while the inspection was completed, the two said goodbye to Meisho and Meisho's mother and set off. There was an ox cart delivering goods, and two people walked in tandem. Meisho's father led the ox in front to guide the way, while Fengyu checked whether the goods were tied tightly behind. Along the way, Meisho's father would also go to a place and explain to Fengyu about the place, as well as the interesting things that happened when he and Fengyu's father worked together to deliver goods. Of course, he also explained the horror stories he heard from the small town. It is said that after the sun goes down, evil spirits come out and eat people. There are also ghost hunters who kill evil spirits and protect people. Meisho's father also boasted that he had seen ghosts, but Fengyu didn't believe it. If he had seen ghosts, he would not be standing here bragging to himself. Uncle, didn't you say that evil spirits eat people? Then how did you survive? Fengyu asked. Ha ha ha, didn't you hear that I was bragging? I have never seen such a life as a ghost. Anyway, the previous person who told me this story also said so. I was just stating the story, and then I told the story. It's not necessarily true. I've never seen a ghost in the 25 years since I was born. I guess I just made it up to warn some kids not to sneak out to play at night. It is true that people in many backward small villages in this world are not well informed, and even if someone sees a ghost, if it is not someone from the Demon Slayer Corps, there is no life that can spread the news. After about 3 hours, Fengyu and the others also came to a small town. To be honest, this was the first time that Fengyu experienced the appearance of a small town in Japan's Taisho era 1912-1926. He said this in his previous life. It was a brief but relatively stable period for Japan. Looking at the small town with people coming and going, Fengyu remembered a sentence about a foreign country. His eyes couldn't help but darken. I don't know what's going on with my parents now, what will happen to them when they find out I'm gone? Meisho's father looked at the sadness in Fengyu's eyes, who was standing there, and thought that maybe Fengyu missed his father and mother, so he said, Fengyu, boy, let's go, give the food to the vendor, and I will take you to eat. Delicious. Soon Meisho's father led Fengyu to the vendor to settle the price of the grain. Then the two of them walked around the bustling street. Meisho's father kept telling Fengyu all kinds of things that he thought Fengyu had never seen before. After all, Fengyu had never seen anything in his memory. Left the village and came to the small town. But Fengyu just wanted to go home quickly, make up for today's knife swing count, and activate the system as soon as possible to deal with the danger that might come at any time. Although Fengyu knows most of the things, there are still some small things that are relatively novel and are specialties of the small island country. In this era, small island countries have begun to have guns, and even some prosperous areas have begun to have high-rise concrete buildings. In this way, after the two of them finally bought some daily necessities and snacks that Meisho's father bought for Meisho, they pulled the ox cart back to the village. The sun still sets relatively late in this season. When the two returned home, the sun had not yet set, and the red sunset reflected on Fengyu's face. Feeling the gentle breeze blowing on his face, Fengyu felt that his body seemed a little different. But Fengyu didn't pay too much attention, just thinking that maybe he missed his previous life a little bit. After all, it's a foreign country. After cleaning up, Fengyu began to use the remaining light to practice drawing the sword. Soon, half a year passed day by day. During this half year, Fengyu did not change much except cooking and practicing his knife swing every day and delivering goods once a week. It's just that there is a pair of small eyes looking at him every day, which may be a little uncomfortable at first, but in the past 6 months, it has become Fengyu's daily companion. Fengyu would occasionally go to Mei Shu's house to have a meal. After all, it was very delicious to have someone cook and save time to practice drawing swords. In the past 6 months, Fengyu would make himself tired from practicing every day. Anyway, his body would recover with the help of the system the next day, and he would draw his sword faster and faster every day, becoming smarter and smarter. This has also resulted in the number of swings on the system panel reaching as much as 70W. Now the number of sword swings per day is almost 1000, which shows how fast the sword swing speed is. Perhaps, if you have a goal in your heart, draw your sword and let the god of nature be the truth. Moreover, after the past 6 months, Fengyu seemed to have discovered something different about his body. He seemed to be growing very fast. From the previous height of 1.45 meters, he has now grown to about 1.6 meters. This is very impressive. It's scary. In half a year, this height jump is really too big. After all, people in small island countries are generally low in height, but Xiao Meisho's family has not changed much. They eat and drink when they should, and their life is very comfortable. It's very fast. According to the current speed, the number of knife swings will soon reach 1 million, and then the system can be turned on. And why do I have a vague feeling of palpitations, as if something bad will happen soon? Fengyu, who was practicing drawing his sword with his shirt bare, frowned and looked into the distance. It's that direction that makes me feel uneasy. The wooden sword in her hand stopped, and Meisho asked with a puzzled face, "Brother Feng Yu, why did you stop? What happened?" Feng Yu shook his head and didn't say much. After all, this was just what he felt in his heart. Maybe he came to this world with unfounded worries. But soon, Feng Yu's uneasiness was verified. "Hey, have you heard about it? There seems to be a man-eating beast in the next village. Several people have disappeared. I heard that they were all dragged to the mountain and eaten. When they were found, there were some pieces of minced meat, body parts and tattered clothes left, which were all eaten cleanly. Now the people in that village are so scared that they don't dare to go out. The doors are closed at night. Well, I just hope that the officers and soldiers will kill the damn beast quickly so that no one will die. Yes, we must kill the beast quickly, otherwise it will be bad if it gets tired of eating the food from the next village and comes to our village. I won't say it anymore. I have to close the doors and windows at night, and put some self-defense weapons next to the bed. Don't be afraid of 10,000, just be afraid of what happens." Yes. Early in the morning, some old people in this village would get together to chat and gossip during their free time. Feng Yu frowned as he listened to what these old people said to each other, and his heart tightened. The direction where the faint uneasiness came from was the direction of the village next door where the accident happened. No wonder we have to face the evil man-eating ghosts of this world so soon. And my body's sixth sense is so powerful. Feng Yu muttered quietly, but quickly ran back home to practice swinging his knife. At the same time, he also placed a woodcutter and an axe next to the bed. Although Feng Yu understands that if it is really an evil ghost, knives and axes are useless. Only the Nichirin sword in the hands of the Demon Slayer Corps can kill the evil ghost. As soon as it comes, let's make peace with it, Feng Yu thought, and started a day of sword-wielding practice. Soon, a week passed peacefully, and finally on the 8th day, the bad news reached the village of Feng Yu. Chapter 4 Meeting the Evil Ghost for the first time. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 4313. Chapter 4 Meeting the Evil Ghost for the first time. Ah, dead people. The sound of panic spread throughout the village instantly. What happened? It seems to be in the direction of Noita Nobita's house. Quick, go and take a look. The screams also reached Feng Yu. He frowned and said, "It's not the evil ghost that eats people. I hope not. I still don't have the ability to resist the attack of evil spirits, and I don't know whether this evil ghost is an ordinary evil ghost or an evil ghost with evil ghost skills." I quickly ran to the scene with an uneasy heart. The scene was already crowded with people, and the oldest man in the village was presiding over the scene to appease the crowd. "Quiet, look at this situation. The man-eating beast from the next village has set its sights on our village. What we need to do now is to quickly notify the officers and soldiers to come over," the village chief said tremblingly while holding on to his crutches. "In order to prevent another tragedy from happening again, before the officers and soldiers arrive, everyone must close the door tightly at night, and at the same time." Feng Yu didn't listen to the old village chief's words anymore, but stared closely at the rotten corpse that was eaten by the evil ghost. Feng Yu sighed. "It's really strange. If I saw such a scene in my previous life, I might have vomited or started to tremble, but now I don't feel anything at all. No, after dark, the evil spirits will definitely hunt again, but I don't know that unlucky guy." However, in the anime of the previous life, what most evil spirits liked most was. And judging from this situation, it seems that this village and the village next door have become hunting grounds for evil spirits. What should I do? This ordinary weapon can't kill evil spirits at all. I don't know if the Demon Slayer Corps knows about the evil ghost attacks here. When he thought that he was the main hunting target of most evil spirits, Feng Yu felt a chill in his heart. "Hey, Feng Yu boy." Feng Yu turned around and saw that it was Mei Shu's father. "You brat, you moved to my house before the officers and soldiers arrived. Now you are at home alone, and you don't know what happened right away," Mei Shu's father said as he pulled Feng Yu away from the scene. "Now go back and prepare the toiletries for tonight, and then come directly," Mei Shu's father said in a deep voice. Feng Yu noticed that Mei Shu's father seemed to know something. Feng Yu didn't say much. After all, one more person means more strength. Now he is completely unable to deal with evil spirits. Mei Shu's father is in his prime and is also a force stronger than himself. Maybe we can prepare more ropes. Night soon fell, and the village suddenly became quiet, but at the same time, there was a hidden danger. Ha, what are you doing with so many ropes? Do you think these ropes can catch man-eating beasts? Uncle, do you think it's really a wild beast that hurts people? Feng Yu stared at him and said. Mei Shu's father immediately calmed down. You mean, that's impossible, that's just fiction. Mei Shu's father quickly shook his head. After all, that kind of thing was just hearsay. In his heart, he still believed that a large beast was the murderer. The reason why a legend is because someone has experienced it and witnessed it with his own eyes. It is better to believe that it exists than to believe that it does not exist. Uncle, if it is really that kind of thing, I don't think these knives and axes can kill it. And as far as I know, that kind of thing can only be killed by sunlight. You kid, where did you hear that only sunlight can kill that thing? Mei Shu's father asked doubtfully. I remember I didn't say that only sunlight can kill that kind of thing. Feng Yu, Mei Shu and Mei Shu's mother looked at the two people who had been discussing the thing and didn't know what they were talking about. I had to pray in my heart. Okay, you two, it's already late at night, go to bed quickly. Feng Yu and Mei Shu's father looked at each other and stopped discussing. They just sighed in their hearts. The countryside was eerily quiet at night, but Feng Yu couldn't sleep. Looking at the dark beams, he could hear his own heartbeat. Time passed little by little, and Feng Yu's eyelids began to feel sleepy. At this time, Mei Shu's father was already snoring. Sudden, Feng Yu seemed to hear something. It sounds like human footsteps and the sound of a door opening. In an instant, Feng Yu's sleepiness faded away, and his heartbeat began to speed up. Uncle, wake up, there's something going on. Feng Yu stood up and carefully went over to shake Mei Shu's father who was sleeping. What's wrong, Feng Yu? Mixia's father yawned softly and said, there seems to be someone outside. Feng Yu whispered. Hearing this, Mei Shu's father no longer felt sleepy. He stood up and picked up the axe and knife next to him to defend himself. Feng Yu also held a knife and rope in his hand. I'll leave my precious daughter to you. Just hide in the closet and don't make a sound. At this time, Mei Shu's mother had also woken up. Without saying anything, she picked up Mei Shu and hid in the cabinet. Before leaving, I didn't forget to tell you to pay attention to your safety. The sound of tap 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 was getting closer and closer. Feng Yu and Mei Shu's father stood on both sides of the door, ready to chop down the evil spirit as soon as he opened the door. Click, the door seems to be open a little. In an instant, a strong stench hit his nostrils, and a black-green hand with sharp claws stretched out. At the same time, he muttered, here comes the delicious food. Jia Jia Jia, do it Feng Yu, Mei Shu's father shouted, and the weapons in their hands were instantly swung down. Ah, bang, the door was knocked open by strong force. What came into view was an evil spirit with blood-red eyes and sharp teeth. Damn humans, you actually made me feel pain. It's unforgivable, I must eat you. The evil and greedy eyes stared at Feng Yu and Mei Shu's father, and then he took back the severed hand that fell to the ground in front of their eyes. Uncle, it has a strong ability to heal itself. Our knives and axes did not harm it at all. I suggest we try to separate its head from its body, then tie it up and wait for the sun to kill it. Will you still die if your head is cut off? You have to try this to know. Mei Shu's father's eyes tightened, and he rushed forward with an axe in hand, and Feng Yu followed closely behind. Bang, a huge sound came. Mei Shu's father and Feng Yu jumped into the air. The evil ghost was very fast and got out of the way in an instant. But Feng Yu and the others soon gained the upper hand, because the space in the house was relatively small, which greatly restricted the evil ghost's space for activities. Although the evil spirits were not afraid of the knives and axes in Feng Yu's hands, they still felt pain, so they kept targeting the younger Feng Yu. It's just that although Feng Yu's strength is not as strong as that of Mei Shu's father, the daily practice of swinging the sword in the past 6 months has made him feel proficient with the sword in his hand, and the evil spirits have also suffered frequent injuries from Feng Yu's sword. Feng Yu and Mei Shu's father also had some external injuries. The two of them spent a lot of energy dealing with the evil ghost. The evil ghost felt that it was almost dawn and couldn't help but feel anxious and wanted to run out, but Feng Yu and the two blocked the door again. The two sides were confronting each other like this. Suddenly, the evil ghost seemed to sense something. He turned his blood-red eyes and quickly moved towards the box where Mei Shu and the two were hiding. No, the target of the evil spirit Feng Yu has turned to Mei Shu and the others. Damn it. Feng Yu and the two were anxious, but the evil ghost was faster, and they were about to hit the box just before they saw the evil ghost. The ultimate feeling of anger surged into his heart, and the familiarity between the knife in his hand and his own increased to a higher level. Without any time to think, Feng Yu swung the long knife in his hand with all his strength and aimed at the evil ghost's thigh. Even Feng Yu didn't notice that for a moment, a large ball of air was sucked into his lungs, and the blood flow in the whole body accelerated, making his own strength several times stronger than usual. Bang! The evil ghost fell to the ground. The dark red blood flowed out on the floor, and the evil ghost's body was separated from one thigh. Feng Yu and Mei Shu's father's eyes widened, as if it was unimaginable that this could actually cut off the evil ghost's thigh. But soon the two reacted happily and rushed towards the evil ghost. The evil ghost fell to the ground because one of his legs was broken, and they wanted to reach out to take it back. However, Feng Yu and Mei Shu's father had already rushed forward and held down the evil ghost's body. The evil spirit was so powerful that in just a moment, Mei Shu's father was thrown away by the evil spirit. Seeing this, Feng Yu quickly picked up the long knife and quickly slashed at the evil ghost. The long knife entered his eyes, and the evil ghost instinctively used his hands to resist. Click, the devil's hands are broken. Before the evil spirit could react, Feng Yu continued to swing hard and slashed at the evil spirit's neck. The sound of a long knife entering flesh was heard, but this time the neck was not cut off. Feng Yu shouted, quick, help me harder. Mei Shu's father, who was covered in injuries, couldn't care less about the pain of broken leg bones, because if he was a step slower, everyone might die here. Gritting his teeth, he rushed to Feng Yu and pressed hard. Boom! The evil spirit's neck was broken. The demon's eyes were still moving, and he didn't seem to understand that his neck had been cut off by someone who was not the demon slayer core. Then there was boundless anger. It felt that it was insulted, and a mere human cut its own neck. Quick, uncle, quickly tie up its separated limbs with a rope. When Mei Shu's father saw that the evil spirit actually had his neck broken and was still alive, he quickly picked up the rope and tied up the evil spirit's body separately. Feng Yu saw that the evil ghost seemed to be trying to control the integration of his separated body, so he gritted his teeth and slashed the evil ghost in the face with the long knife in his hand. Puff, the sound of a long knife entering flesh again. Of course, this also successfully bought time for Meishio's father. Seeing that the evil ghost's limbs had been tied up, Feng Yu breathed a sigh of relief. The evil ghost began to curse Feng Yu because his body was tied and could not move. Damn humans, lower creatures, why don't you do your duty of making food obediently? Feng Yu didn't care how unpleasant the evil ghost's curse was, he just pretended that he couldn't hear it and put the evil ghost's head into a tin box. After doing all this, Feng Yu finally couldn't hold on anymore and fell to the ground gasping for air, a feeling of weakness filling his body. Meishio's father also sat on the floor, his heart beating fast as he looked at the destroyed home and the bound limbs of the evil ghost who was still struggling. After all this was beyond his knowledge. Who would have thought that the legendary creature would appear in front of him? And he almost died, and all this is thanks to the Feng Yu boy. After a while, I finally remembered the mother and daughter Meishio who were still hiding in the box. So they were called out. When the two came out, Feng Yu fell to the ground. Her husband was covered in injuries, and the broken leg was already red and swollen. Unable to help but shed tears, he rummaged through the cabinets to find herbs and bandage their wounds. Looking at the limbs of the evil ghost that was still struggling, Meishio's mother suppressed the fear in her heart and asked, "What is this?" Meishio's father didn't explain much. After all, it was almost dawn, and when the sun came out, the evil ghost would be wiped out. Talking too much will make Meishio and her daughter even more frightened. It's okay, everything is solved. Meishio's father raised his hands and stroked Meishio's mother's cheek, gently wiped away the tears and comforted her gently. While Feng Yu and others were waiting for the sun to rise, they welcomed a latecomer. Chapter 5 Demon Slayer Corps Member Tomioka Gyu. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 5313th. Chapter 5 Demon Slayer Corps Member Tomioka Gyu. The air is filled with the smell of evil spirits, and this is where it is. A black-haired boy wearing a haori with different patterns on both sides of the word, annihilation, slowly came to the door of Mixia's house, stopped and murmured. "Boy Feng Yu, are you sure that the sun can kill this ghost? What if you can't kill it?" Meishu's father couldn't help but ask as he looked at the limbs of the evil ghost that was still struggling. "Uncle, don't worry, when the sun comes out, we will put the evil ghost's hair under the sun, so that the evil ghost can be eliminated." Feng Yu's physical strength has recovered to some extent at this time. This couldn't help but make Feng Yu feel that the recovery power of this body was really amazing. Speaking of which, Feng Yu boy, why do I always feel that you are very familiar with these ghosts? Logically speaking, you should have never seen them before. Mixia's father sighed, but it's all thanks to you, kid. If it weren't for you, we would probably be dead a long time ago. I said I would protect you, but in the end, you protected us. Uncle, these are all trivial matters. I am familiar with evil spirits because... Feng Yu was just about to make up an excuse to fool him, but he didn't expect a sound of footsteps to be heard, and everyone's nerves began to become tense in an instant. What's going on? Why are there footsteps outside? Is there a second evil ghost? Feng Yu secretly said. Meishio's father and Feng Yu looked at each other and quickly motioned for Meishio and her daughter to hide in the box. Don't worry, I'm here to destroy the evil ghosts, but it seems the battle is over and I'm a step late. The black-haired young man came into the room and put away the blue knife. Tomioka Gyu. For a moment, Feng Yu's breathing became tight. He didn't expect to meet the cold mountain god who was so popular in his previous life so quickly. I don't know if Tomioka Yoshiyuki has become a water column now. Sensing the change in Feng Yu's breathing, Tomioka Yiyong asked doubtfully, "Do you know me?" "Damn it, you've noticed this, but with your standard paralyzed face and special haori, it's hard for me, a Demon Slayer fan, not to recognize you." However, Feng Yu would definitely not say this out loud, so he had no choice but to put away the shock on his face. "No, just asking, are you from the Demon Slayer Corps?" "Don't get me wrong, I heard from others that there are people who specialize in killing evil ghosts. They wear clothes with the word, destroy, printed on them and hold sharp blades that can kill evil ghosts. I saw that you were dressed like this, and you just said something about why the evil spirits were late, so I guessed that you were from the Demon Slayer Corps." Feng Yu explained. Tomioka Gyu didn't say much, he just responded lightly. "You have done well. Even if ordinary weapons cut off the heads of evil spirits, they will not be killed. Only sunlight can destroy these evil things." Meishio's father, who was watching the conversation between Feng Yu and Fuyong Yiyong, was very confused. He told Feng Yu the legend about evil spirits in the world, so why did he feel that he had been cheated? Feng Yu was obviously against evil spirits. The ghost and this person who calls himself Demon Slayer Corps are very familiar. However, he didn't say it out loud, just thinking that Feng Yu might know it from other places. After a while, the house became quiet, and the atmosphere suddenly felt awkward. This Tomioka Gyu is indeed a man of few words. Feng Yu thought, I want to join the Demon Slayer Corps, is that okay? Feng Yu was the first to speak. "You want to join the Demon Slayer Corps? Can you tell me why?" Tomioka Gyu asked calmly. My father and mother both died in the hands of evil spirits. I want to avenge my parents, but I know that I have no ability to kill evil spirits at all, so I want to join you." There was a trace of pain on Feng Yu's face. "I see." Afterwards, Tomioka Gyu stared at Feng Yu closely for a while, then slowly took out a blue envelope from his hand and said, "Take this, go to Sagiri Mountain, find the person wearing the Tengu mask, and then it's up to you to join the Demon Slayer Corps." Thank you so much, I believe I can join the Demon Slayer Corps. Feng Yu was overjoyed and took the envelope. I hope so, but remember, even if you join the Demon Slayer Corps, don't forget your original intention. I will. Unknowingly, the sun rose, and warm sunlight shone into the room through the window. When everyone saw that the evil ghost turned into ashes when it was hit by the sun, they were also in awe. I didn't expect that the evil ghost who was fighting a life or death battle with me and Uncle Meisho would be so fragile. This evil ghost has really been eliminated. Meisho's father still couldn't believe it. The powerful creature that almost killed him was wiped out by the sun. This undoubtedly stimulated his nerves. Okay, things here are over, it's time for me to go. Then Tomioka Gyu left the village. Feng Yu witnessed Tomioka Yoshiyuki leaving, his eyes filled with envy. This back, these cool movements, he is indeed a male god. I don't know when I will be as powerful as him. But what surprised me the most was that after the evil ghost was eliminated, I actually got 100,000 sword swings. Looking at the 82W number of knife swings on the personal panel, I felt happy. System. You can become stronger by swinging a knife not turned on. Opening condition. 100W knife swing times not reached. Character. Feng Yu. Number of swings. 823,469. Introduction. Come on, boy, if you earn enough 1 million sword swings, you will become a super god. I believe the system will be turned on soon. Brother Feng Yu, are you leaving us? Meisho asked with red eyes. Yes, Meisho, I want to avenge my parents. Feng Yu couldn't help but clench his fists. Then, will you come back? Yes, I will come back after all the evil ghosts are eliminated. Then I'll wait for you to come back. Good. The two made an agreement, but Feng Yu didn't care that much. After all, it would be a few years before he left, and Meisho would probably have forgotten her by then. But little did he know that in Meisho's heart, Feng Yu had already settled in that little heart. Boy Feng Yu, wasn't Ichiro Ogawa killed by a wild beast, but by an evil spirit? Yes, uncle, if it weren't for my father and mother, I might have been killed long ago, so I practice swordsmanship every day to make myself stronger and avenge my father and mother. Good boy, thank you for your hard work. If you get tired outside or can't stay any longer, just come back. You can treat this place as your home. Good. Feng Yu didn't expect that Meisho's father would say such words, and he was deeply moved. He secretly determined that when he had the power to protect others, he would not let them suffer harm from evil spirits. Soon, everyone in the village knew that Meisho's family had been attacked, and they all helped repair the damaged houses. Feng Yu also went back to his home to pack his things and embarked on the road to Samagiri Mountain. Brother Feng Yu, have a good journey and don't forget me. Boy, be careful on the road. Feng Yu, please be safe on the road. We bid farewell to Mihide and her family and walked straight towards Sagiri Mountain. Chapter 6 Arrival at Mount Sagi. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 6/313. Chapter 6 Arrival at Mount Sagi. The weather is really cold. I don't know how long it will take to reach Mount Samagiri. There seems to be a village ahead. I need to find someone to ask. The current season has entered winter, and there are still little snowflakes floating in the sky, and the road is white. Feng Yu has been walking for 5 days. Since there is no map, he can only get here by asking for directions along the way. Hello, old man, do you know how to get to Sagiri Mountain? Feng Yu came to a house and asked the old man who was smoking. It's right in front of you. Do you see that mountain? As he spoke, he pointed in front of him. But, young man, why are you going to Mount Sagi? The old man asked. After all, it was winter now and few people were walking around. Old man, I have relatives over there in Sawu Mountain. I came here to join my relatives. Thank you. I'll go on my way first, otherwise it will get dark. Okay, boy, be careful on the road. After bidding farewell to the old man, Feng Yu felt a little excited. After all, he had been driving for several days and finally reached his destination. Moreover, he had not even practiced swinging his sword every day while driving. Waiting to find Rinataki Sakanji means that maybe the rest of the days will not be easy. Time passed little by little, and Feng Yu's footsteps left deep footprints on the snow. The snow in the sky was getting heavier and heavier, which also made it more difficult for Feng Yu to walk in the mountains. The weather is really going to change at any time. Kirisasa Mountain will be here soon, it should be. Feng Yu looked at the sky and murmured. Sit down, rest for a while, eat something, and wait until the snow subsides before leaving. Feng Yu then found a hidden place to sit down, put down the package, took out the dry food and started to eat. Sudden, ying, ying, a strange sound reached Feng Yu's ears from behind. What? Feng Yu turned around and looked, and it turned out to be a snow-white fox, but the fox seemed to be injured at this time. The leg was clamped by something, and the snow-white hair was glowing with red. It seems that it was a trap set by people hunting nearby. This snow fox, do you want to save it? Forget it, God is kind enough to let me meet each other. It's our fate. Feng Yu stood up and went to help Shuihu untie the trap, but Shuihu probably didn't know that Feng Yu was rescuing it, so he roared vigilantly. It's just that I don't know how long this snow fox has been trapped, and it doesn't have the strength to roar at all. Don't worry, I'm here to save you. Feng Yu was afraid that the snow fox would attack him, so he took out the contents of his package and wrapped the package around the snow fox's body. Then he quickly untied the trap. The snow fox struggled wildly at first, but then slowly stopped moving. Perhaps he felt that Feng Yu had no ill intentions towards it. Okay, let's go. Don't fall into such a trap again. After untying the trap, Feng Yu also let go of Shui Hu and spoke. But at this moment, Shui Hu was very strange, tilting his head and staring at Feng Yu. Feng Yu looked at the motionless snow fox and laughed softly. You little guy, you were struggling so hard just now. Now that I've helped you untie the trap, why don't you leave? Since you won't leave, then I'll go. With that said, he went to get the package wrapped in the snow fox. But at this time, the snow fox bit the package and made a sound of ying ying ying. He still leaned against Feng Yu's hand. Feeling the soft fur of the snow fox on his hand, Feng Yu recalled the feeling of petting a cat in his previous life. You don't want me to leave. Feng Yu touched Shui Hu helplessly and said, I have to leave here quickly. After all, I still have very important things to do. How about you come with me? If you have no family and you are injured now, you can leave if you want after the injury is healed. How about, do you want to come with me, little guy? Snow fox. In the end, Feng Yu picked up Shui Hu regardless of whether Shui Hu promised him or not, bandaged Shui Hu briefly, then packed up his things and let Shui Hu hide in the package. Then he continued on his way. Although a snow fox was added to the package, it did not bring a big burden to Feng Yu. Let me give you a name. I'll call you Xiaobai from now on. Snow fox. Ha ha ha. Just treat it like you agreed, Xiaobai. ... One person and one fox continued their journey. The sun gradually went down and the light became darker and darker, but Feng Yu, who was on his way, saw a wooden house glowing with fire. There seems to be a person standing in front of the wooden house. Could it be Ningataki Sakanji? Feng Yu was overjoyed. He quickened his pace. His vision became clearer and clearer, and he saw an old man wearing a Tengu mask looking at him. Hello, Mr. Lintaki. I am Nakagawa Feng Yu. Someone asked me to come to you. With that said, he took out the blue envelope given by Tomioka Gyu from the package. Well, I already know the specific story. Nakagawa Feng Yu, a nice young man, are you sure you want to become my disciple? Nintaki Sakanji spoke. I'm sure. Feng Yu replied. Okay, but you have to pass my assessment. Just take a good rest tonight. With that said, he walked into the wooden house. Then Feng Yu also came in. As soon as he came in, warmth hit his face. For the first time, Nintaki Sakan picked up a bowl of warm soup and handed it to Feng Yu. Feng Yu was not polite. After all, he had been eating dry food for the past few days, and it was rare for him to have a hot drink now. At this time, Shui Hu also stuck out his head and cupped Dong Feng Yu's body. I almost forgot about you, Mr. Lintaki, this is Xiaobai. Feng Yu told Lintaki Sakanji about himself and Xiaobai. Without saying anything, Nintaki Sakanji turned around, took out some herbs, put them in another pot and boiled them. Finally, Nintaki saw recently bandaged the injured snow fox with medicinal herbs. That night, Feng Yu hugged Shui Hu and slept beautifully. It's just that Feng Yu doesn't know. Lin Takazeo didn't know what he was thinking when he looked at Feng Yu recently. It seemed like two figures appeared behind Feng Yu. Chapter 7 Difficult Assessment. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 7313. Chapter 7 Difficult Assessment. The next day, after a night of applying the medicine, Xiaobai's injured and suppurating leg magically began to scab. Started jumping around early in the morning. Mr. Lintaki, good morning. Feng Yu greeted Lintaki Sakanji warmly. Nintaki Sakanji responded calmly. Mr. Lintaki, will the assessment start now? Feng Yu asked, looking at the serious Lintaki Sakanji. You'll find out after dark tonight. After that, he went back to the house and started making food. Feng Yu was a little helpless, knowing that he must have led him up the mountain after dark, and then let him go down the mountain before dawn. However, this way down the mountain was a test, with countless traps on the road. When watching anime in his previous life, he watched Tanjiro rely on he used his sensitive nose to avoid the trap, but he was also injured all over. You can imagine how difficult the test was. I'll take it as it comes. Since I've chosen this path, I have to grit my teeth and go on. So let's practice swinging the knife today. Save a little bit, and turn on the system first. I have a hunch that when the system is turned on, there may be unexpected surprises. So Feng Yu picked up his wooden sword and began to practice swinging it. Hey ha. In the room, Nintaki Sato saw Feng Yu wielding a sword for the last time, and his masked eyes turned. Maybe this boy is really different. Recalling the content of the letter sent by Yori Yao from Tomioka Gyu. His Excellency Rinataki Sakanji, there is a young man who wants to be a ghost slayer swordsman. I asked him to go to you. He is brave enough to fight against evil spirits with ordinary weapons. He even knows that the evil ghost cannot be killed and will separate its limbs and tie them up. His family was killed by evil spirits. His body's recovery ability is unusual. I suspect it is the thin blood constitution you mentioned before. At the same time, this young man has the foundation to hold a knife. Maybe he can break through and inherit it. I implore you to train him. I know how difficult this is for you, I hope you understand, and please take care of yourself. Tomioka Gyu, the sun will set soon. So Lintaki Zuo said to Feng Yu for the first time, follow me. The sun sets quickly. At the same time, Mount Sagiri began to show why it is called Mount Sagiri. Thick fog filled the entire mountains. The further you went into the mountains, the thinner the air became. Despite Feng Yu's physical condition, he still found it a little difficult to breathe. Feng Yu followed Ningtaki Sakanji closely, and at the same time carefully wrote down the route. Strangely enough, Feng Yu found that this body's memory seemed to be particularly good, and the route he had just taken was clearly remembered in his mind. Maybe it's also a system modification, Feng Yu thought. Soon, Nintaki Sakanji stopped, then turned around and said to Feng Yu, "Go back to the house at the foot of the mountain from here. I won't wait for you until dawn. Return to the cabin before dawn. Then the assessment will pass." Feng Yu wanted to ask something else, but suddenly a large cloud of fog appeared in front of his eyes, and the figure of Ningtaki Sakanji also disappeared. Hey, he walked so fast, and this is exactly the same as what he said to Tanjiro when he was watching anime in his previous life. It's just that I don't have Tanjiro's sensitive nose. Feng Yu sighed softly, and then immediately became serious. Looking at the fog that was so thick that he couldn't see the road, he closed his eyes and the route emerged in his mind. Now that we have the route, now we just need to avoid the trap. This is really a test of my sensitivity and speed. After returning to the wooden house, Nintaki Sakanji started to change Xiaobai's new medicine. Xiaobai called softly. Nintaki Sakanji stroked Xiaobai's hair and said, "He is on his way back. If he doesn't get back here before dawn, it means he is not qualified. This is a good thing for him." Xiaobai didn't seem to understand what Nintaki Sakanji meant, and he jumped up and down happily. But Feng Yu's side was miserable. Sometimes he fell into a deep pit, sometimes he was hammered by a big piece of wood, and sometimes he was hit by a bamboo pole. His clothes were in tatters and covered in mud, and his face was stained with freshly broken skin and blood. There were injuries of all sizes on his head, face, body, and all over his body. No, if this continues, I won't be able to go down the mountain even at dawn, but I will definitely be scarred. Calm down. I need to calm down. Hahu. Feng Yu stood there and breathed in the thin air, slowly calming down his increasingly irritable mood. As his chest rose and fell with his breathing, Feng Yu seemed to have entered a magical realm. The blood flow in his body accelerated and his heartbeat also accelerated. What's going on? What's going on with this steady stream of power? In doubt, the frequency of breathing was interrupted, and the strength was instantly lost. No, something is very wrong. This is the power brought by breathing. Did I reach some state unintentionally? Feng Yu thought to himself. This may be the only way for me to successfully pass the exam. After saying that, he quickly repeated the breath he just took. After the first experience, he obviously entered that state faster the second time. Hahu, hahu. At this moment, the only sound in Feng Yu's head was his own breathing and heartbeat. Then start. I saw Feng Yu running out quickly, and at the same time his speed reached twice as much as before, and the traps that fell were also avoided by Feng Yu one by one. But even so, Feng Yu was caught off guard by several very fast traps. That night, neither Nintaki Saji nor Xiaobai slept, waiting for the door of the wooden house to be opened by the boy. I don't know how long it took, but Feng Yu couldn't walk anymore. His whole body was covered with injuries, and he felt like his bones were about to fall apart. But the faint red light coming from the thick fog became Feng Yu's only belief. Soon. Gritting his teeth, Feng Yu used his last strength to open the door of the wooden house and said with a smile, "Mr. Nintaki, I did it." Then he fell to the ground. At the same time, light came from the distance. It was the sunrise, which seemed to herald a new life. Chapter 8 Mastering Total Concentration Breathing. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 313. Chapter 8 Mastering Total Concentration Breathing. After completing the assessment, Feng Yu was carried into the bed of the wooden house by Nintaki Sakan, and Feng Yu's wounds were carefully cleaned with medicine. When the little white fox saw that Feng Yu's body was covered with injuries, he jumped up and down anxiously. He kept calling in Feng Yu's ears and licked Feng Yu's palms from time to time. "Xiaobai, don't worry, he's just too tired." Nintaki Sakanji touched Xiaobai's hair and then took off Feng Yu's clothes. Lin Takazeo recently discovered that Feng Yu's body's self-healing ability is very powerful. Those wounds have actually begun to scab. This couldn't help but remind Nintakisa of what Tomioka Gyu said about Fenga's special constitution. It's just that Nintaki Sasa has recently come into contact with people with special physiques, which is what ordinary people call thin blood. Thin blood is a great tonic for evil spirits. A person with thin blood can be worth dozens of ordinary people. Of course, people with thin blood have stronger constitutions and more vigorous chi in blood. Although there are also people with strong self-healing ability, they are not as terrifying as Feng Yu's self-healing ability. This is a genius. He actually mastered the concentrated breathing by chance, but he is not skilled. It seems that the content of his training needs to be changed. Lin Takazeo looked at Feng Yu for the last time and fell into deep thought. Half a day passed. Feng Yu slowly opened his eyes. The fatigue all over my body has disappeared, and on the contrary, I feel that my strength is a little stronger. I should have passed the test. Feng Yu slowly stood up. When Xiaobai saw Feng Yu wake up, he quickly ran to Feng Yu's arms and rolled around. "Are you awake? Come and have something to eat." Ningtaki Zuo was exclaimed when he saw that Feng Yu could get up and walk recently, but the Tengu mask on his face blocked Feng Yu's view. "Mr. Nintaki, you passed the test, it's time to change your tune." "Yes, Teacher Nintaki." On this day, Lin Takazeo did not arrange any training tasks for Feng Yu. After all, Feng Yu had just passed the examination. No matter how strong the body's self-healing ability was, it still needed some rest. Of course, the training plan for Feng Yu has also been thought out. Because he had nothing to do, Feng Yu began to swing his sword on his own. Ningtaki Sato was watching from the side for the last time, and from time to time he would point out Feng Yu's movements and stance when swinging his sword. The hand is held in the wrong place, the elbow is applied in the wrong place, the stance is wrong, and the breathing is disordered. You are swinging the knife indiscriminately. Teacher Linlong, I just practiced blindly by myself. Feng Yu also didn't expect that he had so many flaws. Boy, watch carefully. Ningtaki Sakanji took the knife in Feng Yu's hand, and for a moment, Feng Yu felt that Ningtaki Sakanji's momentum had changed. The whole person's momentum is dripping and powerful. Look carefully, adjust your breathing, and let the breathing circulate throughout the body, and even the cells in the body, so that we can break through our own limits. Feng Yu seemed to see a white air current emanating from Ningtaki Sakanji's entire body at this time. Then Ningtaki Sakanji waved his hand that clenched the wooden sword, and a strong airflow was cut out. It touched a big tree in front of him like a powerful force, and the big tree fell down suddenly. The airflow generated by the fallen tree blew Feng Yu's face, and he opened his mouth wide and could not recover for a long time. What a powerful force. Then, regardless of Feng Yu's surprised look, Ningtaki Sakanji returned the wooden sword to Feng Yu and asked him to practice as he just said. Feng Yu closed his eyes and recalled the action of Ningtaki Sago's sword swing just now, and his body began to imitate it and adjust his breathing. Hahu, with the inhalation of air, Feng Yu felt that the power he had during the assessment appeared again. Did you get into the mood so quickly? Lin Takazeo observed Feng Yu's every move recently, and couldn't help but nodded when he saw Feng Yu's breathing filling his whole body. Feng Yu shouted and waved the wooden knife in his hand vigorously. But the system's voice in his mind made Feng Yu exclaim. Get the number of swings plus 10. Feng Yu, what's going on? It actually added 10 points to the number of swings. Could it be that in the same state just now, you can get more swings? No, try again. Then he began to adjust his breathing again, trying to enter the state just now, and then the excitement in his heart when he swung the knife made him fail to get 10 points of knife swings this time. No, the state is wrong. The feeling just now was wrong. I have to explore by myself for a while, and I must master the state skillfully. So I closed my eyes again, and my mind became quiet. I couldn't hear other sounds from the outside world, only my own breathing and heartbeat. Feng Yu could feel that he could control the gas in his body, but he was not skilled enough and the gas would always disperse. Lin Takazeo was shocked again when he saw Feng Yu recently. He didn't expect that this kid would reach this state so quickly. Feng Yu stopped wielding the knife at this time and concentrated on adjusting his breathing and controlling the flow of gas in his body throughout his body. As time passed, Feng Yu's breathing became more and more stable, and his ability to control gas became more and more proficient. Feng Yu waved the knife in his hand vigorously. A stream of air visible to the naked eye flew out as he swung the knife, hitting a tree, and a knife mark appeared on the surface of the tree. I succeeded. It's just that the power is too small. It feels like it's not even 1% stronger than Master Lintaki. It seems that I need to practice more. I will definitely be able to become as powerful a swordsman as him. No, is to surpass him. Feng Yu looked at the knife marks made by the airflow he swung with the wooden knife in his hand, and tightened his grip on the knife in his hand. Day by day passes. The recent training mission that Ningtaki saw arranged for Fenga was exactly the same as the one he assigned to Tanjiro when he was watching anime in his previous life, but the difficulty was twice as high. Several times, even though Feng Yu's mastery of the concentrated breathing became more and more refined, he almost capsized in the gutter. Moreover, the content of the training is very dangerous, and you will die if you are not careful. Yes, that's right, there are countless hidden weapon traps that will kill you, and when Lintaki set up the traps recently, he seemed to have considered the direction and method of avoidance of the trainees. Feng Yu escaped one trap during training and another immediately followed. At the same time, Feng Yu will also practice swinging the sword. Although the time of swinging the sword is not as long as before, it is very efficient, and the number of swings can reach about 10 times each time. Moreover, Feng Yu's physical fitness is also constantly getting stronger, and he can feel that he is getting stronger every day. Until 1 month later, the system that Feng Yu has been waiting for a long time is finally about to be launched. Chapter 9 Opening the Gift Package, The Mystery of Water Breathing. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 9/313. Chapter 9 Opening the Gift Package, The Mystery of Water Breathing. Previous. Next. Ding, congratulations to the host for getting 1 million sword swings. The system is opening binding, please wait. The system started binding successfully. Ding, please pay attention to check to get the novice gift pack 1. The daily check-in function has been turned on. The roulette draw has started. The character template has been updated, please check it carefully. The task function has been turned on. A series of system prompts surrounded Feng Yu's mind. He couldn't help but stop the knife in his hand and looked at his golden finger. Character. Nakagawa Fuyu. Number of swings. 0. Breathing method. None. Martial arts. Sword skills early stage. Mission 1. Join the Demon Slayer Corps. The Demon Slayer Corps. Introduction. Are you confused when you first come to this world? Are you going to become a ghost or a human? Mission rewards. Physical fitness skills, ageless physique, number of knife swings 10W. Status. Completed. Mission 2. Kill the Ghost King, Oniwashi Mubai. Introduction. Ghost King Kibutsuji is the beginning of everything in this world. Kill him to end this source of evil. Rewards. Number of knife swings 1000W, designated world travel 1, mysterious gift package 1. Status. Unfinished. Chain mission. Kill evil spirits. Introduction. After sunset, endless evil ghosts start hunting. You are a human, go and kill all the evil ghosts. Reward. Unknown depends on the percentage of completion, the higher the completion, the higher the reward. Status. In progress. I didn't expect that after the system is turned on, it will be like the character interface of the online game in the previous life, with attribute boards, tasks, sign-ins, draws, it's quite complete. I don't know if there will be new features in the future. On the other hand, if I want to travel through this designated world, does it mean that after I kill Kibutsuji, I can also designate myself to travel to another world? But I don't know what the conditions for the choice are. Feng Yu looked at his attribute interface and didn't look into it any further, so he received the novice gift pack and task rewards. Ding, congratulations to the host for receiving the novice gift pack 1. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the physical fitness technique, ageless physique, and the number of knife swings 10W. For a moment, Feng Yu felt that the cells in his body seemed to be more active and filled with stronger power than before. I can feel that when I reach a certain age, this body will stop aging. Let's take a look at this bodybuilding technique first. After a while, Feng Yu came back to his senses. It's amazing. In the later stages of practice, you can actually form an invulnerable film on the surface of your body, and your strength can reach the level of 9 cows and 2 tigers. Although Feng Yu didn't know how strong the 9 bulls and 2 tigers were, he just felt that they were awesome. After all, the products produced by the system must be high quality. Then the novice gift package was opened. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning the lottery 10, the number of knife swings 5W, and the pet contract coupon 1. Pet contract volume. You can designate a beast creature to be bound to a contract and increase your intelligence at the same time. Awesome. With this, Xiaobai can be my pet and become even smarter. By the way, there are also sign-ins and draws. Ding, I signed in successfully today and got a lighter 1. Ding, congratulations on getting marrow cleansing pill 5, lighter 2, and coke 3 inches. Damn it, this is so stupid, the sign-in is with a lighter, the lottery is with a lighter, even coke. Only this marrow cleansing pill is a good thing. Marrow cleansing pill, it has the effect of cleansing marrow and reducing menstruation. The more you use it, the lower the effect. Try one first and see. After the elixir entered the mouth, Feng Yu felt a stream of heat emerge from his body, followed by a stench. At first glance, it turned out that he had become a person who fell into the mud, and the smell was extremely fishy. No, I can't bear it, wash it off quickly, it's too disgusting. So I hurriedly jumped into the river and rubbed every part of my body. After washing, Feng Yu felt extremely refreshed. His originally dark skin was now fair and delicate, and his strength was more than doubled. Feng Yu could feel that the few before the system was turned on were not enough for him to fight now. Would you like to take another one? Forget it, this Master Dianlinlong should ask me to train. Sure enough, Lintaki Sakanji had already arrived at the place where Feng Yu practiced swinging his sword and was waiting. As soon as he saw Feng Yu, Lintaki Sakanji immediately ran to Feng Yu and carefully observed Feng Yu's changes. Strange, why did you turn white? And the gas flow became stronger. It only took less than a few hours. How did you do it? Looking at the Tengu mask that was still a fist away from him, Feng Yu could only smirk and said, Master Linlong, I am a genius. I just discovered that I can control my breathing better, and then it became like this. Kintaki Sakanji stared at Feng Yu closely for a while and then said nothing more. Forget it, everyone has secrets, and it is good for you to become stronger and stronger. I hope you can survive the final trial. Feng Yu sensed the hidden meaning of Ningtaki Sakanji's words, which was that he hoped that he would not be like his former disciples and never return. Okay, starting from today, the previous training is over. Next is another kind of training, and that is breathing method. Kintaki Sakanji said with a heavy and serious voice. The Demon Slayer Corps, with hundreds of members, is an organization not recognized by the government, but it has been killing ghosts since ancient times. However, the identity of the leader of the Demon Slayer Corps is a mystery. Ghosts mainly eat humans, kill humans and then edible, the time of appearance and origin is unknown, and the physical quality is extremely high. The severed bones can be reattached, and the hands and feet can be regrown. Ghosts also have special powers, such as changing their appearance, only when exposed to sunlight, or are possessed by special qualities. Only if you cut off your head with a knife will you die. Demon Slayer Corps members use flesh and blood to fight against evil spirits. Because they are human beings, all wounds heal very slowly, and their lost limbs will not grow back. Even so, they still fight against evil spirits because they are human beings. At the same time, it is also because a great human has developed a breathing method that allows humans to achieve the physical fitness of evil ghosts. At the same time, it has extended the 5 basic breathing methods: water, fire, wind, thunder, and rock, and I am water. Breath cultivator. I have trained many people, but none of them are as talented as you. They have never been exposed to breathing techniques, but they can master the full concentration of breathing in advance. So I won't teach you all about concentrated breathing. Next, I will teach you the 10 types and methods of water breathing. 1 type. Water cut. Feng Yu saw a semi-arc planar slash following Lin Takizuo's last swing of the sword. Type 2. Water wheel. 3 types. Flowing dance. ... A total of 10 moves were displayed in front of Feng Yu one by one, and Feng Yu was also taught how to perform such breathing techniques. After Lintaki Sato showed off all of his water breathing moves for the last time, Feng Yu saw the font, water breathing, appearing on his attribute panel, and at the same time there was a plus sign behind the font. Feng Yu tried clicking the plus sign. In an instant, a huge amount of knowledge poured into Feng Yu's head, and at the same time, the number of sword swings on the panel was only 5W. After digesting the knowledge of water breathing, Feng Yu's momentum after picking up the knife was also different. Become softer like a steady stream. Then use all the moves of water breathing. It's unbelievable that he mastered the breathing of water just by watching it once. He is indeed a genius who has mastered the breathing of the entire concentration in advance. Although he has just started, he is unprecedented and unprecedented. This child. On the side, Rinaki Sakanji was already extremely shocked. Master Lintaki, it was me who cast it, right? Feng Yu saw that Lin Takizuo was silent on the side recently, thinking that he had performed it wrong, and asked. No, that's right, it's very good. Just keep practicing like this, but you have to imagine yourself as water and integrate yourself into the water. Come with me. So Lintaki Sakanji led Feng Yu to a waterfall. Go there to practice water breathing, and let yourself become one with the water. Then, without waiting for Feng Yu to speak, he directly kicked Feng Yu into the waterfall. Holy shit, gulu gulu. Feng Yu choked on some water before he could react. This is too cruel, but it may be more effective to practice water breathing here. After all, I can't upgrade now, and I don't know how much it will take to upgrade. Let's improve our strength first. Promoting physical fitness to entry level. Promote physical fitness techniques to refinement. Improving sword skills to refinement. His head was in a trance again. After Feng Yu finished digesting it, he found that his body had become stronger, his muscles were more muscular, and his height had also increased by 5 centimeters. With this power, I feel like I can arm wrestle a tiger with one hand. And the improvement of my sword skills has also given me a deeper understanding of water breathing. It's a pity that I don't swing the knife enough times. The basic level of improving physical fitness is 10,000, and the refinement is 20,000. The refinement of sword skills is also 20,000, so that the number of sword swings is now back to before liberation. Let's practice water breathing first. Then he sat on the stone under the waterfall and allowed the powerful water to hit his body. Chapter 10 Chang Rabbit and Makomo. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 10,313. Chapter 10 Chang Rabbit and Makomo. Feng Yu was practicing at the waterfall, but Lin Taki Sakanji was thinking about whether to tell his lord that he had accepted a genius boy on his way back. Do you want to tell me? After all, the child Tomioka has not yet taken the position of water column, and the child Tomioka. He seemed to have thought of something, and then sighed and said, forget it, let nature take its course, that kid Tomioka is also very capable, but that not. Come on, Feng Yu, I hope your generation can end this miserable world. ... A month later. During this period of time, Feng Yu practiced water breathing crazily, and used a real sword to break through the traps set up by Rintaki Sakanji. At the same time, the pet contract coupon was also used on Xiaobai. Feng Yu could feel that Xiaobai's intelligence was getting higher and higher, and after Feng Yu took 3 marrow cleansing pills, he felt that they had no effect on him, so the remaining 2 were left for Xiaobai, which also caused Xiaobai's size to become larger and larger. During this month, Feng Yu either practiced or fed Xiaobai every day. The main reason is that after Xiaobai took the marrow cleansing pill, his hair became smoother and more delicate, and it felt great. And because of the marrow cleansing pill, the fox smell on Xiaobai's body became weaker and weaker. Every time I stroke a fox, I think of how seductive the vixen is in the legend of my past life. Of course, as Feng Yu became more and more proficient in water breathing, Feng Yu's entire temperament became more calm. It was also on a certain day that Feng Yu saw the dull and silent Rinataki Sakanji, and after some questioning, he found out that at this time, Tomioka Gyu had become a water column in the Demon Slayer Corps. Feng Yu knew that this also meant that the plot of this world was about to begin. The sense of urgency in my heart also rose. Although he said that he practiced with Xiaobai every day, the daily sign-in and lottery allowed Feng Yu to obtain a lot of snacks and knife swings that could be seen everywhere in his previous life. This has also become a channel for Feng Yu to swing his sword every day in addition to the number of swings he gained through training. Another month has passed. Feng Yu used the number of sword swings to improve his physical fitness and sword skills to a small level respectively. A total of 400,000 sword swings were spent, and the number of sword swings that he had worked so hard to accumulate suddenly became the number before liberation. Feng Yu couldn't wait to pick up the knife and go find the ghost and cut him a few times. Lin Takiza also recently discovered Feng Yu's proficiency in sword skills and breathing techniques. He solemnly said to Feng Yu, now I have given you all the teachings, and the next step is up to you. Come with me. Feng Yu obediently followed Lin Taki Sakanji up the mountain. He knew that this was the final test, which was to split the boulder with the knife in his hand. Here we are. As long as you split this boulder with the knife in your hand, then I will allow you to participate in the final trial. Kintaki Sakanji said seriously. Feng Yu was also shocked. When he was watching anime in his previous life, he didn't think it was very big, but when he stood here, he realized that this boulder was so big. Just like a small mountain, even if Feng Yu's height has reached 165 centimeters, it is not enough. Master Lintaki, I can do it. Feng Yu sorted out his emotional changes and said calmly. After that, Nintaki Sakanji left the scene and went down the mountain. Only Feng Yu and Xiaobai were left here. Xiaobai, come here quickly and let me touch you. After stroking Xiaobai's hair, Feng Yu showed a smile on his face. Here, eat this. Then Feng Yu took out the marrow cleansing elixir from his space package. This elixir was drawn by Feng Yu in a lottery 2 days ago. Moreover, Feng Yu noticed that Xiaobai seemed to have no immunity to the marrow cleansing pill, and the effect was still good after taking several pills. Now Xiaobai has grown into a large Alaskan. Every day I would go to the mountains to hunt rabbits, TS or wild boars. Yes, it was a wild boar. When Xiaobai came back one day dragging a wild boar that was only slightly smaller than it, Feng Yu and Lintaki were shocked for the first time. Unexpectedly, novices now have the ability to hunt adult wild boars. Rintaki Sakanji couldn't understand. Maybe he also vaguely thought that it was Feng Yu, but he didn't say it out loud. He still said that everyone has secrets, not to mention that Feng Yu was still his disciple. After Xiaobai finished eating the marrow cleansing pill, he stopped having sex and quietly lay down next to Feng Yu and fell asleep. It seems that the appetite is getting bigger and bigger. If you follow me out to kill evil spirits, wouldn't it be very conspicuous? What a headache. After touching Xiaobai for a while, Feng Yu picked up the knife in his hand and said softly, the challenge is huge. Bite. The knife struck the boulder hard, but there was only a shallow mark on the boulder. I didn't expect that after I used 70% of my strength, it was just a trace. This feels like iron ore, this rebounding vibration. It's so sour. It seems we need to go all out. Then Feng Yu took a deep breath. Hey ha, the knife in the hand falls. Shang. The knife struck into the boulder several centimeters deep. It seems that if we need to split this huge boulder, we can only improve our sword skills to perfection. In this way, Feng Yu was chopping this stone every day, using all his strength every time. He can feel that he is getting stronger every day, and his understanding of sword skills is getting deeper and deeper, and he can make further progress every time. Hahu, I'm so tired. Feng Yu lay on the ground and fell asleep unconsciously. In his sleep, Feng Yu vaguely felt as if someone was calling him. He opened his eyes, and what he saw was a light orange fox mask with a scar on the corner of his mouth, a boy wearing a yellow, orange and green tortoiseshell pattern, and a fox with a flower pattern on his forehead. Mask, a girl with dark green hair. Feng Yu knew that these two people were Makomo and Kyoto. Are you guys? Feng Yu asked as he rubbed his eyes and yawned. My name is Chu-Tu, and she is Makomo. We are both apprentices of Master Lintaki, that is, your senior brother and senior sister. You are very good, even a genius, better than us. Well, thank you. Feng Yu still admires these two people very much. They are willing to sacrifice their lives for their companions. It's just that I don't quite agree with their ideas. When you fail to protect others, you should first consider yourself. Feng Yu doesn't have the spirit of sacrificing for others. But that didn't stop him from admiring them. Come on, come and spar with me. If you beat me, you will split this stone. And sparring is the fastest way to discover your own shortcomings. After saying that, a knife appeared in his hand. Instead of using a wooden sword like in the previous life against Tanjiro, he used a real sword. As this recognition of my strength, Feng Yu thought to himself. But he also picked up his knife and started to attack. I'm coming, senior brother Kiantu, be careful. Feng Yu said softly. As he spoke, his whole body rushed out. Changtu also started to pick up a knife and fight with Feng Yu. Changtu pointed out Feng Yu's flaws while fighting with Feng Yu. It's too slow, it's not strong enough, it's lazy, it's not determined to kill me. When Feng Yu heard this, he became angry inside, and his eyes became sharp. After changing his state, he was able to fight Changtu fiercely. But Feng Yu was soon defeated. Feng Yu guessed that Changtu's sword skills had probably reached perfection. Makomo on the side watched the sparring between Feng Yu and Chu-Tu and couldn't help but sigh that Feng Yu was a genius. In fact, they knew it from the moment Feng Yu became a disciple of Lintaki Sakanji. It's been less than half a year since Feng Yu joined. Achieving such a record in half a year has already broken her and Kiantu's record. Makomo thought to himself, maybe Feng Yu can complete the task they can't. Senior brother Kiantu, you are so awesome, ha ha ha. Feng Yu laughed. Although he was defeated, he also discovered his own shortcomings. It was very good to be guided by a master of swordsmanship. There is no shame in taking advice from someone who is better than you. Changtu looked at Feng Yu and couldn't help but praise him in his heart, but he still remained indifferent on the outside. In the following days, Makomo and I will take turns fighting you until you defeat us. Then a burst of thick fog hit, and the two figures disappeared. Feng Yu whispered into the air. Thanks, I will avenge you and fulfill your wishes. The only thing that responded to him was the rustling sound of bamboo leaves blowing in the wind. Chapter 11 Tanjiro is coming. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 11 313. Chapter 11 Tanjiro is coming. Another half year has passed, and Feng Yu's training with Chu Tu and Makomo has long ended, and now they are waiting for the final trial. In the past 6 months, Feng Yu's sword skills and breathing techniques have improved to a higher level. At the same time, a new task also appeared in the system list, and the reward was like timely rain for Feng Yu. Character: Nakagawa Fuyu. Number of swings: 54,687. Breathing method: water breathing, Xiao Chang. Martial arts: sword skills, Dachang. Physique: immortal physique. Pet: Xiaobai, white fox, not yet awakened. Mission 1. Kill the king of ghosts, Oni Washi Mubai. Introduction. Ghost King Kibutsuji is the beginning of everything in this world. Kill him to end this source of evil. Rewards: number of knife swings 1000 W, designated world travel 1, mysterious gift package 1. Status: unfinished. Mission 2. Pass the final trial. Introduction. A qualified ghost hunter can only become a qualified ghost hunter after he or she emerges from a humble background and shows his talents. He must pass the final trial. Rewards: new system functions, 1 million knife swings, monster breathing method. Monster breathing technique. Monster beasts can learn breathing techniques, through which they can control their size and become stronger. Status: unfinished. Chain mission: kill evil spirits. Introduction. After sunset, endless evil ghosts start hunting. You are a human, go and kill all the evil ghosts. Reward: unknown, depends on the percentage of completion. The higher the completion, the higher the reward. Status: in progress. Soon, soon, Feng Yu murmured as he looked at the boulder in front of him that was split apart by his arrival. Makomo, thank you for your companionship and guidance these days. Wait until I kill that ghost and come back to let you 14 rest in peace. Feng Yu took out a bottle of wine from the system space and poured a glass for himself, and then for Chu Tu and Makomo. He leaned against the boulder and drank in front of him. After saying goodbye to the bamboo forest, saying goodbye to Qiantu and Makomo, Feng Yu sat on Xiaobai's back and went down the mountain. And when Feng Yu left, the figures of Qiantu and Makomo appeared. Junior brother Feng Yu, I hope you can succeed. Feng Yu also felt the gaze from behind, and Hushan nodded. In the past 6 months, Xiaobai's body has become bigger, like an adult Tibetan Mastiff, after Feng Yu signed in and drew various weird pills and things. The intelligence is also getting higher and higher. Feng Yu estimated that Xiaobai Lingzi at this moment was about 8 years old as a human child. The only drawback is that it is too big and often needs to hunt by itself, so it is simply the reward for mission 2. This also led to hunters in nearby towns often seeing a giant beast with white hair in Sagiri Mountain. In addition, Xiaobai never hurts anyone, and will even help villagers when they are in danger. Xiaobai is a rare white fox, and he was deified by the villagers who received the rescue. They all call Xiaobai the incarnation of the god Tamamo Mei. This also led to more and more people coming here to look for Xiaobai. The originally lonely Sagiri Mountain became lively because of this. It's just that people only dare to watch at the foot of the mountain and don't dare to go up the mountain, because Mount Sawu is shrouded in fog all year round, and everyone knows the dangers involved. It was also during that period that Feng Yu ordered Xiaobai to only move around on the top of the Sawu mountain, and not to go down the mountain without his own instructions. The villagers couldn't see Xiaobai for a long time, so most of them gave up. Only those villagers who had received help from Xiaobai built a temple at the foot of the mountain. There is a small fox statue in the temple, and the villagers will come to worship it every day, and they will also bring some fruits while worshipping. It was also during that time that Feng Yu discovered the 3 words, unawakened, appearing on Xiaobai's panel. Feng Yu speculates that maybe Xiaobai can really become the legendary Tamamo Mei after awakening. Just looked at Xiaobai's white tail and smiled. The legendary Tamamo Mei is a 9-tailed fox. Xiaobai, you only have 1 tail, so you have to work hard. Ying ying ying, Xiaobai shouted happily. ... Feng Yu is here, come in quickly. Lin Takazuo saw Feng Yu arriving for the last time and called him into the house. Have you decided? The bonfire in front of him was burning continuously, making the wood crackle. Well, I've decided. Feng Yu smiled lightly. Lintaki Sakanji seemed to see Feng Yu's determination. He turned around and opened a cabinet. Take out a white fox mask. This is an evil-proof mask. It can protect you from evil spirits. I wish you all the best. I will be here waiting for you to come back. Nintaki Sakanji said in a deep voice. Feng Yu took the mask and looked at the red Tengu mask in front of him. It was hard to tell. It was precisely because of these evil-proof masks that all 14 of his former disciples were eaten by Tioni. Through the mask, it seems that you can feel the struggle and worry expression on Netaki Sakanji's face. This competent master, Feng Yu sighed in his heart. Sudden, a crow's cry came from outside the door. Nintaki Sakanji and Fuyu walked out of the door. I saw a creed tied to the eagle's feet. Nintaki Sakanji opened it and looked at it for a while, then said in a deep voice. I need to go down the mountain. I'll pick up a child. Master Lintaki, let me go. Feng Yu said, this is a good opportunity to save your sword swing count. He just took a peek and saw the words Tanjiro and the 2 brothers and sisters written on the envelope and guessed what it was about. Feng Yu remembered that when the protagonist came to the Sawu mountain, there was an evil ghost. This is a proper novice experience monster, and Feng Yu will not miss it. Well, then take this knife with you. Feng Yu knew it was a Nichirin sword, so he took it. Maybe Ning Takisa also discovered the presence of evil spirits nearby. That child has a boy with dark red hair, red pupils and wearing flower solitaire earrings. If you see him, bring him back. Remember not to hurt her sister. Well, I understand, then I'll go now. Xiaobai, you stay here. Feng Yu touched Xiaobai's head and said. Xiaobai screamed a little aggrievedly, as if he knew why Feng Yu didn't take him to play because he was too big. In this way, Feng Yu arranged his hair and clothes and went down the mountain. The unpolluted air is just different from the sky. Feng Yu felt the warmth of the dusk sun shining on his body. The chirping of birds and insects could be heard in his ears, and Feng Yu relaxed his mind. At this moment, he seemed to merge into nature. Some of his originally black hair turned dark red. Feng Yu didn't know all this. He only knew that he seemed to have fallen into a special state. He closed his eyes and his breathing started to move involuntarily. The light in my mind becomes more and more dazzling. Feng Yu opened his eyes, and the direction of movement that was different from the breathing of water suddenly stopped. Is this the legendary epiphany? Feng Yu guessed. I seemed to see a beam of light. This light was very warm. It seemed to have always existed in my body. It didn't shine until that moment, but I didn't catch it. But I have mastered some skills. I believe it will be fine if I practice more. Then Feng Yu started to be shocked. What the hell? Why is there an unknown breathing method in the breathing method? Did I understand the breathing method just now? A beam of light. Let's name it breath of light. Isn't it just that the breath of light and the breath of sun are the same model? After Feng Yu identified it as the breath of light, the unknown breathing method on the panel also became the breath of light, but there was an uncomprehended one at the back. Forget it. No matter how many things there are, the bridge will be straight from the bow of the ship. Let's go find the Tanjiro brothers first. Dusk falls and night falls. Feng Yu is also on his way. But he seemed to have thought of something, so he found a place to rest. Let Tanjiro practice and practice. Chapter 11 Tanjiro's Awakening. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 12/313. Chapter 11 Tanjiro's Awakening. Other side. Tanjiro bought a basket from a nearby villager and carried Nezuko outside an ancestral hall. Nezuko, there is an ancestral hall here and there are lights. There should be someone inside. Go and have a look. Tanjiro took Nezuko's hand and said gently. But in an instant, Tanjiro smelled a strong smell of blood. Ah, this is the smell of blood. This mountain road is rugged, and someone might be injured. Tanjiro quickly pulled Nezuko and ran towards the ancestral hall. It's okay. Tanjiro opened the door of the ancestral hall and shouted. The moment he opened the door, Tanjiro was stunned and his eyes widened. No one was injured in front of him, and all he saw was a Shira field. The ancestral hall was full of blood, and several members of the family were killed. The basket in his hand fell, startling the evil ghost who was eating. What's going on? The evil spirit spoke slowly. This is my territory. If you dare to interfere with my meal, you will not be spared. The evil spirit looked at the brother and sister fiercely. Tanjiro was frightened and murmured, Ogre. Nezuko on the side seemed to be stunned, staring closely at the corpses in front of her. The air was filled with the smell of blood, which constantly stimulated Nezuko. The instinct of an evil spirit made Nezuko continue to struggle. The bamboo in his mouth was constantly drooling. Seeing this, the evil ghost licked his blood-stained hands and said, It doesn't feel right. Are you humans? The devil gets up. Tanjiro took a step back, extremely wary. Bang! Tanjiro flew out upside down and immediately used the axe in his hand to resist the evil spirit's attack. At the same time, he immediately counterattacked and gave the evil ghost an axe. It had little effect, and the evil ghost's wounds healed immediately. The evil ghost touched the wound and said with a smile, An axe. There are only 2 strokes. But this small injury will heal soon. Then the wound disappeared. Look, the bleeding has stopped and the wound is gone. Tanjiro looked at the evil ghost's terrifying healing ability in horror. And Nezuko was still staring at the human corpses in the ancestral hall. She was still enduring, and the bloodthirsty desire in her mind was almost unbearable. She bit the bamboo in her mouth tightly, clenched her fists, and sweat dripped from her face. Just as Tanjiro was about to get up, the evil spirit pushed him to the ground at an extremely fast speed and strangled his neck. So fast and so strong. Tanjiro said with difficulty. The evil spirit stared at Tanjiro and said fiercely, I won't let you get hurt again. I will break your neck. Suddenly, Tanjiro was in danger. The situation became more and more critical. Tanjiro let out a scream, awakening Nezuko at the door of the ancestral hall. Nezuko's rationality returned instantly. Bang! The evil spirit's head was broken by Nezuko's kick, and it flew backwards and hit the big tree in front of it. Tanjiro also let out an exclamation when he saw this. Looking at the headless ghost body on his body, Tanjiro felt a very strong sense of fear in his heart. He hurriedly pushed away the evil spirit's body. Looking at his sister Nezuko in disbelief, he said, Kill, kill. No, the other party is a ghost, you. Nezuko. Before he finished speaking, the headless evil spirit body next to him tried to attack Tanjiro. Nezuko saw this and kicked the evil spirit body away again. It's unbelievable, he just moved. His head is obviously gone. Tanjiro thought, you too. The evil head spoke. Sure enough, one of them is a ghost. No wonder it feels so strange. Why are ghosts and humans together? Damn it, you're actually talking. Tanjiro shouted. At this time, the body of the evil spirit that was kicked away rushed towards Nezuko. Upon seeing this, Tanjiro picked up the axe next to him and shouted, Stop. Then he rushed over. It's just that the evil ghost's head now sprouted a pair of mini hands, which quickly attacked Tanjiro. Tanjiro also reacted immediately and swung the axe at the demon's head with his backhand. The evil ghost opened its mouth, and bit the axe with its fangs. Nezuko on the side was unable to resist the evil spirit's body and fell to the ground. The evil spirit was kicking Nezuko's body continuously. Nezuko let out screams of pain. Then he was picked up by the evil ghost body and thrown into the dark forest. Tanjiro wanted to help his sister, but at this time the evil head took control of his hair and tied Tanjiro's hands tightly. What the hell happened to this guy? He actually grew hands. Tanjiro is puzzled, but now he just wants to help Nezuko quickly. Hurry up and let go, I want to save Nezuko. Then he used force and shouted, "Get out of my way." So the classic head hammer hit the evil ghost's head. The evil ghost was in pain and was bounced away by the powerful force. This guy's head is so hard. The head is so hard. Then Tanjiro grabbed the demon's head and smashed it hard with his head. The evil ghost appeared panicked for a moment. Tanjiro quickly grabbed the axe and swung it towards a big tree. All I saw was a bang sound. The axe and the evil spirit were both nailed to the tree trunk. Tanjiro saw that the evil spirit head could not move, so he quickly ran in the direction of Nezuko. I wanted to use an axe to wrap my hair around it, but I couldn't untie it. Damn it, the evil spirit shouted unwillingly. As for Nezuko, who was in the forest, ever since she was thrown into the forest by the evil spirit's body, she had been being ravaged by the evil spirit's body and had no power to fight back. Tanjiro called Nezuko's name anxiously. "Nezuko, where are you?" With his sensitive nose, Tanjiro quickly found Nezuko, who was being hung up by the demon's body. "Nezuko," Tanjiro shouted. He rushed directly towards the evil ghost's body, but he didn't expect that the powerful impact would hit the cliff in front. Seeing that Tanjiro was about to fall off the cliff together with the evil spirit's body, a pair of hands behind him firmly grabbed Tanjiro's body. It was the one who rushed to Feng Yu. Feng Yu exerted a little force, and Tanjiro was pulled up. Nezuko on the side looked at Feng Yu with a wary look on his face. Because just now he was not as fast as Feng Yu. The evil spirit's body fell to the bottom of the cliff. The evil ghost's head also felt something at this moment, and let out a scream. Then he fainted. "Are you okay?" Feng Yu smiled. You are?" Tanjiro asked. "I am Tomioka Gyu's junior brother. I'm here to pick you up. I'm sorry that I'm late." Feng Yu explained. Tanjiro was relieved after hearing this. So he hurriedly ran to help his sister, held her in his arms, and gently wiped Nezuko's wounds. "Is it okay, Nezuko?" Feng Yu looked at the brother and sister from the side and sighed. Sure enough, the love between brother and sister is deep. It seemed like he had thought of something. Feng Yu took out 2 pills from the system space. "Eat each of you separately. It will be good for your injuries." Although Feng Yu knew that such injuries were nothing to a ghost like Nezuko and would heal quickly, in order for Tanjiro not to be suspicious, he still gave them 1 wound each. "This is..." Tanjiro looked at the light blue pill in his hand and let out a confused sound. These 2 pills exude a faint medicinal fragrance, which makes them very precious at first sight. Tanjiro was a little embarrassed. But Feng Yu asked him to take the pill quickly. Soon Tanjiro took the elixir, and the wounds on his body began to heal. Then he gave Nezuko the elixir. Nezuko's eyes widened as soon as the elixir entered her mouth, as if she was extremely satisfied. He looked at Feng Yu eagerly, as if saying, "I want one more." Feng Yu looked at the cute Nezuko and took out a healing pill again. "Anyway, the dozens of stones in my system space were all obtained through sign-in and lottery draws, and this one is not missing." After tidying up a little, Feng Yu and others arrived at the evil ghost head. Feng Yu said, "Go and kill him." Feng Yu originally didn't want to do this, but as soon as he thought of something, he tested Tanjiro just like how Takisaru tested him recently in his previous life. Tanjiro picked up a knife and looked at the demon's head in front of him with trembling eyes. "Do you want to kill him? Do it." Tanjiro gasped for air. Feng Yu also sighed when he saw this. Although people in his previous life praised Tanjiro as an extremely gentle person, even towards evil spirits. But many times this kind of tenderness is a fatal weakness to oneself. Seeing that Tanjiro was still reluctant to take action, Feng Yu said, "You can't kill him like this." "Then, how to kill him?" Tanjiro asked. "Don't ask me, you can figure it out yourself." Feng Yu simply sat aside and watched Tanjiro perform. Tanjiro thought for a moment, picked up a big stone next to him, and thought, since the knife can't kill him, let's smash his head, but this will make him very painful. Isn't there something that can kill him? Killed. Time passed little by little, but Tanjiro still couldn't do it. At this time, the comatose evil ghost woke up. He kept waving his hands towards Tanjiro, wanting to attack Tanjiro. As soon as the sun rose slowly, the evil ghost began to turn into ashes in pain. "Ding, congratulations on getting the number of sword swings 5W. Huh, it's less than before. ... Tanjiro opened his mouth wide when he saw this scene, then thought of something and hurriedly went to find his sister. It's just that Nezuko was taken into the house by Feng Yu to avoid the sun. The rising sun shines on the face, the penetrating darkness fades away, and the evil power hidden in the darkness also disappears. Feng Yu seemed to be a little touched in his heart, but it quickly disappeared. "Come with me and take your sister with you," Feng Yu said to Tanjiro. "Ghosts are afraid of sunlight. Once the sunlight hits them, they will turn into ashes like just now." Tanjiro nodded. Then he went back and put Nezuko in the basket and covered it with a cloth to prevent the sun from shining on Nezuko. In this way, Feng Yu led Tanjiro back to Samagiri Mountain. Chapter 13 The Final Trial. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 13 Chapter 13 The Final Trial. Master Lintaki, I brought you here. Feng Yu led Tanjiro into the wooden house. Sakanji Netaki suddenly appeared in front of Tanjiro and stared at him closely. The red Tengu mask suddenly came into view, and Tanjiro couldn't help being startled. Hello, Mr. Kintaki, I am Kamado Tanjiro, and this is my sister, Kamado Nezuko. Tanjiro bowed deeply to Rintaki Sakanji. Then he put down the basket and said softly to Nezuko, Nezuko. Nezuko, wake up. No matter how much Tanjiro called Nezuko, there was no movement. Tanjiro thought something had happened to Nezuko, and became anxious, and quickly asked Lintaki Sakanji what happened to Nezuko. At the same time, a thought came to mind whether the pills Feng Yu gave her at that time caused Nezuko to become like this. But after checking her for the last time, Takazago slowly said, your sister is fine. She just fell into a deep sleep because her body became very weak because she did not have a source of energy for a long time. But the strange thing is that there seems to be another weak force in her body that is constantly replenishing her. Tanjiro, has Nezuko eaten something or human flesh? Kintaki Sakanji asked seriously. In the recent past, Takazeo thought that if Nezuko ate human flesh, then he would be the one doing justice for heaven. No matter what, I won't leave Nezuko here. Tanjiro also realized the seriousness and hurriedly said, no, Mr. Lintaki, Nezuko has never eaten human flesh. Just the pill given by brother Feng Yu. Feng Yu was also a little confused. He didn't expect that the healing pill obtained by the system could also replenish Nezuko's energy. No wonder he was so eager to take another pill at that time. Master Linlong, it should be. Then he took out a healing pill from the system space. Then he explained the effect of the healing elixir to Nintaki Sakanji. The aroma of the elixir instantly flooded into Sakanji's sensitive nose. Feng Yu, where did you get this elixir? Just one whiff can make me feel like the dark wounds in my body have recovered. This is simply a magical elixir. How many more do you have? Can you produce it at full capacity? If it can be produced, I hope you can let me hand it over to the people in the organization who specialize in drug research to mass produce it. This will not only provide more protection for the lives of heroes who fight against evil spirits, but also give hope to those with hidden injuries. Lin Takazeo looked at Feng Yu expectantly for the first time. Feng Yu was a little indifferent, so he took out a few more healing pills and gave them to Nintaki Sakanji. But Kintaki Sakanji asked where this elixir came from. Feng Yu was a bit confused. You can't say that this was obtained by signing in with my golden finger system. The last time Lintaki Sato saw Feng Yu was a little embarrassed, he stopped asking questions. After all, it was still the same sentence, everyone has their own secrets. Nintaki Sato recently collected the healing elixirs and began the heart-searching session. Tanjiro, do you know that humans and ghosts cannot live together? Ghosts only regard humans as prey. What if your sister eats humans? Nintaki Sakan asked seriously. Tanjiro was stunned for a moment, as if he had never thought that his sister would one day be a cannibal. Ha! Nintaki Sakanji slapped Tanjiro on the body and yelled angrily, the answer is too difficult. This shows that you are too indecisive. You even have mercy on the man-eating evil ghost. You can't even kill a ghost. You have to wait until the sun comes out. Tanjiro looked in disbelief and covered his aching cheek. The reason why you didn't answer the question right away is because you haven't made up your mind. If one day your sister eats someone, then you will pick up the knife in your hand and kill her, and then commit suicide by committing seppuku. Kintaki Sakanji said angrily, you have to make such a plan when you bring your sister who has turned into a ghost, but remember, this kind of thing is absolutely impossible to happen. You cannot let your sister take the lives of innocent people, but this thing must never happen. Quote, you know what I mean. Yes, Tanjiro replied. Then let me see if you are qualified to become a demon slayer swordsman from now on. Come in, take a rest, and I will notify you of the assessment. Yes, Feng Yu on the side watched the conversation between the two and acted as an observer. He felt that what Rintaki Sakan said last time also meant something to him. Does this mean I don't have such a strong hatred for ghosts? There's something about a nose that can feel people's hearts. Feng Yu suspected that the reason Taki Sakanji knew about Tanjiro's delay in taking action to kill the evil spirit was because of the observation of Yao Ya. It was still early, and the sun was setting at noon at the moment. Master Lintaki, I'm ready to go. Feng Yu said calmly. Then I'm leaving. I'll be back soon. Feng Yu picked up the Nichirin sword and the fox mask and turned around and set off towards the legendary Fujishi mountain. Lin Takazeo stared at Feng Yu's back for the last time, as if he had seen the scene where he had bid farewell to the past like this but never came back. He murmured, I must come back. Tanjiro was also there to say goodbye to Feng Yu, and he could feel the smell of sadness exuding from Nintaki Sakanji's body. Mr. Lintaki, what is brother Feng Yu doing? You will know in the future, this is the only way to become a true ghost-slaying swordsman. Nintaki Sakanji didn't want to say anything more, so he turned around and walked into the wooden house. Xiaobai from the back mountain let out a sigh of reluctance. The figures of Chu Rabbit and Makomo appeared. He left, he went to face the monster. Can he kill the evil ghost? ... Don't worry, I will fulfill your last wish. Feng Yu felt the thoughts behind him and sped up even more. Wisteria flowers all over the mountains and plains bloom all year round. They bloom from the foot of the mountain to the mountainside, forming a circle, trapping the evil spirits inside. This is really a great work, and the scenery is not bad. If people in the previous life were here, I estimate that this place would have become a holy place to check in. Quote, Feng Yu sighed at the wisteria flowers that covered the mountains. Along the way, he could see people who were participating in the final trial like him. But there is no familiar figure from the previous life. I guess they're all just walk-ins. Feng Yu thought. After a while, the whole square was filled with many people participating in the trial. Everyone, thank you for coming to participate in the final trial of the Demon Slayer Corps. This vine-covered mountain is imprisoned by ghosts captured alive by the swordsmen of the Demon Slayer Corps. The ghosts cannot leave here because the mountain is open year-round from the foot of the mountain to the middle of the mountain. The wisteria flowers that evil spirits hate are gone from here on out. Your mission is to survive for 7 days, so I wish you all good luck. The two siblings, Ubuyashiki Yujiro, spoke up. Having said that, this also means the beginning of the final trial. Everyone began to go up the mountain one after another, and Feng Yu followed closely behind. Chapter 14 finally found you, Tioni. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 14313. Chapter 14 finally found you, Tioni. Sure enough, the scent of wisteria disappears above the mountainside, which allows ghosts to have a place to live. Feng Yu walked lightly deeper into the mountainside. With my current strength, Tioni shouldn't have much impact on me. Wait until I have accumulated enough sword swings this time, and then I will learn a martial art to improve my fighting awareness. I don't know how long they walked, but Feng Yu didn't see a single ghost along the way. What's going on? Until now, I can't even see a ghost. Is it because I'm not attractive enough or because something unexpected happened? No matter, since you don't take the initiative to find me, then I will lure you over. As he spoke, he lightly cut his arm with a knife, and the air was suddenly filled with the smell of blood. That should be enough. After all, these ghosts haven't been able to eat flesh and blood for so long. My blood should be as attractive to them as opium. Since integrating the immortal physique, Feng Yu felt that every inch of the cells and blood in his body had changed. He also asked Nintaki Sakanji if he had thin blood, but Nintaki Sakanji shook his head and said it was different from thin blood. As expected, there was movement around Feng Yu. And it's not just one evil ghost, but a group of evil ghosts. Go away, this is what I saw first. This is mine, I'm going to eat him. I feel like I can escape from here if I eat him. A group of evil spirits greedily surrounded Feng Yu, staring at him with undisguised malice. There is also a Hajizi who has already shed a mouthful of evil spirits. 1, 2, 3, there are 11 in total now. That's not bad, Feng Yu said expressionlessly. Ha ha ha, human being, just obediently enter my belly. The evil ghost who spoke next immediately attacked Feng Yu, and the other evil ghosts also shouted when they saw this. Damn BD, that's my prey, get out of here. You should get out, that's mine. Feng Yu looked at the several evil spirits that were attacking him and the ones that were fighting each other. Take out the Nichirin sword in your hand and take a deep breath. Full concentration, breath of water 3-type strike tide. Feng Yu's figure moved in and out of the attacking evil spirits like water. Kill the evil ghost 1, get the number of sword swings 5W. Kill the evil ghost 1, get the number of sword swings 5W. Kill the evil ghost 1, get the number of sword swings 5W. A series of system prompts sounded in his mind, and before those evil spirits could react, their heads were chopped off and turned into ashes. Yes, I actually got 300,000 sword swings at one time, so you are the only ones left. Then Feng Yu turned his attention to the remaining evil spirits, and his eyes were filled with the number of times he swung his sword. Then I'll kill you all in one fell swoop. Full concentration, the breath of water 8-shaped takipot. Then the turbulent blue water pattern appeared from the tip of the knife again and rushed towards the evil ghosts. Damn, this human is very strong, let's work together to deal with him. The evil spirits began to roar and charge towards Feng Yu. But how could they be Feng Yu's opponents? They all turned into ashes when they met each other, giving Feng Yu another 250,000 sword swings. Counting the 100,000 knife swings I saved before, I now have more than 65,000 knife swings. Sure enough, hunting ghosts is the easiest way to get the number of sword swings. Both physical fitness and sword skills have reached Dacheng and cannot be improved. However, water breathing is only a small achievement. It is estimated that reaching Dacheng requires 1 million sword swings. Character: Nakagawa Fuyu. Number of swings: 657,955. Breathing method: water breathing, Xiao Cheng. Martial arts: sword skills, Dacheng. Physical strengthening techniques, Dacheng. Physique: immortal physique. Pet: Xiaobai, white fox, not yet awakened. Mission 1: kill the king of ghosts, Oni Washi Mubai. Introduction: Ghost King Kibutsuji is the beginning of everything in this world. Kill him to end this source of evil. Rewards: number of knife swings 1000 W, designated world travel 1, mysterious gift package 1. Status: unfinished. Mission 2: pass the final trial. Introduction: a qualified ghost hunter can only become a qualified ghost hunter after he or she emerges from a humble background and shows his talents. He must pass the final trial. Rewards: New system functions, 1 million knife swings, monster breathing method. Status: unfinished. Chain mission: kill evil spirits. Introduction: after sunset, endless evil ghosts start hunting. You are a human, go and kill all the evil ghosts. Reward: unknown, depends on the percentage of completion, the higher the completion, the higher the reward. Status: in progress. The Demon Slayer Core's use of breathing techniques may have surpassed the level of Dacheng, and the various physical values are far beyond what I am now. After this trial is over, I will try to raise the breath of water to a level beyond the realm of great achievement or awaken my own unawakened breath of light with the number of sword swings. After putting away the knife, Feng Yu moved to another area. After all, evil spirits are territorial, and the evil ghosts in this area are probably the ones just now. Furthermore, Feng Yu also wants to meet Tioni quickly and get rid of him. 3 days passed like this. Feng Yu used the same moves to attract the evil ghost and then killed the evil ghost. The number of swings has also reached 125W. Really, when the number of sword swings reaches 1 million, 3 words, can be improved, appear behind the breath of water. Feng Yu clicked it without hesitation. After being promoted, Feng Yu's understanding of water breathing became even deeper. The whole person's temperament changed again, and his breath became restrained but sharp. There are still 250,000 sword swings left. Now, except for the lottery, the number of sword swings is useless unless you get more. Feng Yu slowly shook off the evil ghost's blood stained on the knife. I don't know where this Tioni is. After Feng Yu took a short rest to regain his strength, he continued to move deeper. The deeper you go, the more clothes and sabers of those who participated in the trial were eaten by evil spirits. What should I say to you? If you don't have the strength, don't rush to a darker place. Don't worry, I will avenge you. Although Feng Yu felt a little sorry for the deaths of these people. But that also means more evil spirits or Tioni are ahead. As expected, when Feng Yu went deeper, a person was running frantically for his life, as if there was a big terror behind him. Why is there such a monster? Who will save me? Who will save me? This is just a trial, why are there such terrifying monsters? Feng Yu saw that man running desperately, but every time at this time, he would fall easily. No, Feng Yu saw that man fell to the ground. The man who fell had his eyes widened, and the fear in his heart made his face pale. In addition, now that he had fallen, he sat on the ground as if he had no strength at all. I'm going to die, just like them, at the hands of that monster. Although Feng Yu agreed with the embarrassed look of that man at the moment, he did smile. Finally found you, Tioni. Chapter 15 Killing Tioni, the trial is over. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 15,313. Chapter 15 Killing Tioni, the trial is over. He, little lamb. Tioni jokingly chased the fallen man from behind. Little lamb, here I come. The 4 tentacles immediately grabbed the tester. Although Feng Yu was too lazy to save this man, he couldn't let Tioni kill someone under his nose. Full concentration, water breathing type 2 water wheel. Feng Yu jumped up, forming a blue water circle in the air and cutting off Tioni's outstretched tentacles. Go away, don't hinder me from hunting him. Feng Yu said calmly to the trialist behind him who was already scared to death. Thank you, I'll leave now. After saying that, he left without looking back, with a look of gloating on his face. Perhaps in his heart, Feng Yu was a big grievance, and he knew very well that Tioni was definitely not something a trialist could deal with, and would definitely die here. When Tioni saw this, he was not surprised at all, but became even more excited. Here we go again, my cute little fox, he. Tioni laughed jokingly, looking excitedly at the fox mask on Feng Yu's head. Fox boy, how old is Meiji now? Tioni, this is the Taisho era, why have you been imprisoned for so long? Feng Yu replied with a smile. Taisho. Then Tioni let out a crazy roar. The era name has changed, and it has changed again. I have been imprisoned for so long, and the era name has actually changed again. It's unforgivable. Lintaki BD, Linlong BD, Linglong BD. Tioni yelled crazily, and the tentacles wrapped around his head were scratching his arms. Blood was flowing out, but Tioni felt no pain. This Tioni is really sick and masochistic. Feng Yu looked at the behemoth in front of him. To be honest, he would only feel that sense of oppression after experiencing it himself. Hey, enough is enough. You are like a big sappy in my eyes now, please stop teasing me, okay? Feng Yu interrupted Tioni's self-consciousness. Tioni couldn't understand what Dashabi meant, but he could see the full disdain for him from Feng Yu's eyes, and the anger in his eyes became even stronger. It's been 45 years. It's been 45 years. Do you know how I came here? BD Linlong caught me here. It's been 45 years, Tioni started yelling again as he spoke. Feng Yu sounded a little weird, as if he heard the famous saying in his previous life. At that time, he was still hunting ghosts. In the Edo period, he captured me in this wisteria flower cage. Every year, kid like you come to hunt us, but I have eaten 50 of them, he laugh. 1, 2, 3, 13, you are the 14th, he, this is the number of Lintaki disciples I have eaten. Let me think about it, there are 2 people who impressed me the most, of those 2, the strongest one has a rare hair color, light orange, and a scar on his mouth. The other one is wearing flower-patterned clothes. She is a girl, very short, not very strong, but very agile, he, laugh. Tioni started laughing as she spoke. Feng Yu knew immediately that he was talking about Chutu and Makomo. The mask on your forehead is a symbol. I remember the sword skills of the Lintaki mask. It is the same as the Tengu mask he wore. Did he say it was a mask to ward off evil? It was precisely because of these masks that I killed them all. It went into my stomach, and it was almost killed by Linlong, he. After hearing what I said, the little girl actually cried and was very angry. He. After that, her movements started to become stiff. I just said cut off her limbs, and then, he. Looking at Tioni, Feng Yu's eyes gradually became cold and he said, are you done? I'll send you on your way. But then Feng Yu suddenly jumped to another place, and it turned out that Tioni started to sneak attack from underground. What a dirty trick, Tioni, you are so useless. Feng Yu mocked. Okay, no more beeping with you, you'd better be obedient and become the number of swings under my sword. Full concentration, water breathing 3-type flow. Feng Yu rushed towards Tioni in an instant, and Tioni also used countless tentacles to attack Feng Yu, but Feng Yu nimbly dodged them. Water breathing type strike tide. Feng Yu came to Tioni and jumped up, quickly changing his moves and slashing at Tioni. Bite. The Nichirin sword in Feng Yu's hand was unexpectedly blocked, and he quickly retreated without killing the evil ghost. Is it so hard? In that case, let's use a move that does more damage. Tioni on the side started to joke when he saw Feng Yu slashing his neck continuously. It seems like you are still useless, kid, he. Shut up, it's so noisy. Feng Yu took a deep breath and used water breath 3-type flow again. Approach Tioni unscathed, then jump. With total concentration, the breath of water and the shapes it picks up are flowing. Feng Yu's body turned quickly, and at the same time, the blue ripples on the blade appeared, forming a blue-white water dragon and slashing towards Tioni. Tioni resisted subconsciously, but it was of no use. Shang. The scabbard sounded. Feng Yu put away the knife. Tioni behind him looked in disbelief. Did I had my neck chopped off? Why is this happening? Ding, congratulations to the host for killing a special ghost and gaining 500,000 sword swings. Ding, congratulations on getting the first kill of the special ghost. The system has been upgraded to open new functions. Everything mall. The system is being upgraded. I didn't expect that killing Tioni would allow the system to be upgraded. But now, will the upgrade affect the number of sword swings I get from killing ghosts? Feng Yu turned around and looked at Tioni, who was turning into ashes. At this time, only a small part of the originally hill-like body was left, and only half of Tioni's head was left with his face. He stared at Feng Yu, as if he saw the figure of Ning Taki Sakanji back then. Linglong. In the end, Tioni turned to ashes and disappeared into the air with the memories of the human beings during his lifetime. The top of MT. Sagiri. He succeeded. Then it's time for us to go. Master has accepted a new apprentice. The figures of the 13 children gradually disappeared into the bamboo forest. In the next few days, Feng Yu also used the same method to lure the ghosts out, and then killed them. To Feng Yu's surprise, the system was still being upgraded, but the number of sword swings gained from killing ghosts was still the same. In the past few days, Feng Yu had killed more than half of the ghosts in Tengshi Mountain. After killing so many people, the Demon Slayer Corps people wouldn't want to kill me, but it was precisely because of me that these people escaped and successfully passed the final trial, but what a great harvest this time. Seeing that the number of knife swings on the system panel had reached more than 4.3 million, Feng Yu couldn't help but smile. Everyone who passed the final trial gathered in the square. Even though Feng Yu killed most of the ghosts, most of them died in this trial, leaving only a dozen people except Feng Yu. Feng Yu discovered that the person he had rescued from Tioni was not there either. He thought that he might have died after leaving him. What an unlucky guy. Chapter 16 Screening the Losers. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 16,313. Chapter 16 Screening the Losers. The sun rises in the mountains, the darkness fades, and the insects and birds begin to move. No matter how many times you watch the sunrise in times like this, it is always stunning. The sun rises from the mountains in the distance, and its warm light shines on every piece of land and every person who survives the disaster. Feng Yu closed his eyes, and a breath completely different from the breath of water circulated. But soon, his breathing was interrupted. I have a little understanding, but it's not enough. The breath of water in my body has become a hindrance. The transformation between the two is too difficult, and the breath of light and the breath of water are somewhat conflicting. No wonder when I was watching anime in my previous life, those pillars said that a person cannot have two breathing methods at the same time. It's not impossible, but because there is a layer of separation between the two breathing methods. If this layer of separation is not broken, it will also cause damage to yourself. Feng Yu touched the fox mask on his forehead and didn't know what he was thinking. Welcome back, the two siblings Yujiro Uyashiki said. Congratulations everyone, you're all fine. Then, what should we do next? Someone among the testers asked. First, distribute the team uniforms, measure everyone's size, and then engrave the ranks. There are 10 ranks in total, A, B, C, D, E, G, Zheng, Shin, Ren, and Kui. You are currently in the lowest class, the Aoi class. Feng Yu watched the lines being recited like a memorization, and felt a little bit grumpy in his heart. I wondered how these two siblings managed to keep their expressions unchanged, motionless, and didn't even blink for such a long time. Today I will ask you to choose the ball steel for forging the knife, but forging the knife will take 10 to 15 days. Before that, let me announce something. Due to the presence of some powerful team members in this trial, several are not qualified to pass the trial. After saying that, his eyes turned to Feng Yu. Upon seeing this, Feng Yu waved his hands and said that he was innocent. He just wanted to save more times and did not mean to save them. The next list I read is the people who failed the test: Ichiro Shika, Miko Nagashima. It ended after a total of 10 names were read. But those people below whose names were read exploded. Why? We have passed the 7-day survival test, why don't we pass? We are not convinced, a group of people said confidently. Everyone, this is all for your own good. You don't have the strength to pass the trial. Even if you pass this time, the later tasks will be very dangerous and you will still die at the hands of evil spirits. The two siblings, Ubuyashiki Yujiro, spoke up. Sure enough, most of the people fell silent after speaking. After all, what they saw and heard in the past 7 days scared them out of their wits. Even if it is the most common evil ghost, I don't have the strength to kill it, and I will watch my companions being killed and eaten by the evil ghost. If it hadn't been for a man who saved them, they wouldn't be standing here. Thinking of this, those people fell silent. After struggling with his own psychology, he left the square. But some people just refuse to accept it and think that they have the strength to survive. In this regard, the two brothers, Ubuyashiki Yujiro, ignored them and left them alone. When those few people saw that the Ubuyashiki brothers and sisters were ignoring them and were about to step forward to take action, Feng Yu moved and kicked them all out. Go away, you bunch of losers, I should have let the ghost eat you before killing the ghost, otherwise you wouldn't be here to dirty my eyes now. Feng Yu said calmly. Those who were kicked away looked at Feng Yu with fear in their eyes. They knew that Feng Yu was a ruthless person who could single-handedly challenge more than a dozen ghosts without causing any harm, so they had no choice but to give up and leave the place. Ubuyashiki Yujiro glanced at Feng Yu meaningfully, and then clapped his hands. The crows sounded in the sky. Then, a raven fell on the shoulders of everyone who had passed the trial. Feng Yu looked at the bird on his shoulder, and the bird was also looking at him. From now on, there will be crows following you. The two Ubuyashiki siblings spoke up. That's good. After the trial mission is completed, try to sign a contract with the crow, and then let Xiaobai and Xiaohei learn the breathing method of monster beasts. Feng Yu naturally named the eagle crow he had just met Xiaohei and arranged a happy life for him. The crow is mainly used for communication. Those who got the crow began to study the crow in front of them, teasing it from time to time, and touching its feathers. Then next, please choose a piece of ball steel to kill evil spirits and protect your own knife. You can choose the steel for forging the knife. Everyone came to the front of the ball steels of different sizes. How to choose this, I don't know how to choose. Yeah, I've never seen it before. Everyone has doubts in their hearts, not knowing which piece of ball steel to choose. Feng Yu didn't say anything, he just stepped forward and picked a piece of ball steel that he liked. When everyone saw Feng Yu's choice, they also started to choose, so everyone chose their own knives made of ball steel. Everyone has chosen the ball steel, and your knife will be delivered to you within 10 to 15 days. In this way, the final trial came to an end. Feng Yu's system was still being upgraded, but the sound of mission completion sounded. It's really troublesome to upgrade the system. I don't know how long it will take to complete the upgrade. Now the task is completed, but I can't get the reward. I still want to let Xiaobai learn the monster breathing method when I go back. We can only wait a little longer. Then Feng Yu set out on the road back to Samagiri Mountain in plain clothes. Demon Slayer Corps Headquarters. A crow came to Uyashiki Kagaya and informed him of the result of the trial. That's it. 16 people survived, but only 6 of them actually passed. It's really outstanding. I have more children. I don't know what kind of swordsman they will become. Kagaya smiled and touched the body of the bird, her white eyes looking into the distance. Compared to the previous life, Tanjiro was covered in injuries when he came back. If I compare it to myself, the difference is a bit big. Feng Yu touched his chin and thought to himself. I don't know how Tanjiro is doing now. I really look forward to the expression on the old man's face when he sees what I look like now. It must feel so good. As the sun set, Feng Yu walked slowly towards the direction of Sawu Mountain. It's just that even he himself doesn't know that his breathing is different at this moment. Chapter 17 Diligent Junior Brother Tanjiro. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 17,313. Chapter 17 Diligent Junior Brother Tanjiro. As soon as Feng Yu returned to the foot of Sawu Mountain, Xiaobai sensed it. Before he could go up the mountain, Xiaobai quickly ran down and knocked down Feng Yu. Ying ying ying. Xiaobai happily raised his head against Feng Yu. I haven't seen you for a few days. Xiaobai, you've gained weight again. Feng Yu touched Xiaobai's body and sighed. The various pills given by the system are really powerful. Not only did they improve Xiaobai's qualifications, they also made him grow so big through eating. Xiaobai, let's go. Feng Yu smiled and rode on Xiaobai. In this way, one person and one animal quickly arrived at the wooden house in the mountain. Approaching the wooden house, Feng Yu saw Lintaki Sakanji teaching Tanjiro at the door of the wooden house. Master Lintaki, I'm back. Feng Yu shouted. When Ningtaki Seigo heard Feng Yu's voice for the first time, he trembled all over and looked at the young man riding the giant white fox through the red Tengu mask with disbelief. At this moment, Feng Yu was illuminated by the dusk of the setting sun like a ray of light. It will be good if you come back, it will be good if you come back. Rintageous sighed in surprise for the first time. Senior brother Feng Yu, congratulations on successfully passing the final trial of the Demon Slayer Corps. Tanjiro said with a smile. After not seeing each other for a few days, Tanjiro had a lot of wounds on his body, and Feng Yu knew how badly Tanjiro had been tortured by Takashi Sato in the past few days. Eat this, junior brother. Feng Yu smiled and took out a healing pill from the system backpack and handed it to Tanjiro. Tanjiro was a little embarrassed and said, Brother, there's no need, these are just minor injuries. Tanjiro thought to himself that the injuries on his body were only insignificant, but he had seen the efficacy of the healing pill given by Feng Yu. It could save his life at a critical moment, and Ningtaki Sakanji also said that when Feng Yu passes, after the final trial, he will have to face those evil man-eating ghosts. The journey is destined to be restless. Moreover, Nintaki Seigo also informed him of the preciousness of the healing pill 2 days ago. So I can't accept it anymore. But Feng Yu didn't care, because in the past few days, he had received a few more healing pills from signing in and drawing. It could be said that the healing pills he currently had were enough. Besides, I have pills that are better than the healing pill, and this one is no less good. Take what senior brother gives you, I won't miss this one, and your sister Nezuko is still in a deep sleep. If she wakes up suddenly and is hungry, you can replenish her energy. Feng Yu said with a smile. Then, I'll accept it, thank you, senior brother Feng Yu. Feng Yu smiled and took out a small box, sealed it and gave it to Tanjiro. After Tanjiro got it, he carefully put it away, planning to give it to his sister Nezuko after she woke up. But what he didn't know was that the box Feng Yu gave him contained several healing pills. You, keep some for yourself, Tanjiro is not in any danger now. Lin Takazeo saw Feng Yu's manipulation for the first time and pretended to be angry. Okay, come into the house quickly. Ningtaki saw recently called Feng Yu into the house, but Tanjiro entered the house and put down the elixir box before running to the mountains for daily training. Master Lintaki, my junior brother is very diligent. Looking at Tanjiro's back as he walked out, he remembered that he was like this at the beginning, climbing up the mountain in the dark. It seems that this trial is very easy for you. Lintaki Sakanji looked at Feng Yu's clean and complete clothes and said. Well, fortunately, those ghosts are not very powerful, except for one of them. And that one said he knew you. Then Fuyu told Rintagaki Sakanji what happened in the trial, but omitted some of the secrets. Really, it turns out you killed the alien ghost. Yes, it's finally over, Nintaki Sakanji sighed and said. Feng Yu could feel that Lintaki Sakanji seemed to be mentally liberated at this moment. It's great to have you back. The bonfire in front of him made a crackling sound, and the warm flames illuminated the red Tengu mask of Nintaki Sakanji. There are several types of ghosts. Ghosts with alien shapes can use a technique called blood ghost technique. You will definitely fight this kind of ghost in the future. The battle with this kind of ghost will be more difficult than the battle so far. However, Feng Yu, you will definitely succeed. You are the most genius among the disciples I teach. Ningtaki Sakanji looked at Feng Yu and said, Thank you, Master Lintaki. Feng Yu replied, By the way, I asked people at the headquarters to study the healing pill you gave me last time. I believe the results will be available soon. By then, the swordsmen of the Demon Slayer Corps will be safe when dealing with evil spirits. The master and apprentice were chatting beside the fire, but Tanjiro on Mount Samagiri was complaining repeatedly. At this time, the weather on the mountain was cold and the fog was heavy. Because of Feng Yu, Lintaki had recently readjusted the trial traps on the mountain, making it twice as difficult. After a night of training, Tanjiro dragged his exhausted body back to the cabin. Ningtaki Sakanji would immediately apply medicine to Tanjiro. When Feng Yu saw this, he sighed. I didn't seem so miserable at the time. But Nezuko is really cute. She looks like a sleeping beauty. The flesh on her face is soft, so cute. Feng Yu took a special look at Nezuko last night and found that there was no movement at all while sleeping, so he pinched her face. Soft and cute, but that's all. After all, Feng Yu guessed that if he really killed Kibutsuji, then he would probably not stay in this world by then. If you show mercy to the female characters in this world like the protagonists in previous novels, then it will be a harm to these people when you leave this world. In Feng Yu's eyes, this world is a living world of flesh and blood, a real world. They risk their lives to protect themselves and others, which is worthy of respect. Not to mention, women only affect my knife swing speed. Kintaki Sakanji also explained Nezuko's situation to Fuaha. It shows that because Nezuko has never eaten anyone, her body lacks energy, so she fell into a deep sleep to recover her strength. Everything is on track. Rest at sunrise. Feng Yu climbs to the highest point of Sawu Mountain every day to watch the sunrise and sunset. My understanding of the breath of light is getting deeper and deeper. Chapter 18 The Mystery of Monster Breathing Method. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 18313. Chapter 18 The Mystery of Monster Breathing Method. In the next few days, Feng Yu practiced the number of swings of his sword as usual, and at the same time asked Ningtaki Sakanji where he could learn martial arts. But what disappoints Feng Yu was that Lintaki Sakanji said that he has never encountered a more powerful martial arts gym, only some small ones. Because the world is developing rapidly and guns and ammunition are increasing day by day, the era of punching and kicking has passed. There are quite a few martial arts schools that only practice swordsmanship. It's just that Feng Yu feels that his sword skills are already great now. If he continues to learn other sword skills, it probably won't improve his strength much. All we can say is that we will wait and see what the situation of Wanwu Mall will be like after the system is upgraded. Finally, on the 8th day after Feng Yu returned to Samagiri Mountain, the system upgrade completed notification finally sounded. Ding! The system has been upgraded successfully, and the first level everything mall has been opened, please check carefully. When the host opens the system for the first time, 10 types of rare and above quality items will be rewarded. Introduction to the mall of all things, you can use the number of sword swings to purchase products. The products are refreshed once a month, and there is a probability that rare, epic, and legendary products will be refreshed. Character: Nakagawa Fuyu. Number of swings: 4,357,800. Breathing methods: breathing of water, Dacheng, breathing of light, uncomprehended. Martial arts: sword skills, Dacheng, physical strengthening techniques, Dacheng. Physique: immortal physique. Pet: Xiaobai, white fox, not yet awakened. Mission 1: kill the king of ghosts, Oni Washi Mubai. Introduction: Ghost King Kibutsuji is the beginning of everything in this world. Kill him to end this source of evil. Rewards: number of knife swings 1000 W, designated world travel 1, mysterious gift package 1. Status: unfinished. Mission 2: pass the final trial. Introduction: a qualified ghost hunter can only become a qualified ghost hunter after he or she emerges from a humble background and shows his talents. He must pass the final trial. Rewards: new system functions, 1 million knife swings, monster breathing method. Status: complete. Chain mission: kill evil spirits. Introduction: after sunset, endless evil ghosts start hunting. You are a human, go and kill all the evil ghosts. Reward: unknown, depends on the percentage of completion, the higher the completion, the higher the reward. Status: 0.3%. In the past few days, Feng Yu has been practicing the number of sword swings every day, and has also gained a lot of sword swings. The task of the final trial has also been shown as completed, and the reward of the task was randomly received. The number of sword swings instantly reached more than 5.3 million, and at the same time, a golden monster breathing method appeared in the system's backpack space. Is this the monster breathing method? Xiaobai, I didn't expect it to be so easy to use. Xiaobai, come here. Feng Yu called Xiaobai to come to his side, then took out the monster breathing technique, put it on Xiaobai's forehead and slowly integrated it into Xiaobai's head. Xiaobai watched in shock as his master put his hand on his head, and then a large amount of knowledge suddenly appeared in his head. Feng Yu felt that Xiaobai's breathing changed instantly. A breathing melody similar to human breathing appeared on Xiaobai's body, but it was different from human breathing. It's amazing, my novice, succeeded in just one try. Seeing that Xiaobai had successfully mastered the monster breathing technique, Feng Yu also smiled happily. After all, the monster breathing technique has a prerequisite, which is that it can only be used 3 times. After 3 times, it will become invalid regardless of whether it is understood or not. Then next is Xiaohei, but now Xiaohei doesn't know where he ran away. It's really troublesome not having a contract. Feng Yu secretly said, Ding, congratulations on the successful awakening of your pet white fox, please check the attributes. Has Xiaobai's property panel been created independently? Feng Yu hurriedly checked Xiaobai's overall situation. Name: Xiaobai. Race: white fox. Divinity value: 0.00000001. Owner: Feng Yu. Kung Fu. Monster breathing technique introduction can be improved. Awakening: telekinesis, charm, body shape control. Introduction: this was originally just an ordinary little white fox, but it possessed a hint of divinity. It's amazing. I didn't expect Xiaobai to be so powerful. Not only did he awaken his telekinesis and charm, but most importantly, he also had the ability to control his body shape. Then he can take Xiaobai with him when he goes on missions in the future. I don't know if Xiaohei can also control his body shape if he awakens. If it were possible, wouldn't it be great to have both land and air mounts, and go out? Feng Yu had already begun to imagine that he would ride Xiaobai on the ground and Xiaohei in the sky. After all, every man's dream is to go to heaven once. But Xiaobai can also use Krypton Gold to become stronger. It's just that I, the master, have to spend Krypton Gold. It's really a bit of a trap. It seems that I will still have to work hard to earn money to support my family. When I thought about contracting Xiaohei and having 2 pets waiting for food behind me, I felt dizzy. Why don't you give Xiaobai some Krypton Gold? Forget it, let's take a look at the Wanwu Mall first. It would be a disaster if you give money to Xiaobai and don't have enough money for what you like. Then Feng Yu opened the Wanwu Mall. The mall is just like the small mall in previous online games, with only 30 stalls, and the top ones are the 10 rare and above products rewarded by the system. There is only 1 epic item, and the other 9 are all rare. This is too confusing, but there is something I urgently need right now. That's it, 500,000 is fine. After clicking to purchase, Feng Yu's mind immediately flooded with a lot of knowledge. The movement technique, Fengpao Yuyan technique, is good, very good. This makes up for my lack of speed. Wind swallow technique. When you practice it to perfection, you can be as fast as a swift and can walk on the wind. This golden body training technique is also good. After practicing it to a great extent, a golden film will form on the outside, making it invulnerable. It will improve my defense. Buy it. This 5 tiger fist is not bad. It is the ultimate martial art. When you practice to the stage of Dacheng, a stream of inner energy is formed in the body to protect the meridians. One punch can withstand the power of the 5 tigers. These rare items only require 500,000 sword swings per piece, but after buying them, you also need to increase the number of sword swings or practice by yourself. But Feng Yu said, who would be a serious person to practice? Isn't Krypton gold worth it? The rare skills purchased at this time cost a total of 1.5 million sword swings, and they have all been mastered, and all of them have fonts that can be improved. Looking at the remaining 3.8 million sword swings on his panel, he set his sights on the only epic item. Chapter 19 Epic Item Spiritual Power Secret Technique. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 19,313. Chapter 19 Epic Item Spiritual Power Secret Technique. The epic sweatshirt item in the Wanwu Mall, Secret of Spiritual Power. Hiss, it actually sells for 3 million sword swings. Feng Yu fell into deep thought as he saw that he only had more than 3.8 million sword swings left. Now that defense, speed, and attack have been integrated, the spiritual secret technique is like nectar in the hot desert to me, so buy it. Don't miss it if you don't miss it. If you miss it, it's gone. There are still more than 800,000 sword swings left. You can improve your speed first. After all, the effects of physical fitness and ageless physique are enough for me at the moment. Then Feng Yu clicked on the purchase with excitement, and in an instant the balance of the number of swings on the panel became more than 800,000. This is really a return to before liberation. From now on, I really have to make money to support my family. Now Feng Yu couldn't wait to raise the big knife in his hand and sharpen it towards the evil ghost. Oh, it would be nice if there were more final trials like this. It wouldn't be like reaching the pinnacle of life in a matter of minutes, defeating 12 Kazuki, or even Kibutsuji. If the people in the Demon Slayer Corps knew Feng Yu's thoughts, they would really want to strip him naked, hang him up and beat him. Because of this trial, Feng Yu killed most of the demons. There was a serious shortage of demons in the trial, and the final assessment was postponed for one session. Demon Slayer Corps members went out to capture ordinary demons to fill the gap, but a certain people are not aware of it yet. Mental Power Secret Technique. Improve mental power through meditation, which can resist mental power attacks. After reaching great success, mental power will take shape, and there will seem to be unexpected surprises. It's another skill that's just waiting to be fed, and it doesn't have an improvement tail like the other 3 rare skills. I don't know how much it will take to improve, but the effect is quite good. Feng Yu felt that after obtaining this secret technique to improve his mental power, he became more energetic, and his head seemed to be a little brighter. Is this still a secret technique that can improve my IQ? Feng Yu thought. It's just that Feng Yu thought wrong. This is just a special effect brought about by the improvement of mental power. Practice of Kung Fu is troublesome. Now you have to practice every day to earn more sword swings. If you practice Kung Fu, it's not worth the gain. Fortunately, this magical skill can be improved while sleeping, so there is no need to spend money on it. Quote, so the only things that need Krypton Gold now are the Krypton Gold for the skills and the Krypton Gold for Xiaobai and later Xiaohei. Forget it, let's improve my own strength first, so that I can earn more sword swings faster. Feng Yu gave up his plan to improve Xiaobai's monster breathing method. After all, if his strength improved, he would be able to kill powerful evil spirits better. This way the benefits will be greater. Thinking of this, Feng Yu immediately clicked on Fengpao Yuyan technique. Promote to Dacheng. In an instant, countless knowledge appeared in Feng Yu's mind. This is here. I turned into a swallow. Feng Yu looked at the 100-meter cliff below his feet in surprise. It was already pouring with rain. No, this is a third-person perspective, but you can still feel the swallow's mood, demeanor, and movements. Suddenly, the swallow possessed by Feng Yu flew down, and its small body flew in the air with the help of the wind without being affected by the heavy rain. At this moment, Feng Yu understood clearly that this was the secret of Fengpao Yuyan's technique. Borrow the power of the wind. After a while, Feng Yu opened his eyes, jumped up, and stepped in the air, and his speed was 3 times that of before. Feng Yu looked at the grass and trees under his feet, without any help from any entity, just walking on the wind. Although it cannot reach a very high height and stop in midair, it is very handsome. Those who didn't know it thought Feng Yu could fly. Very good, very good. This is really a system product, a must-have product. Feng Yu landed slowly, admiring the effect of the Fengpao Yuyan technique. It's just that the number of swings is not enough. There are only more than 100,000 swings left. I can still improve my skills to a refined level. Do you want to improve? Or, Feng Yu looked at the lottery next to the system. Although there is a free lottery every day, it is only the 10 consecutive free draws that I have used before. Those lottery items are quite good, like healing pills. Or go to the Wanwu Mall to buy those ordinary goods. Feng Yu is in a bit of a dilemma. His defense is already enough. There is no need to upgrade the golden body forging technique and 5 tiger fist for the time being. When buying ordinary products at the Wanwu Mall, the minimum number of swings is 10,000, and most of them are healing pills. Not much, but the lottery here is different. There is uncertainty. There is no guarantee that the golden legend will be drawn if the European emperor is possessed. Okay, let's draw a lottery. Give me 10 draws in a row and get a golden legend. Feng Yu shouted. Congratulations on receiving 5 healing pills, 2 energy pills, 2 Wielding spicy tiao, and 1 10,000 poison pills. Huh, has it been shipped? Energy pill, and detoxification pill. Energy pill, replenish physical strength. Jiayu Dan, detoxification. Good guy, I call you good guy. This introduction really does what the name suggests. But it's not bad, keep it for later use. Then he took out the spicy strips and started eating them. Wow, it's still the familiar smell. Xiaobai, would you like some spicy root noodles? Feng Yu said with a smile. Ying, since Xiaobai's awakening, the spirituality in his eyes has become higher and higher. Smelling the spicy sticks in Feng Yu's hand, spicy sticks flowed from the corner of his mouth involuntarily. Hey, Xiaobai yelled after eating the spicy strips, and then spun around in circles happily, which immediately startled Feng Yu. Are you so surprised? It seems that this is another creature conquered by Le Tiao. A pack of spicy strips was quickly divided between Feng Yu and Xiaobai, and the smell was still filling the air at this moment. If the children next door smell it, they will probably cry. Okay, it's time to make money. Feng Yu stood up, picked up the knife and started practicing. And every swing of the sword can bring 10 benefits to Feng Yu. Rest at sunset. Feng Yu began to practice the secret technique of spiritual power. Time also passed little by little. Feng Yu's mental power was also constantly improving, and Xiaobai also relied on the monster breathing method to continuously increase his strength. Because it knows that only when it is strong can it help its master. Until the 13th day, the Nichirin sword belonging to Feng Yu has arrived. Chapter 20 Green Knife. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 2313th. Chapter 20 Green Knife. In the afternoon of this day, Feng Yu practiced swinging his sword in front of the wooden house. Dingling bell, jingle bell. Feng Yu heard the sound of the bell, and it got closer and closer. He turned around and saw a man wearing a bamboo hat and a red fireman's mask walking slowly over. Steel Mound Hotaru. Then that means my Nichirin sword has arrived. Feng Yu felt a little excited. After all, after waiting for so many days, his own sun blade finally arrived. When I watched the anime in my previous life, I couldn't tell how Tanjiro's color changed when he got the knife, but when I experienced it myself, I understood that the excitement was beyond the surface. Feng Yu also wanted to know what color his Nichirin sword was. He knows that in this world, color represents a person's breathing method. At this time, he has the breath of water and the breath of light that he has not yet understood, and he doesn't know what color will appear. Hello, who are you? Feng Yu calmed down his excitement and asked, pretending not to recognize him. My name is Iron Tomb. I forged Nakagawa Feng Yu's sword and sent it to him. Iron Tomb said, thank you. I am Nakagawa Fuyu. My master Lintaki Sakanji is inside. Please come inside. Feng Yu invited him into the house, but, this is the Nichirin sword. It was forged by me. The raw materials of the Nichirin sword are taken from the mountains closest to the sun, scarlet sand iron and scarlet ore. The iron that absorbs sunlight is made from them. The Iron Tomb was minding its own business, pointing at the sun and saying, Sunshine Mountain is sunny all year round, without rain. Feng Yu holds his forehead. Why do these people have such personalities? In the house, Ninataki Sajanji listened to the introduction of the Nichirin sword at the steel tomb outside and thought to himself, he is still the same as before, not listening to what others say. Mr. Steel Tomb, in short, let's go inside first. Feng Yu interrupted him. Sudden, Iron Tomb approached Feng Yu and carefully took a look at Feng Yu's appearance. Black hair, relatively tall height, plain and featureless. Looking at the fireman's mask that was only a punch away from him, Feng Yu couldn't help but take a few steps back. There are so many weird masks from this small island country. Feng Yu complained in his heart. On the other hand, Tanjiro passed by and caught the Iron Tomb's attention. You are the son of Hijou. This is really auspicious. I didn't expect there would be an unexpected surprise. Hello, I am Tanjiro and Aoi's son. Tanjiro said sincerely. That's not what I meant. Your hair and eyes are both red. Families who work in fire-related industries occasionally give birth to such children. This is auspicious, so I am happy. Iron Tomb poked Tanjiro's face with his hand. Tanjiro was confused and had to turn his eyes to Feng Yu for help. Feng Yu saw that he turned his face away when he asked for help, and for some reason he felt a little happy in his heart. That's right, I don't even know. Tanjiro smiled reluctantly. Boy, I hope that after you pass the final trial, I will personally deliver the sword to you, so that you may be able to see the scarlet sword, don't you think so, Lintaki? Iron Tomb shouted into the room. Then everyone entered the room and sat down cross-legged. Congratulations, Lintaki, for accepting so many talented disciples. I heard that this kid Nakagawa Fuyu killed more than half of the ghosts in Fujishi Mountain. Now the entire headquarters is asking the team members to arrest them. New ghosts coming up the mountain. And this child, the son of Hajuo. Iron Tomb slowly took out the Nichirin knife from the wooden box and handed it to Feng Yu's hand. The handle of the knife is dotted with red and black scabbard, and Feng Yu can't wait to draw the knife out. Come on, pull it out quickly, let me see what color the genius sword is that can stop the final trial for one term. Iron Tomb twisted his hands to signal Feng Yu to quickly pull out the knife. The Nichirin sword, also known as the color-changing sword, changes color depending on the owner. Feng Yu nodded and pulled out the knife. I saw that the originally silver blade slowly turned green. Feng Yu didn't know what to say. The color was a bit embarrassing. Is it true that if you live a good life, you must have a little green on your body? Green, so pure green, Iron Tomb said disappointedly. Feng Yu was also a little helpless. He thought his sword would be blue, but unexpectedly it turned into green. Could it be that the blue neutralized the yellow, so it turned green? Feng Yu thought. Nintaki Sato didn't show any expression this time, but the Iron Tomb next to him was extremely disappointed. Then he looked at Tanjiro beside him. At this time, Tanjiro was still immersed in the magical scene in front of him, his mouth opened wide, and he could not calm down for a long time. The color has really changed, senior brother Feng Yu is so powerful. Tanjiro didn't quite understand the meaning of the green sword, but he was sincerely happy for Feng Yu. When can I have my own Nichirin sword? Tanjiro sighed. Seeing Tanjiro's envious eyes, Iron Tomb said angrily, Son of Hujuo, you must pass the final trial, and I will personally send you a sword. Thank you Mr. Steel Tomb, I will definitely work hard. Tanjiro replied. Then Iron Tomb turned to Feng Yu and shouted, Hey, Nakagawa Feng Yu boy, if I find that your Nichirin sword is damaged, I will definitely not let you go. Remember this. Well, I'll pay attention. Feng Yu replied. Just like that, Steel Mound and Nintaki Sakanji left after greeting each other for a while. When leaving, he specifically told Tanjiro to pass the final trial. Tanjiro was a little afraid of him at this time. Senior brother Feng Yu, I feel like this person is so strange. Tanjiro sighed, but I'm also looking forward to what color my Nichirin sword will be. As the sun set, everyone bid farewell to the Steel Tomb. Tanjiro went to train as usual, while Feng Yu carefully inspected his green Nichirin sword. Not to mention, this green Nichirin sword is quite beautiful. I guess I am the only one who has this green Nichirin sword. Pretty good. Ying ying ying. Xiaobai felt Feng Yu's heart and began to feel happy. At this time, Xiaobai has mastered the skill of controlling the divine form. Under the dusk, the figure of one person and one fox touched the heart of Nintaki Sakanji. Well, if those children had not been killed, maybe the color of their Nichirin swords would have been just as amazing. It seemed as if sand had blown into Sakanji's eyes, which made them a little moist. Chapter 21 The mission begins. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 21 313. Chapter 21 The mission begins. It has been 14 days since Feng Yu passed the final trial. This morning, Feng Yu begins to teach Tanjiro sword skills. After all, he also knew that he would probably have to leave here for a long time to complete the tasks assigned by the Demon Slayer Corps. If you want to come back then, you probably won't have time. Feng Yu still has a good impression of the protagonist Tanjiro. Although there are some things that are too holy, they each have their own personalities. Feng Yu would not look into it further, he would just fulfill his duty as a senior brother. It can be regarded as sharing some work for Nintaki Seigo. Tanjiro, you are applying force in the wrong place, it should be like this, where you are holding the knife. The standing posture is also wrong, the lower body is unstable, the force is insufficient, the back is straight. Too stupid, look at me like this, grab my point of strength. Feng Yu corrected Tanjiro's posture for a while and then asked Tanjiro to readjust it. While demonstrating for Tanjiro, I found out Tanjiro's mistakes. I didn't expect that teaching people would be so tiring, and the more I teach him, the angrier he becomes. I wish I could beat him up myself. Seeing that Tanjiro's movements were wrong again, Feng Yu also had blue veins bulging on his forehead and his expression became ferocious. It doesn't seem like a bad thing to beat him. It can also make him remember better. And with the medicine applied by the master, he will recover quickly. But Master Lintaki, Feng Yu turned his head and looked at Nintaki Sakanji. Kintaki Sakanji also knew what Feng Yu was thinking, so he had no choice but to look at Tanjiro and sigh, then pretended not to see it. But I was thinking, finally someone understands the hard work of the trainer. When Feng Yu saw this, his face showed an increasingly ferocious expression. Tanjiro, who was practicing, couldn't help feeling the coldness on his back and shuddered. Danger, there's danger. Tanjiro looked around cautiously, but only Feng Yu, who was holding a stick in his hand, was walking towards him with a smile. Senior brother Feng Yu, what are you doing? Tanjiro seemed to sense that there was a knife hidden in Feng Yu's smile, and couldn't help but speak. Junior brother Tanjiro, it's not my fault. I came here the same way at the beginning, that's why I made such rapid progress, hehehe. Seeing Feng Yu getting closer and closer to him, he shouted, Master Linlong, help me, senior brother Feng Yu is going to kill someone. Hey, scream, no one will save you even if your throat is broken, be good, senior brother is doing this for your own good, and this is the rule of our lineage. Feng Yu felt much better when he saw Tanjiro begging for mercy, but he would not let go of punishing Tanjiro easily. That's all. Half day, full half day. Tanjiro's screams could be heard throughout Mount Saguro. The last time Nintaki Sato was in the cabin, he simply took a cotton earplug and stuffed it into his ear. He kept saying, I can't hear, I can't see. But after half a day of torture, the effect was very good. Tanjiro saw that he was more attentive to the practice and his concentration was also on the practice. Well, that's right, junior brother, it would have been better if you had done this earlier. You have to let me treat you like this. Look at the purple and red patches on your body. It makes senior brother feel a little distressed. Quote. Feng Yu said with a smile. Anyway, this is what Takashi taught you when he taught you recently. Geniuses emerge from under sticks. It's not like I have a golden finger that can fly to heaven with one click. If I didn't have a golden finger, I probably would have gone through the same thing as you now. Devastated, but I have no complaints. After all, this is a dangerous world. Feng Yu sighed. Although the attack is a bit harsh, the effect is very good. Rather than letting Tanjiro be in danger when he goes on missions in the future, it is better to make him stronger now and be less injured when facing those powerful ghosts. When I was watching anime in my previous life, every time Tanjiro went on a mission, he was always injured. Moreover, before the wounds on his body healed, he would go to the next mission, adding more injuries to his injuries. Even the great goddess had to hold back his internal injuries. Tanjiro, you blame me. Feng Yu shouted sharply. Brother, I don't blame you, I know you are doing it for my own good. Tanjiro said breathlessly. Very good, Tanjiro, you have to remember in the coming days that no matter how seriously injured you are here, you will not lose your life. But when you leave here, as long as your strength is lower than that of the evil ghost, or if you make a move, you will not lose your life. If you make a mistake, your life will be waiting for you. You have to think about your sister and what you hope for in your heart. Listening to Feng Yu's words, Tanjiro fell into deep thought. My wish is, for Nezuko to return to adulthood. Yes, my hope is to make Nezuko return to adulthood. Tanjiro shouted. Very well, you must always remember this expectation, but you are still very weak now, so you must be strict with yourself and be ruthless to yourself, otherwise you may not see the day when your sister returns to adulthood. Got it, Feng Yu said. No, Tanjiro shouted that in the past few days since Feng Yu came back, Rin-Taki Sakanji has been focusing on Feng Yu, so much so that he has become a bit lazy in training. At this moment, Tanjiro was also a little ashamed, gritted his teeth and practiced more diligently. When Feng Yu saw Tanjiro like this, he also understood that this was a return to the state of his previous life. Then he entered the room and sat cross-legged next to Rin-Taki Sakanji. This kid Tanjiro has really been a little slack these days. You did a great job. Rin-Taki Sakanji spoke. Well, this can be regarded as something I did for you before I went on a mission. Feng Yu replied. A ghost slayer who carries ghosts will definitely be in danger and not be recognized along the way. Feng Yu, I hope that when that time comes, I hope you can help him and don't let this kind-hearted child lose his heart. I will, Master Rin-Taki. Feng Yu looked at the figures practicing hard outside and nodded. That's good, that's good. Rin-Taki Sakanji sighed. Just like that, the two fell into silence. At this time, wow, the crow sounds. Then Xiaohei of the Eagle Crow flew into the wooden house and shouted to Feng Yu. Zongchuan Feng Yu, now give an order to go to the small town in the southeast. There are people disappearing there. People disappear every day. Find out the ghosts lurking in the town. Kill him, Nakagawa Feng Yu, please be careful. This is your first job as a ghost hunter. Feng Yu nodded and tightened the Nichirin sword in his hand, but Rin-Taki Sakanji fell silent. But at this time, Feng Yu's system made a sound. Chapter 22 Contract Xiaohei. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 22-313. Chapter 22 Contract Xiaohei. The material of this team uniform is good, and it feels quite comfortable. Feng Yu took out the Demon Slayer core uniform that was given and put it on and said. Then he put on a silver-white kimono made of the same good material. In an instant, Feng Yu's already handsome face was accentuated by a polite and aristocratic temperament. Feng Yu, you are wearing the Demon Slayer core uniform now. It is made of special fiber. It is breathable, waterproof and fire-resistant. Even the claws and teeth of weak devils cannot tear this uniform. Rin-Taki Sakanji said to Feng Yu seriously. No wonder when I was watching anime in my previous life, the fight scenes were so intense that my clothes didn't even get torn. It turned out that the material was so powerful. If it were placed in the previous life, this kind of material could probably be applied in other fields. Feng Yu said while touching the team uniform. Then, the Nichirin sword you hold will change color depending on the owner. Different colors have different properties, but the green Nichirin sword is also good. Feng Yu looked at his frightening green sun blade, and the corners of his mouth kept twitching. You are the most talented genius I have ever seen. This is your first mission. You must pay attention to safety and always remember that you are a ghost slayer. Don't give up your identity as a human being. Yeah, I got it. Feng Yu replied calmly. By the way, take this with you. I guess you will also take Xiaobai with you. Rin-Taki Sato recently took out a wooden box, which was like a popular pet bag in his previous life. It could accommodate Xiaobai's smaller body and allow him to see the outside scenery at any time. Master Rin-Taki, you are so amazing, you can even make such a thing. Feng Yu picked up the box, examined it carefully, and praised it. Okay, Master Rin-Taki, it's time for me to set off. Otherwise, if I stay for another minute, someone may be lost in the hands of the ghost. Feng Yu carried the box on his back, picked up Xiaobai and put it inside, then picked up the Sun Lune knife and walked towards the outside of the wooden house. Rin-Taki Sakanji and Tanjiro also came out to say goodbye, etc. Rin-Taki Zuo Jinchi called Feng Yu, came to him, tidied up his appearance, and then nodded. Be sure to pay attention to safety. Master Rin-Taki, I can do it. Feng Yu felt Lin Takizuo's concern for him recently and nodded in agreement. Senior brother Feng Yu, please pay attention to safety along the way, we will all be here waiting for you to come back. Tanjiro ran forward and hugged Feng Yu and said, okay, but you have to work harder. Feng Yu smiled and patted Tanjiro on the shoulder, then set off. May Mr. Feng Yu have a prosperous military fortune. After leaving Samagiri Mountain, Feng Yu suddenly felt a little bit reluctant in his heart. After all, I have lived with them for more than a year. Feng Yu sighed. Xiaobai in the wooden box seemed to sense Feng Yu's somewhat depressed mood. He climbed out of the wooden box and came to Feng Yu's shoulder, cupped Feng Yu's cheek with his head, and then licked his face. Seems to be saying, don't be unhappy, the master still has me. Okay, I know, I'm just sighing. It's been almost 2 years since I came to this world, and I've discovered that when people grow up, the most common thing is separation. But luckily I have you now. Feng Yu smiled and touched Xiaobai's head, then set his sights on Xiaohei, the crow flying freely in the sky. Xiaohei, come down here. I have something to tell you. Feng Yu called Xiaohei down. But Xiaohei was a little afraid to go down, and was a little afraid of Xiaobai, but he still suppressed the fear in his heart, flew in front of Feng Yu and shouted, wow. Nakagawa Feng Yu, what's the matter? Feng Yu raised the corner of his mouth. Want to eat this? A marrow cleansing pill appeared in Feng Yu's hand. Xiaohei smelled the fragrance of the marrow cleansing pill and stared at it. Just when Xiaohei was about to eat the marrow cleansing pill, Feng Yu appeared in his other hand with a pet contract, and then quickly bound Xiaohei into a pet. Wow, Nakagawa Feng Yu, what did you do to me? Xiaohei shouted. It's okay, Xiaohei, these are all yours. Feng Yu took out 5 marrow cleansing pills and placed them in front of it. Xiaohei couldn't help but swallow his saliva. The marrow cleansing pill not only smelled attractive, but also attracted the primitive desire in Xiaohei's body. There is always a voice in the heart urging it to take these marrow cleansing pills quickly. Xiaohei was struggling in his heart, and his original vigilance towards Feng Yu gradually disappeared with the entrance of the marrow cleansing pill. Feng Yu, master, Xiaohei still wants. After eating the marrow cleansing pill, Xiaohei grew in size at a speed visible to the naked eye, and his claws and sharp beak also became more aggressive. Yes, it seems that the contract has worked. Feng Yu thought, there's no rush, you need to digest it today and fully absorb the effects of the marrow cleansing pill. Then I checked Xiaohei's introduction. Name, Xiaohei. Race, crow. Talent, discerning direction, speaking people's words. Introduction. This is a highly intelligent crow cultivated by a special organization. I guess every crow has this talent. Looking at Xiaohei, who had become as big as a falcon, he couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. It's a bit small. I took 5 marrow cleansing pills to become so small. You can't even carry me. How about using the monster breathing technique now? Feng Yu thought about it and decided not to use it yet. After all, there were only 2 chances left for the monster breathing technique. If it didn't work for Xiaohei now, he would be in big trouble. Feng Yu thinks it will be used by Xiaohei tomorrow. Okay, Xiaohei and Xiaobai, you will be companions from now on. Xiaobai, you can also teach the breathing method of the little black monster to make it familiar with it in advance. Xiaobai nodded, and then a crow and a white fox began to call and whisper to each other. Ying, wow, ... What a pair of treasures. But it's okay, this way the journey won't be boring. In this way, Feng Yu followed the direction pointed by Xiaohei and came to the small town. As soon as I arrived in the small town, Feng Yu felt that the people here seemed a little different. There is a little bit of lifelessness. Although the streets are very lively now, they are not alive. There is a kind of sadness in the air. It seems like there are a lot of eyes looking at me. Could it be that ghost? Feng Yu thought to himself. There are many flowers that can be seen in this small town. Feng Yu doesn't know what kind of flowers they are, but it can be seen that people seem to like this kind of flowers very much, and every household is planting them. Sudden, a little boy rushed out of the crowd and bumped into Feng Yu. Brother, hurry, go, or you will become like them. The little boy was dirty and was about to leave. It's okay, just tell me if you saw something. Don't worry, I'm just here to get rid of that thing. Feng Yu said slowly. Really, big brother, are you really here to kill that man-eating monster? The little boy asked in surprise. Well, but you have to tell me what happened here, so that I can think of a good way to kill that man-eating monster. Brother, then come to my house. The little boy led Feng Yu to his home. Along the way, they were all filled with the scent of flowers, and Feng Yu seemed to have some answers in his heart. Chapter 24 Demonic Flower Ghost, Haneziko. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 24 313. Chapter 24 Demonic Flower Ghost, Haneziko. The little boy had a frightened expression on his face and said tremblingly, Big brother, they are coming, they are going to take me and my father to that monster. Eden, big brother, what should I do? Don't be afraid, just trust me. Feng Yu said calmly. Bang, the door was opened. A group of dull-looking people came in first. It was obvious that these people were confused. Subsequently, a man who was extravagantly dressed but extremely ugly came in. The man's face was covered with purple abscesses, and his skinny body almost made Feng Yu think he was a ghost. This family does not respect the god of flowers. Take them away, take them all away, and take them to be baptized by the god of flowers. the man said with difficulty in a hoarse voice. Then the group of people who had been deceived began to attack Feng Yu and others. No. No. Let go of me and father, you have all been deceived by this person, wake up. Big brother, save my father. Seeing his sleeping father being carried out of the room by those people, the little boy yelled at Feng Yu at the top of his lungs. But at this moment, Feng Yu didn't move much, letting those people put ropes on him. Instead of me taking the initiative to find the ghost, I might as well let the ghost come to me. Feng Yu thought, so the three of them were tied up and carried away. Along the way, Feng Yu saw that both sides of the original street were full of people. Their expressions were equally dull, expressionless from time to time, and crazy from time to time. This ghost is quite capable. It's like 12 Kazuki Doma. As this ghost related to Doma, it's not impossible. Both Feng Yu and the little boy had something stuffed in their mouths, so the little boy could only look at Feng Yu with tears in his eyes, hoping that Feng Yu could do a miracle and save him and his father. It's over. It's over. This man can't save his father at all. If I had known better, I shouldn't have involved him. Quote, sorry. The little boy saw that Feng Yu, like himself, was tied up and carried away without resistance by these people who had lost their minds, and his heart was full of guilt. As if aware of the little boy's guilt, Feng Yu smiled slightly and said there was no need to worry. But in the eyes of the little boy, it means something else. This big brother tried to comfort me before he died. Such a kind person. How could I harm him? Feng Yu didn't know this. Now he just wanted to see the ghost as soon as possible. After all, he looked very embarrassed while being tied up. Although he could easily untie the rope, Feng Yu had to endure it silently in order not to scare away the ghost. Finally, Feng Yu and the others were carried to a dilapidated temple in the mountains, and then they were thrown heavily to the ground by those people. Feng Yu was fine, but the little boy let out a muffled groan. Lord Flower God, tonight's disrespectful people have been brought here. Your lovely believers should leave first and not disturb the cleanliness of Lord Flower God. The ugly man at the head kneeled on the ground and said respectfully. Then Feng Yu discovered that a coquettish red flower appeared in front of the man. Then the man said respectfully, then let's leave first, Lord Flower God. Then those people left in a hurry, leaving only Feng Yu and the three of them on the ground. Is it coming? Feng Yu thought to himself, and at the same time, he exerted some force on his hands, ready to attack at any time. But there was no movement after a while, which made Feng Yu wonder what this ghost was about. Are you still not hungry? But Feng Yu knew that this did not exist. It must be because this ghost recognized that he was from the Demon Slayer Corps, so he was very wary. After a while, Feng Yu suddenly discovered that there was a floral fragrance in the air. Feng Yu frowned. He found that he seemed to have no influence, but the little boy next to him had fallen into a deep sleep. Hypnosis. Feng Yu thought. Then this means you are coming, right? Feng Yu's face began to turn cold, and then he began to control his breathing and pretend to fall into a deep sleep. The ruined temple instantly fell into silence, but after a while, Feng Yu still didn't see the ghost appear. This is simply a coward, and he hasn't come out yet. Feng Yu angrily made a note in his heart, and had already thought about how to deal with this ghost. Really? After a while, Feng Yu finally heard footsteps. Is this a member of the Demon Slayer Corps? Ha ha ha, I was knocked down by Kauriko. The meat from the Demon Slayer Corps must be very delicious, I can't wait. Wazizi looked at Feng Yu lying on the ground greedily, and at the same time, her mouth was drooling. This is a female ghost, with a bright three-color flower growing on her ugly forehead, namely purple, red, and white. Her withered hands are about to reach out to grab Feng Yu. You finally showed up, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Feng Yu slowly opened his eyes, and at the same time his body moved, and the rope tied to his body began to break. Then he stood up, stretched out his hand, and the Nichirin sword with a black scabbard appeared in his hand. Wazizi was already frightened when Feng Yu spoke, and reflexively jumped to the beams of the ruined temple, looking at Feng Yu in horror. How is it possible? Why didn't you fall into a deep sleep? That is my most powerful vampire technique. Wazizi looked at Feng Yu in horror, and at the same time she was about to run away. Guess. Feng Yu had a cold expression on his face. Next, let you enjoy it. If Tanjiro sees Feng Yu's expression here, he will find that it is the same as the one when he tortured himself. Seeing that Feng Yu was about to attack him with the Sun-Lune sword, Kauriko shouted in horror, don't come over. Vampire art. The flower of dreams. The flower on Hanazizi's forehead instantly turned pure purple. Then the air began to fill with the scent that I had smelled before. Use whatever moves you have, otherwise you won't have a chance after tonight. Feng Yu said. As expected, it's useless to him. That means all my vampire skills are useless to him. What should I do? I will die. I will die. No, I have to run away quickly. I still want to see that adult. Feng Yu saw Wazizi getting up and running away. With a leap of his body, Kaurizi's escape route was instantly blocked. What, do you want to run away? Am I scary? Feng Yu still looked at Wazizi with a smile on his face, but the Nichirin sword in his hand had been unsheathed, revealing the pure green blade. Bang! Wazizi knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Please let me go. I haven't eaten many people. Subsequently, go to hell. Vampire art. Flower of crazy. The words on his forehead turned pure red, and Feng Yu felt as if his head had been slightly hit. How is it possible? I didn't know how many Demon Slayer Corps people I used to sneak attack you with this trick, and they were all hit. You didn't do anything at all. Are you a Demon Slayer? The pillars of the Corps. Cold sweat broke out on Hanazizi's face, and the fear in her heart made her body tremble continuously. So you killed so many people in our Demon Slayer Corps. Feng Yu put away the smile on his face and said coldly. To be honest, I have always wanted to test whether your immortality is really that powerful. Say it. He jumped over, swung the Nichirin sword in his hand, and deliberately avoided Kauriko's neck. Wazizi only felt that her body was broken and cut into dozens of pieces. How is it possible? Kauriko's eyes showed an expression of disbelief. Because she didn't see Feng Yu's movements clearly, and just passed by her, her body was cut into pieces. Feng Yu looked indifferently at Wazizi, who was like a pile of rotten meat, and said with disgust, how disgusting. He didn't chop my neck, but wanted to torture me. This man is a devil. The severe pain coming from her body made Hanazizi's mind particularly clear. The ghost's powerful self-healing ability began to show at this moment, and Hanazizi's body fragments began to fuse independently. But once it merges, Feng Yu chops it into pieces with a knife. In this way, as long as Wazizi's body merges, Feng Yu will chop it into pieces with a knife. Feng Yu was happy and did not miss Shu, but Wazizi was experiencing endless pain. You kill me, give me a good time. Wazizi felt that her body's self-healing ability was getting weaker and weaker, and the physical torture made Wazizi's mentality gradually go crazy. Watching her body being healed and chopped into pieces again and again, at this moment she just wanted to be freed as soon as possible. But how could Feng Yu make her wish come true? Chapter 25 Memories of Kauriko. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 25 313. Chapter 25 Memories of Kauriko. Extremely quiet night in the mountains. It was broken by Kauriko's screams and begging for mercy. At this time, the little boy and his father who were tied up in the ruined temple had woken up because of the end of Hanazizi's vampire spell. The two looked at each other with wide eyes. The little boy's tears stained his originally dirty face, but because his mouth was full of things, he could only make a woo-woo-woo sound. The same was true for his father. His eyes were full of confusion and he didn't know what was happening. But at this moment, his child was in front of him, but the rope tied to his body prevented him from moving. He could only squirm like a worm and move closer to his child little by little. On the other hand, Kauriko sighed. At this moment, Kauriko had gradually lost consciousness. Due to the huge loss of physical ability, her broken body had almost no ability to heal itself. Am I going to die? Hanaziko's eyes gradually became distracted, the three-color flower on her forehead had withered, and her blue eyes had lost focus. Seeing this, Feng Yu also put away the knife in his hand. He came to Wazizi and squatted down, carefully observing Wazizi's situation. I didn't expect that I could persist for so long. I even forgot how many times I swung the knife. But the self-healing and regenerative ability of this evil ghost's body is indeed limited. Those who say infinite regeneration probably don't have the ability to chop the ghost into pieces over and over again. The floor was covered with Hanaziko's minced meat and blood, just like a Shira field, and the air was filled with a disgusting smell. Do you know why I did this to you? Although I don't know whether you voluntarily turned into a ghost or were forced to become a ghost and lose your memory, but the camps are different, and I just want to verify something, so I'm sorry, Miss Evil Ghost, thank you for your hard work. Feng Yu smiled. So now that my experiment has yielded results, and the sun is about to come out, I see that you have no ability to survive in this condition. Do you have anything to say, or can you tell me where your kind are? I can send him to hell with you. Feng Yu's warm tone and actions seemed to Wazizi to be a word scarier than an evil ghost. You are the evil spirit, you are a devil. Wazizi looked at Feng Yu with tears and hatred, but fell into silence after a while. It seems, I'm really going to die this time. When he was about to die, memories that had not yet turned into ghosts suddenly came out. Wazizi's tears suddenly flowed out like she wanted no money, and she kept chanting, I'm sorry. I'm sorry Shan-Chi, the flowers you gave me are so beautiful. It smells really good. A ray of light appeared on the horizon in the distance, and then, Wazizi's body began to gradually turn into ashes. Zizi, you must be my wife when you grow up. Okay, brother Yamazaki. Zizi, look, these flowers are so beautiful. You must be the most beautiful girl wearing them on your head. The boy in Hanazizi's memory picked off 3 flowers of different colors and put them on her head, and Hanazizi also showed a happy smile. The warm sunshine shone on the two of them, like a couple of gods. But, that night, everything changed. Red, everywhere was red. Hanazizi saw that the boy who once said he wanted to marry her was no longer breathing. She wanted to die and inserted a knife into her stomach. She thought she could die with her beloved boy in this way. In her last memory, Kauriko opened her eyes again, and her body was full of strength. The boy she once loved so much had been swallowed by her. From then on, there was an extra boy in the world. Demon Flower Ghost. It turns out to be me. Brother Yamazaki, are you here to pick me up? We can finally be together. Don't ever separate us again. Kauriko's body finally turned to ashes in the sunlight. Ding, congratulations on getting the number of sword swings 50W. Listening to the system prompts, Feng Yu knew that the ghost Wazizi had been killed by him. At the same time, Feng Yu also noticed the happy expression on Wazizi's face at the end and vaguely guessed something. It's just different positions. So Feng Yu left the scene and returned to the ruined temple, where he untied the ropes from the two boys. The two immediately hugged each other. Father, you finally woke up, woo woo woo. I'm sorry, kid, you have worked hard. Feng Yu did not interrupt the tenderness between the two. After bidding them farewell, he stayed alone in the ruined temple. There were clothes all over the floor. One could imagine how many people Wazizi had eaten in the past half-month. God is watching what you do, and you will not survive if you do your own misfortune. Feng Yu murmured. Then a fire burned down the entire ruined temple. Thick black smoke filled the sky, and Feng Yu's face was unusually deserted. At this time, Xiaobai jumped out of the box behind him. He seemed to feel Feng Yu's inner anger and licked Feng Yu's hand with his tongue. It's okay, Xiaobai, I just didn't expect that a human being could do such a thing. Feng Yu sighed, reached out and touched Xiaobai's soft hair, and then his expression was stunned. Ding releases new tasks. Task 1. Understand the breath of light and create 3 moves. Introduction. People always have to learn to grow. You find that water breathing is not very suitable for you, so create your own breathing method. Mission reward. Number of sword swings 500 W. Number of refreshes of legendary quality items in the Everything Mall 1. New system function 1. Status. Unfinished. Mission 2. Complete 3 Demon Slayer core missions. Introduction. As a newbie, you can already stand alone, follow your heart, and complete the mission of the Demon Slayer core. Mission reward. Number of knife swings 2 million. System deduction function, Mask of Death. Status. 1/3 complete. Deduction function. Spend the number of sword swings to deduce the next stage of martial arts and breathing techniques that have reached the upper limit. Death Mask. It has a shock effect and can resist mental attacks. You can also specify a fusion mask, which can obtain all the properties of the Death Mask. Feng Yu carefully checked the 2 tasks, with an expression of surprise on his face. The system is awesome. This can really solve my urgent need. Breathing techniques and martial arts have now reached the stage of perfection, and I can't see the way to the next stage. This deduction function comes just in time. If I swing my sword enough times, does that mean my water breathing can reach a higher level? Perhaps I will have reached the strength of Zhu by then. Feng Yu held up Xiaobai and sucked it for a while. Xiaobai, you are really my lucky star. Xiaobai didn't know why, he only felt Feng Yu's happy mood and became happy. Ying ying ying, ha ha ha, one person and one fox actually laughed out loud in the mountains. But on the other side, someone is suffering. Chapter 26 Pitiful people must be hateful. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 26 313. Chapter 26 Pitiful people must be hateful. Previous. Next. When Feng Yu and Xiaobai returned to the small town, he found that the town that should have been lively was still as deserted as before. What's going on? Hasn't Kaoriko's vampire spell been lifted? Where have all the people in the town gone? Just when Feng Yu was confused, an aging voice stopped him. Young man, can you give me a hand? I'm going to throw eggs to that scumbag. Feng Yu looked around and saw a trembling old woman on crutches, like a candle in the wind, falling down when blown. Old man, what are you doing? Feng Yu supported her and asked. Young man, you are from out of town. Fortunately, you just came to our place today, otherwise you might have been eaten by monsters. After she said this, Feng Yu knew that it turned out that after Wazizi's vampire spell was resolved, the residents woke up and wanted to find someone to settle accounts. Old man, what about them? They all ran to the town square. I am inconvenient and can't walk because I am old, but I still want to see for myself what happened to that scumbag. The old man had an angry look on his face. Feng Yu vaguely guessed that it was that person, and then helped the old man to the square. Kill him. We should have killed him years ago. This scumbag, he actually colluded with monsters to harm people. Kill him. ... The whole town gathered in the square. In the center of the square, the leader of the Flower God organization was kneeling. Everyone was scolding him and throwing rotten vegetables and rotten eggs at him. The man lowered his head and said nothing, and his body was tightly tied to the man. Quiet, Yamada Yoichi, what else do you have to say? The man standing next to Yamada Yoichi said. Ha ha ha, what do I have to say? It's so funny, I really want to kill you all. I hate you, I hate this world, why did you make me so ugly and my family so poor? All of you despise me, hate me, and wish for me to die every day. But on the contrary, I also want you to die. Yamada Yoichi laughed crazily. Combined with the purple abscess on his face, he looked as terrifying as a ghost. Why can you be well clothed and well fed, but I can only live like a dog? I'm really jealous of you. This world is really unfair. Yamada Yoichi was still roaring. You fart, why did we do that to you? On the contrary, we helped you, gave you food and clothes. But people like you are not only ungrateful, but also ungrateful. Ha ha ha, what do you call help? You really made me laugh to death. They only give me food to feed the animals and throw me the clothes I don't wear. How do you call that help? Yoichi Yamada shouted. I can't wait to kill all of you, drink your blood, peel off your skin, and beat your tendons. Fortunately, I met the flower goddess. She is so beautiful and considerate. She gave me the power to kill you, ha 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 ha. You despicable people should just become the blood food of Lord Flower God. The words just fell. The people around the square were no longer calm. Even the old man being supported by Feng Yu could no longer shake his legs at this moment. Angrily, he took out the rotten eggs from the basket and threw them at Yamada Yoichi. At the same time, Feng Yu also saw the boy and his father, also here in the square. It's just that they didn't step forward to beat Yamada Yoichi like those people. Father, it's the big brother, the boy said to his father. The boy's father looked over and happened to catch Feng Yu's gaze. Feng Yu nodded slightly and stopped looking at the two of them. In the end, Yamada Yoichi's body was covered with injuries. Feng Yu saw that his hands and feet had been beaten and broken, and his mouth was still bleeding. I'm not wrong, it's you who are wrong. Yamada Yoichi murmured, there is really no regret, poor people must be hateful. Feng Yu looked at Yamada Yoichi who was about to expire and said. Then, soon Yamada Yoichi was arrested by the local police station. Maybe they also know that if Yamada Yoichi doesn't vent his anger on the residents, he probably won't be able to quell his anger. It's also good, because this way the residents of the town won't become murderers if they get angry. It's over, Xiaobai, let's go. Feng Yu picked up Xiaobai and said. Feng Yu didn't know that for a long time, almost no flowers were seen in this small town. Just as Feng Yu was about to leave the town, he was stopped. It was someone from the local police station. Mr. Feng Yu, thank you very much for getting rid of the monster, so that we can regain our freedom. Just let us thank you for a few days. The boss of the police station said respectfully. Feng Yu was silent for a while and then nodded in agreement. Then Feng Yu was arranged to stay in the best hotel in the area. Ah, this hot spring is really so comfortable. Feng Yu let out a soft gasp while soaking in the hot spring. There are also various fruits and drinks beside it. Sure enough, the life of the rich is luxurious. But, gradually, Feng Yu began to enjoy it wholeheartedly. After all, the hot springs in the small island country are not covered. At first, the person in charge of the hotel wanted to arrange several maids to serve Feng Yu, but he rejected them one by one. The reason was very simple, that is, Feng Yu had not integrated into the open hot spring culture of the small island country. Feng Yu stayed in the town for a total of 3 days. During these 3 days, he experienced a truly luxurious life. It's weird to gradually get lost under the noise of adults. After packing his things, Feng Yu took advantage of the gap and ran away quickly. In the past 3 days, no one knew who was lost and disappeared. After learning that Feng Yu was the one who saved them, people began to visit him one after another. Some people want to worship him as their teacher, some want to make friends with him, and some even want to marry their daughters to him. Feng Yu knew that he couldn't stay here anymore. 3 days of luxurious life caused his number of sword practice sessions to drop a lot. Wow, Master Feng Yu, there are suspected traces of ghosts in the forest to the west, please go there as soon as possible. Xiao He fell on Feng Yu's shoulder and Xiao Bai was on one side of the fox, one black and one white on the left and right. Just the day before, Feng Yu asked Xiao He to learn the monster breathing method. However, in comparison, Xiao He's qualifications were not as good as Xiao Bai's, so he used up the remaining 2 opportunities to succeed. Master. At the same time, Xiao He also learned to control his body shape under Xiao Bai's guidance, and his original huge body became a normal size. But that small body is full of power. With the improvement of spiritual intelligence, Xiao He has completely become Xiao Bai's follower. Follow Xiao Bai nonchalantly to learn breathing techniques. How about, experience the feeling of flying in the sky this time? Feng Yu turned his attention to Xiao He. Xiao He. Chapter 27 Breath of Light Type 1 Moonlight Slash. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 27 313. Chapter 27 Breath of Light Type 1 Moonlight Slash. Wow, Xiao He's whole body trembled, feeling a bad premonition. Xiao He, your master, I will be a little lazy this time. Please help me by sending Xiao Bai and I to that place. Feng Yu said to Xiao He with a smile. Wow, master, Xiao He felt a little aggrieved. After all, he had grown so big and had never thought that one day he would be used as a manned vehicle. Okay, I won't wrong you. Look what I have in my hand. 3 marrow cleansing pills appeared on Feng Yu's hand. As long as you send us to that place in the west, these 3 marrow cleansing pills will be yours. Wow, good. Xiao He looked at the marrow cleansing pill and couldn't move his eyes away. Then Xiao He trembled, and his whole body began to expand, and soon he became as big as a cow. Feng Yu jumped up and jumped on Xiao He's back. Since it was the first time to do this, he almost fell to the ground because he was afraid of hurting Xiao He. After swaying for a while, I found a good foothold. Wow, master, I'm about to take off. Xiao He shouted. Wait, take off slowly, you will inevitably be a little nervous for the first time. Feng Yu swallowed a mouthful of saliva tightly, and the tension in his heart was relieved. I didn't expect that I, a person who is not even afraid of ghosts, would be afraid of riding a bird for the first time. Feng Yu jumped up with Xiao He, lying on his back with his whole body, hugging his neck tightly. Wow, I'm sorry, Master Feng Yu, if I don't jump up, I won't be able to fly. As if sensing Feng Yu's embarrassment, Xiao He opened his mouth to explain. After flying to a certain height, the entire bird's body stabilized, and Feng Yu slowly controlled his body to stand up. The feeling of being in the sky is indeed extraordinary. It is impossible for me to reach such a flying height with the wind and swallow skill. As expected, Xiao He is better. It seems like Xiao He will have to work harder in the future. Feng Yu felt the air blowing on his face and thought to himself. Looking at the scenery under my feet, it is like a beautiful landscape painting. This feeling is different from what I saw on a plane in my previous life. The whole earth seemed to be stepped on by myself. Feng Yu seemed to have some enlightenment in his heart. It happened to be night at this time, and the white moonlight shone on Feng Yu and Xiaohe. The whole earth seemed to be covered with a layer of silver frost, but the scenery still remained. It's a pity that I don't have a camera, otherwise it would be great to record such a beautiful scene. Feng Yu sighed. The greatness of nature makes humans feel their own insignificance and at the same time create awe of it. Feng Yu looked at the bright moon in the sky and seemed to have a realization in his mind. I saw him slowly closing his eyes, and the sun blade in his hand had been unsheathed. The pure green blade looked so outstanding under the moonlight. Feng Yu's breathing became more and more stable, and a different operating method different from the breathing of water appeared. Breath of light. At this moment, the breath of light appeared on Feng Yu's body. Feng Yu only felt that he had entered a special state. The huge full moon seemed to be right in front of him, and he could reach out and touch it. But there is a barrier blocking him. Since I can't get through, I'll use the knife in my hand to cut through everything that's in front of me. Full episode. Breath of Light Type 1 Moonlight Slash. Feng Yu yelled and opened his eyes suddenly. He swung the sun blade in his hand faster and faster, and the blade gradually emitted a silvery white light. Faster, faster. Feng Yu felt that the bottleneck was getting closer and closer to him, just a little bit close. Ah! Breath of Light Type 1 Moonlight Slash. Call out. Silvery white light bloomed at this moment, and the beasts underground fled in terror. The silver light all over the sky spread out from Feng Yu as the center, then compressed, and then followed Feng Yu's final forceful swing of the sword. A ray of silver white light struck the towering tree on the ground. Bang! A smooth cut appeared where the towering tree was chopped down by the moonlight. Then it collapsed. The last blow used up 70% of Feng Yu's strength. At this moment, he was gasping for air. But there was a smile on his face. He finally understood the first move of Breath of Light. Although it was just the first time he used it, it was very laborious. But you have already mastered the essentials in how breathing works. As long as you practice properly, you will be able to quickly master this move that is many times more powerful than the water breathing type 1 water slash move. Yes, Feng Yu borrowed the operation method of water breathing to create his own breathing method. Although it is not as good as the breathing of water, it is truly unique to me. The direction of using the breath of light is to be fast, ruthless, and accurate. I don't know how many times I just swung it, but I already feel that it is almost breaking the speed of sound. If it were anyone else, his body would have been unable to bear it for a long time, but Feng Yu was different. His physique was strong, his self-healing ability and the surging energy and blood were all top-notch. This trip is really all thanks to Xiaohe. Feng Yu saw that because he had used the breath of light, a feather on Xiaohe's body had been cut off. That piece was bare. In order not to interrupt his master's thoughts, poor Xiaohe could only bite the bullet and continue flying smoothly. If he was treated like this normally, he would have flown to nowhere. When Feng Yu saw this, he said distressed-edly, "I'm sorry, Xiaohe, thank you for your hard work. When we get to the destination, I will give you a few more marrow cleansing pills as compensation for those feathers of yours." When Xiaohe heard that there was compensation, the whole crow body shook and its speed doubled. Wow, wow, a loud cry echoed through the sky. This scene was also seen by people living in the forest, and they all believed that Xiaohe was a god. If Feng Yu knew about it, he would definitely call him good guy. He even didn't forget to make a few comments about how people from a small island country could be so fond of making excuses. It really deserves to be the birthplace of the two-dimensional animation. The night was hazy, and Feng Yu didn't know how long it would take to reach his destination, so he began to fall asleep unconsciously. Breathing steadily, the secret technique of mental power moves along with the body, replenishing the mental power Feng Yu consumes in a day. At the same time, it can also be found that Feng Yu's concentrated breathing is also running continuously. Sometimes it is the breath of water, and sometimes it is the breath of light. The mutual conversion of the two kinds of breathing may be what Feng Yu needs to practice next. Total concentration breathing is divided into two stages. One is the normal state used during combat, and the other is total concentration breathing normal state, which means continuous full concentration breathing all day long. At this moment, Feng Yu is in the introductory stage of the normal stage of concentrated breathing, and cannot yet master it skillfully. In this way, Feng Yu slept beautifully on Xiaohe's back, until a beam of light from the east woke Feng Yu up. Chapter 28 The Strange Woodcutter. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 28 313. Chapter 28 The Strange Woodcutter. The rising sun. The ray of sunshine on the horizon illuminates the entire earth. Feng Yu stood on Xiaohe's back and looked into the distance. Maybe after all the dust has settled, we can go to the Dragon Kingdom in this world. Feng Yu had a lot of thoughts in his mind, and his eyes dimmed a lot. Although I usually act indifferent, in my heart I always want to go back to the land that I am most familiar with, where I was born and raised. Perhaps the Dragon Kingdom is still closed to the outside world now. Feng Yu thought about the current time in his mind. Xiaohe, how far is it to the nearby town? Feng Yu asked. Wow, Master Feng Yu, it's just ahead. Xiaohe flapped his wings and said slightly tiredly. Xiaohe sighed at this moment. In the few years since Crow was born, he has never been so tired. But I didn't dare to say that in my heart. Okay, Xiaohe, just drop us off at the mountain intersection. In order not to cause unnecessary panic, Feng Yu felt that he would have to walk the rest of the journey by himself. When Xiaohei heard this, he shouted twice happily, and then quickly flew down. After Feng Yu landed on the ground, the body that was originally the size of a cow changed to the size of a normal eagle crow at a speed visible to the naked eye. Okay, thank you for your hard work, Xiaohei, this is your reward. Feng Yu took out 7 marrow cleaning pills from the system space and handed them to Xiaohei. Feng Yu looked at the marrow cleansing pills being gobbled into his stomach and guessed that after Xiaohei had eaten these marrow cleansing pills, they would have no effect. Xiaohei's qualifications are no better than Xiaobai's, and the effect of marrow cleansing pills is not that great. He can only take a dozen or so pills, which is already pretty good. Sure enough, when Xiaohei ate the 5th pill, he felt that his body was becoming saturated, and his body's instinct made him lose the desire to eat. Xiaohei was in a dilemma at this time. One wanted to finish the marrow cleansing pill, but the other was that his body's instinct did not allow him to continue eating. Feng Yu saw Xiaohei's confusion, so he stepped forward and said, if you can't eat it, don't eat it yet. I'll keep it for you. Next time you have an appetite, maybe you want to give it to your fellow eagle crows. That's okay. Feng Yu picked up the 2 remaining marrow cleansing pills. Xiaohei tilted his neck and seemed to be thinking, but Feng Yu had already received the marrow cleansing pill, and there was nothing he could do. He had no choice but to flutter to Feng Yu's shoulder and close his eyes to rest. It seems that after a night of flying, Xiaohei is still a little bit overwhelmed. He needs to exercise more. Feng Yu felt that he must let Xiaohei carry him when traveling far away in the future, not only for convenience but also to exercise Xiaohei's physical strength. At this time, Xiaohei was having a sweet dream, and had no idea that the next life would be many times more tiring than now. Feng Yu put the wooden box on his back on the ground, and Xiaobai stuck his head out, looking like he had just woken up. Compared with Xiaohei, the sky and the earth were really different. Xiaobai jumped out of the wooden box, and Feng Yu gently picked up Xiaohei with his hands and put him in the wooden box to let him rest. After doing all this, Feng Yu took out some food to fill the stomachs of himself and Xiaobai, and then prepared to go down the mountain to the small town to understand the situation. Feng Yu's pace is very slow. He enjoys the state at this moment. He has mastered the basics of concentrated breathing a few days ago. Now he walks slowly and breathes steadily, which is very helpful for practicing concentrated breathing. Xiaobai also enjoyed it, jumping up and down to vent his energy from being stuck in the wooden box for the past 2 days. Sometimes he jumped into the grass, and sometimes he got into the cave. Feng Yu didn't worry about it. After all, with Xiaobai's current strength, none of the beasts in the forest would be its opponent. And some hunter's traps won't trap it. The white hair will not be stained with a trace of dirt. As long as it is stained with a trace, Xiaobai shakes it gently, and the dirt will come off on its own. It is simply an automatic cleaning ability. Feng Yu sighed. In less than a year, the little white fox that once trembled in the snow and begged for help now possesses special abilities. And it took me more than a year to go from an ordinary person to this step. Not only the system's help, but also my own perseverance. It will get better and better in the future. Xiaobai and Xiaohei. For these 2 of his pets, because they have a contractual relationship with him, Feng Yu will not worry about them betraying him, but it is different for others. There is no permanent foundation of trust. Although those people were like that when watching animation in the previous life, animation is animation and reality is reality. Now that I am here, I am the reality. You must be on guard against others, and you must not have the intention of harming others. As long as they treat themselves how they treat themselves, then they will treat them the same way. Feng Yu asked himself that he had a clear conscience. For Xiaobai and Xiaohei, Feng Yu did not treat them as his servants, but as friends and partners. If the day comes that I kill Kibutsuji, will I give up everything in this world? Feng Yu looked at the cheerful Xiaobai and asked about his heart. But only Feng Yu himself knows the answer. One person and one fox walked like this. When Xiaobai got tired of playing, he jumped into Feng Yu's kimono, stuck out his little head, closed his eyes and rested. If some people who like cute things see this scene, they will not be able to save everything. It warmed the hearts of so many people. Hey, young man, are you coming down from the mountain? A middle-aged man carrying dry firewood on his back called out to Feng Yu. Yes, uncle, I just want to go down to the town and take a stroll. Feng Yu smiled. You really came out of the forest? The uncle looked at Feng Yu with a ghostly expression on his face and said. Feng Yu frowned. I don't understand what the woodcutter's expression means. Uncle, is there anything weird in the forest? Feng Yu asked doubtfully. Young man, it's like this. You may be a stranger. There are monsters living in this whole forest. Anyone who goes up from here is the territory of the monsters. Anyone who passes by will be eaten by the monsters. We who cut wood will all be eaten. A few, the man said in horror. Seeing that Feng Yu had no expression, he continued, I don't know when it started. This forest has become a nightmare for the residents of our town. Originally, we woodcutters relied on the forest for a living, but suddenly something happened one day. People disappeared one after another in this forest. At first, they thought they were lost, but they never thought that someone saw a scary monster coming from the forest. Whenever a monster appears, it will be accompanied by thick fog. People's screams and terrifying chewing sounds are often heard in the thick fog. More and more people are missing in this forest. Now even us woodcutters only dare to chop wood around here. Young man, I don't know why you were not caught by the monster. I advise you not to come to this mountain in the future. This is all for your own good. With that said, the woodcutter quickly picked up the bundle of dry wood and ran down the mountain as if the soles of his feet were greased. Feng Yu was stunned when he saw the smooth operation of this woodcutter. It's like, out of nowhere, someone says that he wants to tell you a secret, but then leaves without telling you, and leaves very quickly, leaving nothing behind. So, there's a ghost on this mountain? Feng Yu asked doubtfully. It's just that he is the only one left here, and no one will reply to his voice. Feng Yu had no choice but to go down the mountain to the small town to learn more about the situation. Chapter 29. There are no ghosts in the mountains, but there are ghosts in the heart. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 29 313. Chapter 29. There are no ghosts in the mountains, but there are ghosts in the heart. Feng Yu hugged Xiaobai and went down the mountain with doubts, and came to the small town. First, he found a hotel to stay in. After settling in, he took care of the store to prepare food for him. The food was simple, traditional Japanese cuisine, served by a little girl on the side. When he went to a small town, Feng Yu gained a lot of money, so now he is also a rich man. Of course, the purpose of asking the maid to serve him is not simple. The main reason is to understand the situation. May I have your name? Feng Yu asked. Ah, sir, my name is Yaozi. Do you have any orders? Yaozi said in fear with a red face. The guest in front of her was not only outstanding in appearance, but also showed abundant wealth. He was exactly the lover of her dreams. And, the little white fox in his arms looks so cute. I really want to hug him. Yaozi cast her peach blossom eyes, lowered her head and stared closely at Feng Yu and the little white fox. If this gentleman asks me to do that kind of thing. Yaozi's face turned red, her delicate appearance was like a bright peach. No, Yaozi, how can you be so nasty? Seeing the woman in front of him who called himself Yaozi, blushing and shaking her head for a while, Feng Yu was a little confused as to what was going on in this woman's mind. Although the beauty of the woman in front of me is not bad, that's all, not to mention that I don't have that idea. But in order to understand the situation clearly, Feng Yu still resisted the idea of driving her out and said softly, do you know what the situation is in the forest in the back mountain? Yaozi, back mountain forest. Feng Yu found that when he mentioned the forest behind the mountain, Yaozi's pupils seemed to shrink and his breathing became rapid. I just arrived here, and then I heard some news that there are monsters in the back mountain forest, so I want to know more about it. Feng Yu said, sir, actually I don't know much about the forest in the back mountain. It's just that it was recently rumored that there is a man-eating monster on the mountain. However, I have never seen it, but I heard from the woodcutter who specially delivered firewood to our hotel that there is a monster eating people on the mountain. Human monster. We were told not to go up the mountain. At that time, some people still didn't believe it, so they insisted on going up the mountain, and then never came back. The woodcutter said that the man had been eaten by monsters, and he even took back his torn clothes. It has been passed down to this day that when woodcutters see a stranger, they will say there are monsters on the mountain and tell those people not to go up the mountain. I don't know if it's true. I think there might be some ferocious beasts on the mountain that eat people. Yaozi told what he saw and heard. After hearing this, Feng Yu nodded, and then fell silent. It seems that there is a ghost in this woodcutter center. After eating, Feng Yu planned to go for a walk on the street, and maybe he would gain something. Although he could go up the mountain to check the truth now, after all, he felt that he could probably fight the upper and lower strings at this time. But Feng Yu planned to inquire about these woodcutters. As soon as he left the hotel, Feng Yu found that there were two people following him secretly behind him. Feng Yu pretended not to see them, but wanted to see who they were and what their purpose was. Feng Yu walked very slowly, as if he were shopping. From time to time he would stop at a stall to take a look at the products on the stall, and then go to watch the busking performances on the street. Finally, Feng Yu felt that it was almost done, so he walked alone to a deserted alley. The two people who were following him were also chasing after him. When they saw Feng Yu coming to the uninhabited alley, they looked at each other, nodded their heads, and then quickly walked towards Feng Yu, holding a gun in their hands. A knife. Hey, aren't you going to hide it? Woodcutter. Feng Yu did not turn his head, but continued to walk slowly and said. But the two people at the back were stunned and said, what a good boy, you actually discovered me. The two took off the cloth that covered their faces and said fiercely. Young man, don't blame us. If you want to blame us, blame you for going to the mountain. Said the woodcutter Feng Yu met before. Feng Yu turned his head and looked at the two of them with a smile on his face. One was a woodcutter that he had met before when he went up the mountain, and the other was something he had never seen before. There was a deep scar on this man's face, and the muscles on his body showed that he must also be a woodcutter. You too, you want me to die so much, and I also want to die to understand what exactly is on the mountain. Feng Yu asked. Boy, don't lie to us. We are here to take your life. As for why, let's wait until you go to hell to think about it. Go ahead, kill him together. The scar-faced man said to the woodcutter. Ada, I feel like he doesn't know the secrets of the mountain. Why don't we just forget about it, and stop killing people? The woodcutter hesitated. Trash, you would rather kill someone by mistake than let anyone go. Don't you want glory and wealth? The scar-faced man kicked the woodcutter. Oh, I just don't want to kill anyone anymore. The scar-faced man saw that the woodcutter had no desire to take action, so he swung his knife towards Feng Yu. The scar-faced man thought to himself that he was just a pretty boy with a weak body. Would he be able to kill him with this knife? Seeing that the scar-faced man's knife was about to hit Feng Yu, the woodcutter stopped looking too far and couldn't bear to watch. Kwang Wu. The woodcutter didn't hear Feng Yu's scream, but heard the sound of the knife falling to the ground. Turning around, he saw that the scarred man fell to the ground, but Feng Yu was still smiling intact. You, what did you do to Ada? The woodcutter saw the scar-faced man lying on the ground lifeless, thinking that he had been killed, and said in horror. Don't worry, I just knocked him out. Okay, if you don't want to die, then tell me the truth, haha. The smile on Feng Yu's face became even brighter. The woodcutter looked at the terrifying smile on Feng Yu's face and felt terrified. He actually didn't care about the scar-faced man lying on the ground, but got up and wanted to run away. But how could he compare to Feng Yu? Feng Yu jumped up and blocked his way. He shook his head and said regretfully, you don't cherish such a good opportunity and want to run away. I still have to let you know my methods. Quote. Feng Yu looked at him with a smile. The woodcutter was frightened by this scene, his legs were trembling, and he collapsed to the ground weakly. Feng Yu saw that the woodcutter actually peed. That's right, before Feng Yu took action, the woodcutter was so frightened that he peed. Feng Yu felt a little disgusted and took a step back. You tell me, I'll listen. In this way, the woodcutter confessed everything and begged for mercy, saying that as long as Feng Yu let him go, he would surrender immediately. The woodcutter told Feng Yu what happened. It turned out that when the woodcutter and others were on the mountain, they accidentally discovered a gold mine. Several people were at the scene at the time, and most of them offered to devour it all together. However, some people had different opinions and later pushed them around. Next, someone was killed by the wrong hand. They were very scared at the time, and some wanted to surrender, but some were still possessed by greed in their hearts. As a result, those who wanted to surrender were also killed. Losing one's life for no reason would definitely cause panic, so the remaining woodcutter came up with such a method. First, they found the body and buried it in a secluded place, and then these people fled back to the town with their own wounds all over their bodies. Then there is the false rumor that those who did not come back were because monsters on the mountain attacked them. At this time, of course, people from the police station in the small town were attracted, so they went up the mountain to check. However, the people in the police station were also afraid. In addition, the woodcutter didn't know where he got the fog-making stones. After the people went up, they lit the stones, and a thick fog enveloped them, which was even more frightening. In the fog, there were also the sounds of chewing by the woodcutter's accomplices. In this way, word spread from 10 to 10, and people in the entire town knew that there were monsters on the mountain, and these woodcutters would dig gold mines on the mountain every day, and at the same time, they would guard people going up the mountain. Once someone who is not afraid of death goes up the mountain, another life will be killed by these woodcutters. As time went by, no one dared to go up the mountain anymore. Until he met Feng Yu. The woodcutter thought that Feng Yu had really come down from the mountain, or that he might have discovered their secret, and wanted to silence it in order not to be exposed. This is how it happened. You were quite smart. I have to say that the plan of these woodcutters was very good, but it was a pity that they met someone like me who knew martial arts. Feng Yu guessed that the stone that became foggy at that point was probably dry ice, and there was a lot of it. Feng Yu lamented that no matter what time it is, greed will always make people do crazy things. Okay, you go ahead and surrender. Otherwise, surrendering yourself into my hands will be even more painful. As he said that, Feng Yu looked cold and stepped down, crushing the scar-faced man's hand. Then he chopped off one of the scar-faced man's fingers with the machete. Bright red fills the sight of the woodcutter. The woodcutter was horrified. The sound was obviously the sound of broken bones and broken fingers, but Ada didn't make any movement. What does this mean? It means that the young man in front of him has seen blood. Thinking of this, the woodcutter just went to the police station early to seek shelter and stay away from this devil with a gentle and elegant appearance. Afterwards, the woodcutter turned himself in. Not only did he tell the whole story, he also identified the place where the body was buried. Of course, the gold mine is also known to the officials, but we don't know in whose hands it will fall. Feng Yu had no idea about the gold mine. After all, he didn't need so much money. The reason why the woodcutter surrendered so easily is probably because he has been in a state of mental stress and inner guilt after killing someone. The human heart. Sometimes it's scarier than ghosts. Chapter 30 Ghost in the Forest. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 3313th. Chapter 30 Ghost in the Forest. Is it the mountain in front of you? Feng Yu carried Xiaobai to the foot of the mountain called Kirishima Mountain. There are thick trees from halfway down the mountain, but upwards there is thick smoke. It seems like this is an active volcano. Mount Kirishima in the small island country is the general name for the volcano group located at the junction of Kagoshima and Miyazaki prefectures in the southern part of Kyushu, a small island country. There are no trees above the mountainside, and they are bare, but below the mountainside, there is a miasma visible to the naked eye. Ever since Feng Yu arrived at the foot of the mountain, he had already felt a slightly toxic gas in the air. To be conservative, Feng Yu still took an antidote pill, because he was not sure whether his body could withstand the miasma. Xiaobai, eat this. Feng Yu fed the detoxification pill to Xiaobai, but Xiaobai turned his head away, saying that he didn't need it, and at the same time signaled to Feng Yu that there was something unusual on this mountain. Feng Yu looked and nodded. He had already felt that there were probably ghosts in this mountain, but he was not sure of the number. Seeing Xiaobai's behavior, Feng Yu woke up Xiaohe again and wanted to give Xiaohe the antidote pill. Xiaohe opens his eyes, also shook his head. Lord Feng Yu, I won't go into the mountain. You will be on your own from now on. After Xiaohe digested the 5 marrow cleansing pills, he became obviously much more articulate. Feng Yu actually didn't expect Xiaohe and Xiaobai to be of much help to him now, he just wanted to keep them safe. But now that Xiaohe has made it clear that he will not enter the mountain, he and Xiaobai can only go in. Sudden, there was a roar from the mountain. It sounds like a beast or a ghost. Feng Yu's eyes were solemn, and he slowly pulled out the Japanese sword in his hand. Start getting ready to fight in the mountains. Xiaobai, you go into the box. Feng Yu and Xiaobai entered the mountain like this. As soon as he entered the mountain, Feng Yu felt that the light in the forest was blocked by the lush leaves. There was a smell of volcanic ash in the air, and this environment is not only humid but also hot. After Feng Yu walked for a while, he was already sweating a lot. In addition, there seemed to be very few people walking around this mountain. There were no trails, so I had to jump on my own and use Fengpaoyuanju to get on my way. But often in this kind of environment, there are so many weird vines that Fengpaoyuanju's speed drops a lot. The whole forest gave Feng Yu a feeling that it was dark and dark. If he was not careful, he would be entangled by various vines, making it impossible for people to find their way back. Time passed little by little, but the ghost was never seen. But Feng Yu could feel that ever since he stepped into this forest, eyes were spying on his every move. Feng Yu understood that this was one of his weaknesses, that he had no ability to perceive. He doesn't have Tanjiro's sensitive nose, nor does he have the beast sense of Yunosuke Kihira. Poor perception is trouble. Feng Yu wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, perhaps I can create a move similar to Yunosuke's breath of the beast to perfect my sensing ability. The more Feng Yu thought about it, the more he thought it was possible. It's just a pity that I haven't seen Kubihira Yunosuke demonstrate the breath of the beast live. And I don't know where Yunosuke is now, so I can only wait for the 3 little Tanjiro to meet. Just when Feng Yu was thinking about the breath of light move in the future, Xiaobai behind him yelled. Feng Yu immediately became alert. Roar. Xiaobai jumped out of the wooden box and roared somewhere. Feng Yu followed Xiaobai's gaze and saw that the original vines started to squirm on their own, completely blocking the way in. Feng Yu clenched the sun sword in his hand. He secretly cursed himself for being distracted in a place like this, and became even more eager to sense this ability. The vines were winding in the direction of Feng Yu, and they were about to touch Feng Yu. Swish. Feng Yu cut it off easily. The vines that were simply cut grew back immediately. Feng Yu frowned. The regeneration ability of this vine is very strong, and it is obviously the vampire technique of the ghost in the forest. It seems that you want to use these vines to consume my physical strength, right? It's a pity that you underestimated me. Feng Yu's face was ashen, and it was the first time he felt a little aggrieved. He couldn't find the ghost behind it, and felt a little like being teased. This made him very unhappy. The very unpleasant result is that the ghost is going to suffer. Looking at the vines in all directions, Feng Yu took a deep breath, clenched the knife in his hand and said. Full concentration, water breathing 2-type water wheel. The huge blue water wheel was rolled in the air by Feng Yu's body, and all the vines and trees it came into contact with were cut off. Bang, bang, the surrounding trees were cut down and fell to the ground, making a loud noise. But soon another vine grew. However, this also allowed Feng Yu to free up a large circle of freedom. Hey, Xiaobai shouted. Xiaobai, are you saying that the ghost is in that direction? Feng Yu asked. Xiaobai nodded and jumped up. Feng Yu followed closely after seeing this. The Nichirin sword in his hand never stopped, constantly slashing at the incoming vines. Xiaobai also used the sharp claws in his hands to open a path ahead. One person and one fox cooperate with each other. Damn it, that fox found me. A green evil spirit deep in the forest showed a ferocious expression on its face. The evil ghost's hands and feet turned into vines at this moment, inserted into the soil, and constantly controlled the vines to stop Feng Yu and Xiaobai. Seeing that Feng Yu and Xiaobai were not affected by the vines at all, the evil spirit said fiercely, you forced me to do this. After I catch you, I will definitely eat you. Vampire art. Soul of the spirit tree. As soon as the evil ghost finished speaking, Feng Yu stopped here because he found that the trees where he was were turned into tree men with red eyes. Roar, roar. The tree man roared, and then began to attack Feng Yu. Xiaobai's body size has also reduced to normal size at this moment, and it is difficult for the tree man's clumsy movements to touch Xiaobai. Feng Yu's avoidance speed was seriously affected by the surrounding vines and trees. When Feng Yu saw this, he stopped hiding. I originally planned to kill you with one blow after I find you, but it seems I need to show some strength. Very good, I won't pretend anymore. In fact, these trees are rubbish. Feng Yu took a deep breath. Full concentration, breath of water type 1 water surface slash. Feng Yu used the basic move of breath of water, and wherever the tip of the knife touched, it was chopped into several pieces. Damn it, how could this person be so strong? Could he be the pillar of the Demon Slayer Corps? How could this happen? Why would Zhu come here? Are you here to attack your lord? The evil ghost began to panic, and as soon as he lost consciousness, the control of the vines declined. Bang! Feng Yu cut a path out of the originally dense forest. Feng Yu also saw the instigator. It seems it's you. Feng Yu pointed at the ghost in the forest with the sun blade and said, and saw that the green blade was still stained with the blood of the tree man. Drop by drop on the ground. The ghost in the forest's eyes widened. At this time, it wanted to run away, but its hands and feet turned into vines and were stuck in the soil, and it has not been pulled out yet. You, don't come here, if you kill me, I will cut you into pieces. The ghost in the forest watched Feng Yu approach him step by step, with cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. There was so much fear in my heart. Oh, is there a ghost more powerful than you in this forest? Good, so you can go die. Feng Yu's cold expression was as cold as his knife. Water breathing type 1 water slash. The blue knife shadow flashed past, and the head of the forest ghost fell to the ground. Those eyes full of disbelief stared at his body being turned into ashes. I actually got my neck chopped off. I'm disappearing. Ghost hunter, you will be killed by adults soon. I will wait for you in hell. The ghost in the forest finally turned into ashes and disappeared into the air. Haha, is it a more powerful ghost? Feng Yu put away the Nichirin sword and showed a smile on his face, just like the smile he used to treat Tanjiro. It seems that this mission may be a great harvest. Chapter 31 Kill them all. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 31 313. Chapter 31 Kill them all. After the ghost in the forest was killed by Feng Yu also received the number of swings 50W from the system reward. But not only was there no sense of relaxation at this time, but the entire forest seemed to become more depressing. Pu Kai. A large number of birds and beasts fled in panic, forming a sharp contrast in this terrifyingly silent forest. Xiaobai, get ready to fight. Feng Yu jumped onto a big tree and looked at the sounds of birds and animals running away in all directions, knowing that there was going to be a big battle. Xiaobai also expanded rapidly at this moment and turned into a huge beast. Puff, a gushing wave of air came out of Xiaobai's nose, and he looked around vigilantly. Holding the pure green Nichirin sword in his hand, suddenly, Jiahiaji, the trees in all directions began to shake, and then 3 figures appeared. There are 2 male ghosts and 1 female ghost, but they are both extremely ugly. One male ghost has his eyes closed, the other is covered in fiery red, and the female ghost is floating in the air. As the 3 ghosts appeared, a dozen more ghosts followed behind them. Waiting respectfully for the 3 figures in front of them. Jiahiaji, you are the ghost hunter who killed that useless vine. Looking at the thin skin and tender meat, it must be delicious. The female ghost among the 3 ghosts headed by her was staring at Feng Yu with tears in her eyes. Her greedy eyes seemed to have determined that Feng Yu was a piece of food. Oh, you're talking about the ghost that controls the vines, right? If so, then that's right. He died very simply, being cut off by the Nichirin sword in my hand. He cut his neck, and then turned into ashes bit by bit, but I believe that you will go down to accompany him soon. Feng Yu said calmly. Ha ha ha, he actually regards us as the trash-like vine. Haze, do you think this is the funniest joke? Ha ha ha, do you think you can deal with us just because you killed that good-for-nothing Tang Wen? Let me tell you, that good-for-nothing Tang Wen is the weakest among the 4 of us. The 2 male ghosts were laughing at Feng Yu's arrogance, and he didn't want to argue. He would know whether to laugh or not after he killed them. Hey, that kid over there, are you the pillar of the Demon Slayer Corps? The female ghost spoke. I'm sorry, I'm not a pillar, I'm just a newcomer who has just passed the trial. Feng Yu said calmly. The female ghost breathed a sigh of relief, as long as it was not Zhu. If it was Zhu, only their adults would be able to fight it. Young boys, go up and catch him for me. I want to taste his flesh and blood. The fiery red male ghost said to the ghosts behind him. As soon as he finished speaking, those ordinary ghosts began to rush to attack Feng Yu one by one. Look at the evil spirits coming from the sky. The already unpleasant air was suddenly filled with various fishy odors. Feng Yu adjusted his breathing and said slowly. Full concentration, breath of water 3 forms, flowing dance. Feng Yu jumped into the crowd of ghosts. The extreme speed brought by the 3 position made him feel like he was in a deserted place among the ghosts. Wherever it passed, the heads and bodies of ghosts were broken into 2 pieces and then turned into ashes. Those ordinary ghosts originally thought that their numerical superiority could crush Feng Yu to death, but they never thought of underestimating Feng Yu's strength. Watching Feng Yu slash through the crowd of ghosts like a melon, his men were being killed one after another. Xiaobai also joined the battle, and every time he swung his claws, he would scratch a ghost into 2 pieces. Then Feng Yu touched up, 1 person and 1 fox cooperating with each other. The 3 ghosts were angry. Damn humans, let's go. The 3 ghosts jumped out and attacked Feng Yu. But Feng Yu's speed was so fast that by this time, all the dozen or so ordinary ghosts had been killed with only a few swings of the sword. Looking at the hundreds of thousands more times of sword swings added to the system, Feng Yu felt happy and exclaimed that these ghosts were simply good ghosts. The 3 ghosts attacked him, and Feng Yu responded immediately. Luliuwu and Feng Paoyuanju were easily dodged by using the 3rd form of water breathing. Bang! The attack power of the 3 ghosts was so powerful that a 10-meter deep hole was created in the ground. Among the flying sand and rocks, Feng Yu had already floated to a big tree. Human, I didn't expect you to avoid our attack, Jia. It took a while, ha ha ha, but in order to complete my mission, I'll kill you first. Haze and Sanmu, together they showed their true abilities. As soon as he finished speaking, the female ghost stared at Feng Yu with a crazy expression on her face and said, Vampire technique, fog barrier. The black mist instantly dispersed throughout the forest. The forest, which had no light in the first place, was now nowhere to be seen. For a moment, Feng Yu lost his sight, but Xiaobai was not affected. A pair of green pupils stared closely at the three ghosts. At the same time, he also came to Feng Yu's side. Jia, kid, my sister's vampire skills are really good, and that's not all. The voice of the female ghost came from the darkness. Feng Yu frowned and said to himself, it's a bit troublesome. This female ghost's ability can actually release mist, and there seems to be poison in the mist. However, she doesn't know that I took the detoxification pill and I am immune to these poisons. I just have to get rid of her as soon as possible, otherwise it will be a bit troublesome when the detoxification pill time passes. Although there is still a but don't use it if you can. The female ghost saw that Feng Yu had lost her eyesight during her vampire technique, so she said to the two ghosts next to her, that's it. The two male ghosts nodded to each other, and then a pair of eyes suddenly appeared on the forehead of the male ghost with closed eyes. Then he reached out and dug out the eyes and pressed them into the fiery red male ghost. Come on, we'll be here to help you. The male ghost closed his eyes and said. The fiery red male ghost laughed loudly, and then jumped into the black mist. The ability of the three eyes is easy to use, and combined with the haze, it is simply terrifying, but of course the most powerful one is me. At this moment, his vision in the black mist was not affected at all. This was obviously the ability of the three-eyed male ghost. Vampire art. Rock giant. Boom boom boom. Feng Yu heard the sound of rolling boulders, and then the hair on his body stood up instinctively. Danger. Bang. The tree where Feng Yu was broken by a huge fist, but Feng Yu had jumped to another place at this time. As soon as I landed. Just heard it. Blood ghost art. The blessing of the earth god. The ground where Feng Yu was located began to squirm, so he jumped to a tree on the side again. At this time, he understood that this ghost had the ability to control earth. It's really troublesome to have no sight. Here we go again. Feng Yu felt the huge danger coming, so he avoided it and jumped to the other side. The huge sound indicated how powerful the attack was. If I were hit by this attack, I would probably be smashed into a meat pie. So first we have to kill that female ghost. Xiaobai, can you see where the female ghost is? Feng Yu said to Xiaobai standing on his shoulder. Shu Ying. Xiaobai shouted. Very good, Xiaobai, please be my eyes. No, that human is too flexible. The rock's vampire technique can't catch him. 3 eyes, you use another vampire technique to interfere with him. The two ghosts standing on the treetop looked at Feng Yu, who had no sight, but could easily avoid the attack of the rock ghost, and immediately discussed a secret move. Vampire art. The eyes of death. Feng Yu, who was dodging the stone monster's attack, suddenly felt a powerful spiritual attack pouring into his mind. Seeing countless eyes appearing in front of him, Feng Yu knew that he had been tricked, but soon, the illusion was broken, and the three-eyed vampire technique was blocked by Feng Yu's mental power. But Feng Yu himself also suffered a heavy blow from the stone monster because of the gap between mental attacks. I didn't expect that this human being's spiritual power is so powerful, and he cracked my vampire technique in an instant. But the rock hit him. The three-eyed ghost said. Feng Yu was knocked out by the powerful attack and hit a big tree. Pain. My whole body hurts. Feng Yu felt like his internal organs were broken. But with his powerful self-healing ability, the broken bones and organs were repaired quickly. Puff. Feng Yu spit out a mouthful of dark red blood, and he immediately felt much more relaxed. Then he took out another healing pill and put it in his mouth. The effect of the medicine is dispersed instantly, and the wounds on the body heal faster. Feng Yu stood up tremblingly, and Xiaobai licked the wound on his face, seeming to be extremely distressed. Xiaobai, I'm fine. I didn't expect that these 3 ghosts actually have the spirit attack vampire technique. I was a little careless, but I won't do it again. Originally, this move was not skillful enough, but thanks to the attack just now, I understood the final problem. Since the black fog cannot be dispersed, then I will use light to disperse the darkness. Feng Yu holds the sun blade tightly. The melody of the breath of light appears. In the entire episode, the breath of light 2 model shines brightly in the world. Silvery white light radiated from Feng Yu's hand. This. The 3 ghosts were stunned. The first one to bear the brunt was the three-eyed ghost, who screamed in agony and shed tears of blood from his closed eyes. The rock ghost covered his eyes, and the haze ghost opened his mouth with a look of shock. When the black fog dissipated, Feng Yu saw the three-eyed ghost and the haze ghost on the trees in the distance. A moment. Full concentration, breath of water 3 types of flowing dance. Feng Yu was very fast. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of the 2 ghosts. Full concentration, breath of water type 1 water surface slash. Blue water patterns emerged, and the 2 ghosts' instinctive reaction made them take defensive postures, but it was of no use. Wherever the knife passes, when the head falls to the ground. A double kill. The 2 ghosts couldn't believe that their heads were chopped off, and eventually turned into ashes and disappeared in the air. Well, Feng Yu covered his chest. It was obvious that the second form of breath of light had caused some kind of damage to his body. The powerful self-healing ability quickly recovered. Damn humans, you actually killed them. The rock ghost on the ground saw his companion die and fell into a state of madness. You forced me to do this. I don't want to use this here because I don't want to destroy the habitat. Vampire art. Volcanic flame. The red color on the rock ghost turned into streaks of lava, the surrounding flowers and trees withered, and the temperature in the air became higher and higher. Boom. Grr. Fiery red magma rolled out from the ground, and at the same time, the volcanoes on the mountain seemed to be affected, making terrifying loud noises. No, we must kill this ghost as soon as possible, otherwise the volcano will erupt if he completes this blood ghost technique. Without any time to think, Feng Yu jumped out. It was a race against time, and Feng Yu thought of the one-type light slash of Breath of Light. Extreme speed, extreme damage. Feng Yu slashed towards the rock ghost as fast as a ray of light. Don't even think about it. Rock ghost shouts. The huge stone monster suddenly stood in front of the rock ghost, and it was about to hit him. The wind and rain in the air immediately reacted, transforming into a water-breathing 8-shaped Takatsubo, and slashed at the stone monster from the sky. Bang! The huge force caused the stone monster to be cut in half. Rock ghost stunned. How is it possible? How can you be so strong? His strongest defensive and offensive blood ghost technique was actually cut in half in front of him by someone who was not a pillar. This man is terrifyingly strong. Ever since he became a ghost, no one has been able to break his blood ghost technique, not even the boss of 12 Kazuki. The rock ghost knew that it wasn't that he couldn't be broken, but that this man was too strong. You must be Zu, right? The rock ghost asked crazily. Having lost his will to fight, he no longer wanted to resist, and could only cry weakly. Because he couldn't escape, this man was very fast and incredibly powerful. Sorry, I really am not. Taking advantage of the rock ghost's daze, Feng Yu chopped off his head. I don't believe it. Full of unwillingness dissipated in the air. The three ghosts were cut down by Feng Yu's sword, but in a cave somewhere, a pair of green eyes opened. If you look carefully, you will find that there are words engraved in the eyes. When Feng Yu saw the system prompt that the number of knife swings 50W had been charged, he suddenly collapsed to the ground, gasping for air. Pain. Severe pain spread from the chest, and the organs felt as if they were on fire. The transition between the two types of breathing is still too difficult. But at this time, a volcano on the mountain finally erupted. Chapter 32 3 Diseased Leaves in Shashian. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 32 313. Chapter 32 3 Diseased Leaves in Shashian. Feng Yu lay on the ground gasping for air. Although his body's self-healing ability had reached its peak, the internal injuries caused by the stone monster's punch had not healed yet, so he used the unfamiliar light-breathing form to again. The physical condition got worse. Not to mention that when killing the rock ghost, the two breathing methods switched to each other, which is very heavy on the body. My body hurts so much, and I feel so tired. I really want to close my eyes and sleep. Feng Yu's eyes widened and he gritted his teeth, trying not to cry out. But the heartbreaking pain didn't stop coming, and Feng Yu didn't dare to leave here first, because according to what the Vine Ghost said, there was a 12 Kazuki here that was stronger than them. Feng Yu wasn't sure whether he was going up or down, but with his current physical condition, he probably couldn't even handle the downswing. He wanted to go down the mountain to rest and then come back to kill the evil ghost, but as soon as his body moved, the heartbreaking pain hit him, making him unable to move. Now that 12 Kazuki ghost hasn't come yet, I can't sit still and wait. This is not my style. Feng Yu was a little worried that the ghost would come, because he felt that the line of sight in the forest was scanning him at the moment. Puff. Feng Yu slowly supported himself to sit up, but his internal organs were damaged again, and the stagnant blood suddenly spurted out from his throat. Bah. Feng Yu took out a few healing pills, put them in his mouth, chewed them, and swallowed them. For a moment, the majestic power of the medicine washed away every injury in the body. The huge sourness made him couldn't help but let out a soft moan. Then came the itching. Raise it to the extreme. Feng Yu felt like there were countless ants swimming around in his whole body. He knew that this was the body's flesh and blood being repaired. Just like when a wound scabs over. This is a good thing, but Feng Yu can't stand it anymore. Damn, it's so itchy. Feng Yu no longer cared about his image at this time and hammered the ground crazily, trying to use pain to relieve the itch in the body. Dong dong. Under Feng Yu's powerful force, a pit was created on the ground. At this time, Feng Yu discovered that there was a strong miasma in the air. The dark green gas hit, and wherever it passed, the trees became rotten at a speed visible to the naked eye. No. These miasmas are poisonous. Feng Yu resisted the itch in his body and reacted quickly by jumping onto the tree trunk to avoid the dark green gas. Oh, to be able to react at such a speed, you must be the pillar in the Demon Slayer core. The dark green gas slowly dissipated, revealing a figure. Trouble. The person who came was none other than a ghost, and not just any ghost. 12 Kazuki lower string 3 diseased leaves. There were 3 cross scars on his face, golden earrings on his ears, and more importantly, there were big words engraved in his eyes. Last string 3. I have been watching you since you entered this forest. I thought you were just an ordinary Demon Slayer core swordsman. You never wanted to kill 4 of my subordinates in a group of ordinary ghosts. How do you think I want to kill you? How are you? Sha Xian San Bingyi smiled. And I found that the energy in your flesh and blood seems to be very abundant, higher than that of ordinary people. You should have the legendary thin blood. I didn't expect that out of 100 people, I wouldn't be able to pick out one person with rare blood. He would appear in front of me, and he was still seriously injured. Do you think I'm lucky? Sikyi stared at Feng Yu with greedy eyes, which wanted to eat Feng Yu immediately. Si Lu, your meat must be delicious. Feng Yu looked at the diseased leaf not far away with vigilance. The sun blade in his hand had been unsheathed again. As long as the ghost in front of him moved, he would fight back. Now he just wants to delay for a little longer. This will make your injury better. This is the pull of time. Seeing Feng Yu acting like this, Bing Yi was not in a hurry, as if he was playing with his prey, with a sick smile on his face. Put it off. The longer you delay, the deeper the poison will invade. Bing Yi knew that Feng Yu was seriously injured, but he didn't know if Feng Yu had the ability to fight back. When he watched him fight the vine ghost in the dark, he knew that this ghost hunter liked to hide his strength. With his cautious character over the years, Bing Yi couldn't help but think of using the vampire technique to slowly kill Feng Yu. No. The air is poisonous. Feng Yu seemed to have a strange feeling when he looked at his body. Green spots appear on the skin, the body's self-healing ability is restricted, and even poisons are still invading my body. Feng Yu quickly tore his clothes and covered his nose. Oh, finally found it. Ghost hunter. Bing Yi looked at Feng Yu and couldn't help laughing. Feng Yu weakly bent his knees. Even if he covered his nose, it had no effect. The poison was a gas, perfectly integrated into the air. Just like a virus, it infects cells and infects the oxygen during breathing. Ha ha ha, I forgot to tell you, this entire forest is covered by the blight and poisonous miasma of my blood ghost technique. From the moment you step into the forest, you are constantly inhaling the virus in the air. Now you feel my beloved poison constantly destroying your body, ha ha ha. Originally, I saw that you had been in the forest for a while, and I was wondering what was going on. Normally, as long as you take a breath of gas in this forest, green spots will gradually grow on your body, and eventually it will turn into a pool of poison. Water, it's so poisonous, even the gentleman praised it back then. Bing Yi thought of a certain figure in his mind, and couldn't help but show a timid look in his eyes. So that's it. No wonder the forest here always smells. At this time, Feng Yu also understood why there was a smell when he first stepped into this forest. The entire forest was shrouded in this ghost's vampire technique. It should not be said that this is indeed a 12 Kazuki, the vampire technique has such a wide range and is deadly. It's just that Feng Yu put away the panic expression on his face at this time, and when the sick leaf couldn't see it, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Bang! Feng Yu fell to the ground weakly. Sick Yi saw that his face was covered with green spots and guessed that the poison had entered his heart. This ghost hunter is already beyond the reach of the gods. Hey, can't you hold on anymore so soon? Bian Yi smiled. Then, the figure suddenly appeared in front of Feng Yu and kicked him away. What a speed! Feng Yu marveled at how fast this ghost was. In an instant, it came to him from such a long distance. You must know that Feng Yu was very confident in his speed. Ahem, you were a ninja before you became a ghost, Feng Yu said with difficulty with a painful expression on his face. I didn't expect that a human like you could see my movements and deduce my previous identity. Bing Yi said quietly. Feng Yu understood that in the previous anime, in the second part of 12 Kazuki, except for Tyre and Nightmare, the rest were laid off by a boss who liked women's clothing as soon as they appeared. There is no introduction about the diseased leaf at all, only the movements of escaping from the diseased leaf and the immediate escape route are known. It is known that the origin of the diseased leaf is not simple. The ninja's way of traveling is thoughtful and has his own ideas, and he even has the idea of betraying his boss. Courage, prudence and wisdom are also timid. This is the third diseased leaf in front of us. You are very good, but that's just it. After that, he walked towards Feng Yu. The opportunity has come, Feng Yu thought to himself, then turned his back and took out the remaining detoxification pill. Thank you Xiaobai for not taking the antidote pill. Bing Yi didn't know what Feng Yu was doing at this time, thinking that he was too weak to move, but he never thought that Feng Yu, who was lying on the ground, suddenly stood up and attacked him. Full concentration, breath of light type 1 moonlight slash. Feng Yu was very fast, attacking the diseased leaves like a ray of light. How is that possible? Blood ghost technique. Blood shuriken. Dang. Bing Yi's reaction speed was very fast, and a blood-red shuriken blocked Feng Yu's killing blow. Although it was blocked, the body was indeed knocked several meters away by the powerful force. The dust and smoke scattered, revealing the embarrassed figure. How is it possible? How could you not be poisoned? Yi Yi yelled. At this time, there were no green spots on Feng Yu's body. The moment he entered the detoxification pill, all the poison was released. Moreover, the body has recovered to the best of its ability. What a pity. When Feng Yu saw that his blow was blocked, he knew that it would be difficult to have such a good chance to kill this ghost. I'm still too anxious. I should wait until he gets closer. It's useless for Feng Yu to regret now, he can only be tough. The sick leaf, who was all messy, saw that Feng Yu was not only not poisoned, but his body was almost recovered. I don't know what I'm thinking about. Staring at Feng Yu with bulging eyes. This man gave him a very strange feeling. One second he was poisoned and dying, and the next second he almost killed himself as if nothing happened. Moreover, the force of the blow just now was so powerful that Bing Yi guessed that Feng Yu was just acting to sneak attack on him. Despicable humans, Sick Yi said through gritted teeth. Haha, let's talk to each other. You poison me, and I pretend to be poisoned and injured to poison you. Aren't we just trying to laugh at the same time? Feng Yu spread his hands helplessly. It's a joke, if I didn't have the antidote, I would have died long ago. Speaking of which, the detoxifying pill is quite powerful. I originally thought, it is indeed a product produced by the system, it is a must-win product. Feng Yu thought to himself, and then bought 5 detoxifying pills at the Wanwu Mall and spent 100,000 sword swings. Very good, it's guaranteed. Go to hell, Bingye shouted, and the blood-red shuriken was thrown out of his hand. Bang, there was a huge noise. Instead, everything touched by the shuriken was cut into 2 pieces. Feng Yu easily dodged it and jumped to the ground on the other side. Then, before he had time to react, another blood-red shuriken struck, one after another, 5 in total. Each one is highly poisonous, and green smoke is constantly emitting from the cuts in the cut trees. You are so poisonous, Feng Yu said to the sick leaf. Snort. Bingye didn't speak, but moved his hand, and the shuriken he originally threw flew back. Rows of trees fell to the ground, and Feng Yu had a hard time hiding. As soon as he landed, another shuriken struck him. No, we can't go on like this. It's too much physical exertion, and the physical injuries haven't healed yet. Feng Yu was panting and dodging in the air. Despite the relaxed look on his face, only Feng Yu knew that every time he dodged, his wounds were involved. Feng Yu's speed became slower and slower, and he was almost cut into 2 pieces several times, and his clothes were torn into pieces due to the attacks of the shuriken. Bingyi seemed to have discovered Feng Yu's strangeness, with a surprised expression on his face. This human speed has slowed down. I guessed it right, his injuries are not healed yet. Time passed little by little, and the originally dense forest became bare due to the battle between Feng Yu and Bingyi. Now, die for me, humans. Bingyi saw a flaw in Feng Yu and a shuriken appeared in his hand. He jumped out and attacked Feng Yu. Feng Yu instinctively blocked it subconsciously. When Bingyi saw Feng Yu like this, he showed a sly smile and said, "You've been fooled, human being." The diseased leaf in front of him disappeared, and a shuriken suddenly appeared behind him, then turned into a diseased leaf and attacked Feng Yu's back. Tear. A sharp pain hit, and Feng Yu was injured. Although he dodged the fatal blow at the last moment, he was still injured. Severe pain hit, Feng Yu quickly took out the antidote pill and the healing pill and swallowed them in his stomach. But don't wait for Feng Yu's recovery time. The diseased leaves have begun to attack again. It's the same trick again. It's just that this time, shurikens were coming from all directions, and Feng Yu didn't know which one was his body, which was very fatal. No, I will be killed by him if this continues. Can I only use that one trick? Feng Yu gently wiped away the blood from the corner of his mouth. It's another round of attack, but Feng Yu was keeping a close eye on the approaching sickle figure. The shurikens around him were moving at the same speed as Bingyi, and he was about to hit Feng Yu. Bingyi smiled, but soon stopped smiling. In the entire episode, the Breath of Light 2 model shines brightly in the world. A violent bright light appears. Feng Yu jumped slightly and dodged the shuriken attack. The diseased leaves screamed. The body was cut into several pieces by his own shuriken. Ah, my eyes. The sick leaf closed his eyes tightly and let out screams. What did you do to me? The intense bright light temporarily blinded the diseased leaves. Ha. Feng Yu gasped for air, but his face was full of surprise. It seems that this move can be used as a big killer in the future. At this time, the sick leaf no longer had the will to fight, and he could not see, so he just wanted to run away. Regardless of whether the body was put back together, the head sprouted hands and feet, and he quickly hid in the grass. Don't even think about running away. When Feng Yu saw this, he quickly chased after him. This was a very good opportunity to kill him. Feng Yu was very fast, but the sick leaf ran very slowly because he couldn't see it. He was immediately caught by Feng Yu. Please let me go. I will definitely not harm anyone again in the future, you believe me. The sick leaf with eyes closed began to beg for mercy. Do you think it's possible? Just be obedient and become the source of my strength. Breath of light, one-shaped moonlight slash. No. The screams echoed throughout the forest. Feng Yu also fell to the ground and passed out. Chapter 33 Awakening. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 33 313ths. Chapter 33 Awakening. In Feng Yu's last glimmer of consciousness, he seemed to hear a girl with a very nice voice ringing in his ear. Moses. On the other side of the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters, Ubuyashiki Yaoyu looked out into the sky and murmured, "Another outstanding Demon Slayer swordsman has appeared in our Demon Slayer Corps." Giyu. Yi Yong's body seemed to tremble for a moment, but he quickly returned to normal. That kid killed a mountain of ghosts all by himself, including a 12 Kazuki. What a great kid. Soon, the news that Feng Yu killed Sha Shansen alone spread among Ju circles. Feng Yu didn't know how long he had been asleep. All he knew was that he was really tired this time, and his body was the most seriously injured he had ever been in this world. While sleeping, Feng Yu seemed to hear a voice calling him to wake up every moment. Time keeps passing. Everyone wanted to see with their own eyes what the man who killed Sha Xian-san alone was like, but they were all rejected by the people in Butterfly House. The reason was because Feng Yu was still in a coma. Even so, others were not allowed to come to express condolences in his coma. Only Kocho Shinobu himself knew why. Well, where is this? Feng Yu slowly opened his eyes, and what he saw was a clean wooden house, with Xiaobai still sleeping next to it. After rubbing my head, Feng Yu touched Xiaobai with his hand. Xiaobai, who was sleeping, seemed to feel a familiar touch and opened his eyes suddenly. Hey! When Xiaobai saw that his master had woken up, he excitedly threw himself into Feng Yu's arms and licked Feng Yu's face crazily with his tongue. Master, miss you so much. A waxy girl's voice suddenly appeared in Feng Yu's mind. Huh, who's talking? Feng Yu was confused. He and Xiaobai were the only ones in the whole room. There was no one else at all. After patrolling for a week, he focused his attention on Xiaobai in his arms. Is it possible that Xiaobai is talking? Feng Yu picked up Xiaobai and took a closer look. Master, Master, Nuo's voice sounded again, and this time Feng Yu listened very carefully. Xiaobai, have you learned to speak? Feng Yu surprise. When I woke up, I discovered that my pet could talk. What a surprise. Yes, Master. Listening to Xiaobai's voice in his mind, Feng Yu felt a little disappointed, because Xiaobai could not communicate with other people yet and could only communicate with himself. This may be due to the pet contract. No matter what, I'm very happy. Feng Yu touched Xiaobai's body with his hand. Fortunately, I asked you to leave first. Feng Yu recalled that when he met 12 Kazuki, he secretly asked Xiaobai to leave and asked Xiaohei to bring him a savior. According to this situation, it is obvious that Feng Yu was saved. My body feels so good. Feng Yu stretched heavily, and there was a crackling sound from his body that had not moved for a long time. Then he turned his attention to the properties panel. Character: Nakagawa Fuyu. Number of swings: 5,364,870. Breathing method: breathing of water Dacheng. Martial arts: sword skills Dacheng. Physical strengthening techniques Dacheng. Fengpaoyin Dacheng. Golden body strengthening technique introductory, can be upgraded. 5 Tiger fist introductory, can be upgraded. Secret of spiritual power technique refined, can be improved. Physique: immortal physique. Pet: Xiaobai awakened. Mission 1. Kill the King of Ghosts, Oni Washimubai. Introduction. Ghost King Kibutsuji is the beginning of everything in this world. Kill him to end this source of evil. Rewards: number of knife swings 1000 W, designated world travel 1, mysterious gift package 1. Status: unfinished. Chain mission: kill evil spirits. Introduction. After sunset, endless evil ghosts start hunting. You are a human, go and kill all the evil ghosts. Reward: unknown, depends on the percentage of completion. The higher the completion, the higher the reward. Status: 0.4%. Task 2. Understand the breath of light and create 3 moves. Introduction. People always have to learn to grow. You find that water breathing is not very suitable for you, so create your own breathing method. Mission reward: number of sword swings 500 W, number of refreshes of legendary quality items in the Everything Mall 1, new system function 1. Status: unfinished. Mission 3. Complete 3 Demon Slayer core missions. Introduction. As a newbie, you can already stand alone, follow your heart, and complete the mission of the Demon Slayer core. Mission reward: number of knife swings 2 million, system deduction function, Mask of Death. Status: 2/3 complete. The number of times the knife has been swung reached more than 5 million. That means the diseased leaves gave me 2 million swings of the knife. Feng Yu did a simple calculation. The ghosts with blood ghost skills were worth 500,000, and the ordinary ghosts were 50,000, adding up to more than 3 million. So, diseased leaves are worth 2 million knife swings. The breath of light and the 3 missions are almost completed. So I'm going to be rich soon. Feng Yu was very satisfied with this harvest, but the risk factor was also rising slowly. If it happens again, Feng Yu will definitely say, no fool would do it. The secret technique of spiritual power has actually improved. How about using the number of sword swings to directly upgrade to a higher level? Feng Yu was in trouble, because this time his mental power actually helped him a lot, but this secret technique can be practiced independently, so it seems a pity to increase the number of swings. And looking at this situation, the cost of upgrade is definitely not low. The most important thing for me now is to improve my combat effectiveness. As long as I complete the Demon Slayer core mission again, the deduction function can be turned on. By then, I will be able to deduce water breathing or other techniques to a higher level. Forget it, I won't improve my spiritual skills for now. In this battle, I also discovered my strengths and weaknesses. The advantage is that my damage and defense are very strong, but my perception is not good. If my perception was strong enough, I would not be attacked at the beginning. Quote, of course, maybe improve your defense to a higher level. Feng Yu touched his chin and thought. Then he silently upgraded the golden body forging technique to the Dacheng stage. It's a familiar operation again. Feng Yu's head was filled with knowledge and illusions. Namo Amitabha, Namo Amitabha, ... Waves of Sanskrit sounds ring in my ears. What catches the eye is a huge golden Buddha. At this time, Feng Yu's body surface glowed with golden light, and he could clearly feel a thin film forming on his skin. It was very thin, but after he tried to cut his skin with the Nichirin knife in his hand. But it didn't hurt at all. The defense is stronger again. Feng Yu sighed. It seems that I am getting farther and farther in terms of defense. Chapter 34 Kocho Shinobu. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 34 313ths. Chapter 34 Kocho Shinobu. Then let's take a good look at where this place is. Feng Yu stood up and opened the door of the house. The moment the door opened, a burst of floral fragrance came out, and the whole garden was filled with Kocho flying in the courtyard. Just as Feng Yu was admiring the beautiful scenery, a girl's voice came from behind him. You're awake. Feng Yu looked for the sound. There were actually 3 black-haired girls in white clothes, each with different colored hair accessories on their heads. "Hello, my name is Kiyoshi Terauchi," said the girl with light pink hair. Then the girl with light blue hair accessories, Nakahara Orange, and the girl with green hair accessories, Takata Naho, introduced themselves respectively. "My name is Nakagawa Fengyu, can you tell me where this is?" Fengyu looked at the 3 girls in front of him and felt that they were very familiar, but he didn't think of them for a moment. "Fengyu, this is Diwu. 1, 2, 7, counting today, you have been here for 7 days. That means you have been unconscious for 7 days. The girl named Terauchi Kiyoshi counted her fingers and said, "Have I been unconscious for so long?" Fengyu Zomei. This was the first time he had been unconscious for so long. No matter how injured he was, he could still be intact the next day, not because of anything else but because Fengyu had strong confidence in his body's recovery power. But this time when I heard someone say that I had been in a coma for 7 days, I still couldn't believe it. "Master Shinobu sent you here." Temple Kiyoshi seemed to see Fengyu's doubts and then said, "When Shinobu-sama sent you here, you were covered in blood and wounds. It was Shinobu-sama who has been treating you. Of course, we also have the credit, ha ha ha. It's so nice of you to wake up." The 3 Qing sisters in the temple smiled. "We need to tell this news to Shinobu-sama." Then the 3 of them disappeared in a flash, leaving only Fengyu standing in the yard. The 3 little ones looked a bit different than what Fengyu remembered, probably a little smaller. Thinking about it, the plot of the original book has not even started yet, and it will take more than a year to start. These 3 little ones probably have the character of children. Fengyu secretly said. Then I didn't think much about it, so I started walking around Diwu. To be honest, this place is really suitable to live. Looking at the clean and tidy house, planted with various flowers and plants, and the kocho flying in the sky, Fengyu also saw the busy Diwu staff. He does his work very methodically. Fengyu himself didn't know where he went, he only knew that he was holding Xiaobai and admiring Dai Wu's grace all the way. At this time, Fengyu stopped. "Hey ha," the girl wearing an emerald green kocho hair accessory with pink edges is brandishing a wooden sword in her hand. Kocho is also flying around, seemingly accompanying the girl. "This is Koreanao Kanao." Fengyu looked at the girl who was practicing hard and fell into deep thought. It was only about 2 years apart, and the changes in the characters in these original works were somewhat different. The girl who was practicing seemed to have discovered Fengyu's figure, stopped the knife in her hand, and looked at Fengyu quietly with her lavender eyes. She is indeed a taciturn girl. Fengyu lamented that although the image was a little different, the character was still the same. The hair accessory on that head is in memory of Kocho Shinobu's sister Kanae. In the introduction to the anime that Fengyu recalled watching in his previous life, there were stories about Kocho Shinobu, Kanae and the girl in front of him, Kanao. It's a pity that the unfortunate experience in childhood, coupled with the murder of Kanae, has turned it into what it is now. After thinking about it, Fengyu decided not to disturb her practice and left the place. Not long after Fengyu left, he was stopped. Kanzaki Aoi, a girl wearing a dark blue hair accessory, was shouting angrily, "How can you move around at will? Do you know that you are still recovering and cannot run around? Come back with me." Am I being educated?" Fengyu was stunned for a moment, and then was taken away by Kanzaki Aoi. "Lie still and don't move around. Master Ren will be back soon." After that, he said to the 3 little Kiyoshi Terauchi and the others behind him who had their heads lowered, "Keep an eye on him and don't let him run around." "Yes," the 3 little ones replied submissively. Then Kanzaki Aoi went out, leaving only the 3 little ones and Fengyu in the house. I said, "I'm actually fine. Look." Fengyu stood up and jumped a few times. "So stop staring at me like a prisoner." Fengyu felt terrified as the 3 little ones stared at her. "No," Sister Kanzaki Aoi said, "we have to watch you." The 3 little ones remained unmoved and stuck to their duties. "Oh, you guys." Fengyu sighed. Obviously he knew his body best and had fully recovered, so there was no need for treatment at all. On the contrary, he felt that his body was much stronger than before the coma. Fengyu guessed that it was due to the bodybuilding technique. He remembered that the bodybuilding technique requires stimulation from the outside world to become stronger and stronger. Just like that, the 3 little ones stared at Fengyu closely. 3 pairs of bean eyes make Fengyu feel a little cute. Of course, Fengyu was also a little nervous at this time, because what they meant was that the legendary Kocho Shinobu was coming. At this time, the door of the house is open. Moses, it's great that Mr. Fengyu wakes up." The door opened, and Fengyu heard the voice before coma again. Fengyu looked up, and a girl with purple eyes, wearing Kocho patterns and a smile on her face came in and said hello to Fengyu. Kocho Shinobu. Fengyu was distracted for a moment. He didn't expect that Kocho Shinobu, who was very popular in his previous life, would meet him under such circumstances. Moses, Mr. Fengyu seems to know me." Kocho Shinobu came up to Fengyu, waved his hands, and said with a smile. "Ah, that, I haven't, never seen." Fengyu didn't expect that Kocho Shinobu would get so close, and he felt guilty for a moment. Fengyu-kun is such a cute boy. Kocho Shinobu looked at Fengyu's blushing face and couldn't help laughing. The little white fox raised by Mr. Fengyu is so cute. Only then did Fengyu realize that his little white had jumped into Kocho Shinobu's arms and held her hand with his head affectionately. "Xiaobai, you white-eyed fox." Feng Yu was a little angry, but he didn't expect Xiaobai to abandon him as his master and go to Kocho Shinobu for a touch. But after returning to play, Feng Yu coughed lightly, collected his thoughts and said, "Thank you for saving me." Feng Yujun is really joking. This is our job responsibility as Dai Wu. There is no such thing as gratitude. On the contrary, we Dai Wu also want to thank you for risking our lives to kill evil spirits and protect more people. Kocho Shinobu stroked Xiaobai's hair and said, "But no matter what, thank you for taking care of me these days. But my body has recovered now. Can you let me regain my freedom?" Feng Yu asked. "Yeah, Feng Yu-kun's body is very good, and his recovery ability is also very good." Kocho Shinobu looked at Feng Yu's body and seemed to think of something, then his face suddenly became serious. "Feng Yujun, have you practiced 2 breathing techniques?" "Huh, how did you know?" Feng Yu exclaimed. "Because when I found you, I felt 2 different breathing methods in you. Your body is very strange. It has a very strong self-healing ability and a strong immunity to poison. The reason why you were comatose for so long was because the 2 breathing methods caused damage to the organs in your body." Quote, Kocho Shinobu explains. "I see, only then did Feng Yu understand the reason why he had been unconscious for so long. If you don't mind, Mr. Feng Yu, can you show me how the 2 breathing methods work later? Because you are the first person to have 2 breathing methods. If you can, then the strength of our Demon Slayer Corps can be taking it to the next level. Please, Feng Yu-kun." Looking at Kocho Shinobu's expectant eyes, Feng Yu was also a little touched. After all, he knew the story of Kocho Shinobu. So he said, "Good, thank you, Mr. Feng Yu." Chapter 35 Kocho Shinobu's Surprise. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 35 313th. Chapter 35 Kocho Shinobu's Surprise. Feng Yu sat on the bed and looked at Kocho Shinobu, who always had a sweet smile on his face. He couldn't help but think of watching the anime prequels about her, Kanae, and Kanao in his previous life. The girl used her smile to hide her inner pain. She is not suitable to be a Demon Slayer swordsman because her wrist is not strong enough and she is the only person in the Demon Slayer Corps who cannot cut off the demon's head. However, in order to avenge her sister, she found another way and used her proficiency in pharmacology and toxicology with his own advantages. He developed poison that can kill ghosts to make up for his shortcomings. She also created her own set of breathing, the breath of insects. She is a genius and a sad person. The former Kocho Shinobu was serious, unsmiling, and outspoken, with a competitive and irritable side. After the death of her sister Kocho Kanae, Shinobu's whole person changed a lot. She completely imitated her sister's behavior, tone and personality, always maintaining a calm side, and she also began to smile like her sister all the time. Kocho Shinobu will be expressionless when angry or serious. When she is angry, she will demand of herself that, not being able to control emotions is a sign of immaturity. She will try her best to control her expression and calm down as much as possible. Feng Yu also knew at this moment that Kocho Shinobu was trying to use himself as a container to inject poison, hoping to kill the second Doma. Feng Yu admires her courage, but he also thinks she is stupid. There is hope in life, and even if the hope is slim, you should learn to protect yourself first. Feng Yu knew why she just wanted him to show her 2 breathing techniques. "I just want to become stronger and have a higher winning rate against Doma in the future. No matter what, if you can reduce the tragedy a little bit, let's reduce it a little bit." Feng Yu sighed and then came to the martial arts training square. In the center of the square, Kocho Shinobu has already been waiting here. "Feng Yujun, you are here," Kocho Shinobu said with a smile. "Kocho, Shinobi, Feng Yu-kun, is there anything you want to say to me?" Kocho Shinobu's expression suddenly turned cold when he saw Feng Yu's hesitant look. "No, how dare Feng Yu admit it?" Seeing the smile on Kocho Shinobu's face again, he couldn't help but shudder. "Then Mr. Feng Yu, please tell me how you achieve the 2 breathing methods." "Actually, I don't know why I can master the 2 breathing methods. I just suddenly realized it." Feng Yu couldn't explain why. In the final analysis, it was because of his body's strong recovery power that he was not afraid of irreversible damage caused when switching between the 2 breathing methods. "Maybe it's because of my physical condition," Feng Yu then explained. "So that's it." Kocho Shinobu looked at Feng Yu with a thoughtful look on his face. "Feng Yujun, can you show me your own breathing method?" Kocho Shinobu requested. "Can." Then Feng Yu began to show Kocho Shinobu the 2 moves of Breath of Light. Full Focus, Breath of Light Type 1 Moonlight Slash. The Breath of Light 2, the Radiance of the World. "These are the 2 moves I have researched so far," Feng Yu said after showing it. "It's incredible, Mr. Feng Yu, your second move actually made me feel the warmth of the sun. And this intense light might make it surprisingly difficult to fight ghosts." Kocho Shinobu said with a surprised expression on his face. "Feng Yu-kun, can you show me how you can convert your water breath into light breath again?" "Yeah, okay." Then Feng Yu first used the breath of water, and then transformed into the breath of light. The 2 breathing methods transform each other. Kocho Shinobu looked at it very carefully. The smile on his face also faded a lot, and his eyes were always on Feng Yu's face. After showing off, Feng Yu let out a breath of turbid air. "It's very impressive, Feng Yu-kun. None of us in the Demon Slayer Corps can transform breathing techniques without harm like you." Kocho Shinobu agreed. "Feng Yujun, how does your body feel when you are transforming the breath of light?" Kocho Shinobu asked again. "Do you feel it?" it just feels like a little discomfort, and a little damage to your body. Feng Yu answered truthfully. Kocho Shinobu nodded in approval. After all, the Demon Slayer Corps had also verified whether one person could learn 2 breathing techniques or more. But they basically all end in failure, and the biggest difficulty is discomfort. The pillars of the Demon Slayer Corps can also learn 2 breathing methods, but this will not only not improve their strength, but will also drag down their bodies. What the Demon Slayer Corps wants is to increase their strength, not decrease it. Kocho Shinobu circled around Feng Yu, then suddenly pulled out a knife and gently scratched Feng Yu's skin. As expected, Kocho Shinobu saw that the bleeding place where he had just scratched his skin quickly scabbed and healed. It seems that Mr. Feng Yu has a very special body. Kocho Shinobu couldn't help but touch the scab. With a light touch, the scab fell off, revealing new skin without any wounds. Feng Yujun, are you of thin blood? Kocho Shinobu asked abruptly. Thin blood? I don't know. Feng Yu pretended that he didn't know whether it was thin blood. After all, his physique was an immortal constitution that was even more powerful than thin blood. Moreover, before this body gained the ageless physique, its recovery power was already amazing, not to mention the various bodybuilding techniques. Just like Kocho Shinobu's blow just now, he had to let go of his own defense before the skin was cut. Otherwise, the membrane cannot be cut with just that little strength. Kocho Shinobu's eyes were a little disappointed, but he still had a smile on his face. How about, take a look at this. Feng Yu can't bear it. He took out a marrow cleansing pill from the system space and put it in Kocho Shinobu's hand. Feng Yu-kun, is this? Kocho Shinobu was a little confused and looked at the small pill carefully. You will know the effect after you eat it. As long as you know that my body is so strong, it is due to it. Feng Yu didn't want to explain too much. Kocho Shinobu put the marrow cleansing pill into his mouth dubiously. It's numb. This woman can look so beautiful in everything she eats. Feng Yu turned away and stopped looking at Kocho Shinobu. How could it be? Kocho Shinobu let out an exclamation. His face instantly became excited, because she felt her body becoming stronger as she clicked. Feng Yu-kun, where did you get this pill? Can you give me some more? Or do you have a recipe for it? Kocho Shinobu asked excitedly. This elixir is called the marrow cleansing pill. Where you got it is a secret of mine. I don't have much left. I can give you another one and let you study it. Feng Yu said. That's it. It's a pity, but it's already very good. Kocho Shinobu put away his excitement, and then saw Feng Yu take out 2 marrow cleansing pills and put them in her hands. You can eat another one and keep the remaining one for research. I hope you can study its ingredients and then develop it on a large scale. Feng Yu said without blushing or heart beating. Feng Yu-kun, is this the same quality as the elixir Mr. Linlong sent a year ago? You mean the healing pill? Only then did Feng Yu remember that he had given the healing pill to Sakanji Nintaki, but he had never thought that he had sent the healing pill to Kocho Shinobu. Sure enough, it was also done by Mr. Feng Yu. Feng Yu-kun, I am very grateful to you here. Because of your healing pill, our Demon Slayer Corps personnel can reduce casualties. Kocho Shinobu bowed deeply for Feng Yu and said, You mean the healing pill was successfully developed? Feng Yu was a little unbelievable. Yes and no, Mr. Feng Yu, because we can only make elixirs with very weak effects, mainly because some of the ingredients in them seem to not exist in this world. As he spoke, he looked at Feng Yu with strange eyes. Feng Yujun is really a strange person. You make me feel like you don't have the heart to sacrifice everything. Then Kocho Shinobu left with the marrow cleansing pill. She wanted to quickly develop the marrow cleansing pill and then mass produce it. After all, this elixir is so amazing. My originally dormant strength has improved a lot. Of course, the main reason is that my body is dirty. Kocho Shinobu couldn't stand being like this in front of Feng Yu, so he wanted to wash off the impurities on his body first. If it is developed, can I cut off the ghost's head? Feng Yu stood there and looked at the leaving Kocho Shinobu, thoughtfully. I can't tell my secret, I'm sorry. Chapter 36 Am I going to become a pillar? Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 36 313. Chapter 36 Am I going to become a pillar? In the next few days, Feng Yu never saw Kocho Shinobu again. Feng Yu guessed that she was trapped in the research of marrow cleansing pill and couldn't extricate herself. Feng Yu really wanted to go out and kill demons and complete 3 Demon Slayer Corps missions early so that he could activate the deduction function. By then, your strength will be able to reach a higher level. However, Kocho Shinobu ordered Shizo Chuki to keep an eye on Feng Yu and force him to recover from his injuries and could only move around in butterfly dance. Of course, not only are the 3 little ones watching, there is also Kanzaki Aoi supervising from the side. It's a bit of a pity. I also want to compete with Kocho Shinobu to compare the strength between myself and the pillars in Demon Slayer Corps. Feng Yu sighed. In the huge martial arts training square, only Kanao's figure was waving the knife in his hand crazily under the scorching sun. Hi. Feng Yu stepped forward and greeted Kanao. However, Kanao pretended not to see it and continued to practice his sword skills. Good guy, just ignored me. Feng Yu shook his head helplessly. He took out his Nichirin sword and began to practice swinging it. During this period, Kanao seemed to have never seen Feng Yu as a person, waving his arms like an emotionless machine. Feng Yu found that Kanao's breathing was particularly smooth. She was sweating after practicing for a long time, but her breathing did not change at all. What a terrible person. Feng Yu thought to himself that if it were his previous self, his breathing would have been disordered a long time ago. Huh, Feng Yu cleared some other thoughts from his mind and began to empty his mind, looking for the third move of Breath of Light. But after a long time, Feng Yu didn't have a clue. What went wrong? Breath of Light, Breath of Light, Light. Yes, light. Feng Yu looked up at the sky. The dazzling light made him unable to open his eyes, but a glimmer of light appeared in his mind. My breath of light cannot be separated from the light that can be seen everywhere. I lack the ability to perceive this aspect, but there is light everywhere in the world. Sunlight, moonlight, etc. are all lights. I rely on light, and light is also my tool. If I could form a link with light, then light would be my eyeliner. The more Feng Yu thought about it, the more it seemed possible. The melody of Breath of Light began to surge through Feng Yu's body, and Kanao's face seemed to be moved. He put down the knife in his hand and looked at Feng Yu with confusion as he kept waving the knife in his hand. In Kanao's eyes, countless lights seemed to appear in Feng Yu's body, and those lights surrounded him, joyful with his breathing. This makes every time Feng Yu breathes, the surroundings of his body will become a little brighter. Kanao made no other moves, as if he was afraid of disturbing Feng Yu, and just watched quietly from the side as he continued to try new moves. So awesome. Kanao expressed his expressionless approval that only he could hear. After a long time, Feng Yu stopped. A smile appeared on his face. The third move is a bit too early. If I keep trying this idea, I estimate that in just a few days, my third move of Breath of Light will be successful. Feng Yu wiped the sweat from his forehead and smiled. Turning to look at Kanao, he realized that Kanao was looking at him. Hi, Kanao. Feng Yu took the initiative to say hello again, but Kanao turned around and waved the knife in his hand expressionlessly. Feng Yu. On the other side, at the moment when Sha Xian-san Bingye was killed, the handsome aristocratic man who was leisurely drinking coffee and reading a book, his originally black pupils instantly turned red. As the diseased leaf dead. What a waste. The green knife, the face I've never seen before, the dazzling light. Kibutsuji muttered. The Demon Slayer Corps has another person with pillar-level strength. ... Feng Yu didn't know that he had been noticed by Kibutsuji. At this moment, he just wanted to quickly study and master the third form of Breath of Light. He even thought of a name, and he called it Breath of Light 3 types of light guidance. It's just that after a few days, I still haven't reached the final step. Feng Yu was a little impatient, but there was another voice in his mind that kept telling him that maybe he just needed an opportunity. 2 days later, Feng Yu came down completely exhausted. He practiced his sword every day to save some meager income from wielding the sword, and then he played with Xiao Bai and teased Xiao He. What a happy life. But what is to come will still come. On the 5th day, Feng Yu met Kocho Shinobu. You are. Feng Yu saw that Kocho Shinobu's mental condition was a bit poor, and his eyes seemed to be bloodshot. Feng Yu-kun, long time no see. Can you give me another marrow cleansing pill? I've been studying it these days and I've run out of materials. Kocho Shinobu said with a red face. No problem. This was the first time Feng Yu saw Kocho Shinobu like this. He was just like those young people in his previous life who were addicted to staying up late and were mentally depressed. Ms. Kocho, ninja, do you want to take a rest first? Feng Yu couldn't bear her to continue her sleepless research. But what Kocho Shinobu said next surprised him a little. Feng Yu-kun, you have to follow me to see my lord next. Kocho Shinobu said with a smile. My lord, wait, you said my lord wants to see me. Feng Yu had a look of disbelief. What's wrong, Feng Yu-kun, isn't it normal for the lord to want to see you? We are all members of the Demon Slayer Corps, and we are also the lord's children. And you killed 12 Kazuki alone, maybe this time you being able to become the backbone of the Demon Slayer Corps. Kocho Shinobu said. Pillar. Feng Yu was really a little numb this time, and he didn't expect it to happen so quickly. What's wrong, Feng Yu-kun? Kocho Shinobu looked at Feng Yu standing there and didn't know what he was thinking, so he interrupted his thoughts and said. Nothing, let's set off now. Feng Yu came back to his senses and said quickly. Yeah, let's go then. Then 2 people wearing black clothes with large hidden characters appeared out of nowhere, leading Feng Yu and the others towards the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. Along the way, Feng Yu couldn't calm down for a long time. Not only meeting Uyashiki Yazai, but also other people at the pillar level. Feng Yu was not ready to meet them at this time, but it's coming to an end. He couldn't help it either. Forget it, the soldiers will come to cover up the water and the earth. Sooner or later, we will have to face such a scene. Feng Yu suddenly remembered something in his heart. Don't be a coward, let's come together. That's all. Feng Yu and Kocho Shinobu, led by Yin's staff, came to the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. Chapter 37 Water Pillar or Light Pillar. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 37 313. Chapter 37 Water Pillar or Light Pillar. Under the leadership of 2 hidden members, Feng Yu came to the legendary Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. As soon as you step into this courtyard, an atmosphere of tranquility came over. Very quiet and clean. The entire courtyard is covered with landscape trees on both sides, and the ground is made of cement, cobblestones and marble. The boy who killed 12 Kazuki alone, do you want to be my stepson? A deafening sound came. Feng Yu looked up. He has yellow hair with red edges, a pair of big bright eyes and thick black eyebrows, making this man look so energetic. Flame Pillar. Purgatory Xingjulong. At this time, Yenju looked a little childish in his memory. However, with that appearance and tone of voice, there is no doubt that he is Enju Xingjuro. Don't want. Feng Yu thought to himself, we are about the same age, I want to be your brother, but you actually want to be my father. This must not happen. Mr. Purgatory, please don't cause trouble. Kocho Shinobu on the side interrupted. Ha ha ha, Miss Kocho Shinobu, don't be surprised. Xing Zhulong laughed heartily, and then said to Feng Yu, you are Feng Yu, you are very good, I feel that you are very strong, if you have time, we can compete together. TCH, it's not gorgeous at all. Sound Pillar Yusui Tengen said disdainfully. Is this Feng Yu-kun? Such a cute boy, I don't know if he has a girlfriend. Kanroji Mitsuri blushed and said. Snake Pillar Yehei Xiaobane gritted his teeth and looked at Feng Yu, humph. Soon, the familiar 9 pillars arrived at the scene. Tomioka Gyu's expression trembled slightly when he saw Feng Yu here, and he randomly nodded to Feng Yu without saying anything. Yenju clasped his hands together, tears streaming down his face. Shaju was talking to himself. The weather seems to be good today, and the shape of the cloud looks like. But the one who impressed Fuha the most was Shinazugawa Sanya. He has white hair, 3 extremely conspicuous scars on his face, and his eyes are bloodshot. Hey, are you the one who killed 12 Kazuki alone? What the hell is going on? 12 Kazuki was killed by an unknown gangster. Shinazugawa said arrogantly. Mr. Shinazugawa, his scars have increased again, he is so handsome. Kanroji Mitsuri's eyes were filled with love when Shinazugawa appeared. The air around seemed to be infected and full of sweet smell. Tomioka Gyu looked at Shinazugawa quietly and didn't know what he was thinking. Me, an unknown young man. Feng Yu raised his eyebrows and was a little angry at this moment. Shinazugawa Shimi really deserves a beating for what he said. What, do you want to try? Not to be outdone, Feng Yu held the Sun-Lune sword in his hand. Baga, Shinazugawa seemed angry at Fuaha's attitude and shouted. Then he pulled out the Nichirin sword and rushed towards Feng Yu. Bang, the 2 Nichirin knives collided and made a crisp sound. It's so fast, it's also very powerful, it deserves to be ranked among the top 3. Feng Yu recalled the rankings of Demon Slayer 9 Pillars strength by some netizens in his previous life, and Shinazugawa Sanya in front of him was among them. Feng Yu swung hard and Shinazugawa flew out, but he quickly rushed up again, faster and more powerful. But it was blocked by Feng Yu again. Baga baga, seeing that his attack was blocked again, Shinazugawa shouted angrily. The strength of the knife in his hand became twice as strong. Then he kicked again. Feng Yu didn't expect that Shinazugawa Sanya would actually launch a sneak attack. He didn't have time to resist, and the powerful force made him take a few steps back. Just as he was about to fall, Feng Yu felt someone behind him holding him up. I turned around and saw that it was Tomioka Gyu. Kocho Shinobu also ran over and expressed concern. Feng Yu-kun, are you okay? It was obvious that Kocho Shinobu seemed angry. Mr. Shinazugawa, are you sure you want to take action against the members of the Demon Slayer Corps? Kocho Shinobu still had a smile on her face, but everyone knew that she was on the verge of anger. Shinazugawa glanced at Feng Yu, snorted angrily, and crossed his arms. Very well, Shinazugawa, I will remember this today. Feng Yu clearly realized that he was no match for Shinazugawa at this moment, but he had a golden finger and his strength would definitely catch up with him or surpass him soon. Xiao Nin seems to be angry. It's so rare, so handsome. Kanroji Mitsuri looked at Kocho Shinobu and said, the leader has arrived, said the 2 sisters Yujiro Uyashiki. At this time, all the pillars respectfully greeted the person in the room. Feng Yu also looked up. Da, the sound of clogs sounded. Wearing a flame-patterned white haori, with a scar on his face and white eyes, Ubuyashiki Kagaya slowly walked out of the darkness. Thank you for coming, my lovely children, Ubuyashiki Yaoya said calmly. Then, with the help of his 2 children, he came to the corridor, looked up, felt the warmth coming from his skin, and said, good morning, everyone, the weather is really nice today. Is the sky blue? Welcome again. Here comes the biannual pillar meeting. I'm glad it's still you old faces. Brush. 9 pillars all knelt down on one knee, and when Feng Yu saw this, he also knelt down on one knee with them to show respect. I am really happy that the leader is in good health. Please take care of yourself. Shinazugawa Sanya spoke first. Thank you, Sanya, Ubuyashiki Yazai replied. I wanted to be the first to speak up, but I didn't expect that Mr. Shimi would overtake me. Kanroji Mitsuri lowered his head in understanding. Okay, everyone, let's get up and let the meeting begin. Ubuyashiki Yaoya said, excuse me, I don't think it's appropriate for Nakagawa Feng Yu to be the pillar. Shinazugawa spoke. He's not strong enough to serve as the pillar of the Demon Slayer Corps. What's more, the position of the water column is now held by Tomioka Gyu, and there is no place for him to hold it. That's it, Ubuyashiki Yazai replied meaningfully. For our members of the Demon Slayer Corps, if you want to become a pillar-level member, you need to complete one of the following 2 tasks. 1. Defeat members of 12 Kazuki. 2. Kill 50 ghosts. This kid Nakagawa Fu has already met one of the conditions, killing 12 Kazuki Shigegan-san alone. Although he joined the Demon Slayer Corps for a short time, almost a year, this proves his strength. I think he can be the backbone of the Demon Slayer Corps. It's just that there are currently people occupying all 9 positions of the Demon Slayer Corps, so we're holding this meeting to discuss it. Do you have any good opinions? Ubuyashiki Yaoya said. I don't agree. Shinazugawa was the first to object. Then there were rock pillars and snake pillars to oppose. The reason for unification is that although 12 Kazuki was killed, his contribution was not enough to become a pillar. I support Feng Yu-kun to become the pillar of the Demon Slayer Corps. Kocho Shinobu said, I support it too, Anjiro shouted. Tomioka Gyu and Kasumu didn't show any expression at all, as if they had deserted during school in their previous lives and were wandering around. The remaining Kanroji Mitsuri blushed and lowered his head, wondering, what should I do? Mr. Shinazugawa is so handsome. Mr. Fuaha is so cute. It's really hard to choose. As if anticipating this situation, Ubuyashiki Yaoya said, then what do you think, Nakagawa Fu? I don't know, I follow the arrangements. Feng Yu felt that whether he became a pillar or not would not affect him. After all, his main purpose was to kill ghosts, and becoming a pillar was nothing more than gaining respect and authority from more people. It didn't have much impact on him. That's it, Ubuyashiki Yaoya said calmly. Then the atmosphere suddenly became quiet. Our Demon Slayer Corps has been fighting ghosts since its establishment. From nothing at the beginning to the 9 pillars now, you are all very outstanding children. I originally wanted to let the child Feng Yu take over the position of the water pillar, but I heard that he created his own breath of light, so I'm considering adding another pillar, a light pillar. Feng Yu, do you think the light beam or the water column is better? Ubuyashiki Yazai once again put the choice in front of you. Feng Yu, I don't know if I should say the sentence, Mom sells the batch, it's not of much use to me whether it's a pillar or a pillar, so why do you keep asking me? I thought this in my heart, but said, my lord, the breath of light is still in its infancy and the name light pillar still seems inappropriate. That's it, then when you create the breath of light, you can assume the position of the light pillar. Ubuyashiki Yazai said with a smile. Lord Chief, Shinazugawa said seriously, Shimi, this child Feng Yu can use 2 breathing methods at the same time. I think he is qualified to be the pillar of our Demon Slayer Corps. Okay, that's it, when Feng Yu's child's breath of light is created, he will take over the position of the light pillar, cough cough. After Ubuyashiki Yaoya said this, he started coughing. Lord Chief, 9 pillars instantly became nervous. I'm fine, Ubuyashiki waved his hands. Then he went into the house, leaving only the people half kneeling on the ground. 2WB, Chapter 38 Learning the 11 Forms of Water Breathing. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 38 313th. Chapter 38 Learning the 11 Forms of Water Breathing. As Uyashiki Yoya entered the house, Zu, who was half kneeling on the ground, breathed a sigh of relief. Everyone also began to leave this place one after another. However, when Fengju Shinazugawa and Yinhei Xiaobanai left, they looked at Feng Yu fiercely. Feng Yu was a little helpless. The characters of these two people were really weird and somewhat inexplicable. Shinazugawa is okay, he has a wild nature and can be dragged to death, but that Yinhei Kobanai is a bit strange. Feng Yu felt that he had not offended him, but somehow attracted a wave of hatred. Am I the fate of the protagonist in the legend? Feng Yu was confused, but then, Feng Yu knew the reason. Feng Yu-kun, you are so handsome. Kanroji Mitsuri blushed and said. At this time, Feng Yu took a good look at Lianju's dress. I have to say that Lianju's figure and the bottomless V-shaped clothes are really a feast for the eyes. Ahem, don't take another look, you'll get angry. Feng Yu's face also turned a little red, and he said guiltily, no. Miss M.I. Lee is so powerful. Thank you Feng Yu-jun for your compliment. I don't know if Feng Yu-kun is interested in having a sweet love. Kanroji Mitsuri said, covering his face. Feng Yu could see that her face was blushing with embarrassment, just like a peach. Ahem, then there's no need, Miss Millie. I don't have that idea yet. Feng Yu said, it's really a fairy. I didn't expect you to have come this far. You are very good, how are you, Mr. Lintaki? Tomioka Gyu said expressionlessly. Senior brother Yiyong, why don't you go back and see Master Linlong in person? I feel that Master Linlong misses you very much. Feng Yu said, I will go back when I have the right opportunity. Do you want to learn the 11th move of water breathing, which is also my own move? Nagi, senior brother Yiyong, I am willing. Feng Yu hurriedly agreed. He wanted to learn this 11th move before, but due to love, he didn't have the chance to meet brother Yiyong. But now that he offered it, why not do it? I think you are more suitable for the position of the water column. Tomioka Gyu said, here we go, brother Yiyong, are you planning to pass the position to me so that I can retire? Feng Yu thought, no, brother Yiyong, I think you are quite suitable. No, I'm not suitable. I'm a coward. No one. Feng Yu found that Tomioka Yoshiyuki's eyes seemed to dim a lot. Okay, let's not disturb the Lord's rest here. Kocho Shinobu on the side couldn't stand it anymore and quickly interrupted. Feng Yu also cast a grateful look at Kocho Shinobu. Kocho Shinobu met his gaze with a smile on his face. Feng Yu-kun, come with me for a passionate and righteous battle. Purgatory Anjiro shouted. Mr. Purgatory. Just as Feng Yu was about to speak, he saw Kocho Shinobu speak first. Are you sure you want to spar here? What's going on? Why has the temperature dropped? It's so scary, ha ha ha. Then Mr. Feng Yu, please take some time to come to my residence to have a discussion. After saying that, Xingjulong also left. Only Feng Yu, Kocho Shinobu and Tomioka Gyu were left at the scene. Let's go, get out of here first. Then the three of them returned to Butterfly House under the leadership of the Yin members. Finally, Kocho Shinobu left Feng Yu because of something else. He knew that Kocho Shinobu must go to study the marrow cleansing pill. Oh, he is a workaholic again. Feng Yu couldn't help but admire Kocho Shinobu's diligence. Let's go, Tomioka Gyu said calmly. So Feng Yu and Tomioka Gyu came to the martial arts training square. Tomioka Gyu stood opposite Feng Yu and slowly took out the Nichirin sword in his hand. The azure blade shines brightly in the sunlight. Much better than my green. Feng Yu cast an envious look. Tomioka Yoshiyuki ignored these. He said lightly, this 11-shaped water breath is also the strongest defense I created. You watch it, I will demonstrate it again. Then Tomioka Gyu began to use the breath of water to show Feng Yu the 11 form. Full concentration, the breath of water 11 type is calm and calm. For a moment, Feng Yu seemed to see Tomioka Gyu standing on the water. Everything that moved was blocked and returned to calm. Soon, Tomioka Yoshiyuki completed the demonstration. And Feng Yu also learned a lot. For example, the shape of the 11 pattern and respiratory rate. As long as you practice more, you will soon be able to master the 11 form skillfully. Thank you, Brother Yiyang. Feng Yu thanked him excitedly. Well, practice well. Yiyang didn't have much expression. He replied lightly and left the place, leaving Feng Yu alone. This move is really powerful. After learning this trick, my strength will probably be improved to a higher level. In the next few days, Feng Yu practiced the 11 form of water breathing crazily. Although he had not completely mastered it, he was already able to use this move. Moses, Mr. Feng Yu, you are really a hard-working person. Kocho Shinobu, who was contacting 11 types, appeared behind him at some point. Ms. Kocho Shinobu, have you succeeded in your research? Feng Yu couldn't help but ask. Because Kocho Shinobu's condition at this time is much better than when he last saw her. Thanks to the elixir you provided, the research has achieved great results. But just like the healing pill, some of the ingredients are not matching, so you can only use others instead, which also leads to a significant reduction in the effect. Then Kocho Shinobu took out a light yellow pill from his hand and handed it to Feng Yu. This is the result of research over this period of time. It has been tested and has no side effects. Thank you very much, Mr. Feng Yu. As long as this elixir is produced in batches, the strength of the entire Demon Slayer Corps will be even higher, and the chance of destroying demons will be increased. Kocho Shinobu bowed and thanked. This is all your efforts, no need to thank me. Feng Yu was a little embarrassed. After all, Kocho Shinobu had actually helped him a lot, so it felt a little weird to be bowed to by her now. Feng Yu-kun is such a kind person. Kocho Shinobu looked at Feng Yu and smiled. Chapter 39 I'm helping him. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 39 313th. Chapter 39 I'm helping him. As Feng Yu practiced more and more, he also completely mastered the 11 forms of water breathing. Finally I have completely mastered this trick. Feng Yu lamented that in the past few days, he had been practicing the water breathing technique crazily, almost reaching a state of madness. But hard work pays off, and I have mastered it completely today. Lord Feng Yu, Lord Feng Yu. Feng Yu, who was wiping the Nichirin sword in his hand, looked up. It was Xiaohei whom I hadn't seen for many days. Shishibe, Zaibe, Master Feng Yu, there are traces of ghosts over there, please go and kill the evil ghosts as soon as possible. Xiaohei said respectfully. The two pets, Xiaohei and Xiaobai, have improved to a higher level with the monster breathing method, and their intelligence is getting higher day by day. Xiaohei has completely become Xiaobai's little brother. Feng Yu also knew a little bit about this group of crows. They have their own social circle, and they often get together to complain about their followers. But because of Feng Yu, Xiaohei could be said to have harvested a lot of female crows from their tribe, and his life was very happy. Well, let's set off again after dark tonight. Feng Yu said to Xiaohei meaningfully. Xiaohei's body trembled and he immediately knew what to do. As the sky grew dark, Feng Yu said goodbye to everyone in Daiwu, and then embarked on the road to slay ghosts. Master Feng Yu must come back safely. May your military fortune be prosperous. The little Qing San in the temple was wiping away tears, not knowing whether it was to say goodbye to Xiaobai or to Feng Yu. Feng Yu knew that during this period of time, Xiaobai had become the sweetheart of everyone in Diwu. Everyone loves it. Xiaobai, you have gained weight. Feng Yu stood on Xiaohei's back, feeling the flesh growing on Xiaobai's body and said. Hey, Xiaobai didn't gain weight, the master is bad. Xiaobai's voice sounded in Feng Yu's mind, refuting Feng Yu's claim that he had become fat. Feeling the wind blowing on his face, Feng Yu couldn't help but sigh. Sure enough, I feel more comfortable coming alone. Butterfly House quickly disappeared from sight, so Feng Yu decided to have a beautiful sleep on Xiaohei's back. Because of the breathing method and a large amount of marrow cleansing pills, Xiaohei's body reached an astonishing size like a small mountain. The sky was roaring, and the strong air currents caused the trees to sway. I will become stronger and stronger. Feng Yu lay on Xiaohei's back and hugged Xiaobai tightly and fell into sleep. The sun rose quickly the next day. Feng Yu woke up from Xiaohei's back, stretched and said. Good morning, Xiaobai and Xiaohei. Master Feng Yu, good morning. Master, good morning. Xiaohei and Xiaobai also said hello to him. It's another sunny day, this weather is so comfortable. Feng Yu sighed. Here we are, Master Feng Yu. Xiaohei shouted quickly. Okay, Xiaohei, let's get down here. Feng Yu jumped down holding Xiaobai, and Xiaohei's body also began to shrink. Let's go, before it's too late, we can still catch up with breakfast. The day's plan starts in the morning. If you don't eat breakfast, how can you get the energy to do things throughout the day? Feng Yu came to the town with great interest. At this time, the town was full of vendors shouting. Feng Yu chose food that looked appetizing and gave it to himself and Xiao He. Then he started asking about the town. Just weird things happen. Store, has anyone gone missing in your town recently? Feng Yu asked. Missing? No, no one has been missing in our town. The store owner said without thinking. Seeing that he couldn't figure out the reason, Feng Yu started to wander around again, trying to find any clues. But what disappointed him was that people in this town said that there were no missing persons. What's going on? Feng Yu pondered. Logically speaking, Xiao Hei's news cannot go wrong. And the Demon Slayer Corps knows that there are ghosts there and they are reported by local people, but now they have asked everyone in the entire town and no one is missing. This is a bit strange. Looking at the smiling pedestrians on the street, Feng Yu planned to wait and see what happened, and wait until the ghosts came out to eat people at night. Then Feng Yu found a hotel with the best living conditions in the area and stayed there. People just can't enjoy it. After enjoying it once, they can no longer accept the living conditions in the past. Feng Yu said happily while soaking in the hot spring. Xiaobai on the side also learned to swim as Feng Yu soaked in hot springs more and more often. Xiaobai, you have changed. You are no longer the weird person you used to be in the snow. Watching Xiaobai flopping around in the hot spring, Feng Yu sighed. On the other hand, Xiao He was miserable. I never took a bath in the hot springs, so I stayed in the room and closed my eyes to rest. But it's not because Feng Yu doesn't let him soak in the hot springs, it's mainly because Xiao He has been used as a travel tool for a whole night. He is very tired and has no energy to make as much noise as Xiaobai. Of course, the main reason is that Xiao He is afraid of water. He didn't know how long he had been soaking in. Feng Yu saw wrinkles on his skin and got up reluctantly. After all, hot springs are really addictive. Soon, evening arrived. Feng Yu was also ready to kill ghosts and planned to go out for a walk on the streets. You might even be lucky enough to meet a ghost. Time passed little by little. I didn't see the ghost, but I met a drunkard. The drunkard's face was red from drinking, and he smelled of alcohol. When Feng Yu passed by, he bumped into Feng Yu. Hey, kid, don't you watch the road? Please apologize to me, the man said drunkenly. Sick in the brain, Feng Yu didn't want to pay attention. After all, he mainly wanted to find the ghost and kill it. Then the system task would be completed. The deduction function is activated there, and the strength is estimated to be greatly improved. When the man saw that Feng Yu was ignoring him, he angrily grabbed Feng Yu, and kept saying, You pretty boy, stand still for me. Just as Feng Yu turned sideways, the man fell to the ground beside him. Hululu. Feng Yu found that the man fell asleep on the ground. It's really unlucky. Feng Yu bent down and looked at the man lying on the ground, and then he had an idea. He smiled and said, It's not my fault. Xiaobai. Master laughed so horribly. The man's clothes were stripped off by Feng Yu, leaving only a small piece of underwear on him. This guy is quite rich. Looking at the wad of money in his hand, Feng Yu planned to keep it for this man. After all, lying on the ground at night and being seen by some interested people, the money must have been taken away. So this is helping him. Well, I'm helping him. Feng Yu felt happy and left here happily. But not long after Feng Yu left, a pair of blood-red eyes appeared from the darkness. The drunk man slowly disappeared. Chapter 40 Tampered Memory. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 4313. Chapter 40 Tampered Memory. Feng Yu, who had gained nothing all night, stopped wandering outside and planned to stay there tomorrow. There is no way. He does not have the ability to perceive, so it is difficult to search for traces of ghosts. Moreover, the people in this small town seemed to give Feng Yu a very strange feeling, but he couldn't tell what it was like. There's just a weird atmosphere everywhere. Saying too much just makes Feng Yu feel that this town is too harmonious. Forget it, it's almost dawn, and there's a high chance that ghosts won't show up. It's better to have a good sleep. Feng Yu shook his head and said regretfully. Then he picked up Xiaobai and lay on the bed, closed his eyes and rested. Although he didn't feel any mental fatigue, he still enjoyed the feeling of lying in bed. Soon, the sun rose. Bright light shines into the house. Xiaobai's ears twitched, he opened his eyes, and looked at the figure outside the door doubtfully. The figure stopped outside the door and stood motionless, and then left quietly. Are you leaving? Feng Yu, who had closed his eyes, slowly opened his eyes and said. Then he followed out. Soon, Feng Yu discovered who the figure was standing outside the door. It turned out to be the girl at the front desk of the hotel. Feng Yu remembered that her name seemed to be Yu Yuya. Just when he thought that Yu Yuya was looking for a house normally, he was about to leave. There was a sound of beating and scolding. Trash, you can't even do this little thing well, what's the use of you? I was wrong, please forgive me. I will definitely succeed tonight. Jia Yu Yui cried and begged for mercy. Tonight is the last chance. If you can't finish it, just go to hell. Then there was a loud sound of heavy objects falling to the ground. Feng Yu had already jumped to the roof at this time, watching quietly in the dark in order not to alert others. At this time, the clothes on Yu Yuya's body were in tatters, and the blood leaking out made the kimono red. He lay motionless on the ground with his eyes blank. If it weren't for the tears that kept flowing from the corners of her eyes, Feng Yu would have thought she was dead. Shizi, I don't want to make any more mistakes. Yu Yui murmured. Who is Shizi? Feng Yu planned to see what this woman was going to do tonight. He felt that the words in her mouth might have something to do with ghosts. Thinking of this, Feng Yu left Xiaobai here and continued to stare at the woman, while he quickly returned to the room. Because he saw the hotel owner walking towards his room at this time. "Dear guest, are you awake?" The voice of the innkeeper came from outside the door. "What's up?" Feng Yu replied. "We are such guests. Today is a gathering in our town. The streets will be much livelier. Seeing that you are an outsider, I want you to experience a feature of our town. If you don't want to go there, I won't disturb you." Quote, the hotel owner said respectfully. "I know, I'll go take a look later." Feng Yu said, "Okay guest, if you need anything please remember to inform me in time." After that, the figure outside the door disappeared. "I want to see what conspiracy you have." Feng Yu quickly stood up and went out. As soon as we got to the street, it was indeed more lively than yesterday. At this time, Xiaobai also came over, and when he saw Feng Yu, he jumped into Feng Yu's arms. Then he told Yu about Yui. "You haven't done anything. Oh, killing a ghost will make you look like Sherlock Holmes. I just want to simply kill a ghost." Feng Yu shook his head helplessly. Sudden, "Mother, why don't you remember your father? He was still with us yesterday. Why don't you remember him?" Feng Yu walked through the crowd and found a crying girl. He hugged a woman in gorgeous clothes and refused to let her leave. "Child, are you crazy? Your father died in an accident when you were very young." The gorgeous woman turned around and hugged the girl distress-edly. "Good boy Nishinomiya, Mom knows that you miss your dad, but Dad really passed away when you were young." "It's impossible. Mother, my father is obviously still living with us. Why do you say that my father has passed away long ago?" "You lied. Woo-woo-woo." The little girl lay on the ground and started rolling. Pedestrians passing by stopped to watch. Very much like the melon-eating crowd in the previous life. "What's going on with this kid? I remember their man passed away a long time ago. I think this girl must have been bewitched by monsters and became like this. That's terrible. Let's leave quickly, otherwise it will be bad if we get contaminated." Yes, get out of here quickly." The melon-eating crowd surrounding him immediately left the scene as if they were avoiding the god of plague. Only mother and daughter were left in place. "Nishimiya, Mommy has to go to work. If you don't let go, Mommy will be angry." Anger appeared on the face of the gorgeous woman, and she threw the girl aside with a strong shake, and then left straight away. "Mother, Mom, why don't you remember Dad? Why doesn't everyone remember Dad?" Nishimiya looked at the leaving woman and burst into tears. "Can you tell me what's going on?" Feng Yu came to the girl, stretched out his hand to help her up and said softly. Little girl looks up. She cried and said, "Everyone has forgotten my dad. It happens every time. Someone forgets every time. Only I remember. Woo woo woo. Xiaoshin, Xiaoya. They have been forgotten by everyone, only I remember." The girl named Nishimiya cried even more vigorously. "Okay, stop crying now, tell your brother, maybe he can help you." Feng Yu gently wiped the tears on her face. Seeing that the girl stopped crying, he took out a candy from the system space and let the girl eat it. "Brother, this is too delicious," the girl said in surprise. "As long as you tell me carefully about the father you talk about. Xiaoshin and Xiaoya, I will give you all the candies." Feng Yu took out a large bag of candies and said, "Brother, are you willing to believe me?" Nishimiya said with tears in his eyes. "Yeah, brother, I believe you." Feng Yu smiled. Then Nishimiya told her everything about Xiaoshin, Xiaoya and her father. "That's right, so everyone has forgotten them, but you are the only one who still remembers them." Feng Yu asked with a frown. "Yeah, big brother, can you help me find my father? Yesterday, he obviously said he would accompany me to the rally today. I don't want Dad to disappear like Xiaoshin and Xiaoya." Nishimiya cried. "Don't cry yet, I will help you with this." Feng Yu comforted. So when someone disappears, the memory of that person disappears. Feng Yu thought sadly. Looking at the girl in front of him, Feng Yu seemed to feel more and more familiar. This girl can't be the daughter of the drunkard last night. Then isn't the father the girl talks about. Feng Yu felt a little headache. He didn't expect that it would be such a coincidence to meet someone casually. But I still have that man's appearance in my memory. Chapter 41 Shock. My pet turns out to be a legendary beast. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 41 313. Chapter 41 Shock. My pet turns out to be a legendary beast. Feng Yu looked apologetically at the crying Nishimiya, his face twitching slightly. "Don't cry yet." Feng Yu wanted to reach out and touch Shigong's head, but it was hanging in midair and did not fall. "I'm sorry, I didn't know that was your father. I didn't expect this to happen." Feng Yu didn't say anything, just stayed by Shigong's side quietly. Could it be that after I left there last night, Nishimiya's father was killed by a ghost? But I didn't notice it at all. It's really annoying to have poor perception ability. Feng Yu once again felt powerless because of his lack of perception. "Master, I think I can help you." Xiaobai on the side saw that Feng Yu was unhappy and said. "Huh, Xiaobai, you said you could help me." Feng Yu immediately spoke. "Yes, master, actually I noticed something abnormal last night, but I didn't know it was a ghost. I thought it was something else. Sorry, master." Xiaobai's apologetic voice sounded in his mind. "Wait a minute, Xiaobai, you just said you sensed something abnormal last night." "Yes, master." Feng Yu was a little stunned. He didn't expect Xiaobai to have this ability. At this time, he regretted not getting to know the pets around him well. "Xiaobai, When did you start to have this ability? Feng Yu asked. Actually, Master, I'm not very sure. It seems that as I become more and more familiar with the breathing method in my mind, I slowly gained this ability. Xiaobai said. I see. Then he turned his attention to Xiaobai's attribute panel. Name. Xiaobai. Race. White Fox. Divinity value. 0.00000007. Owner. Feng Yu. Kung Fu. Monster breathing technique refined can be improved. Awakening. Telekinesis, charm, body shape control. Introduction. This was originally just an ordinary little white fox, but it possessed a hint of divinity. It turns out that Xiaobai's breathing technique has reached a level of proficiency. My thinking has always been limited. I have always regarded Xiaobai and Xiaohe as pets and never thought about it. How will they help me? Promote. In an instant, Xiaobai's level of understanding of the breathing method reached the Dacheng stage. Feng Yu's number of sword swings was also reduced by 2 million. Seeing that there were less than 3 million sword swings left on his panel, Feng Yu cruelly pressed the boost button on his panel. Promote. Promote. Suddenly, a huge amount of knowledge poured into Feng Yu's head. Feng Yu felt as if his head was swelling. Then there was an explosion. Feng Yu was overjoyed. What he saw in front of him shocked him deeply. Within a radius of 500 meters, the scene of moving ants crawling slowly in the dark corner appeared in Feng Yu's eyes. Incredible. Feeling that he could sense all kinds of big and small things within a radius of 500 meters, it was really a bit uncomfortable for him. Feng Yu stumbled and almost fell to the ground. No. My head feels so heavy. Feng Yu knew that this was due to excessive use of mental power. I didn't last until 3 minutes. Then fainted. Xiaobai quickly stepped forward to protect Feng Yu. If Feng Yu wakes up and sees Xiaobai like this, he will definitely be shocked. Because at this moment, there are 2 white tails wagging behind the little white butt. ... What's wrong with me? Feng Yu woke up from his deep sleep. No, my head hurts. Feng Yu covered his head and said in pain. After feeling relieved a little, I slowly recalled what happened before. I remember being like, it turns out that this kind of thing will happen if too much mental energy is consumed. Feng Yu said with lingering fear. This move can only be used as a last resort, otherwise I will fall before the enemy falls. Master, you finally woke up. Feng Yu looked around and saw a white fox with 2 tails dangling in front of him. Am I sleepy? Why did I see Xiaobai has 2 tails? Feng Yu rubbed his eyes in disbelief and said, Master, I don't know what happened, but I suddenly understood the breathing method to a higher level, and then my body became very hot, and the tail came out. Xiaobai said. Feng Yu picked up Xiaobai and brought him close to his eyes to examine Xiaobai carefully. Why does it look more and more like the legendary 9-tailed fox? Shocked. My little white fox is actually the legendary beast 9-tailed fox. Such words suddenly popped into Feng Yu's mind. When Xiaohe's breathing technique reaches the stage of mastery, he won't turn into the legendary 3-legged golden crow. The corners of Feng Yu's mouth twitched slightly, and the more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed. Xiaohe, who had already left Feng Yu and ran to be gentle with other female crows, suddenly shivered. Who is cursing me? Believe it or not, my crow mouth will kill you. Xiaohe shouted, scaring the female crow next to her to tremble. Other side. Feng Yu also quickly accepted Xiaobai's change. After all, he was his pet. And in this way, Xiaobai can also help. It's just a pity that the number of swings of his sword has returned to 0. Sigh. It's hard to live in poverty. But after finishing this job, I will probably become rich again. Looking at the mission rewards for completing the Demon Slayer core mission 3 times, Feng Yu couldn't help but look forward to it. I must find this ghost tonight to make up for the number of swings I lost. Feng Yu thought. Chapter 43 Mission completed. New system functions. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 43/313. Chapter 43 Mission completed. New system functions. After the ghost was decapitated by Feng Yu, his body continued to turn into ashes, and the blood-red machete slowly faded away, revealing its original appearance. A broken beheading knife was exposed on the ground, and then became corroded at a speed visible to the naked eye. Little by little, it turned into a pile of rust and a knife handle. Feng Yu was slightly touched. The scene before him shocked him a little. A large group of people appeared in front of them, including children, young people and old people, of all ages. Feng Yu had never seen these people before, and the only one he had seen was the rich and aristocratic father of Nishinomiya, who was the drunkard that night. They all waved to Feng Yu to express their gratitude, then slowly disappeared. Is there really a soul in this world? Feng Yu asked himself. After all, this kind of thing is a bit unbelievable. But then I thought about it again, and it seemed that I had already come into contact with the existence of the soul. Just like Usagi, Makomo and the children on the top of Mt. Sagiri. They all have obsessions in their hearts, and it is their obsessions that make them exist in the world in another form. Have a nice trip, Feng Yu said piously. At this time, the sun also rose at this time. Feng Yu looked at the sacred light, and seemed to have some insights, and the breath of light began to circulate. As he waved the Nichirin sword in his hand, rays of light spread out and fell on every place in the town. This move is called Breath of Light's 4-type redemption. Feng Yu murmured. Moonlight Slash, Glory to the World, Guidance of Light, Redemption. 4 moves were created by Feng Yu at this moment. When this group of novices were fighting ghosts, the ability balls they used inspired Feng Yu, who was already one step away from mastering the 3 forms of light breathing. After completing 2 tasks at once, Feng Yu felt happy. Other side, as the light of redemption from Feng Yu's 4th move of breath of light fell on every corner of the town, the sleepy residents began to wake up one after another. As soon as he opened his eyes, he stared blankly at the ruins in front of him. Where's my home? Where's my big home? I should still be dreaming. The noise starts, but he was quickly suppressed by people from the police station in the small town. They have received the news and know what happened. Promised to compensate residents who lost their homes. This quelled the resistance of the residents. At this time, Feng Yu had already returned to the hotel with Xiaobai, who was covered in injuries. After feeding the healing pill, Xiaobai's wounds had healed. Feng Yu came to a pool and gently wiped Xiaobai's red hair with a wet towel. Xiaobai, thank you for your hard work. Feng Yu sighed. He knew that when he was controlled by ghosts, Xiaobai probably tried his best to protect himself. I originally thought that once the secret technique of mental power reached the stage of great success, I could ignore mental attacks. It turned out that it was all due to my ignorance. Feng Yu regretted his arrogance and was accidentally controlled by a ghost. Ding, the system upgrade is completed, please check carefully. As the upgrade completed so quickly this time, I recall that the first system upgrade took several days, but I didn't expect that this time it took less than half a day. Feng Yu hurriedly checked the new functions of the system. Deduction. Spend a certain number of sword swings to deduce the technique that reaches the limit. Synthesis. It takes a certain number of sword swings to synthesize items, techniques, etc. There is a certain probability of failure, but the synthesized items will be returned, so please use with caution. Deduction. Synthesis. Did the system extract the rewards from both tasks? Feng Yu took a look and saw that a lot of things appeared on his attribute panel. Character. Nakagawa Fuyu. Number of swings. 7,688,521. Breathing methods. Breathing of water, Dacheng, breathing of light. Martial arts. Swordsmanship, Dacheng, physical strengthening technique, Dacheng, Fengpaoyuan, Dacheng, golden body strengthening technique, introduction, 5 tiger fist, introduction, mental power secret technique, Dacheng. Physique. Immortal physique. Pets. Xiaobai awakened, Xiaohei not awakened. Mission 1. Kill the king of ghosts, Oni Washi Mubai. Introduction. Ghost King Kibutsuji is the beginning of everything in this world. Kill him to end this source of evil. Rewards. Number of knife swings 1000 W, designated world travel 1, mysterious gift package 1. Status. Unfinished. Chain mission. Kill evil spirits. Introduction. After sunset, endless evil ghosts start hunting. You are a human, go and kill all the evil ghosts. Reward. Unknown depends on the percentage of completion, the higher the completion, the higher the reward. Status. 0.5%. Mission 1. Become a pillar of the Demon Slayer Corps. Introduction. Those who already have the power at the top of the world should not continue to do so. Rewards. Legend quality refresh in the Mall of All Things 1. Number of knife swings 300 W, scapegoat doll 1, random pet skill 1. Status. Unfinished. Mission 2. Defeat the Demon Slayer Corps pillar. Introduction. Challenge the pillars of the Demon Slayer Corps and gain their recognition. The rewards will be different for each defeated one. Reward. Obtained based on completion. Status. 0%. The system taskbar refreshed, and is this scapegoat what I thought it was? Feng Yu remained silent and silently checked the entire attribute panel. How about, try the deduction function. Then he silently dragged the breath of water to the deduction function. Ding, do you want to spend 2 million sword swings for deduction? Sure. Feng Yu gritted his teeth and confirmed. In an instant, the number of swings of the sword from more than 7 million turned into more than 5 million. It really hurts. Feng Yu's heart was bleeding, but he looked at the results of the deduction with great expectation. Ding, the deduction is successful. Congratulations on breath of water breaking through the boundaries and reaching a superb level. Boom. Feng Yu felt as if his head had exploded. As soon as he opened his eyes, he was standing in the middle of the roaring ocean. An invisible and irresistible force was constantly pulling on his body. Feng Yu couldn't resist, this force was too strong. The last tsunami crashed over and covered Feng Yu. In reality, Feng Yu suddenly opened his eyes. The clothes are completely wet. Feng Yu immediately fell to the ground weakly, gasping for air. Did I go through hell? Feng Yu couldn't believe how real what he had just experienced was. But, I actually created the 12th form of the breath of water, a giant wave. Type 11 is calm. Type 12 is a huge wave. One is the ultimate defense, the other is the ultimate attack. One defense, one offense. Water breathing has become perfect. Feng Yu felt weak in his body, but there was a smile on his face. Now, my strength has truly reached the level of Zhu. As his physical strength slowly recovered, Feng Yu also stood up. Synthesis is a bit risky, and there is nothing that can be synthesized. Maybe the technique can. Forget it, let's take a look at the legendary quality items in the Wanwu Mall first. Feng Yu opened the Wanwu Mall and saw the golden items. This is Chapter 44 Onikiri and the Mask of Death. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 44 313. Chapter 44 Onikiri and the Mask of Death. Feng Yu was immediately shocked by the legendary quality items that caught his eye. Because it turned out to be a knife. And it's an extraordinary knife. That is a knife known to everyone on the island. Treasure sword. Onikiri. Demon sword Onikiri. A famous sword from the Ming dynasty in the peaceful era, one of the two famous swords used by Genmonjong to protect the world. It was originally named Hidden Blade and was paired with another famous sword, Nimaru. Legend has it that Suna Watanabe cut off the wrist of the ghost god Ibaraki Doji at Gojo Ferry with a mustache cutter. It has the effect of being indestructible, cutting iron like mud, bloodthirsty, soul-eating, and having the power of ghosts and gods. Warm reminder. This knife can be fused with any knife to inherit the effect of the knife. This actually has the same usage as the death mask, both can be fused. Feng Yu seemed to understand why these props produced by the system had the ability to fuse. Perhaps there is also an Onikiri in this world, or death mask. Feng Yu was a little hesitant, because the price of Onikiri has reached as high as 5 million times of sword swing. If I buy an Onikiri, then I won't have the number of sword swings. Just don't buy it. According to the nature of the system, once the Wanwu Mall is refreshed, it will definitely be gone. Feng Yu was caught in a dilemma for a moment. After struggling internally for half an hour, Feng Yu decided to buy Onikiri's famous sword directly. Seeing that his number of swings was reduced to only a few 100,000, his heart was bleeding. But soon the law of true fragrance came. FK. This is so handsome, this knife. Feng Yu carefully pulled out the Onikiri. All of a sudden, a sharp-edged sword aura emerges. Holding it in your hand, it perfectly integrates Feng Yu's body posture and knife-holding technique. A feeling of familiarity welled up in Feng Yu's heart. Bang! Feng Yu gently waved the Onikiri in his hand. A sword energy was swung out. The hill in front of him was flattened. This is too exaggerated. Feng Yu opened his mouth wide, as if he couldn't believe that the flattened hill in front of him was actually the result of his gentle swing of the knife. This knife smells really good. The true value of this 5 million spent. Feng Yu couldn't let go of the Onikiri in his hand. At this time, he finally understood why some people like famous swords. Anyone who has used famous knives will probably look down on ordinary knives. It's a pity. If you appear in this shape, people will probably recognize you as Onikiri soon. I can only make you my Nichirin sword. Feng Yu holds the Onikiri in his right hand and pulls out the Nichirin sword with his left hand. I saw the two knives begin to slowly merge. Feng Yu was surprised to find that it was not the Onikiri that merged into the Nichirin sword, but the Nichirin sword that merged into the Onikiri. Soon, the two knives turned into one. Onikiri's appearance has also changed. The original silver-white blade inherited the green color of the Nichirin sword. It's just that the green is in the middle of the blade, with a thin strip of green dotting the Onikiri sword. Ha ha ha. Very good, very good. I originally thought that Onikiri was integrated into the Nichirin sword, but I didn't expect it to be so. Good, very good. In this way, Onikiri not only loses nothing, but also inherits the sunburn effect that can kill demons. Feng Yu was really getting more and more happy when he saw Onikiri's sword. Feeling the bloodthirsty desire coming from the Onikiri in his hand, Feng Yu raised his eyebrows. It's not good for Onikiri to have such a strong bloodlust. After all, I'm not a murderous person. Feng Yu quickly put Onikiri into the scabbard, and then the feeling of desire disappeared. I didn't expect that Onikiri has such a side. Then Feng Yu took out the death mask in the system space and put it in his hand. Suddenly Feng Yu felt that the entire temperature dropped. The mask made by Leng Yu was dark and strange. The blue fangs are bloodthirsty and terrifying, half as green in the snow, and half as gold in the fire. The scarlet eyes seemed to be staring at Feng Yu, as if there is a mysterious force pulling him soul. He couldn't help but shudder, and Xiao Bai, who had already woken up, retreated straight back, showing a defensive state. Master, that mask is so scary, Xiao Bai shouted. Feng Yu suppressed the throbbing in his heart and took out the fox mask presented by Lin Taki Sakanji. Then a familiar scene happened. The two masks began to merge gradually. But all this is not that the fox mask merges into the death mask, but the other way around. Soon the two masks merged into a fox mask. To be honest, the fox mask that Rentaki saw recently presented to Feng Yu was a little weird. The complexion of the face, the faint red eyes, and the half-smiling look looked even more weird under the fusion effect of the death mask. The eyeballs turned scarlet. If you stare at them for a long time, you will feel dizzy, and even if you were weak in resistance, countless ghosts will appear directly. Feng Yu groaned for a while. He slowly put the mask on his face. Boom. Feng Yu felt as if his whole body had been sublimated. Originally, I could only perceive things within a radius of 500 meters, but now I can actually detect things within a radius of 1,500 meters, which is a threefold increase. Feng Yu was shocked. I really didn't expect this mask to be so effective. When I first saw the introduction of the death mask, I thought it only had the effect of resisting mental attacks, but I never thought it could also increase mental power. This is definitely a value that is not weak and ghostly. Feng Yu feels that it is very profitable. At the same time, he also admires in his heart that the things produced by the system are indeed high quality. After taking off the mask with great satisfaction, Feng Yu spent more than 200,000 yuan to buy various elixirs. Although there are a lot of elixirs in the backpack, but just to be on the safe side, prepare more. At this time, the system backpack is filled with various kinds of elixirs, among which healing pills and detoxification pills are the most common. There are also various daily check-ins, small items obtained from draws, and snacks. Finally, there is the doll woven from straw. The entire doll was woven from yellowed rice straw, with a piece of paper attached to the doll's head. From the systematic introduction, Feng Yu knew how to use the scapegoat doll. When encountering an irresistible danger, you can use your own blood to drip on the paper on the doll's face, then you can withstand a fatal crisis for yourself. It's a pity, such life-saving gadgets are disposable. If there are a few more, I can completely let myself go. So now we still have to keep growing. Feng Yu shook his head and sighed. I'm probably the worst among all time travelers. Such a good golden finger hasn't taken off until now. It's really a bit of a failure. But the smile on Feng Yu's face betrayed him. Fortunately, Xiao Bai, you are with me. Feng Yu hugged Xiao Bai and prepared to go back to Butterfly House. Chapter 45 I accidentally picked up a lone Shishin on the road. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 45 313. Chapter 45 I accidentally picked up a lone Shishin on the road. Buzz. Rows of trees began to sway due to the strong air currents. Quack, master, I'm coming. Xiao Hei's huge body whizzed past the forest, and his loud cry echoed through the sky. Shut your crow mouth, I told you not to get bigger at any time. Feng Yu said to Xiao Hei. Master, Xiao Hei is originally a crow. Xiao Hei shrunk his body and fell to the ground, saying aggrievedly. Okay, I don't blame you anymore. You look like a wronged little daughter-in-law. Let's wait until dark before heading back to Butterfly House. Feng Yu could feel that Xiao Hei's power had increased again, and the originally black feathers actually had a hint of gold. Nima, it can't really transform into a golden crow. Feng Yu couldn't imagine it. It was just a monster breathing method and those marrow cleansing pills that allowed Xiao Bai, who was originally a white fox, to grow two tails and acquire divinity. Even more outrageous is this crow. The intelligence is getting higher and higher, the expression is becoming more and more humane, and the color is starting to change at this moment. Isn't this really a bloodline return to the ancestors? Feng Yu knew it well. Gaga, master, why do I feel like you have changed? Xiao Hei said mischievously from the side. Huh, it has changed. Where has it changed? Feng Yu asked. Gaga, master, you have become stronger. Feng Yu, noob. Feng Yu and Xiao Bai looked at Xiao Hei as if they were mentally retarded. Quack, it seems I guessed it right, ha ha ha. Seeing Feng Yu and Xiao Bai being silent, Xiao Hei thought that he had become very powerful and couldn't help laughing. Could it be that Xiao Hei's brain is broken? Feng Yu asked Xiao Bai. Master, don't ask me, I don't know, I don't recognize it. Xiao Bai denied it 3 times in a row. It seemed that Xiao Hei just regarded it as unlucky at this time. Xiao Hei was still enjoying himself on the sidelines, completely unaware of the caring looks cast by the 2 people behind him. Forget it, Xiao Bai, let's stay away from it, its brain is not working very well. Feng Yu couldn't bear to look at it. One person and one fox are close together, while the crow on the side is jumping up and down, seemingly with endless energy. Soon, it started to get dark. Xiao Hei's transportation plane started to move. Feng Yu and Xiao Bai stood on Xiao Hei's back and closed their eyes to relax. Xiao Hei also went from being uncomfortable when he first drove a passenger to becoming an experienced driver now. Master, just sleep peacefully. Nothing will disturb your rest. Xiao Hei said charmingly. Feng Yu closed his eyes and nodded gently. As it got late at night, the moonlight became brighter. Feng Yu closed his eyes, and the breathing on his body had changed to the breathing mode of light from unknown time. At this moment, all lights can be pulled by me, and they will tell me what I want to know. Feng Yu slowly opened his eyes. Xiao Hei, land, it's time to make money. Xiao Hei seemed a little confused, but still followed the instructions and descended slowly. The darkness of the deep forest below. A pair of eyes engraved with the bottom of the string, white hair with the characteristics of double horns, a symmetrical red line on the face, chin-length white hair, and shorter bangs between the 2 horns. Wearing a simple red kimono, with a black and white fur shirt collar tied on the back, and a large dark purple kocho knot, the cute female ghost with red eye whites is leisurely enjoying the lean and segmented thighs of an adult man. Meat delicacies. Sure enough, this part is the most delicious. After taking a bite, Ling Yuzi showed a happy expression on his face. There was more saliva flowing from the mouth. Wow, it's so delicious. I haven't eaten such delicious meat in a long time. At this time, Ling Yuzi was like a hungry ghost reincarnated, wolfing down the flesh and blood in his hands. He just pauses from time to time, and speeds up his swallowing from time to time. No, you can't eat it so fast, you have to taste it slowly. There was a struggling expression on Ling Yuzi's face, but he was quickly swallowed up by desire. I really want to eat. Feng Yu had already jumped to the treetop and looked calmly at the cute girl who was enjoying her meal. Looking at this short and cute figure, I'm sure it's Ling Yuzi. Feng Yu began to recall the introduction of Ling Yuzi in his previous life. He was a very timid ghost. Every time he met Zhu from the Demon Slayer Corps, he would run the fastest immediately. He might have been a child before he became a ghost. At the same time, it is also named after the food, which indicates the fate of being swallowed up by Wuhan in the end. The specific vampire technique has not been introduced clearly. Feng Yu did not look down upon this timid female ghost. After all, this was a 12 Kazuki, even if it was just a lower string. Feng Yu whispered a few words to Xiao Bai in his mind. Xiao Bai nodded and disappeared into the darkness. Ling Yuzi, who was eating, immediately became defensive and looked around vigilantly. Ying. In the darkness, Xiaobai's figure appeared in Ling Yuzi's sight. I was shocked. I thought it was someone from the Demon Slayer Corps. It turned out to be a little white fox. Go, don't disturb me while I taste delicious food. Ling Yuzi had a fierce expression on his face and wanted to scare Xiaobai away. But Xiaobai sat down on the spot, and the old man watched Ling Yuzi doing the rice. Ling Yuzi felt very uncomfortable and was about to attack Xiaobai. Smelly fox, if you disturb me from tasting delicious food, go to hell. The short body ran towards Xiaobai quickly. Xiaobai tilted his head and seemed to have a smile on his face. Then the tail behind him became two, and countless lights began to converge between the two tails. The energy fluctuations are getting stronger and stronger. Ling Yuzi was shocked. She felt a dangerous aura from the energy fluctuations on Little White's tail. How is it possible? What's going on with this fox? Ling Yuzi was so frightened that she wanted to run away, but how could Xiaobai let her get what she wanted? The energy ball was thrown out quickly and attacked Ling Yuzi. Not good. Ling Yuzi shouted. Vampire art. Hungry potato apple. A streak of light yellow energy appeared in front of Ling Yuzi. Bang! A huge explosion was heard, and the terrifying destructive force directly opened up a clearing in the forest. The thick smoke dissipated, revealing an unharmed remnant. Her face was full of anger at this time, and she kept saying, "Damn fox, you actually ruined my delicious food. Dirty. Inexcusable. Blood ghost technique. Ghost bud." One after another, vines jumped out from the ground and wrapped around Xiaobai crazily. Xiaobai had no time to dodge, and his heels were entangled. Xiaobai wanted to activate the energy ball to explode these weird vines. Just how could Xiaobai get what he wanted? His whole body quickly flew out and attacked Xiaobai. Owner. Xiaobai shouted. Here I am, full concentration, breath of light type 1 moonlight slash. The white sword light flashed, and the vines wrapped around Xiaobai's body were chopped off one by one. Not good. Ling Yuzi yelled because Feng Yu's knife had fallen in front of her. Vampire art. Hungry potato apple. A barrier appeared, blocking the fatal blow. The reaction ability is really good. Feng Yu said. Ghost hunter, are you Zhu? At this time, Ling Yuzi saw Feng Yu holding Onikiri and wearing a strange fox mask on his face, and he already had the idea of escape. Just because Feng Yu invisibly gave Ling Yuzi a feeling of a natural enemy, she couldn't help but start shaking her legs. Don't even think about escaping, you can't escape. Feng Yu said. Full concentration, breath of light, redemption of the 14th type. If the light that passes away in the cold winter is the same, it can cut off the head of Ling Yuzi. How is it possible? Ling Yuzi shed tears and couldn't believe all this. The ghost hunter in front of her actually broke through her vampire skills and chopped off her head. I feel like I'm going to die, but I don't feel any pain, and finally I don't have to starve. Memories from before he turned into a ghost began to appear in Ling Yuzi's mind. This light is so warm, I actually feel full. If I had encountered such a light at that time, I would not have. Ling Yuzi's face no longer struggled, but instead showed a smile that had achieved his lifelong wish. Thank you. Ling Yuzi seemed to want to see clearly the face under the fox mask, but the speed of turning into ashes had spread to the last eyes. Ding, congratulations on getting 2 million sword swings. Seeing that a huge sum of money was credited to his account, Feng Yu was immediately satisfied, and the fox mask on his face was also taken off. It seems like this mask is pretty good. No, it must have been a nice night, and I actually picked up a lone Shishin. Chapter 46. Don't be so tired. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 46 313. Chapter 46. Don't be so tired. After Feng Yu killed Sha Xianxi Ling Yuzi, he came to the body that Ling Yuzi had killed before. With the big word, delete, printed on the back of his gray clothes, he could tell that he was a member of the Demon Slayer Corps, but he didn't know what rank he was in. Rest in peace. There was no expression on Feng Yu's face. After coming to this world, death has become very common. Soon, the bodies of the Demon Slayer Corps members were buried by Feng Yu, and a stone tablet with inscriptions was erected in front of the slightly raised pit. Unknown Demon Slayer Corps member rests here. After doing all this, Feng Yu took out a bottle of wine from the system space and poured half of it in front of the grave. This wine is called beer. Try it more. Ah, by the way, there are also peanuts. While drinking beer and eating peanuts, Feng Yu also had a smile on his face. Brother, have a good trip. So Feng Yu rode Xiaohei out of the forest. Bang. A huge noise came from the castle. The exquisite man in gorgeous aristocratic clothes roared angrily. Trash, they are all a bunch of trash. I gave you so much blood, but 2 of them were killed in less than a month. They are all a bunch of trash. Fox, damn fox. The man with the beautiful face is obviously Kibutsuji. It can be seen that he is still playing house in casual clothes at this time. Ling Yuzi's memory before his death was that of Feng Yu wearing a fox mask. I have never seen that knife before, and neither does that mask. It seems to have a special ability. From Ling Yuzi's memory, it can be seen that weird mask seems to have the effect of pulling the soul. And why do I feel like I've seen that knife before? Feng Yu on the other side was lying on Xiaohei's back and really resting. The breathing on the body also returned to normal breathing. More than 2 million sword swings. Should we deduce the breath of light? If we go by the cost of breathing of water, the price of breathing of light should be the same. I just managed to earn 2 million sword swings. Do I have to spend it right away? Feng Yu hesitated for a moment, but still decided to proceed with the deduction of Breath of Light. Ding, there are insufficient conditions to deduce this item. Failed, insufficient conditions. Feng Yu looked at the system prompts a little confused. Has the Breath of Light not reached its limit? Or is it that the conditions are insufficient? It's just that the system still looked cold and ignored Feng Yu at all. After much deliberation, Feng Yu decided to give up thinking. He could not rely on the system to cheat him, so he could only comprehend and create on his own. Forget it, let's go to sleep first. The boat will straighten out when it reaches the bridge. Just let nature take its course. One night passed quickly. Xiao He also succeeded in sending Feng Yu to Butterfly House before dawn. Gaga, Lord Feng Yu, I will go back and rest first. Xiao He said respectfully, and also made a special gentleman's courtesy. Xiao He, where did you learn these weird moves? Feng Yu asked. Quack, Master, I learned this from you humans. They all say that this is a form of respect for others. Xiao He said coquettishly. Don't learn these messy things from now on. Just be yourself. Feng Yu waved his hands and said. Quack, okay master, I thought you would like it. Quack, I won't do this next time. But once curiosity and interest are opened, how can a simple crow make changes? Then Xiao He couldn't wait to fly away. Feng Yu was a little helpless, but there was nothing he could do to restrict Xiao He's actions. He knew that Xiao He had quite a harem now, and he probably would have rushed back home to live happily with the female Yao Yaowen in who knows how many rooms. Ah, Master Feng Yu is back. The three sisters behind the temple, Kiyoshi, immediately screamed when they saw Feng Yu. Well, long time no see, everyone. Feng Yu smiled and nodded. Master Feng Yu, have you had breakfast? Do you want to have breakfast with us? The three little ones asked. Okay, I was just going to have breakfast, so let's go together. Then 4 people and 1 fox quickly arrived at the cafeteria. When Feng Yu was picking food, the voice behind him interrupted his thoughts. Moses, Mr. Feng Yu, have you returned from completing your mission? At first glance, it turned out to be Kocho Shinobu whom I had not seen for many days. Kocho Shinobu's hair is still messy today, and it seems that he has been working overtime crazily recently. Yes, Ms. Kocho Shinobu. Feng Yujun, I haven't seen you for a few days, you seem to have become stronger. Kocho Shinobu feels that the gap between Feng Yu now and him before is too obvious. Feng Yu's breathing was a bit messy before, but after returning this time, his whole person's momentum was restrained, and his breathing had no impurities. It seemed that he was breathing for the sake of breathing, reaching a pure state. This kind of state has only been seen in Tomioka Gyu and Iwazu. Feng Yu had become like this after not seeing him for the past few days. She was very curious about what Feng Yu had been through these past few days, so she found a place to sit down and asked Feng Yu why. So, Mr. Feng Yu, you have created a move called Breath of Water that is unique to you. And you have also mastered the 4th move of Breath of Light. Kocho Shinobu was a little unconvinced. Then he said, Feng Yujun, you are really a genius. Then his eyes quickly dimmed again. How I wish I could become more powerful like you, but even if I have developed a low-end version of the marrow cleansing pill, and have reached the limit of strength improvement in the past few days, it is still not as good as Feng Yujun's improvement. What about speed? I still remember when my sister said I was a genius. Feng Yu saw that when Kocho Shinobu mentioned his sister, his eyes began to moisten. Feng Yu didn't know how to comfort him. Everything he said just now concealed the existence of the system, and he never expected to arouse Kocho Shinobu's self-confidence. Miss Nin, please take this, maybe it can help you. Feng Yu silently took out a few marrow cleansing pills and put them in her hands. This, Mr. Feng Yu, I have received your favor, and this elixir is so precious, you should keep it for yourself. Kocho Shinobu refused. No, Miss Ren, just take what is given to you. You don't have to worry about my affairs. You should take good care of your body and don't trample on it at will. What has passed away after all. Those who are alive should live well. Don't let yourself get too tired. Kocho Shinobu didn't realize what Feng Yu was saying for a while, but when he came to his senses, 5 marrow cleansing pills appeared in his hand. Damn, why do you teach me? Kocho Shinobu, who always showed his face with a smile, shed tears at this moment. He held the marrow cleansing pill tightly in his hand and looked at Feng Yu's leaving back for a long time without thinking about it. At this moment, although Kocho Shinobu was angry, the strangeness left a root in his heart. Chapter 47 Challenge Kocho Shinobu. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 47 313. Chapter 47 Challenge Kocho Shinobu. Feng Yu left the marrow cleansing pill and hurried away. After all, Kocho Shinobu was already on the verge of breaking out. Kocho Kanae is Kocho Shinobu's taboo, the kind that will explode when touched. It's so dangerous, Feng Yu said with lingering fear. Just now, he was always releasing his mental energy to observe Kocho Shinobu's every move, and his gloomy face was no joke. I hope she can become stronger, and I hope she can listen to what I say. Kocho Shinobu is a girl who has too much on her shoulders. She wants revenge but doesn't have the ability. She can only feed herself with poison in order to one day be able to fight with that kind of ghost who specializes in eating women, Doma. It's better to hide for a few days. Feng Yu hugged Xiaobai and quickly slipped out of the butterfly house and found the nearest town. Kocho Shinobu has digested the marrow cleansing pill in the past few days, and his strength will probably improve a lot. Then I will follow her. Kocho Shinobu took the marrow cleansing pill without expression and felt the increase in physical strength, although this was the result she wanted. But she didn't feel happy at all. Soon, 5 days passed quickly. This is what it feels like to have power. Maybe I can change my knife. Kocho Shinobu raised the knife in his hand and said in a deep voice. Hi, Miss Kocho Shinobu, long time no see. I miss you so much. Feng Yu jumped down from the roof and said with a smile. Haha, yes, Mr. Feng Yu, I haven't seen you for several days. I have been looking for you. Kocho Shinobu said with a charming smile on his face. This woman is still angry, it seems she needs to be beaten to be relieved. Looking at Kocho Shinobu's appearance, Feng Yu guessed that she was still angry. Miss Ren, I'm just telling the truth. You are hurting your own body by doing this. You don't want your sister to see you like this. Feng Yu said. Elder sister, Kocho Shinobu seems to be caught up in every bit of her and Kanae's life together. At that time, she was lively and dared to express her emotions, but since her sister was killed, she has become taciturn and always has a smile on her face. She still vaguely remembers that this is what her sister looks like. It can be said that Kocho Shinobu is imitating her sister's living habits. Feng Yu-kun, I'm curious how you knew. The knife in Kocho Shinobu's hand has been clenched tightly, ready to attack at any time. If you compete with me and you beat me, I'll tell you. Feng Yu said, it's just what I want. Mr. Feng Yu, don't ask for mercy later. After all, the sword has no eyes. I might cut off your hands and feet, but you don't have to worry, I can help you. Healed to the point of being intact. Kocho Shinobu smiled and said softly. This woman is really cruel, saying the gentlest words and doing the cruelest things. Feng Yu cursed secretly. Come on, we still don't know who will lose and who will win. Feng Yu took out a knife from the side. Feng Yu-kun, do you look down on me too? Kocho Shinobu's face showed veins, but he was still smiling. Okay. Feng Yu knew that if he didn't use the onikiri in his hand, Kocho Shinobu would definitely explode, and perhaps there would be a gap with him after this time, a gap that could not be healed. Feng Yu-kun, your sword seems to have become different. Kocho Shinobu noticed that his knife was not completely green, so he asked suspiciously. But it doesn't matter. Feng Yu-kun, please don't let me go because I'm a girl. This is very dangerous. After saying that, Kocho Shinobu jumped up, and the feathers on his body were like a kocho with its wings spread out, thrusting towards Feng Yu. Full episode, Insects Breath Butterflies Dance Tease. Kocho Shinobu's sword has a 4-leaf blade, the handle is mainly mint green, the scabbard is white, the blade is slender, and the tip of the blade has a barb. Kocho Shinobu's speed is so fast that ordinary people can't see her movements clearly, but under Feng Yu's eyes at this moment, her movements seem to have slowed down. It seems she is really angry. Feng Yu saw that the tip of the knife was about to stab him, and the onikiri in his hand raised slightly. Bite. The blades collided, and the strong force made Feng Yu take half a step back. Feng Yu did not dare to underestimate her attack, because he felt that Kocho Shinobu's attack was a continuous damage. Each section is more powerful than the next. In the previous life, Feng Yu knew that although the strength of Kocho Shinobu's swing of the sword was weak, its downward pressure and thrust were very strong, powerful enough to penetrate rocks, and its thrust was faster than Shizuku's ripple thrust of breath of water. I really felt that power at this moment. It is like someone else's attack, but it uses a center to thrust. Her sword is exclusive to her, and after the increased power of the marrow cleansing pill in the past few days, Kocho Shinobu's attacks are even faster. Not only does it increase her strength, it also increases her speed. Bite. Bite. ... No matter how Kocho Shinobu changes the direction of his attack, Feng Yu can always resist it. Suddenly, Kocho Shinobu turned back and kicked Feng Yu's vital part with his whole foot. Damn, so cruel. Feng Yu saw the knife hidden at the tip of Kocho Shinobu's toes, and quickly blocked it with onikiri. Feng Yu-kun, do you want to be on defense all the time? Seeing that the sneak attack was not successful, Kocho Shinobu used his strength to distance himself from Feng Yu and said with a smile. Feng Yu knew that Kocho Shinobu was even more angry at this time. Feng Yu didn't speak, just stared at her closely and said slowly, be careful. Bang! Feng Yu sprinted like a ferocious beast, and the powerful back of his neck caused the dust behind him to fly. Kocho Shinobu didn't expect that Feng Yu would actually attack her. His body instinctively raised the knife in his hand to resist, but Feng Yu's attack was so strong. Bang! Kocho Shinobu's whole body flew out and fell to the ground. The embarrassed Kocho Shinobu slowly stood up and gently wiped away the blood from the corner of his mouth. Feng Yujun, I didn't expect your power to be so powerful. Kocho Shinobu said while holding back the pain in his body. But don't look down on me. Kocho Shinobu shouted with a ferocious expression. Then they all attacked Feng Yu. This time the attack was even more swift and fierce, like a life-threatening attack. I didn't. I can definitely help my sister get revenge. I can definitely do it. Feng Yu easily blocked Kocho Shinobu's attack, leaving her to swing the sword in her hand without any control. He knew that Kocho Shinobu needed to vent his emotions at this time, and when he ran out of energy, his emotions would be gone. Feng Yu is waiting. You look down on me too. You look down on me too. Why do you look down on me? Kocho Shinobu cursed while attacking with tears in his eyes. The violent attack made the entire martial arts training square make loud noises. Soon, everyone in Butterfly House was attracted by the loud noise. Ninja-sama, The little Ching San in the temple just covered his mouth as if he couldn't believe that the ferocious-looking person in front of him was actually the gentlest and least angry person on weekdays. Elder sister. Kanao looked at everything in front of her quietly. She seemed to feel Kocho Shinobu's inner unwillingness, and her eyes gradually focused. A wave of anger began to set in. The knife in his hand was held tightly. Everyone in the butterfly house didn't make a sound, they just watched Kocho Shinobu quietly venting his emotions. Everyone also understood at this moment that the old man who was never angry would also look like this. Soon, the sun gradually set in the west. Kocho Shinobu's movements became slower and slower, and finally he fell directly into Feng Yu's arms. Feng Yu remained silent, just gently wiping the dirt off her face. The people behind them didn't dare to make any move, as if they were afraid of disturbing Kocho Shinobu and Feng Yu. It's okay, come here and take Miss Ren back to her room and let her have a good rest. She is too tired, Feng Yu said slowly, watching Kocho Shinobu being carried into the room by everyone. Although the system prompted that the challenge was successful, he was not happy at all. Chapter 48 Purgatory Qian Zhulong. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 48 313. Chapter 48 Purgatory Qian Zhulong. Since that day at the martial arts training ground, Kocho Shinobu also knew that his gaffe was seen by everyone in Butterfly House. But when he quickly reopened the door and faced the outside, Kocho Shinobu faced it calmly as if it had never happened before. Everyone at Butterfly House didn't say a word about this, but they were more attentive to helping Kocho Shinobu. After Feng Yu, the culprit, knew that Kocho Shinobu woke up, he quickly ran away and came to the house of Anjiro Purgatory. Riding Xiaohei soon arrived in front of a courtyard. Xiaohei's huge body frightened Qian Shulong, the sweeper in the yard. Weird. Monster. Qian Zhiro looked at the giant thing in the sky in horror, holding the broom tightly in his hand, his legs trembling constantly. It actually scared Anjiro's younger brother. Feng Yu picked up Xiaobai and jumped down, arriving in front of Qian Shoulang. I'm sorry, my pet may have scared you. My name is Nakagawa Feng Yu. I'm your eldest brother's good friend. It's our first time meeting you. I'm sorry. Feng Yu stretched out his hand and gently pulled up Qian Shoru who was sitting on the ground. Was that monster your pet just now? Qian Zhiro was a little unbelievable. After all, Xiaohei's current body shape was indeed a bit scary. Xiaohei, change back quickly and apologized to Qian Zhiro. Then Xiaohei gradually returned to his original state, revealing his original appearance. Gaga, I'm sorry, I scared you. Is this the Demon Slayer Corpse Raven? It was obvious that Senjiro had met Anjiro's Eagle Crow. Yes, where is your brother? Feng Yu asked with a smile. Brother has just gone out on business. Mr. Feng Yu, why don't you come in first and sit down for a while? I estimate that brother will be back soon. Senjiro said respectfully. Good. Feng Yu nodded lightly. You look so much like your brother, but you also don't look alike. Anjiro and Senjiro are almost carved out of the same mold. If it weren't for the different height and personality of Senjiro in front of him, he wouldn't be able to recognize them if he didn't look carefully. Lord Feng Yu is joking. I am not as good as my elder brother. Qian Zhulong served Feng Yu a cup of tea and said, actually, there are many ways to guide others to live in this world. You don't necessarily have to have strong power to protect others. Feng Yu said calmly. When Qian Zhulong heard this, he seemed to freeze and his eyes widened. Mr. Feng Yu, do you think so too? Qianjiro, whether you can do it depends on yourself, not whether others think you can do it. Feng Yu took a sip of the tea in his hand and said slowly. I've learned a lesson, Mr. Feng Yu. Next, Qian Zhulong was cleaning and tidying up the entire yard. Wine, give me wine. The sound of a vase breaking was heard in the room, and then a man with long orange-red hair and thick black eyebrows who looked very similar to Senjiro broke open the door and fell to the ground. The strong smell of alcohol filled the air instantly. This is. Feng Yu saw that it was Senjiro's father, his predecessor Enju Makijiro. I'm sorry to make Mr. Feng Yu laugh. This is my father. Senjiro apologized with an embarrassed expression on his face, and then walked over to help Makijiro up. Go away, you are as useless as Anjiro. None of us can compare to that person. All breathing methods are derived from the breathing of the sun. Makijiro pushed Qianjiro away and reached out to pick up the wine bottle that fell on the ground. Feng Yu watched silently as Senjiro's small body lifted up the tall Makijiro. Senjiro said nothing, as if he was used to this kind of life. Feng Yu vaguely remembers some background information about him in his previous life. After reading the books left by the flame pillars of the past generations, I realized the gap between the strength of the samurai who used the breath of the sun in the past and myself now, and gradually realized the limits of my abilities and the skills of the sword. Due to his technical incompetence, he became confused and gradually gave up his identity as a swordsman. In the end, after his wife, Purgatory Riniki, passed away due to illness, he became so negative that he completely quit the Demon Slayer Corps and relied on alcohol to anesthetize himself all day long. Feng Yu felt that such a person had failed. When he lost the belief to continue to become stronger, his predecessor Yan Zhu had already died at that time. In the previous life, if it weren't for the news of Anjiro's death and the headbutt of the protagonist Tanjiro, he would not have woken up and regretted himself. Trash, all are trash, sooner or later they will die in the hands of ghosts. Masakiro's curses continued to be heard in the room, as well as the sounds of various furniture being smashed. Feng Yu ignored them. He had no choice but to wake up on his own or be hit with a headbutt by Tanjiro like in the original drama. I don't know how Tanjiro's training is going. I miss you so much. Tanjiro, who was training in the distance in Mount Sagiri, suddenly sneezed. Why do I suddenly have a bad feeling? Tanjiro looked around in confusion. This journey is over, then let's go back. Feng Yu closed his eyes and began to rest. A scent of fragrant wisteria was lit by Senjiro. These incense can calm down father. Senjiro explained. Well, it's okay. The time soon came to around 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The current Demon Slayer Corps member Anjiro Purgatory is back. Xingjulong looked at Feng Yu at his home and couldn't help but shouted. Feng Yu-kun, your strength seems to have improved a lot. Xingjulong couldn't help shouting. Feng Yu-kun. Why are you a guest? A deafening sound sounded. Feng Yu sighed, as expected of you, Xingqiu Lang. This voice was so frightening that even the old man at the head of the village was frightened. Long time no see, Mr. Purgatory, please forgive me for my sudden visit. Feng Yu stood up and said. Ha ha ha, Mr. Feng Yu, do you want to be my stepson? Anjiro laughed, seeming to be looking forward to his answer. I'm really sorry, Mr. Purgatory, I didn't have that idea. I'm here today, I just want to pay you a visit and learn martial arts skills by the way. Feng Yu said with cupped fists. Xingjiro groaned deeply and was about to agree, but Qianjiro on the side suddenly interrupted them. Brother, what time of the day is it? Why don't we finish our meal first and then discuss it? Gulu. Anjiro's stomach began to growl. Ha ha ha, okay, let's eat first. Feng Yu also nodded and started eating together. Has Mr. Purgatory always had such an amazing appetite? Feng Yu was a little surprised that the piles of food in front of him were being quickly destroyed by Xingjulong. Yes, brother always eats so much. Senjiro on the side said calmly, and as he spoke, he picked up vegetables for Anjiro. Although Senjiro is younger than Anjiro, he can take care of things at home in an orderly manner, and his whole temperament is completely different from Anjiro. Anjiro is bold and forthright, while Senjiro is restrained and polite. The two brothers' personalities complement each other. Feng Yu looked at the two of them silently, and Qianjiro looked after Xingjiro like a little adult. Chapter 49 Senjiro's Decision. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 49 313. Chapter 49 Senjiro's Decision. The pile of food was quickly swept away by Purgatory Anjiro. Pa, thanks for the treat. Purgatory Anjiro clasped his hands and said loudly with a smile. Senshoro beside him was no longer surprised and was quietly clearing away the dishes. Thank you for your hard work, Senjiro, Feng Yu-kun, let's go. Then the two of them came to the place where they practiced swordsmanship. Feng Yu-kun, we Demon Slayer Corps members were not allowed to hurt each other before, so let's stop here. Purgatory Anjiro's aura is very strong. The flame-patterned Haori is constantly swaying behind him. He wears a white handle and a flame-shaped sword on his waist. The black and white intersecting scabbard shows his power. His tall figure makes people feel safe just standing there. Feng Yu nodded, and Purgatory Xingjulong's strong aura made him start to get excited. Very well, Mr. Feng Yu, I see your fighting spirit, then let's get started. Purgatory Anjiro laughed, and then slowly pulled out the Nichirin sword with a black blade. Then I'm on board. Purgatory Anjiro was very fast, and Feng Yu also pulled out Onikiri to fight against him. The powerful momentum caused the surrounding dust to fly. Ha ha ha, Mr. Feng Yu, you have ignited my fighting spirit. Anjiro laughed, and then attacked more violently. Feng Yu was also defending and counter-attacking. The two of them were fighting back and forth in the martial arts training ground. But Feng Yu discovered that a chi gradually appeared on Purgatory Xingjulong's body, and the light yellow chi surrounded him, and his fighting spirit became stronger. As this, vindictiveness, Feng Yu knew that Purgatory Xingjulong's fighting spirit had been tempered for a long time and was close to the highest realm. In the original drama, he was even recognized by Shangxian Sanyi Wazuo. The two fought more and more fiercely, and in the end they even used breathing techniques. Breath of Fire I-type Shiranui. The fiery red flame came out from the blade and struck Feng Yu. Breath of Light 1-type Moonlight Slash. Bang. The strength of the two people was about the same. Seeing a stalemate, the two began to change their moves to attack each other. Breath of Fire 2 types of Flame Rising. Breath of Water 1-type Water Slash. Qian Shoru looked at the two people competing quietly from the side, with envy reflected in his eyes. How he wished he had the qualifications to become a swordsman so that he could help his elder brother share the pressure. He held his hands tightly, and the words Feng Yu said before kept ringing in his mind. I will use my own way to help others. It will definitely happen. Purgatory Xingjiro and Feng Yu didn't know how much time had passed, but they could feel the comfort in their hearts. At this moment, whether it is Purgatory Anjiro or Feng Yu, they are all enjoying this competition, devoting themselves wholeheartedly, not to win or lose, but to have a good time fighting. Okay, very good, ha ha ha, Mr. Feng Yu, I recognize your strength. Ha ha ha, thank you for your approval. Purgatory Xingjulong saw that Feng Yu was still able to fight him back and forth even when he was trying his best, and couldn't help but praise from the bottom of his heart. As the battle between the two became more intense, wounds began to appear on their bodies, but they did not pay attention. At this moment, they were completely enjoying the battle. The entire martial arts training ground was in a mess, and various wooden piles had been affected by the battle and turned into several pieces scattered on the ground. I don't know how long it took, but the two finally stopped and gasped for air. Ha ha ha, Mr. Feng Yu, it's so enjoyable. Purgatory Anjiro laughed. Mr. Purgatory, me too, thank you for your advice. Feng Yu said with a smile. In fact, when Purgatory Anjiro said the words, I have approved you, the system prompted that the challenge had been successful. It's just that maybe due to the high morale of Purgatory Anjiro, Feng Yu's competitive spirit was also aroused, and he finally began to devote himself to it. At that time, he no longer cared about winning or losing, because he was getting stronger every minute and every second of sparring. Mr. Purgatory, eat this, the wound will heal soon. Feng Yu swallowed a healing pill into his mouth, then took out another one and handed it to Xing Julong. Although he knew that this kind of skin injury was insignificant to Xing Julong. Oh, isn't this a new healing elixir in the organization now? It seems to be of higher quality than the ones in the organization. Purgatory Xing Julong was also unambiguous and took the elixir and put it directly into his mouth. Soon, those wounds healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. This effect is more powerful than what is distributed in the organization. Purgatory Anjiro laughed. Thank you very much Mr. Feng Yu for the elixir. Next, Feng Yu temporarily stayed at Anjiro's house, because he felt somewhat guilty and returned to Butterfly House to meet Kocho Shinobu. In addition to this reason, Feng Yu also has another purpose, and that is Anjiro's younger brother Kianjiro. The night before Feng Yu left, he pulled Qian Shulong aside alone and handed him a small tips bag. Mr. Feng Yu, what is this? Senjiro said doubtfully. If you want to continue living like this, you should never open it, but use it to make changes. I believe it can help you. Think about it yourself. After Feng Yu left, Qian Shulong couldn't help but open the bag of tips. This is, Mr. Feng Yu, thank you. There were tears on Qian Shulong's face, and he held the brocade bag tightly in his hands. The next day, Feng Yu said goodbye to Xingjiro and Kianjiro. When he said goodbye, he glanced at Kianjiro, and it was obvious that he had opened his bag of tips. Goodbye, Mr. Purgatory and Senjiro. Goodbye Feng Yu-kun. Goodbye Mr. Feng Yu. Feng Yu, who was walking on the road, said to Xiaobai on his shoulder, Xiaobai, what do you think the future of Qian Shulong's child will be? Master, Xiaobai doesn't know. Xiaobai said aggrievedly. Okay, I don't blame you. I seem to be looking forward to what Senjiro's fate will be in the future. Feng Yu looked in the direction of Xingjulong's house with expectation. Chapter 50 finally becomes a pillar. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 5313th. Chapter 50 finally becomes a pillar. Feng Yu walked all the way, of course because Xiaohei didn't know where he ran. After walking for a while, Xiaobai, I don't seem to know where to stay. Feng Yu said to Xiaobai on his shoulder. Xiaobai heard the call, slowly opened his eyes, stretched and said, wherever the master goes, Xiaobai will go. You little fox, really, if I ask you, you are going to tell me where I am going and where you are going. If I had a goal, why would I ask you? Feng Yu gave Xiaobai a finger flick. Why don't you go back to Butterfly House? I just don't know if Kocho Shinobu will kill me if he sees me. You can't go to the Butterfly House. There is no mission now. The addresses of the other pillars are not clear either. The key is that Xiaohei doesn't know where he went. When Xiaohei comes back, he must be beaten up. Say Xiaohei, and Xiaohei will fly from the sky. Quack, master, go back to the organization headquarters, the leader will summon you, the leader will summon you. Then it slowly fell down and turned into a little black flying mount, waiting for Feng Yu to come up. Could it be? Feng Yu had already guessed why Ubuyashiki Yaoya summoned him, so he followed Xiaohei to the headquarters of the Demon Slayer Corps. As soon as he entered the courtyard, he saw Yaoya Ubuyashiki sitting in the corridor in front of the house. On the left and right were two brothers and sisters, Yujiro Ubuyashiki. There were only 3 people in the entire courtyard, and Feng Yu thought the other zoos were here too. Good afternoon, Nakagawa Feng Yu, the weather is equally good today. Ubuyashiki Yaoya said with a smile. Feng Yu half knelt to show respect. Good afternoon, Sir Chief. I already know the contribution you have made during this time, so you still remember what I told you last time about making you the backbone of the Demon Slayer Corps, protecting humans and fighting against evil spirits. Ubuyashiki said calmly. Yeah, remember, Feng Yu replied. Half a year ago, I passed the final trial, completed 3 missions, killed 2 Shishin ghosts, 1 Shishin Sanye, and 1 Shishiansi Lingyuzi alone. I killed countless evil ghosts and contributed marrow cleansing pills and healing pills. This is the contribution you made by joining the Demon Slayer Corps. Yujiro Uyashiki on the side said. Nakagawa Fuyu, first of all, on behalf of the Demon Slayer Corps, I would like to thank you for your contribution. Secondly, are you willing to become the pillar of the Demon Slayer Corps? 2 titles, Water Column and Light Column. The breath of light you created has already been used to create the moves. I believe you can create the moves behind the breath of light. The water column is currently held by Tomioka Gyu. Although he also told me that he could withdraw from the water column position and recommended you to take up the position, I think you can hold this title together. The pillars of Demon Slayer Corps are called pillars because they are stronger and can support the entire organization and lead the entire Demon Slayer Corps to fight against evil spirits. Zoo does not look at how a person is, but whether he can be recognized by everyone. Whether it's strength or contribution, you have already met the qualifications to become a pillar. So I would like to invite you to become the pillar of our Demon Slayer Corps. Ubuyashiki Yaoya said calmly. Become a pillar of light or share the title of water pillar with Brother Jiung. Feng Yu weighed it in his heart. Lord Leader, then I will take over as the 10th pillar of the organization, the Pillar of Light. Feng Yu said firmly. Good. A smile began to appear on Ubuyashiki Yaoya's face. You are true to what Shinobu said, you will bear the title of Light Pillar instead of Water Pillar. Kocho Shinobu, Feng Yu asked doubtfully. Well, 2 days ago, she also recommended you to become the pillar of the Demon Slayer Corps, and also told me everything you did, so she summoned you here alone. Go ahead, Shinobu-chan. Ubuyashiki Yaoya said to the back. Feng Yu. The door behind Ubuyashiki Yaoya slowly opened, and a familiar figure appeared. Long time no see, Mr. Feng Yu. Kocho Shinobu smiled and greeted Feng Yu. Ahem. Kocho Shinobu. Long time no see. Feng Yu felt like he was being choked. Otherwise, why would his throat be so itchy? He just wanted to cough and didn't want to talk. Originally, Feng Yu was ready to be beaten by Kocho Shinobu, but who knew that it had been a long time since he had done so. Looking up, Kocho Shinobu was still the same as before, with a smile on his face, but his eyes are different from before. At this moment, Feng Yu can actually detect the fluctuations in his emotions. It seems like things have really changed from before. Feng Yu breathed a sigh of relief. But it's inevitable that I won't dare to take action in front of Ubuyashiki Yaoya. It's better to stay away from her later, otherwise if she stabs me suddenly, I will be poisoned and die. The more Feng Yu thought about it, the more possible it became. Ahem. Ubuyashiki Yaoya started coughing violently. Both of you, please leave here. The leader needs to rest. Ubuyashiki Yujiro spoke, so Feng Yu and Kocho Shinobu watched Uyashiki Yaoya enter the house and left the place. Feng Yu-kun seems to be afraid of me, Kocho Shinobu said with a smile. Ah, is there any? I just have something to do. Feng Yu's body trembled when she said this. It's over. Is this woman going to take action? Don't worry, Mr. Feng Yu, I'm not angry anymore. I will take good care of my body in the future. After that, Kocho Shinobu left on his own, leaving Feng Yu standing there. Leaving now, and she just said that she would take good care of her body. I must have heard it right. Xiao Bai. Feng Yu was a little surprised, he didn't expect Kocho Shinobu to say such a thing. Yes, master, what Kocho Shinobu-sama just said is that he will take good care of his own body. Xiao Bai said truthfully. That's good, at least we cannot follow the original work, and then the final tragedy may be avoided. Feng Yu recalled that Kocho Shinobu's final outcome was that he sacrificed himself before killing Doma, and finally relied on Kanao and Yanosuke to kill him. Although the poison on Kocho Shinobu was the key to killing Doma, Feng Yu always felt that it was a pity. Not only did he sacrifice his life, but in the end he couldn't see his enemy die with his own eyes. The character of Kocho Shinobu was really badly done by the director of the original work. I hope that there will be a slight change on my part in this ending, which can change her fate. Feng Yu thought. By the way, Xiao Bai, where do you think we should stay? Noob. Soon, the news that Feng Yu officially became the 10th pillar of the Demon Slayer Corps reached the ears of every member. Chapter 51 Comprehensive Strength Improvement. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 51 313. Chapter 51 Comprehensive Strength Improvement. Feng Yu became the 10th member of the Demon Slayer Corps. Some people were happy and some were angry. The happy ones were those who were good friends with Feng Yu, but the angry ones were the others who had always looked down on him. Such as Wind Pillar and Snake Pillar. But when you are angry, you will not do anything to hurt the other party. This is the responsibility of being the pillar of the Demon Slayer Corps. Most Demon Slayer Corps members who have never heard of Feng Yu are curious and want to see Feng Yu's true face in Lucian. After all, such a large Demon Slayer Corps organization suddenly had a new leader, so I couldn't help but be curious. What do you think the new Lord Light Pillar looks like? Go, you ask me, I ask who to go. I know what Master Guangzhou looks like. In the next month, the members of the Demon Slayer Corps basically discussed who the 10th pillar of light was. The instigator, Feng Yu, was currently sitting on Xiao Hei's back, thinking leisurely about how to train in the days to come and how to enhance his strength. With my current strength, it can only be said that it is difficult to advance to a higher level. But I have a system, and my strength will improve relatively quickly. The first thing is the breathing method. I feel that the water breathing method has become saturated, and there is no room for improvement. Then the only breathing method of light is left. Even the breathing method of light cannot be achieved overnight. The second step is to open the stripes, He Dao and the strongest buff to penetrate the world. Finally, there is the system. Feng Yu summarized the directions in which he could improve his strength. The breathing method of light cannot be rushed. I have an immortal constitution. Logically speaking, the fatal flaw of not being able to live until the age of 25 with the stripes turned on does not exist for me. It is more difficult for He Dao and the transparent world to break through the body's limit. According to the original work, only Kokushibo has opened the transparent world. The three protagonists have not grown up yet, and the plot has not yet advanced to the later stage. There is no reference for the transparent world in He Dao, but seeing through the world may be a higher level manifestation of spiritual power. The last step is the deduction and synthesis functions of the system. Character: Nakagawa Fuyu. Number of swings: 6,497,753. Breathing method: water breathing, trance-like transformation, light breathing. Martial arts: Swordsmanship Dacheng, Physical Strengthening Technique Dacheng Fengpaoyan Dacheng, Golden Body Strengthening Technique Introduction, 5 Tiger Fist Introduction, Mental Power Secret Technique Dacheng. Physique. Immortal Physique. Pets. Xiaobai Awakened, Xiaohei Not Awakened. Mission 1. Kill the King of Ghosts, Oni Washi Mubai. Introduction. Ghost King Kibutsuji is the beginning of everything in this world. Kill him to end this source of evil. Rewards. Number of knife swings 1000 W, Designated World Travel 1, Mysterious Gift Package 1. Status. Unfinished. Chain Mission. Kill Evil Spirits. Introduction. After sunset, endless evil ghosts start hunting. You are a human, go and kill all the evil ghosts. Reward. Unknown depends on the percentage of completion, the higher the completion, the higher the reward. Status. 0.5%. Status. Unfinished. Mission 1. Defeat the Demon Slayer Core Pillar. Introduction. Challenge the pillars of the Demon Slayer Core and gain their recognition. Each time you defeat one, you will receive different rewards. Reward. Obtained based on completion. Status. 20%. Task 2. Recruit 2 disciples. Introduction. Now that you have achieved the top level of strength in the world, it's time for you to experience what it's like to be a teacher. Take on 2 disciples and learn the breathing method. Reward. Number of knife swings 300 W, number of epiphanies 1, and method to activate stripes. Status. Unfinished. After the task of becoming a pillar was completed, another task of recruiting disciples came, and this task was not completed so quickly. It was a bit difficult. I had to look for any geniuses. Feng Yu is a little troubled. Now the tasks issued by the system are completed in a continuous time, unlike before when killing ghosts was completed in one go. I don't like developing games. Then he took out the task reward, suppose doll, from the system space. This is a second life. It would be great if energy could be produced. Feng Yu lamented that there were too few cherished items. If there were a few more, he could really point a knife at Kibutsuji and say, Wuhan, what do you think of life? Finally, the legendary quality of Wanwu Mall is refreshed. Feng Yu felt a little excited. Although the quality was said to be expensive, it was really worth the price. When opened, it becomes a dazzling golden color. Only this time it was a ball of golden gas. Fighting chi. Only those with extreme martial arts can realize that wearing it can increase personal charm. In battle, the increase will be felt according to the will of the person wearing it. I wonder if the system is spying on me and will give me whatever I need. Click to buy without hesitation, and instantly the panel reduces the number of knife swings by 5 million. Ding, do you want to bind fighting spirit? Nonsense, for sure. In an instant, Feng Yu felt that his various attributes had doubled. Xiaohei, have you seen the river in front of you? Drop it there. Although Xiaohei was confused, he could only do it. Xiaohei originally thought that Feng Yu was going to do something, but who would have thought that he would come to the river and look at the reflection in the water? You have indeed become more handsome. Feng Yu touched his face and said. Then finally comes the pet skills. Sun Flame. Can gather energy to shoot out a ray of light, which has the burning effect of the sun. System, are you going to get involved? You actually used this skill. Does this mean that Xiaobai and Xiaohei also have the ability to kill ghosts? Feng Yu knew it well. Who should I give this skill to? Feng Yu looked at Xiaobai for a while and then at Xiaohei. Xiaobai has the awakening skill. Obviously Xiaohei can make up for its shortcomings, but, seeing Xiaohei's temperament, Feng Yu suddenly didn't want to give this skill to Xiaohei. Forget it, since we want to train them, we should treat them equally. Xiaohei, come here. When Xiaohei heard Feng Yu calling him, he was very happy and flew to Feng Yu in front of him. Gaga, master, what do you want from me? Xiaohei tilted his head and said. Feng Yu didn't speak, but silently put the number of swings 500 W on Xiaohei's head and then slowly disappeared. After a while, Xiaohei opened his scarlet eyes and said, Quack, master, I learned it. Then he shot a light from his mouth into the distance. The big tree in front collapsed suddenly, and the broken place was exuding a burnt smell. This power is truly worthy of the golden legend. Feng Yu was a little shocked. Just a light ray penetrated a big tree. Xiaobai, you will become stronger in the future. Feng Yu touched Xiaobai beside him and said, now that the resources have been allocated, the next step is to complete the mission of the believers first. Feng Yu set off again and flew towards the direction of Sawu Mountain. Chapter 52 Xiaobai's Statue. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 52 313ths. Chapter 52 Xiaobai's Statue. Boom. Xiaohei's huge figure flashed across the sky, and Feng Yu stood on its back and couldn't help but feel a little excited. I'm finally coming back to Mount Samagiri. I don't know how Tanjiro and the cute Nezuko are doing. I'm really looking forward to seeing the expressions of Tanjiro and Netaki Sakanji. The weather is really nice today. Feng Yu enjoyed standing on Xiaohei's back and feeling the rising sun shining on his face. This made him feel that the world was real and not a fantasy. Xiaohei's speed seems to have become faster. Feeling that the airflow became more violent than before, Feng Yu knew that Xiaohei's strength was also constantly improving. Now that he had the ability to kill ghosts, he might be able to catch him by surprise in the subsequent battles. Let Xiaohei be the sixth child and use the sun and flames when the ghost is not paying attention. After all, who would have thought that an ordinary crow could fire energy cannons? The key point is that this energy cannon can still cause fatal damage to ghosts. The more Feng Yu thought about it, the more he thought it was possible. Xiao He and Xiao Bai's various indicators were not much weaker than the ordinary members of the Demon Slayer Corps. On the contrary, they were even stronger. Not only were they physically flexible, but they were also good at being the sixth. Feng Yu's mind suddenly recalled a very famous sentence from a certain music in his previous life, "I'm the sixth child." This sentence is poisonous. Thinking of this sentence, Feng Yu's mind kept playing and couldn't stop at all. No, I can't think about it anymore. If I think about it anymore, I won't be able to stop. Feng Yu quickly began to empty his head of the noise and meditate. Soon, Xiao Hei's voice woke him up. "Quack, Master, Mount Sawu is coming." Feng Yu slowly opened his eyes, and what he saw was the familiar mountain top. There was a wooden house on the mountainside in the distance, and a faint green smoke was rising at the moment. It seems like someone is coming. Sakanji Nintaki, who was sitting in the wooden house and brewing medicine, seemed to feel something approaching. He picked up the Nichirin sword next to him, got up and walked out of the house. At this moment, Feng Yu landed early not far from the foot of the mountain in order not to scare Nintaki-saken for the first time. Xiao He also returned to his normal size and hovered in the sky. That is, Feng Yu saw the small temple at the foot of the mountain. "Xiao Bai, look at this small temple dedicated to you." When Xiao Bai heard Feng Yu calling him, he poked his head out of the box behind him and looked at Xiao Miao. "Xiao Bai, let's go take a look," Feng Yu said with a smile. The small temple is very small, so small that it can only accommodate people half a meter tall. There is a stone statue inside that looks like Xiao Bai, but it doesn't look like Xiao Bai. Because there are 9 tails behind this stone statue, its expression is more charming and oppressive. The unburnt incense was still burning in front of the statue. It was obvious that the person who had just worshipped had not gone far. Xiao Bai jumped out of the wooden box and looked at the statue with doubts that looked like him but not like him. "Master, I have a special feeling," Xiao Bai said. "What's wrong?" Feng Yu asked. "I can feel that this statue is related to me. It seems that as long as I am willing, I can absorb special energy through this statue." In Xiao Bai's eyes, the statue in front of him is full of a special energy, and there is always an attraction that makes him make a choice. Do you want to absorb this energy? But there is something terrible that will happen if the energy in the statue is absorbed. Xiao Bai was hesitating and looked to his master Feng Yu for help, hoping that he could make a decision for him. "So, the statue in front of me has energy that can be absorbed, but I feel like something bad will happen if it is absorbed. If that's the case, I would be in trouble. After all, I don't know whether this energy is harmful or beneficial to you." Feng Yu frowned. If you follow what Xiao Bai said, then the energy in this statue is the power of incense and incense in the previous life. It is the power of incense contributed by those who come here to worship. The sentence, "incense is poisonous," rang in Feng Yu's mind. The world of Demon Slayer does not describe too much the power of other systems, nor does it explain whether there are gods in this world. It only talks about the existence of humans and ghosts. Feng Yu looked at the statue and seemed to have the answer in his heart. "Xiao Bai, just absorb this energy." Xiao Bai nodded. After all, this energy was constantly tempting him, and he was already ready to absorb the energy. Xiao Bai touched the statue gently, and a large amount of fluorescence emitted from the statue poured into Xiao Bai's body. Hey, Xiao Bai began to fall to the ground in pain, seeming to be enduring severe torture. "Xiao Bai, what's wrong with you?" Seeing Xiao Bai like this, Feng Yu couldn't help but become worried. Master, I'm fine, I may need to sleep for a while." After saying this, Xiao Bai fell into a deep sleep. But Feng Yu could feel Xiao Bai's aura getting stronger and stronger, transforming every minute and every second. Xiao Bai fell into a deep sleep and came to a mysterious space. Dots of fluorescent light constantly surround it, and countless voices ring in its ears. "Lord God, save my child. Lord God, please bless me with wealth. Lord God, please. ... Countless voices were constantly playing back, and Xiao Bai was struggling to accept it all. It turns out this is the consequence. ... In real world, Feng Yu gently picked up Xiao Bai and put him into the wooden box. He found that Xiao Bai's statue was constantly decaying, as if it was undergoing the baptism of time. That's strange. Feng Yu didn't study the statue too much, so he hurried up the mountain. But after Feng Yu left, a plume of black smoke suddenly appeared from the statue and then dissipated in the sky. Feng Yu seemed to have a sense of belonging on the familiar road and the familiar mountain top. Thinking about it, the place where he stayed the longest since he came to this world was Mount Samagiri. "Welcome back, Feng Yu," said Kintaki Sakanji, who had been standing outside the wooden house early, wearing a red Tengu mask. "Long time no see, Master Lintaki." The moment Feng Yu saw Lintaki Sakanji, he couldn't help but feel something in his heart, like a feeling of a wanderer returning home. "It'll be good when you come back, it'll be good when you come back," Nintaki Sakanji murmured. Then the two returned to the cabin together. As soon as he entered the door, he saw Nezuko, who had already woken up. At this moment, she woke up a year earlier than in the original work. With big red eyes and a piece of bamboo in her mouth, she carefully looked at Feng Yu in front of her. Nezuko looks so soft and cute. How can there be such a cute creature in this world? Feng Yu sighed. Chapter 53 Goodbye Tanjiro. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 53 313. Chapter 53 Goodbye Tanjiro. Previous. Next. It's quiet inside the cabin. There was only the crackling sound of the burning flame. Congratulations on becoming a member of the Demon Slayer Corps, Kintaki Sakanji said calmly. Feng Yu responded. Nezuko on the side was eating the marrow cleansing pill given by Feng Yu, with a look of satisfaction on her face. Nezuko could feel that after taking the marrow cleansing pill, her body's strength was constantly improving, and she couldn't help but feel dependent on Feng Yu. Just like a kitten, it will look at Feng Yu longingly after eating. Feng Yu gently rubbed her head, and Nezuko enjoyed this feeling. He stretched out his hands with a longing expression on his face. Okay, don't look at me like this. Feng Yu looked at Nezuko's appearance in front of him, smiled helplessly, and then took out 6 marrow cleansing pills and handed them to her. I saw her pick up one and put it in her mouth, then secretly took out 3 more and put them aside. Feng Yu knew that Nezuko was left to Tanjiro, and couldn't help but sigh that she was really lucky to have such a sister. Don't feed her so much. These elixirs are obviously very precious. They are more effective and contain higher energy than the elixirs developed by the Demon Slayer Corps. You should plan more for yourself. Kintaki Sakanji looked at Feng Yu and said, well, it's okay. Looking at Nezuko, the marrow cleansing pill can replenish the energy her body needs, which will be more effective in suppressing her desire to eat people. Feng Yu said, well, ghosts eat people because their bodies have the energy they need. The recent conversation between Feng Yu and Lintaki fell into silence again. At this time the wooden door opened. I'm back. Tanjiro, who was soaked all over, shouted. Ah, brother Feng Yu, are you back? Tanjiro couldn't help but said in surprise when he saw Feng Yu in the room. Long time no see, Tanjiro. Feng Yu said with a smile. Long time no see, brother Feng Yu. Tanjiro was very happy, but soon shuddered, and his soaked clothes were still dripping and fell on the wooden board. Ah, I'm going to change clothes first. Tanjiro said embarrassedly, and then hurriedly went to change clothes. Has Tanjiro started practicing water breathing now? Feng Yu asked. Well, this child's talent is not as good as yours, so he needs to work harder. Now he trains very intensely every day in order to quickly improve his strength and find a way to turn his sister back into a human. He is different from you. He has a firm goal, but you don't, and you don't seem to have a strong sense of belonging to the Demon Slayer Corps. I just hope you won't do anything harmful to humanity in the future. Kintaki Sakanji said seriously. Feng Yu did not deny that he came to this world to become stronger in order to survive, and becoming a disciple of Rintaki Sakanji was the first step to become stronger. Feng Yu didn't care much about the purpose of the Demon Slayer Corps and the class system. After all, in the previous life, in the 21st century, everyone was equal and there was no class thought. This child Tanjiro will have a very difficult road ahead. I hope you can help him more. At this time, Tanjiro, who had changed his clothes, came out and touched Nezuko's head, and then sat next to the bonfire. Here, drink this. Nintaki Sakanji filled a bowl of hot soup and handed it to Tanjiro. Thank you, Master Lintaki. Tanjiro took the hot soup and took a quick sip. Ah, hot, hot, hot. Tanjiro swallowed hard. Ah, so warm. Tanjiro sighed. Nezuko on the side slowly came over and sat between Feng Yu and Tanjiro. Then he carefully took out 3 marrow cleansing pills from the small bag and put them in Tanjiro's hand. This is. Tanjiro looked at Fuyu and Nintaki Sakanji in confusion. Lintaki Zuo was silent for the last time, but Feng Yu said with a smile. Just accept what your sister left for you. Thank you, brother Feng Yu. Tanjiro hurriedly pulled Nezuko to thank Feng Yu. He knew the effect of this elixir and the preciousness of this elixir. Looking at Nezuko's little bag, one can imagine how much Feng Yu gave Nezuko. Okay, we are all senior brothers. There is no need to be so polite. Just take it. These elixirs are no longer useful to me, but they are very useful to you now. Feng Yu took a sip of the hot soup and said. Then he said again. It tastes good. I will stay here for a while. During this time, Tanjiro, I will guide you in your training. A smile appeared on Feng Yu's face. When Tanjiro saw this smile, he couldn't help but think of those days, and couldn't help but feel a little panicked. Brother Feng Yu, thank you then. Tanjiro said hesitantly. Lintaki Zuo, who was on the side, did not speak for the last time, which was regarded as acquiescing to Feng Yu's behavior. For the first time, Nintaki Sato could feel that Fuyu's strength at this time was far beyond him, and it would be a good thing for him to teach Tanjiro how to train. What a genius. Under the mask of Tengu, Sakantaki looked at Feng Yu and didn't know what he was thinking. The second day, Tanjiro got up early and waited for Feng Yu with a knife outside the house. Good morning, brother Feng Yu. Well, good morning, Tanjiro. Feng Yu dipped some water on his face, wiped it gently and saw that Xiaobai was still sleeping. The energy fluctuations in Xiaobai's body are getting stronger and stronger. Is his transformation almost successful? I don't know what kind of changes will happen if the transformation is successful. Then they all went out after lightly touching their heads. Let's go. Okay, brother Feng Yu. So the two of them came to the waterfall in the mountains. Do you know why Master Lintaki asked you to come here to practice? Feng Yu asked. I know, this is so that I can blend in with the water better and master the breathing of water faster. Well, it's good to know, so don't hurry up. Remember, no matter how strong the current is, what you need to do is to adjust your breathing first and control your balance. To blend in with the water is to adjust your body's breathing to the frequency of the water flow. Go now, brother Feng Yu. Tanjiro hurriedly ran to a boulder under the waterfall and sat down cross-legged. The cold water fell from the upper reaches and slapped Tanjiro's body continuously. Tanjiro's body trembled on the boulder under such a strong current. Not to mention adjusting his breathing, even sitting there was difficult. Unstable sitting posture, disordered breathing. It seems necessary to practice sitting down first. Feng Yu from a distance murmured as he watched Tanjiro continue to think of ways to keep his body unaffected by the water flow. Yes, a smile appeared on Feng Yu's lips. Tanjiro, who was being beaten by the water, had no idea what kind of training he would experience next. Chapter 54 Tanjiro's Training. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 54 313. Chapter 54 Tanjiro's Training. Feng Yu made a decision, jumped up, and used Feng Piao Yanju to jump in the air, came to Tanjiro, grabbed him, and jumped to the shore. Senior brother Feng Yu, what's wrong? Tanjiro was a little confused. 1 second he was closing his eyes and enduring the wash of the water, and the next second he came to the shore. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart how powerful Feng Yu was. It's okay, I just want to give you a different approach. Feng Yu said with a smile. Tanjiro looked at the smile on Feng Yu's face and felt a bad premonition in his heart. Master Feng Yu, senior brother, be gentle. The past resounded in Tanjiro's mind, and Feng Yu in front of him also smiled like this. Who do you think I am? Feng Yu gave Tanjiro a finger flick. It hurts, it hurts. Tanjiro quickly covered his forehead. Okay, I've come up with a good way for you to avoid being affected by the water flow at the waterfall. Because you're like this, it's hard to even sit on that boulder, let alone keep breathing and let yourself melt into the water. Feng Yu said. Senior brother Feng Yu, what should I do? Tanjiro asked. Very good, it seems you are ready. The first thing to do is to solve the problem of not being affected by the water flow. That's the stone. Feng Yu pointed at a large stone and said with a smile. Stone. Tanjiro followed the direction Feng Yu pointed and saw a stone weighing about 50 or 60 kilograms. Then, on Tanjiro's back, his hands and feet were tied with a stone. Senior brother Feng Yu, Tanjiro felt heavy on his body, as if his whole body was firmly fixed. Well, good, that's it. Feng Yu looked at his masterpiece with satisfaction. Then the next step is up to you. So Feng Yu picked up Tanjiro with one hand and threw him to the boulder at the bottom of the waterfall. Well, good, this way it won't look like it's moving. Feng Yu watched Tanjiro sit up with difficulty, nodded and said. Tanjiro, you should familiarize yourself with the flow of water now. When you are no longer affected, then you can remove the stones from your body. I don't require you to master water breathing in a short time, but you must get used to it. The flow of water, Feng Yu said seriously. Yes, senior brother Feng Yu. Tanjiro knew this was for his own good and said while suppressing the discomfort in his body. Okay, you have to always remember why you have to work hard. This kind of training is very difficult. When you want to give up, think about the reason why you became a disciple of Master Lintaki in the first place. Everyone's strength is not gained once, but through continuous practice. Just like Master Lintaki and I, we have put in much more effort than you. With that said, I'm going to leave now. I'll come over at noon to bring you food. After saying that, Feng Yu left the place, leaving Tanjiro alone on the waterfall floor, letting the water flow. The first dream, Nezuko, I will definitely turn you back into a human. Tanjiro's eyes became firm again, and he began to close his eyes and let the water wash over his body. Feng Yu in the distance knew Tanjiro's performance through his mental perception, and couldn't help but nodded. Soon, then he returned to the cabin. You're back, let's take a rest. Rintaki Sakanji said, that kid Tanjiro can't be in a hurry. If he's too hasty, he'll damage his foundation. Don't worry, Master Lintaki, as long as I'm here, I won't let Tanjiro get hurt. Even if he only has half life left, I can bring him back. Feng Yu said confidently. After all, he has a healing pill. Even if the healing pill fails, there are various other pills. Moreover, after Tanjiro took the marrow cleansing pill yesterday, his overall strength has also increased, and he has basically no problem with the erosion of the waterfall. Letting the water wash away is not a physical practice, but a spiritual practice. The water is beating against the body all the time, making it very difficult to achieve samadhi. This is a kind of spiritual torture. As long as you get through it and get used to it, Tanjiro will not only improve your soul, but also your breathing skills. That kid is not as good as you. Rintagaki Sakanji was about to speak but was interrupted by Feng Yu. Okay, Master Lintaki, just believe me, Tanjiro is not as fragile as you think. Tanjiro has a strong will. In the original work, every time his potential explodes, it is because his sister Nezuko is in danger or encounters an invincible ghost. Maybe it's the protagonist's luck that he won't die so easily, but it's more about Tanjiro's determination to help his sister turn back into a human. Nintaki Sakanji looked at Feng Yu quietly for a while and then at Nezuko, and then said nothing more. At this moment, Feng Yu is conducting an experiment, which is to make Tanjiro stronger than the original and participate in the final trial in advance. Let's see if he meets Agatsuma Zenitsu and Kubihira Yanosuke. If you encounter it, it means that this world has a strong correction power. If you don't encounter it, it's okay, because Tanjiro will be stronger and grow faster than the original. Feng Yu on the wooden house side was sipping tea leisurely, but it was different on Tanjiro's side. So painful, so tired, so uncomfortable. I really want to leave here. Countless distracting thoughts swirled in Tanjiro's mind. Clatter, crash, crash, was the only sound heard in Tanjiro's ears. I feel like there are countless ants swimming around my body. Tanjiro's will gradually weakened, and he felt like he was falling into a dark quagmire, sinking continuously. I don't know how long it has been. Tanjiro, who was trapped in darkness, seemed to hear someone calling his name. Elder brother, Tanjiro, child, ... Who is it? Why is the voice so familiar? Tanjiro tried to find the source of the sound, but it was completely dark and he couldn't see anything. Brother, don't give up. We are always with you. Tanjiro, remember what I said, never give up. The sound is getting louder and louder. A ray of light appeared in the endless darkness. Rokuta, Takeo, Hanako, Nezuko, mother, father, everyone, Tanjiro said with tears. All of Tanjiro's dead family members are here at this moment. My child, thank you for your hard work. I miss you so much. At this moment, Tanjiro seemed like a child who missed his family. Tanjiro fell into Kamado Aoi's arms and cried loudly. I don't know how much time passed, but Kamado Aoi patted Tanjiro on the back and said, my child, it's time for you to go back. Nezuko is still waiting for you. Hearing Nezuko's name, Tanjiro understood instantly. Yes, and Nezuko, I can't stay here any longer. At this moment, the entire darkness faded away. In reality, Tanjiro suddenly opened his eyes, changed his previous appearance, and truly integrated into the practice. Chapter 55 Tanjiro's Transformation. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 55 313. Chapter 55 Tanjiro's Transformation. Noon. Feng Yu came on time to deliver food to Tanjiro. I don't know how Tanjiro is doing. Feng Yu knew that such forced training was the most torturous to the soul. If he couldn't bear it, he felt that Tanjiro might take off the weights on his body. But unexpectedly, Feng Yu saw Tanjiro under the waterfall. At this time, his face was pale, like a candle in the wind, and he might collapse at any time. He kept chanting, Nezuko, Nezuko. Feng Yu nodded upon seeing this, expressing satisfaction that Tanjiro had withstood the torture of the water flow and did not take off the stones on his body. So he jumped up and brought Tanjiro to the shore. At this time, Tanjiro was already a little delirious. Seeing this, Feng Yu took out a healing pill and stuffed it into his mouth. Soon Tanjiro's face began to turn rosy and he slowly opened his eyes. Senior brother Feng Yu. Tanjiro looked at Feng Yu in confusion and said, Tanjiro, you are fine. Feng Yu said, you didn't take off the rocks on your body to avoid being washed away by the water, but persisted until now. You are great, just follow this cultivation direction. When you no longer need the stones on your body, and when you can maintain the breath of water without being affected by the current, then you can finish your practice. At that time, I will teach you the moves behind the 10 forms of water breathing created by senior brother Tomioka Gyu and myself. Feng Yu said, thank you, senior brother Feng Yu. Tanjiro quickly thanked him. Remember, don't be afraid of getting hurt, because with my senior brother here, I can save you even if you only have one breath. Do you understand? You just need to work hard to improve your strength and don't have any worries. Senior brother is always watching. With you. Feng Yu opened the lunch he brought, and the smell of rice filled his nostrils. Tanjiro smelled the aroma of rice and his stomach began to growl. Eat quickly. Tanjiro began to eat voraciously. This is so delicious, senior brother. Looks like you're starving, so you won't miss the nutritious meal I personally prepared for you. Feng Yu watched Tanjiro eating and felt happy. After all, this was the first time in this world that he cooked seriously. For this purpose, a wild boar was caught from the mountain. Senior brother, I have never eaten such delicious food. What is the name of this dish? Tanjiro asked. Well, this dish is called braised pork. Eat slowly, there are many more here. I'm afraid you won't be able to finish them all. Feng Yu took out another lunch from behind. When he opened it, he saw that it contained braised pork that was appetizing at first sight. The advantage of the fat and thin meat is that the bright red color covers the original taste of wild boar meat. It is garnished with chopped green onion. When you bite it, you will still feel oily in your mouth. Braised pork, what a strange name. Tanjiro thought about it carefully and found that he had never heard of it at all. As long as you like it, I'm afraid you won't like it. Feng Yu smiled. Soon, Tanjiro finished his lunch. Thank you for the hospitality, the food is very delicious. ... Then Tanjiro started training in the afternoon. Just like in the morning, we are also training to withstand the erosion of water. Seeing Tanjiro being so self-conscious, I couldn't help but think of when I was training here. In other words, I didn't try this kind of training at all. No way, who gave him a golden finger? Feng Yu left, leaving Tanjiro alone training under the waterfall. Days passed day by day, and Tanjiro finally took off the stones after a week. It's progressing very quickly. I expected you to spend much more time than you do now. Feng Yu patted Tanjiro on the shoulder and said. At this time, Tanjiro's whole temperament has changed. There is no longer that youthful feeling. On the contrary, it is stable, as if he has experienced vicissitudes of life. After you master the artistic conception and all the moves of water breathing, if I have time, I will also train you in full concentration breathing. Okay, hurry up and practice. Time is very tight now. You have to strive to become stronger every minute and every second. Feng Yu said seriously. Yes, senior brother Feng Yu, I'm going then. Tanjiro said firmly. Then he went to the bottom of the waterfall and began to adjust his breathing. However, the irregular flushing of the water disrupted every breath he took. Feng Yu stood on the shore and watched quietly as he adjusted his breathing over and over again. Tanjiro, feel how the water flowing on your body flows. Feng Yu shouted. When Tanjiro heard this, he closed his eyes and emptied his mind, focusing only on the water falling on his body. Time passed little by little, and the sound of water flow surrounded my ears. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Tanjiro's breathing became more and more peaceful, and the frequency of water breathing began to appear. The water flow was very loud, but everything seemed to slow down. The flow of water, freedom, change, softness. Tanjiro's mind keeps ringing with the words that Takashi Seigo once told him. Ahem. Tanjiro coughed, and his breath of water, which had just gotten better, was immediately interrupted. Tanjiro said it was very uncomfortable, and when he wanted to try the same state again, his heart could not calm down. No. Don't rush, adjust your breathing and take your time. Tanjiro's breathing rate became slower and slower, as if it were running water. But soon, Tanjiro was interrupted by something strange about his body. My lungs feel so painful. Tanjiro clutched his lungs in pain. After the pain subsided, Tanjiro tried to enter the state again, but was quickly interrupted as soon as he entered the state. Day after day training, Tanjiro has a strong will, and his countless failures have also deepened his understanding of water breathing. Very good, Tanjiro, it seems that you have learned how to integrate into the water, so the next step is to teach you the 11 and 12 forms of water breathing. You keep an eye on it. Feng Yu started to demonstrate again. Tanjiro watched Feng Yu intently from the side. When he was in Form 11, he saw Feng Yu appear on a lake. The lake was very quiet, as if nothing could make it cause ripples. Then his whole body changed again, and he was on the rough sea, with countless big waves beating around him from the center. Tanjiro could feel how amazing the power was. Soon after Feng Yu finished his demonstration, Tanjiro also started to follow the same example, but failed. No form, no breathing, just a simple wave of the knife in his hand. Tanjiro, first of all, you must understand that the 11 and 12 forms correspond to absolute defense and absolute attack. Your breathing is wrong and your movements are wrong. Next, practice these two moves. This time I'll teach you personally. Feng Yu said. Next, Tanjiro began to be trained by Feng Yu. Tanjiro's body was covered with hidden wounds every day, obviously caused by Feng Yu. However, due to the effect of the healing pill, Tanjiro was unable to move every time he trained. After a healing pill was taken, he started to live again, so a new round of the training begins again. Over and over again, Tanjiro is also making rapid progress. It wasn't until a month later that Xiaohei brought news that things stopped. Chapter 56 Suspected news about 12 Kazuki. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 56 313. Chapter 56 Suspected news about 12 Kazuki. Noon a month later. Gaga, Master, Zissinen seems to have the existence of 12 Kazuki. Please go out now to find the ghost and kill it. Xiaohei said anxiously. Senior brother Feng Yu, go quickly, the matter is so urgent. Tanjiro looked at Feng Yu and said, well, I originally wanted to continue training your concentrated breathing, but it seems that there is no other way. I can only make plans after returning from the mission. Tanjiro, just continue practicing according to the current training method. Laying your foundation is the most important thing. Your performance in the past month has exceeded my expectations. Then I'll leave first. You can inform Master Lintaki. Feng Yu jumped on Xiaohei, who had already grown bigger and was waiting to take off. By the way, remember to take good care of Xiaobai. Xiaohei took off quickly, and it was obvious that this mission was very urgent. Senior brother Feng Yu, you must come back safely. May your military fortune be prosperous. Xiaobai, I will take care of it, we will wait for you to come back. Tanjiro shouted in the direction where Feng Yu was going, but Xiaohei was so fast that he had already disappeared. No matter how many times I see him, I can still be scared by senior brother Feng Yu's Xiaohei. I don't know how to cultivate him. Tanjiro shook his head, looking into the distance with more determination. After this month of hellish training, his strength has transformed extremely well, and he has already reached the strength he had when he participated in the final trial in his previous life. Coupled with the moves behind water breath, if Tioni hadn't died, he would have been easily killed with a sword. I don't know what kind of freaks senior brother Yiyong and senior brother Feng Yu are, but they can actually create their own unique moves behind breath of water. I don't know if I can learn from them and create my own water-breathing move. Tanjiro couldn't help clenching his fists, looking forward to what would happen next. Nichirin, 12 Kazuki. It seems that there was no such plot when I read the introduction to the original work in my previous life. Could it be because of the Kocho effect I brought about? Feng Yu thought with a heavy face. He felt that this mission had a bad premonition. There is no other choice but to block it with soldiers and with water and soil to cover it up. Xiaohei, are there any other pillars coming with me this time? Feng Yu asked. Gaga, Master, and Insect Pillar Kocho Shinobu are coming too. Xiaohei replied. I didn't expect it to be Kocho Shinobu, but it was a bit unexpected. Could it be that my bad premonition was because of Kocho Shinobu? What am I thinking? I think Kocho Shinobu is so bad, she shouldn't trick me. Feng Yu shook his head, but the bad feeling in his heart became stronger and stronger. Other side, southwest Tiancheng Mountain. No, don't kill me. Why is there such a monster? Someone come and save me. Countless screams resounded throughout Tiancheng Mountain. The mountains are surrounded by fog all year round, and dense trees block out the sky and sun. Bones are scattered everywhere, and the Demon Slayer Corps uniforms and Nichirin swords fall on the ground. There's wet blood everywhere. The dead head, severed hands and feet, etc. This is a Shira field. Shira field belonging to the Demon Slayer Corps. It is also a hunting ground for evil spirits. The evil ghost was gnawing at the members of the Demon Slayer Corps who were still alive. One mouthful after another, blood flowed on the ground, and it continued to gather, forming a 10-meter-long blood trail. The devil is howling. Humans are screaming. Even though the capable Demon Slayer Corps members were still resisting tenaciously, as all lines fell, the evil spirits targeted them who were still resisting. There are more and more evil spirits, but there are fewer and fewer members of the Demon Slayer Corps. Damn it, what's going on? Why haven't there been pillars to support us yet? I shouldn't have come. I shouldn't have come. We will die here and be eaten by evil spirits. All are dead. All are dead. ... The number of evil spirits is gathering. Members of the Demon Slayer Corps are dying continuously, and some people are gradually falling into despair. Everyone, we have to cheer up. Even if we all die here today, we will try our best to kill the evil ghosts as much as possible. Don't forget why we joined the Demon Slayer Corps in the first place. One of the members of the Demon Slayer Corps, who had reached level A, shouted. It's just useless. The screams from the dead team members are ringing in their ears, constantly destroying their souls. I will fight with you. Damn evil ghost. One of the younger Demon Slayer Corps members picked up the Nichirin sword in his hand and rushed out. Don't want. The Class A yelled. It's just too late. One of the ghosts on the opposite side that looked very much like a praying mantis had a playful expression on its face. Then the whole body turned into an afterimage. Then the body of the young Demon Slayer Corps member who rushed out was broken into 2 pieces. The young member's eyes widened, as if he couldn't believe what he was seeing. In just a moment, he was killed. The mantis ghost returned to its original position, stretched out its long tongue and licked the fresh blood on the sickle hands. Ha ha ha, how delicious it is. Scream, scream, I will kill you all and then eat you bit by bit. The mantis ghost had a crazy expression on his face. Hey, mantis, do you look down on us? The other ghosts on the side also had a joking expression on their faces, as if they were dissatisfied with the mantis ghost's words and scolded him. HMPH, those 2 adults said that whoever kills is the prey. Mantis ghost said disdainfully, then let's all rely on our abilities. The other ghosts laughed, but the 2 adults said that they should be killed slowly and wait for more of them to come here to rescue. Ha ha ha, all the ghosts looked at each other and smiled. After all, they were confident. All the ghosts knew that those 2 adults were the legendary 12 Kazuki. And the class is not low. If it weren't for these Demon Slayer Corps people to send out a rescue message, the evil spirits would have swarmed up and brutally killed and eaten all the remaining members of the Demon Slayer Corps. They just do this to draw out the more powerful ones from the Demon Slayer Corps. No, they are planning to use us as bait and want Master Zhu to come over. And there might be something even more terrifying in this mountain. One of the Demon Slayer Corps members with the gift of perception said tremblingly. Because he sensed that there was a more terrifying aura hidden. The combined aura of the ghosts in front of them is not as powerful as the aura of the ghost hidden among them. You have to understand that the strength of these ghosts can reach the level of second-level players. He knew very well that that might be the legendary 12 Kazuki. He was truly desperate. They will die. All of them will die. They're just torturing us. Seeing him like this, the team members on the side couldn't help but said, don't give up. Our Master Zhu is coming to support us soon. As long as we hold on, it will be fine. The sentient member raised his head and glanced at the member in front of him who was clearly trembling, smiling to comfort himself. Yes, even if I really want to die, I have to drag an evil ghost on my back. The sentient Demon Slayer Corps member adjusted his breathing, changed his desperate attitude, and looked firmly at the evil ghost in front of him who was still laughing. Chapter 57 Crazy Killing. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 57 313. Chapter 57 Crazy Killing. On the other side, Feng Yu and Kocho Shinobu were rushing quickly, and Xiaohei was also trying his best to fly. Because 1 second slower means one more Demon Slayer Corps member will die. Xiaohei knew that the Demon Slayer Corps had sent hundreds of swordsmen there, but the large number of distress messages sent out indicated how dangerous this mission was. No, it's too slow. I don't know how long it will take to reach Shinan Tiancheng Mountain. Feng Yu looked at the scenery of flying upside down with a solemn expression. He knew that Xiaohei had tried his best to fly, but not enough, not fast enough. Feng Yu couldn't help but look at Xiaohei's attribute panel. Name: Xiaohei, not yet awakened. Race: Crow. Kung Fu. Monster breathing technique refined, can be improved. Skill: Sun Flame. Talent: discerning direction, speaking people's words. Introduction: this is a highly intelligent crow cultivated by a special organization. Promote. Feng Yu clicked the upgrade button without hesitation. The number of times he swung the sword instantly increased to hundreds of thousands, and Xiaohei's tail emblem of the demonic beast breathing technique also reached the completion stage. The little black body shouted, Master, there seems to be a force coming out of my body. Xiaohei's body was emitting golden light, and the originally black feathers all turned into light yellow at this moment, and his head turned completely golden. Xiaohei's whole body changed its appearance. The claws on the feet became sharper. Congratulations on your pet Xiaohei's successful awakening and your divinity value of 0.0001. Congratulations on your pet's awakening talent and its ability to scream. Feng Yu hadn't had time to take a closer look at Xiaohei's speed talent and screaming skills. Then I heard Xiaohei shouting, "Master, I think my speed can become faster." Then, with a swish sound, Xiaohei's speed increased again. Feng Yu was almost thrown backward by this unexpected increase in speed. He was lying on Xiaohei's back. He found that his eardrums were in pain. After adjusting his breathing method, the strangeness on his body began to disappear, and then he checked Xiaohei's talents and skills. Extreme speed. Speed that can break the sound barrier. Scream. Sonic attack. A very simple introduction. Top speed means that Xiaohei's speed has now exceeded the speed of sound. I see. Feng Yu looked at the fleeting land, feeling extremely satisfied in his heart. The number of swings I spent is not in vain. Xiaohei knew that this was the power his master had given him to increase, and he also knew that he must have paid a price, so he went on his way even harder. Feng Yu was in a hurry, and Kocho Shinobu was also running quickly towards Amagi Mountain. Both of them were in a very depressed mood. Kocho Shinobu learned from his own crow that hundreds of members of the Demon Slayer Corps had sent out distress messages, and knew that this mission was definitely in danger. Feng Yu and Kocho Shinobu just hoped that the remaining team members can persist longer. Time passed by minute by minute. Tiancheng Mountain. More than 30 ghosts with blood ghost skills were constantly playing tricks on the surrounded Demon Slayer Corps members. The rest were all ordinary ghosts, and all the ghosts had greedy eyes in their eyes, staring at the remaining members of the Demon Slayer Corps. There are only a dozen members of the Demon Slayer Corps left. These evil ghosts obviously have the ability to kill them all, but they just want to torture them to death one by one and destroy their beliefs. Deep in Tiancheng Mountain, 3 pairs of ghosts with carved eyes are watching the entire Tiancheng Mountain. With the word, Shang Xian-san, engraved in his eyes, short pink hair, and dark blue tattoos all over his body, this is Yi Wo Zuo. Unexpectedly, Wu Mei unexpectedly dispatched Yi Zhao to hunt Demon Slayer Corps members this time. 2 ghosts on the other side. One eye is engraved with Sha Xian Wu and Sha Xian 6. The 2 Shishin ghosts looked at Yi Zuo respectfully. The momentum of Yi Wo Zuo is very strong, the momentum of the other Sha Xian Wu is a little weaker, and the last Sha Xian Lu completely hides itself, just like an ordinary person. Sir, when do you think the Demon Slayer Corpse pillars will arrive here? Sha Shenwu said cautiously. Just wait, Yi Zuo said nonchalantly. The 2 new ghosts didn't dare to say anything. After all, they themselves were ghosts and had only recently become ghosts. It was also because Wu Kai took a fancy to their vampire skills and provided a large amount of human flesh in his blood that his power increased so quickly. The 2 Shishin ghosts looked at each other, and couldn't help but think of that figure in their minds, making them tremble and fear. It was very quiet in the depths of the forest, so quiet that all the insects, birds and beasts were too frightened to move. The remaining Demon Slayer Corps members are here. No, don't. The members of the Demon Slayer Corps watched in horror as the number of people around them gradually decreased. Every time, in an instant, the people disappeared and were captured by the evil spirits. Then everyone watched helplessly as he was bitten to death by the evil ghost and then gnawed on his flesh and blood. The members of the Demon Slayer Corps who had their flesh eaten were already dead, but their eyes were wide open and could not be closed for a long time. What's even more outrageous is, the evil ghost only eats the body, and then throws the head of the Demon Slayer Corps member who was still alive into the remaining members. Despair, crazy, bloody, constantly washing away everyone. The hearts of the Class A players have also collapsed, their eyes are gradually losing hope, and their expressions are dim. Can anyone come and save us? The Class A players shed tears, and the fighting spirit in their hearts had long been extinguished. Cries and screams continue to surround my ears. The sight of his teammates with their eyes open to death lingers in my mind. Everyone gave up resistance at this moment. The Nichirin sword in his hand has lost its edge, his breathing has become disordered, his eyes are distracted, and he is quietly waiting for death to come. All the evil spirits knew that this was the best opportunity, a chance to kill them all. But all the demons did not step forward to kill, but were discussing who would take the lives of the remaining members of the Demon Slayer Corps. I want the skinny one. I want the fat one, his meat must be delicious. I want the one that looks the youngest, with the thin skin and tender meat, the one that melts in your mouth at first sight. ... The evil spirits are like merchants in an auction house, constantly selecting items they like. After making the selection, the evil ghost began to gradually get his prey. At this time, there was a sharp sound from the sky. Full episode 12 Forms of water breathing, huge waves. Sunfire. A figure fell from the sky, and blue-white waves burst out from the figure. All the evil spirits affected by the huge waves were stagnant. Then the head fell off, and his scarlet eyes stared at the figure, as if he couldn't believe that his head had been chopped off. Congratulations on getting the number of sword swings 50W. Congratulations on getting the number of sword swings 5W. ... The system beeps are ringing continuously. The evil ghost with its head cut off slowly turned into ashes and disappeared in the air. Feng Yu didn't know how many evil ghosts he had killed with this move, but he only knew that the system's beeping sound never stopped at all. Then there was another loud noise. I saw several beams of light falling from the sky towards the evil ghosts on the ground. Those ghosts who were hit by the beams of light emitted black smoke from their bodies, and then turned into ashes under their horrified eyes. The visitors were none other than Feng Yu and Xiao He. All the remaining evil spirits did not dare to take a step forward and stared at Feng Yu. At the same time, he was still staring at the little black flying in the sky. Sorry, I'm late. Feng Yu stretched out his hand and gently helped up the Class A player who had long since lost hope. There was blood all over the ground, broken clothes and sun swords all over the ground, and the heads of dead team members that were almost piled up into a hill. Feng Yu's heart twitched. Then came boundless anger. Full concentration breath of light 4 type dawn. Light yellow light spots began to appear, falling from the sky and gathering into Onikiri. I saw Onikiri starting to glow with strange red and black energy, trying to break free like a demon. Feng Yu's figure disappeared, like a ray of light rushing into the crowd of evil spirits. The evil ghost only saw a ray of light coming in his eyes, and then countless fluorescent lights falling from the sky fell on him. So warm. The evil ghost showed a happy expression on his face, and then turned into ashes. Congratulations on getting the number of sword swings 50W. Congratulations on getting the number of sword swings 5W. ... The system prompts that had just stopped started to sound again. Chapter 58 Battle against Yvazuo. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 58 313. Chapter 58 Battle against Yvazuo. Previous. Next. Another group of ghosts were killed and turned into ashes. Now all the ghosts began to be afraid. Their faces no longer had the playful expression before, but turned into panic. This person is so powerful. Let's run. He may be the pillar of the Demon Slayer Corps. What are you afraid of? Don't forget, we also have adults here. Some ghosts have already had the idea of escape, while others are still confident, with expressions of disdain on their faces. We are saved. Feng Yu stood alone in front of the members of the Demon Slayer Corps. None of the demons dared to step forward and could only stare at him with ferocious expressions. Sir, are you Lord Guangzhou Feng Yu? The eyes of the leading Class A member began to focus, and Feng Yu's back was so tall in his eyes. Well, I'm sorry I'm late. Feng Yu replied calmly. We are finally saved. Master Guangzhou came to save us. Did you see it? The Class A player said to the players behind him with tears streaming down his face. But there was no response from these people. They all froze in place, as if they had lost their souls, and became a walking corpse. Feng Yu also knew about their situation. He guessed that these people were probably mentally tortured and that the ghosts had mind control vampire skills. Feng Yu was also looking for the ghost who was using the blood ghost technique at this time. He just looked around, but still couldn't detect which ghost it was. No doubt, it was because there were still a lot of ghosts at the scene, even though dozens of them had just been killed, some with vampire skills and some with ordinary ones. But most of them are ghosts without blood ghost skills. Ghosts with blood ghost skills are stronger and more responsive. Moreover, there are not only ghosts here in the whole mountain, but other hidden ghosts also gather here when they hear the noise. The Class A player was able to wake up so quickly, perhaps because he was stronger and mentally stronger than the others. Feng Yu was thinking about countermeasures. In front of him was the evil ghost staring at him, and behind him were members of the Demon Slayer Corps who had no combat capabilities. We can only find out the ghost that controls their sanity first, and then kill it. This way I can share my stress. Feng Yu was not afraid of these ghosts, but he was worried that if he walked in and out of the ghost group, these members who had no resistance might be killed. Then this time my mission will be meaningless. I believe you have seen my strength just now. The ghost that controls their sanity, I advise you to get rid of the vampire spell, otherwise you will be killed by my sword. Feng Yu said with a smile. Then he disappeared and rushed into the ghost group again, but this time he killed a few ghosts and then returned. When I came back, I was still holding a ghost's head in my hand. All the ghosts were shocked. Feng Yu's mental power spread and enveloped the group of ghosts. He was looking for the controlling ghost named by him to see if he was scared by him. If there is, then the ghost will definitely show its flaws. Once you show panic or sneak away, it's probably the ghost. Feng Yu was watching all the ghosts, especially those who were hiding inconspicuously among the ghosts with blood ghost skills or those who wanted to escape. Nothing unusual. Feng Yu looked around and didn't notice any strangeness in any of the ghosts. He only has one person. Let's go together. So what if he is a member of the Demon Slayer Corps? Kill him and we'll eat him together. Mantis Ghost looked at Feng Yu greedily and said, Yes. Let's go together and kill this ghost hunter. Come on. ... All the ghosts were clamoring to go up and kill Feng Yu, but none of them dared to take the lead. Treading the horse, that BD just said he was going to get on, why not now? He just wants to trick us into going up there and dying. It seems to be that BD Mantis. The evil spirits began to fight among themselves, one after another blaming the Mantis Ghost who took the lead at the beginning. Nima, why don't you come? Mantis Ghost said viciously. Originally, what he wanted was to let the ghosts around him consume Feng Yu, but who knew that all of these ghosts were also greedy for life and afraid of death, and would only talk about it but not dare to act. You said it first, go ahead. Come on after you come on us. ... Feng Yu was speechless as he looked at the evil spirits caught in internal strife. I was originally thinking about whether these ghosts were really going to come up together, and I was worried about whether they could protect the people behind them. I never thought that the opinions of this group of ghosts were not unanimous. Each of them screamed the loudest, but they were the most timid. Those ordinary ghosts are all tougher than them. And at this time, suddenly there was a terrifying pressure in the sky. All the ghosts felt this pressure and were trembling. Bang! A figure fell from the sky, and a deep pit was created as soon as it hit the ground. The dust dispersed, revealing the figure inside. With short pink hair and dark blue tattoos all over her body, this is the Shangxian Sunyi nest. Feng Yu was shocked. He didn't expect to encounter Yivuzuo here. Obviously, Tiancheng Mountain this time was a trap for the Demon Slayer Corpse Zoo. Then two more terrifying breaths appeared. Feng Yu saw the words in their eyes and understood that they were two 12 Kazuki ghosts. I've never seen a ghost. Could it be because of me that Wuhan created two new ghosts? Shaxian Wu and Shaxian 6. Feng Yu looked at Yivuzuo with a solemn expression. If he fought alone, he might not be afraid of him, but now there are ghosts around him, including two Shishin ghosts who don't know the vampire technique, and those ghosts who have the vampire technique. This is a haunted house and a trap. In Feng Yu, only he, Xiao He, and the injured class A team member had the ability to fight. It seems we were ambushed this time. A strong sense of crisis is a constant warning. At this moment, all he wanted in his mind was for Kocho Shinobu to come over quickly and help him share the pressure. Are you a member of the Demon Slayer Corps? Yivuzuo looked at Feng Yu and smiled. You guys are amazing, you actually used so many ghosts to ambush me. It seems that the Shishin ghost I killed last time put a lot of pressure on you. Not to be outdone, Feng Yu said with a smile. Let's not mention those useless things. I can tell that you are very strong. You should be the pillar I want to wait for. Then come and duel with me. Yivuzuo punched behind him, and all the ghosts were knocked away 10 meters away, even the two Shishin ghosts next to him. After doing all this, Yivuzuo looked at the group of people behind Feng Yu, and then punched forward. The terrifying airflow visible to the naked eye jumped out from his fist and attacked Feng Yu, who frowned. Quickly wave the onikiri in your hand. Full concentration water breathing type 1 water slash. The sharp onikiri easily cut the airflow from the middle, but the airflow formed in two fell behind him, directly creating two open spaces with an irresistible destructive force. What are you doing? Feng Yu was angry. This Yivuzu actually wanted to attack his Demon Slayer Corps members who had no strength to restrain the chicken. They are too much of a nuisance. They are just cleaning up the dojo. Yivuzuo said indifferently. Very good, you have my approval, now you can have fun with me. Yivuzuo twisted his neck, did some stretching exercises, and then looked at Feng Yu with high spirits. Chapter 59 Fierce Fighting with Yivuzuo. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 59 313. Chapter 59 Fierce Fighting with Yivuzuo. May I have your name? Yivuzuo said with a smile. Nakagawa Fuyu, Demon Slayer Corps 10 Pillars of Light. Feng Yu replied. Feng Yu, my name is Yivuzuo. I can see the fighting spirit in you burning. Let me tell you why you were so close to not being able to step into the highest realm. Because you are a human being and because you will grow old. Because you will die. Become a ghost, Nakagawa Feng Yu. Yivuzuo stretched out a hand to invite. As long as you become a ghost, no matter if it takes 100 years or 200 years, you can continue to exercise so that you can become stronger. Come explore the highest realm with me. Haha, do you mean to turn into a shady creature like you? Yivuzuo, how long has it been since you felt the warmth of the sun? Feng Yu said expressionlessly. It's a pity that you still have to choose to be like those lower creatures, growing old and weakening slowly. Yivuzuo put away his smile and looked at Feng Yu indifferently. How can you be sure that I am weaker than you? Feng Yu sneered. Yeah. Yivuzuo's eyes changed, and the soil under his feet suddenly sank. Expand the technique and destroy the killing Luo needle. Blood-red snowflake symbols emerged from the soles of the feet, and then slowly turned blue. Since you don't want to become a ghost, then you should die. Yivuzuo smiled as he took an attacking stance. Feng Yu also took a deep breath and adjusted his condition. Chang. The onikiri on his hand began to emit blood-red mist. Whoosh. Yivuzuo disappeared instantly and attacked Feng Yu. Dang. Feng Yu directly blocked it with his knife and counterattacked. Bang. The attack speed of the two was as fast as lightning, and the ghosts and humans present could not clearly see their movements. Only a flash of light was seen, and the whole piece of soil flew up. Yivuzuo is very fast, and every punch he throws carries terrifying power. So far, none of the pillars I have killed are called pillars of light, and no one has ever agreed to turn me into a ghost. Bang bang bang. Yivuzuo punched wildly, and Feng Yu also used his knife to constantly resist his attacks. Damn, I can't let go. Feng Yu wanted to concentrate on dealing with Yivuzuo at this time, but not far away there were evil ghosts glaring at him, and all the members on his side were incapable of fighting. He was worried that if he didn't pay attention to the group of evil ghosts, then these people would probably be killed. He could only keep defending, hoping that Kocho Shinobu would arrive soon. Yivuzuo saw that Feng Yu was fighting with him and said half-heartedly, "How dare you? How dare you fight with me and be distracted?" Even more terrifying power gathered in Yivuzuo's fist. Feng Yu saw something was wrong and quickly took a step back. It's just that Yivuzuo's attack speed is so fast. Bang! A huge sound spread. The dust and smoke dispersed. Yivuzuo's face was indifferent, because his fist was blocked by Feng Yu. Very good, very good. Your strength is the strongest among the pillars I have ever seen. Ha ha ha. Yivuzuo's eyes showed excitement. Let me ask you again, are you sure you don't want to become a ghost and explore the highest realm with me? Yivuzuo took back the hand that was cut by onikiri, and then showed off that it healed in front of Feng Yu's eyes. Look, this is the healing power of ghosts. No matter how serious the injury is, it can heal in an instant, and it can also have eternal life. Why don't you want to become a ghost? I am also pursuing the highest level in the martial arts field. It is obvious that only the selected people can become ghosts. But you are dismissive. Yi Vizhou strikes again. Feng Yu also seized the opportunity. Full concentration water-breathing land-type twisting vortex. The blue-white water waves turned into whirlpools as the Onikiri rotated. Brush. Yi Vizhuo's hand was cut off. Scarlet blood gushes out from the severed arm in an instant, but it grows again in an instant and continues to attack Feng Yu. Feng Yu also felt that he could change his moves to resist the attack. The powerful airflow centered on the two people, destroying the surrounding trees with an irresistible power, turning the surrounding area into an open space. Ugly aging, impotent decline. This is what you humans are like. I can't stand it. The more Yi Vizhuo talked, the more excited he became, and his attack speed became faster and faster. Feng Yu could only act defensively one by one. Feng Yu is looking for an opportunity. He is waiting for the arrival of Kocho Shinobu. Ha ha ha, have fun. I'm going to kill you and make you my stepping stone into the highest realm. Yi Vizhuo instantly jumped into the air. Destruction kill sky style. The fist was swung in the direction of Feng Yu. Coming. Bang. Feng Yu sensed a powerful force coming toward him, and slashed down with his sword Onikiri. A strong airflow instantly broke out behind Feng Yu. Then came the fifth consecutive attack. Feng Yu was also the first to notice the incoming attacks, and quickly waved the Onikiri to block them one by one, but the powerful force also made him retreat continuously. Feng Yu stepped hard and his body stopped retreating instantly. But Yi Vizhuo didn't give him a chance to breathe, and continued to use the destructive killing and empty style to attack Feng Yu crazily. Feng Yu took a deep breath. Full concentration water breathing type 3 flow dance. Blue-white waves began to appear, and Feng Yu's figure flashed quickly to avoid Yi Vizhuo's attack. Bang bang bang. Yi Vizhuo's attack fell to the ground, making several loud noises. All the evil spirits did not dare to take a breath and could only watch the two of them fighting. Every attack from Yi Vizhuo can make a big hole in the ground. Feng Yu jumped up, and a huge blue-white wave appeared from behind him. Full episode 12 forms of water breathing, huge waves. Yi Vizhuo's face showed surprise and he smiled. Are you finally going to fight back? Destruction kill destruction style. Terrifying energy erupted from his fists, making loud noises. Boom. Yi Vizhuo's destroying style blocked Feng Yu's attack. Then the two of them changed their moves in the air and attacked each other crazily. Evil spirits began to move around, looking greedily at the helpless members of the Demon Slayer Corps. The Class A team member picked up the knife and looked nervously at the group of evil spirits in front of him. What should I do? I can't resist these ghosts at all. The Class A team members began to fall into despair again. Feng Yu was dragged away by Yi Vizhuo, and he was the only one with fighting ability. Sudden. Quack. The sun is blazing. A strong light shot out from behind Class A and fell into the group of evil spirits. Ah. The evil ghost touched by the light began to scream. Finally reduced to ashes. Boy, have you forgotten that I am still here? Xiao Hei's huge body fell from the sky and landed next to the Class A team members. This is Lord Feng Yu's Eagle Crow. How could he be so powerful? And the feathers all over his body turned light yellow. The Class A players looked at Xiao Hei in surprise. Boy, stop being dazed and get ready to attack. Xiao Hei felt that Feng Yu was not with him and felt very dangerous. Gaga, Master, you can go fight with peace of mind. These people will be guarded by Xiao Hei. Xiao Hei shouted towards Feng Yu who was fighting with Yi Vizhuo in the sky. Feng Yu knew about Xiao Hei's move from the moment the evil ghost below started making moves. He knew that Xiao Hei said this to prevent him from being distracted. Although Xiao Hei has undergone transformation and his strength has greatly increased, it is not enough. There are too many ghosts. Xiao Hei and the Class A team member alone couldn't resist it, and he couldn't help. Oh, that crow is interesting. It can emit light that kills ghosts. It seems that it can't be kept. Yi Vizhuo looked at Xiao Hei below in surprise and smiled. Snort. Feng Yu saw Yi Vizhuo paying attention to Xiao Hei, and his attack speed became faster and his offensive became more fierce. It's just that half of the mental power is still on Xiao Hei's side of the battlefield. Chapter 60 Kocho Shinobu arrives. Feng Yu let's go. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 6313th. Chapter 60 Kocho Shinobu arrives. Feng Yu let's go. The battle below Xiao Hei is at a stalemate, and it's just a matter of who can take one step forward to start the war. The evil spirits are afraid of the blazing sunlight emitted by Xiao Hei, and they are also afraid of Feng Yu who is fighting with the Yiwo constellation in the sky. The evil ghosts have become very cautious at this time. No one wants to be the one who stands out. After all, the previous one has already turned into ashes. Just when the two sides were at a stalemate. Moses. A sweet sound comes from the sky. I saw the flying Kocho Shinobu like a blue Kocho slowly falling in front of Xiao Hei. Kocho Shinobu smiled and said, "Wow, good evening, Mr. Oni. Can we get along well?" Although there is a very gentle smile on his face, the knife in his hand has been injected with venom. Finally here, Kocho Shinobu. Feng Yu in the sky noticed the fate of Kocho Shinobu, and his worried heart was relieved. With a strong wave of Onikiri in his hand, Yiwaza quickly stepped back and said with a smile, "Oh. You are finally willing to fight with me with all your strength. Is it because of the arrival of that woman? She is a cute girl. She dares to come here alone. I'm afraid she is also a pillar of your Demon Slayer Corps. Yivazao's golden eyes couldn't help but look at Kocho Shinobu below, with an expression of approval on his face. Not bad, not bad. As a girl, she has such courage. It would be even better if she turned into a ghost. Kocho Shinobu on the ground looked up, and she felt an unprecedented pressure. That ghost, so scary. Cold sweat appeared on Kocho Shinobu's forehead. I didn't expect that he has become so powerful. Kocho Shinobu bit her sexy lips tightly, and the hand holding the knife couldn't help but use strength. Here comes another woman. Don't snatch her from me. This woman belongs to me. The mantis ghost showed a greedy look at Kocho Shinobu without concealing it. Then come on, coward mantis. The other evil ghosts nearby have long been dissatisfied with the mantis ghost. They scream loudly every time, but they dare not move. They look down on such talkative people and even disdain to associate with them. Snort. The mantis ghost snorted, then flew out and attacked Kocho Shinobu. The sharp green sickle glowed with a faint dark green color. Obviously, it was poison. It was moving very fast and was about to cut down Kocho Shinobu. Kocho Shinobu just looked at it quietly, then took a deep breath and said calmly. Full episode Insect's Breath Butterfly Dance Teasing. In one breath, Kocho Shinobu dodged the mantis ghost's attack and then sheathed his sword. The mantis ghost's eyes widened, and he saw it fell to the ground, with 5 wounds appearing on its body, and purple liquid began to flow out of the wounds. Then purple veins spread throughout the body. The mantis ghost is dead. With just one easy move, it fell to the ground and died. What's going on? Why doesn't the mantis ghost move? The ghosts looked at the mantis ghost lying motionless on the ground in horror. That woman just passed by the mantis ghost gently. What happened? It's poison. That woman used poison. One of the ghosts said. What kind of poison is that? It can actually kill us. It seems to be the poison of wisteria flowers. The ghost with a very sensitive nose smelled the scent of flowers that made him sick and spoke. Now, the evil spirits were even more afraid of Kocho Shinobu. They didn't dare to look down on the little woman's body in the distance. Kocho Shinobu saw that the demons did not dare to step forward for a moment, so he turned towards the unconscious Demon Slayer Corps members. Possession gently opened a person's eyelids, and after checking, he took out a small bottle containing purple liquid from his clothes. Sir, just put this up to their noses. Kocho Shinobu said to the Class A players. Yes, Lord Insect Pillar. The Class A team member tremblingly took the bottle, and then began to smell it one by one for the team members. Soon, the team members began to wake up. Am I dead? Team leader, Lord Worm Pillar. When they woke up, everyone was still in a state of confusion. One of them saw Kocho Shinobu and couldn't help shouting. Okay, everyone, pick up what you have in your hands and fight against the evil spirits together. ... Feng Yu in the sky watched Kocho Shinobu kill the mantis ghost with just one blow, and couldn't help but admire in his heart. She's getting faster. It seems that with her here, I don't have to worry about them. Feng Yu then looked at Yiwo-Zuo, and the onikiri in his hand began to glow with scarlet mist. That knife of yours is extraordinary. Yiwo-Zuo put away his joking expression and looked at the knife in Feng Yu's hand seriously. He felt a faint sense of threat coming from the knife, as if he had the illusion that it could kill him. Then Yiwo-Zuo, let's fight. Feng Yu stretched his arms and said provocatively. Then the whole group headed towards Yiwo-Zuo to kill. Full concentration breath of light 1 type moonlight slash. The light yellow light bloomed, and Yiwo-Zuo resisted and praised at the same time. What amazing sword skills, and the breathing method is different from before. Feng Yu, come and become a ghost. Yiwo-Zuo once again extended an invitation to Feng Yu. I told you, I won't become a ghost. Complete collection breath of light 2 types glory to the world. Yiwo-Zuo was caught off guard and was blinded by the dazzling white light, and quickly covered his neck with both hands. Whoosh. Feng Yu's onikiri was blocked by Yiwo-Zuo's arms. What a pity, it was just a little bit close. Bang. Yiwo-Zuo swung hard and broke away from onikiri. Destruction and killing random style. Yiwo-Zuo launched a violent blow directly towards Feng Yu. Bang bang bang. There were constant loud noises in the sky, and you can imagine how fierce the battle was. Of course, the battle on the ground is not to be outdone. With the addition of Kocho Shinobu and Xiao He, the Demon Slayer Corps has regained its will to fight. The 2 demons were handed over to Kocho Shinobu, and the rest were left to Xiao He and other team members. Everyone has a clear division of labor and each has found his opponent. Because of Feng Yu's previous indiscriminate killings, many evil spirits died, so there was no longer the same defenseless situation as before. Of course, now Kocho Shinobu's strength has greatly increased. Not only can he deal with the 2 demons, but he can also find time to help the members of the Demon Slayer Corps kill the demons. Kocho Shinobu can kill several ghosts with each jump. Wherever she passes, the bodies of evil ghosts fall to the ground and die of poisoning. Above the sky, Feng Yu and Yiwo-Zuo fought back and forth, and the more they fought, the more they felt each other. Yiwo-Zuo saw that Feng Yu's fighting spirit was getting stronger and stronger, and even vaguely caught up with his fighting spirit intensity. Why is your fighting spirit getting stronger? Yiwo-Zuo shouted in confusion. Want to learn? I'll teach you, but it's a pity that you are not human. Chapter 61 The Escaped Yiwo-Zuo. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 61 313. Chapter 61 The Escaped Yiwo-Zuo. Feng Yu's face showed the expression that Yiwo-Zuo had invited him to become a ghost before and smiled. What a pity, you are a ghost and can't learn. Yivazuo's face was so dark that it was about to condense into water. A mere human being dares to laugh at me as a ghost. Yivazuo was angry. Before, he treated Feng Yu with a playful attitude, but now it was different. He was really angry. An even more violent momentum surged out of Yivazuo's body, and Feng Yu's seventh sense was giving a crazy warning. Chang. He held the onikiri in his hand in front of him and looked at Yivazuo solemnly. I'm going to kill you. Yivazuo lowered his head and said. Destruction kill final style green silver chaotic afterglow. Blue snowflake runes emerged from the soles of his feet, and countless blue compass needles gathered around Yivazuo. Go to hell. All the compass needles began to erupt with missiles in all directions with a terrifying destructive force. The speed of the missile is very fast, reaching the extreme speed, and the damage value is also full. As soon as it hits an object, it begins to explode violently. Full episode Breath of Water Type 11 Calm and Calm. A blue horizontal plane emerged, and a blue barrier visible to the naked eye resisted the attack of Yivazuo. No, I can't resist it. The blue barrier gradually began to crack, and Yivazuo's attacks continued to come. Bang! The blue barrier shattered, and the huge destructive force caused Feng Yu to fall vertically to the ground, forming a large pit. Destruction kill shattered style 10,000 leaves shiny willow. Yivazuo's figure suddenly appeared on Feng Yu's head and punched him wildly with his fist. Boom boom boom. The fierce punch he swung was like a thunderstorm, hitting Feng Yu, and its impact caused the ground to shatter like leaf patterns. Feng Yu immediately moved away and avoided Yivazuo's fist attack. But Yivazuo didn't give him a chance to breathe. Destruction kill, foot style, crown first cut. He suddenly raised his kick from the bottom up and aimed at Feng Yu's head. The power soaring into the sky points directly to the sky. Feng Yu leaned back and quickly retreated, avoiding Yivazuo's personal attack. But soon, Yivazuo resorted to chaos again. The surrounding areas were full of huge craters left by the battle, tree trunks broken into pieces fell to the ground, and dirt flew in the air. Feng Yu desperately used the onikiri in his hand to resist the attack. The clothes on his body had already been broken by the impact, revealing his strong body. Feng Yu's body was bleeding, which was caused by the impact. You must know that Feng Yu's body had reached a terrifying state, and it was difficult for even a knife to hurt him. Blood was actually flowing out at this moment. The smell of blood constantly stimulated Yivazuo's nerves. What a tempting smell. I decided, I want to eat you. Yivazuo shouted. The attack on his hand was even stronger, and Feng Yu was beaten back again and again. Feng Yu checked his current number of sword swings while resisting Yivazuo's attack. It doesn't matter if you don't look at it, you will be shocked when you look at it. The number of times the sword was swung reached more than 11 million. Seeing that he was gradually at a disadvantage, Feng Yu gritted his teeth and directly deduced the secret technique of mental power. In an instant, the 5 million sword swings disappeared, and Feng Yu's heart was bleeding. It was not easy to get rich, but it was reduced by half in one go. Isn't it worthy of being an epic secret technique? Feng Yu recalled the cherished level marked at the beginning. Congratulations, the deduction is successful, the secret technique of spiritual power has reached the stage of perfection. Boom. Feng Yu found that the surroundings stopped for an instant. He found that he seemed to be flying into the sky. Looking down, his body and the Yiwo seat were still. What's going on? Feng Yu was a little confused. Then there was another change. Feng Yu saw a faint blue figure on everyone including animals and plants. Is that a soul? Feng Yu wasn't sure, but he saw in Yivazuo that there was a woman holding him in his soul. As that, Yivazuo's former lover Zhu Shui, who was hugging Yivazuo, seemed to sense that Feng Yu was looking at him, and slowly turned his head to look at Feng Yu. Please, save him. Zhu Shui said with tears. Please, save him. Feng Yu was shocked. He didn't expect Zhu Shui's soul to be able to sense him. Feng Yu wanted to speak, but soon an irresistible pulling force kept pulling him into his body. The flow of time is restored instantly all around. The moment his soul entered his body, Feng Yu paused. Yivazuo found an opportunity and instantly knocked Feng Yu away. Feng Yu spat out a mouthful of blood, and the powerful force caused him to fly backwards and hit the mountain call. I feel like my whole body is hurt. Feeling the damage in his body, he quickly took out the healing pill from his system and started taking drugs to recover. After taking the elixir, the wounds on his body began to heal slowly. Strange, how can I see the veins of my body? Only then did Feng Yu realize that he could see inside, and the world scenery at this moment became completely different, as if it was blank. Feng Yu didn't know what was going on, but he could feel a steady stream of power gushing out from deep within his body in this state. No time to guess. The attack of Yivazuo has arrived again. But after adjusting his condition this time, Feng Yu found that Yivazuo's attacks had slowed down, and he could still see all the bones and veins of his body. The blood-red heart was beating continuously, and Feng Yu seemed to be able to hear the beating sound. Bang! Yivazuo's fist was blocked by Feng Yu, but this time he did not move at all. Full concentration breath of water shape of 7 Shizuku wave strike. Yivazuo's eyes condensed, and a knife appeared in front of his eyes. The knife was still exuding an evil force. He wanted to move to avoid the knife, but the flow of time around him seemed to slow down. He can't hide. Brush. Feng Yu's onikiri cut off half of Yivazuo's body. That blow just now, you stepped into the highest realm. Why is it that a mere human being entered the supreme realm faster than me? Yiwazuo shouted, and then his body recovered instantly. Destruction Kill Ghost Core Eightfold Core. Yiwazuo's figure appeared in all directions of Feng Yu, and 8 figures were bombarding him at the same time. Boom boom boom. Huge explosions resounded throughout Tiancheng Mountain. The area where Feng Yu was located was constantly falling. The terrifying energy exploded to the extreme. The surrounding land was constantly breaking apart. Trees fell and were picked up by the strong airflow and flew far away. Mud smoke scattered. Feng Yu in the center was revealed. How is that possible? Yiwazuo roars. You have indeed stepped into the highest realm, just like Kokushibo. Yiwazuo couldn't accept it, so he used Luogen to attack Feng Yu again. But at this time, he already had a hint of retreat in his heart. Full concentration breath of light shape of Wu flash of light. A yellow light suddenly appeared and rushed towards the Yiwo seat. Not good. Yiwazuo quickly punched and blocked Feng Yu's attack. Bang! The airflow generated by the collision exploded, breaking down the surrounding trees. Seeing that his move was blocked, Feng Yu swung hard again and cut off Yiwazuo's arm. Blood scattered everywhere. Yiwazuo retreated quickly, keeping a distance from Feng Yu. Destruction Kill Final Style Blue Eyes Chaotic Afterglow. The compass needle reappeared. When Feng Yu saw this, he quickly used the Water Breath 11 form to resist it calmly. But Yiwazuo turned around and ran away. Feng Yu wanted to chase him, but a scream made him stop. Chapter 62 Cleaning up the remaining ghosts and reaping the rewards. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 62 313ths. Chapter 62 Cleaning up the remaining ghosts and reaping the rewards. Quack, Master, please save me. Xiao Hei's voice sounded from behind. Feng Yu looked around and saw a big black snake wrapped around Xiao Hei's back. It was estimated that Xiao Hei could not attack the snake, so he began to hit the ground and tree trunks crazily in an attempt to throw the snake down. But the big snake is like glue and won't let go. Damn crow, you killed so many of our companions, go to hell. The black snake opened its blood plate and was about to bite it. Xiao Hei closed his eyes and said silently in his heart, Master, why don't you come? Your cute and mighty Xiao Hei is going to die. Full concentration breath of light shape of Wu flash of light. Feng Yu flashed behind Xiao Hei in an instant, and then sheathed his sword. The raised soil fell to the ground, a set of movements was performed smoothly, and the number of knife swings reached 500,000. My head was cut off. The snake ghost's head fell to the ground, and he opened his mouth as if he wanted to shout, but couldn't. Why can't I feel pain? Xiao Hei was confused and opened his eyes, only to find that the ghost on his body had disappeared. Master, you finally came to save Xiao Hei. Xiao Hei almost died. Xiao Hei cried. Okay, am I here now? Without making too many moves, Feng Yu took out the healing elixir from the system space and handed it to Xiao Hei, and then took out a set of clothes to change into. I don't know what's going on with Kocho Shinobu. Can I still earn some sword swings in the past? Feng Yu looked at the battlefield on Kocho Shinobu's side, then picked up Xiao Hei and hurried away. The battlefield on the other side. The ground is covered with purple spotted demon corpses, and Kocho Shinobu's hair is a little messy. But the knife in his hand was slowly pulled out from Sha Shenwu's body, and then he looked at the remaining ghosts present. After Xian Wu's body pulled out the sword from Kocho Shinobu, his whole body began to tremble and he knelt on the ground, letting out a painful cry. Ah! Save me! Save me! Sha Xian Wu stared at the Sha Xian Lu on the ground with his eyes widened, and stretched out his hand to pray for him to help him. It's just that Kocho Shinobu's toxin spread quickly throughout the body like the erosion of the tarsal bones. Then Sha Xian Wu was as breathless as the corpse of the evil ghost lying on the ground. Mr. Evil Ghost, you are the only one left now. Why don't you want to get along well with humans? Can you tell me how many humans you have eaten? Kocho Shinobu gently wiped the dust on his face and said with a smile. Are you kidding? This woman, how can this woman be so strong? If it weren't for my vampire technique, she couldn't break through my skin. I would have been just like them. My life is lost here. Cold sweat broke out on Shitogenroku's face, and Kocho Shinobu's smile was so terrifying at this time. He recalled that this woman just smiled and passed through the evil ghosts, and then all the ghosts were poisoned to death. No, I can't die here. I have to run away quickly. It took a lot of effort to become 12 Kazuki. It took a lot of effort to get the appreciation of that adult. Sha Shenwu's breathing became more and more rapid, and he kept thinking about how to escape. Mr. Ghost, won't you tell me the truth? Kocho Shinobu said, do you still remember that place in Lindong? Kocho Shinobu looked at Shimogenroku and said, in an instant, a chill spread throughout my body. How could she know? Shimogenroku's eyes widened and he looked at Kocho Shinobu in disbelief. A total of 130 people were killed and eaten in one night. This thing is exactly the same as what Mr. Evil Ghost is missing. Kocho Shinobu took out a bronze fragment from his arms. Look, is this the missing piece of your armor? I didn't, it's not me. Kocho Shinobu shouted in horror, because at this time Kocho Shinobu had already raised his sword. Even though he was protected by this armor, the fear in his heart still made him keep retreating and trying to escape directly. Complete episode's Breath of Insects Dance of Bee Fangs. Kocho Shinobu jumped out, very fast, and stabbed violently towards Shimogenroku with the thin sword in his hand. Bite. Kocho Shinobu aimed at one place and attacked continuously, but failed to break through the armor. It just caused a small crack. Mr. Evil Ghost, look at the cracks in your armor. Is it broken? Do you want to take it off? Kocho Shinobu said with a smile. You damn woman, go to hell. Vampire Art Blood Demon Axe. A blood-red axe appeared, picked up by Shidogen Rokuichi, and swung at Kocho Shinobu. It's just that Kocho Shinobu's movements are very agile, and the speed of Shimobu is not enough in her eyes. If it weren't for the armor on his body, this ghost would have died earlier than the previous Shinobu. Bang! Sha Shanliu's attack failed, and he slashed to the ground with huge force, and a deep crack appeared in an instant. Mr. Evil Ghost's power is really powerful, but it's useless to me. Kocho Shinobu jumped to the side and said with a smile. Then he used another move, Insect Breath and Bifang Dance, and continued to stab in the same direction. Shigesuru took the axe and was about to slash at Kocho Shinobu, but he was easily dodged. Damn woman, if you have the ability to attack me head-on, you're so sneaky but you're still the pillar of the Demon Slayer Corps. Shiagen Lu shouted angrily because he found that another crack appeared in the place where Kocho Shinobu was attacked. If it happens a few more times, he may have to break through the defense and inject poison into his body. Then, his fate will be the same as those of his kind who fell on the ground, being poisoned to death in an instant. Just when Kocho Shinobu was about to speak, Feng Yu's voice sounded in the sky. Oh. How about I come with you? Full concentration breath of water 2 types water wheel. The blue-white wave-breaking circle fell from the sky, cutting down the lower half. Bang! Sha Xianlu was stunned on the spot, looking at Feng Yu in horror, and then cracks appeared in the armor on his body directly from the Tianling cover, and then he fell to the ground in 2 halves. Feng Yu quickly cut off Sha Shanliu's head. Sha Shanliu watched unwillingly as his body continued to turn into ashes, but it was of no use and soon disappeared. Ding! Congratulations on getting the number of sword swings 100W. So few, Feng Yu said while looking at the system prompts. Why so little, Mr. Feng Yu? Kocho Shinobu said on the side. It's nothing, you're not hurt. Feng Yu asked. Then, without waiting for Kocho Shinobu to speak, he directly pressed a healing pill into her hand. Kocho Shinobu blushed and was about to get angry, but Feng Yu had already jumped on Xiaohei's back and chased the remaining evil spirits. Damn BD, Kocho Shinobu cursed. How dare he? Thinking of the first time a man touched his hand, Kocho Shinobu was very angry, but he also felt a strange feeling. Xiaohei is very fast, and of course Feng Yu can kill ghosts even faster. Kocho Shinobu only heard the screams of evil spirits in the distance, and then there was no more. Finally caught up, listening to the system prompts, Feng Yu felt enlightened. All the ghosts were killed by Feng Yu. The number of sword swings has reached over 9 million again. It's Master Feng Yu. Thank you, Master Feng Yu, for coming to save us. The remaining Demon Slayer Corps members shouted excitedly regardless of their wounds. Each of you, take 1. Feng Yu took out 11 healing pills from the system space and distributed them to them. Sir, this is too precious. The Class A players realized that this was different from the healing pills distributed in the organization, and the one given by Feng Yu should be more advanced. It's okay, just eat what's given to you. Then the members of the Demon Slayer Corps did not hesitate anymore and took the elixir directly, and the wounds on their bodies healed quickly. This effect is amazing. Feeling the situation on their bodies, everyone couldn't help but exclaimed. Thank you for your hard work. Feng Yu looked at them and smiled happily. But the corpses all over the ground were so tragic. Chapter 63 List of Sacrifice. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 63 313. Chapter 63 List of Sacrifice. The sun rises in the east. The light of dawn dispelled the darkness of the entire world. Those ghosts killed by Kocho Shinobu turned into ashes and dispersed on this land under the sunshine. The sun shone on all the remaining faces still stained with blood and dirt. At this time, the Demon Slayer Corps Logistics Department personnel began to clean up the scene. Demon Slayer Corps uniforms and Nichirin swords were scattered everywhere. The blood on the ground has not yet condensed. Everyone felt heavy, including Feng Yu. Although it seemed that the Demon Slayer Corps had defeated the ghosts this time, they also lost. Because as long as the ghosts are around, they can continuously create these ghosts, but this is not the case for their Demon Slayer Corps. Their swordsmen are limited in number, and they are really dead when they die. Half of the members were dispatched for this mission, but only 11 survived. This is undoubtedly the most fatal blow to the Demon Slayer Corps. It may be difficult to see members of the Demon Slayer Corps killing evil ghosts everywhere for a long time. Of course, the evil spirits also suffered heavy losses. According to Wu Mei's timid character, it is estimated that there will be a long recovery time. The smile on Kocho Shinobu's face had long since disappeared, and he just looked expressionlessly at the hidden members who were cleaning up the scene. Is it worth it? Feng Yu asked himself this question, but only he knew the answer. Feng Yu sighed and ignored Kocho Shinobu alone, leaving Mount Amagi where the members of the Demon Slayer Corps who had fearless lives were buried. Demon Slayer Corps Headquarters. Ubuyashiki Yoya is flipping through the roster of sacrificed Demon Slayer Corps members sent to him. 150 children, only 11 survived. My child was sacrificed again. When will this struggle between humans and evil spirits end, without misfortune? Ubuyashiki Yaoya looked into the distance with tears in his eyes. Ahem. Ubuyashiki Yazai began to cough violently, and Ubuyashiki Yujiro on the side quickly supported him and said, My lord, it's time to go back and rest. Then he took out a bottle of healing elixir developed by Butterfly House and asked Ubuyashiki Yaoya to take it. Only then did he stop coughing. I'm fine. I must tell the names on this list to their families, and treat them kindly. Ubuyashiki Yazai handed the list of sacrificed members to Ubuyashiki Yujiro. Yes, my lord, the two siblings Yujiro Uyashiki replied. Soon, the news of the Battle of Mount Amagi, which was both a victory and a disastrous defeat, spread throughout the Demon Slayer Corps. Everyone was extremely shocked when they heard the news, but even more so was the sadness that could not be concealed. Asakusa, the woman with an exquisite face, with scarlet eyes, kicked the entire desk away. Bang, Yusi, what happened? A handsome aristocratic man downstairs ran upstairs and asked hurriedly. The delicate woman didn't say anything, she just stretched out her hand and broke the man's neck. The man's eyes widened and he couldn't believe it. The delicate woman took out her handkerchief and wiped her bloody hands with an expressionless face and said, what a waste. Who bang? The window of the room was opened by a strong wind. Yivazuo half knelt in front of the delicate woman and said respectfully, I'm here to report to you, Lord Wuhan. The delicate woman's face began to change at this moment, and finally turned into her original appearance. Kibutsuji no misfortune. Bang! Wuhan's hand suddenly turned into a scarlet tentacle, and directly twisted off Yivazuo's head. The gushing blood splashed all over the room, and the smell of blood was tangy, but Yivazuo did not dare to move a step. The head that rolled on the ground turned over, and then slowly returned to his still half-kneeling body. You can't kill even a single pillar, but you're still the third one on the string. Wushin said expressionlessly, but the blood veins on his face showed that he was really angry to the extreme. Have you not found any information about the blue higanbana flower? Master Wuhan, although I have investigated it, I have not obtained the exact information, and I cannot confirm whether the blue higan flower really exists. No blue higan flower has been found. Yivazuo said calmly. So what? Wu Quan pointed again, and Yiwo-Zuo's chest dented directly. Vomit. Yiwo-Zuo spat out a large mouthful of blood and continued. In order to respond to your instructions, I will do my best to find. Yiwo-Zuo, it seems that your strength has become weaker. You can't even defeat a pillar that you have never seen before. It is natural for ghosts to win over people, but you are the only ghost in the entire mountain who has come back. Yiwo-Zuo, remember, I can make countless of Shang-Xian-san. Wuhan's scarlet eyes looked at Yiwo-Zuo quietly. Yivazuo's body was shaking as if he was suffering from severe pain. He lowered his head and did not dare to say anything. My wish is to eliminate the Demon Slayer Corps and drive them all away so that they can never appear in front of me again. This shouldn't be difficult, but it hasn't been realized yet. What's going on? Wu Kai said calmly, but Yiwo-Zuo started to bleed from the corner of his mouth. It was obvious that Wu Quan was torturing him. You're just a member of the Demon Slayer Corps, but you chose to run away. Fortunately, I let you lead the two lower strings to ambush there. Yivazuo, you let me down so much. The upper strings have also fallen. Wushin directly violently twisted off Yivazuo's healed head. Then he flicked his fingers, and Yivazuo's body was directly knocked out of the house under the terrifying force. Qingyuan town. Feng Yu soaked in the hot spring and washed the dirt from his body. Xiaohei, what do you mean by this life? Why are you so fragile? There was a trace of confusion in Feng Yu's eyes. Although he knew that the world was cruel, so many people died in this battle, and he couldn't help but feel extremely uncomfortable. Do you think it was because of my intervention that they died? If it weren't for me, nothing like this would have happened in the original work. Master Feng Yu, you don't have to blame yourself. If it weren't for you, more people in the Demon Slayer Corps would have died. It is also because of you that the Demon Slayer Corps has healing pills and marrow cleansing pills, making more swordsmen stronger and ensuring the safety of slaying demons. Xiaohei said, although it felt very uncomfortable at the sacrifice of those swordsmen, it had seen a lot about life and death, and it felt relieved very quickly. Maybe, Feng Yu said calmly. Seeing that Feng Yu had said this, Xiaohei didn't dare to say anything more, so he stayed quietly next to Feng Yu, familiar with the surge of strength in his body. The surge of power in my body before was not familiar because I was on the road. Now that I had some time to relax, I was surprised at how big the changes around me were. Quack, it's over. Why did I turn yellow? How did my noble black feathers turn yellow? Will my wives dislike me? Quote, Xiaohei jumped into the hot spring in an attempt to wash off the golden color on his body and return to his former black color. But even if he exhausted all his strength, his golden body remained unchanged at all. It's over. I've become stronger, and turned yellow. Chapter 64 Thief Nanako. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 64 313. Chapter 64 Thief Nanako. Feng Yu has been in Qingyuan town for a month since the Battle of Tiancheng Mountain. Feng Yu has also gradually come out of it. From the state he was in after studying the spiritual secrets every day, he is now wearing simple clothes and fishing in the Qingyuan River every day. The cool breeze blew across my face, causing the entire Qingyuan River to become covered with white scales. After half a month of research, this state seems to be the transparent world described in the original work. In Feng Yu's current state, the world in his eyes has completely changed. The flow of time around him seems to have slowed down. There is no distracting thought in his mind. The whole world is as transparent as all the creatures and creatures he wants to see and feel. The essence of items or other special things can be clearly seen. As long as he wants, he can get all the information about that object. For example, as long as Feng Yu thinks about the fish swimming under the river, all the information about the fish from its birth to the present will be captured by Feng Yu in an instant. It's just that in this state, the body's consumption is very high, Even if he is as strong as him, he can only stay in this state for an hour. After an hour of perfect stuck point, Feng Yu found that it seemed that the time to open the transparent world had become longer. Is it because my body is already familiar with it, or is it because I have become stronger? Feng Yu quietly looked at the calm lake and said. Suddenly, the fishing rod in Feng Yu's hand shook, and with a slight flick, a herring was pulled into the air in a perfect arc. Feng Yu looked at the herring struggling on the ground, gently picked it up, and then put it into the river. Others say it's my fault, but I think you are really weird. You caught a fish and then let it go in the end. Do you think you are stupid? The little girl's voice came from behind Feng Yu. You're here. Feng Yu smiled. You know me. The girl jumped down from the tree and asked doubtfully. Yeah, I know. Feng Yu looked at her quietly. The girl has a pair of green eyes, bright and clear, as bright as stars, with a pair of ponytails tied on her head, a pair of light bamboo eyebrows on her face like melon seeds, and two small tiger teeth and dimples dotting her cheeks. Cute. Not only do I know that you have been peeking at me here for more than 10 days, but I also know your name, where your home is, and how many people there are in your home. Feng Yu smiled. I don't believe it, then tell me what my name is. The girl's face turned red and she said unconvinced. Your name is Nanako, you are 10 years old this year, and everyone in your family calls you a monster, and… Stop talking. Nanako said quickly. Hey, who are you and why do you know about me? You're not a pervert. Nanako covered her mouth and looked at Feng Yu in surprise. Feng Yu said with a faint smile. No reason, if you want to know it, you will know it, because light is everywhere in this world. Nanako didn't understand what Feng Yu meant, but she could feel that Feng Yu in front of her seemed to have changed at this moment. It became very scary, as if I was standing naked in front of him. Nanako looked at Feng Yu in horror. You. Nanako's legs were trembling, and finally she fell to the ground weakly. I know you had to steal things to treat your mother's illness, but have you ever thought about what will happen to the person whose things were stolen? Feng Yu said. What do you know? Nanako shouted to Feng Yu with tears in her eyes. It is impossible for rich people like you to understand the lives of us people. We are working hard to live every day. You have no idea. Alas. Feng Yu sighed, took out a wad of money from his arms, and put it in Nanako's hand. Take this money and give your mother a good treatment. Don't do such things in the future. You really give it to me. Nanako blinked, with a look of disbelief. Well, you can take what's given to you, but you have to promise me not to do anything sneaky again. Feng Yu gently wiped the tears on her face, then put away the fishing rod and left. Looking at Feng Yu's leaving figure, Nanako uttered the word, thank you, that only she heard. Feng Yu knew that Nanako had been regarded as a monster and the son of ghosts and gods since she was a child because of her special eye color. Her father chose to commit suicide because he could not accept her existence. From then on, her mother supported her, but it was difficult for a woman to survive in such a world with a child, so her mother started a flesh and blood business to earn food. But because of this, her mother was infected with the virus, which was also known as the sexually transmitted disease, syphilis, in her previous life. Since being infected with the virus, her mother has been losing weight day by day, and her body is getting worse day by day. In addition, people in the entire town know that her mother is infected with funglio disease, and they are even more despised and even driven away. As a last resort, the mother and daughter had no choice but to live in a dilapidated house outside the town. Nanako's mother couldn't move around much, so she had to go to the town to beg, but people in the town were somewhat impressed by her. After all, her green eyes were so conspicuous. People in the town believed that she was also infected with a sexually transmitted disease and was a symbol of filth and the devil. Never once did he give money or food to her. Seeing that her mother would be unable to survive without treatment, Nanako had no choice but to become a thief. Relying on his extraordinary speed, Nanako would run away every time after stealing money and food. By the time the person who had been stolen found out, Nanako had already disappeared. In this way, Nanako reluctantly bought some medicine for her mother with stolen goods. Also 10 days ago, Nanako discovered Feng Yu who was fishing in the Qingyuan River. Looking at Feng Yu's clean and gorgeous clothes, he concluded that he had money, and a lot of it, but he had been struggling to find an opportunity to make a move. In addition, Nanako found Feng Yu to be a very strange person. All the fish he caught were released, and she secretly cursed every time she saw a fish being caught and put into the water. But when Feng Yu sometimes deliberately threw the fish to her side, she would say, this person is a weirdo. Over time, Nanako became very curious about Feng Yu, a man, and wondered why Feng Yu did what he did. Just thinking about it, there is only one answer, that is, Feng Yu is either a fool or a weirdo. Nanako looked at the money in her hand, quickly got up and ran towards the medical clinic in the town. But what she didn't know was that an uninvited guest came to her home. Chapter 65 Desperate Nanako. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 65 313. Chapter 65 Desperate Nanako. Nanako came to the medical center. When the staff saw it was her, they took out the medicinal materials very skillfully. After all, Nanako is a frequent visitor to the medical clinic. After buying the medicine, the sky had already darkened. Nanako hurried along the street with bare feet, covering the medicine in her arms like a treasure. With these medicines, mother should be able to get better. Kai fantasized about the day when her mother would regain her health. But she didn't know that the medicine in her arms was of no use at all. It was just that the people in the pharmacy deceived her and said that the medicine could cure her mother in order to pity her and prevent her from losing hope of living. You must know that at this time, there is no special treatment plan for Huiliu disease. Even if there is, the cost is not something Nanako can afford. Nanako ran faster and faster because she felt something was wrong tonight and she always had a bad feeling in her heart. She ran faster and faster, and it was dark, so she didn't even notice that there was a piece of rotten wood on the road. As soon as Nanako stepped on it, she was about to fall to the ground. No, the moment she fell to the ground, Nanako's body seemed to burst out with strength, and she turned over and used her body to protect the medicinal materials in her arms. Bang! Nanako fell to the ground, the skin on her knees and elbows were broken, and blood flowed out. Fortunately, the medicinal materials are fine, Nanako said with a sigh. Then she slowly stood up, but the pain from her ankle made her walk with a limp. Her elbows and knees were bleeding, but she didn't care so much because she knew her mother would be waiting for her to come back as she walked across the field. If I go back so late tonight, my mother won't be angry. Nanako's mind recalled her mother's skinny cheeks and bony body. No matter how weak she was, she had to warn herself to protect herself, and she began to feel uncomfortable in her heart. After walking for who knows how long, the dilapidated house that I had been thinking about finally came into view. It's just different from usual. It seems to be particularly quiet tonight, so quiet that it's scary. The bad premonition in Nanako's heart became stronger and stronger, causing her to quickly run towards the dilapidated house regardless of the pain in her ankle. Mom, please don't let anything happen to you. If something happens to you, what will I do? Nanako was very anxious. At the moment of approaching the dilapidated house, the smell of blood assaulted his nostrils. It was also mixed with a foul smell. How so? Nanako found that the door of the dilapidated house had been broken by a powerful force. Broken pieces of wood were everywhere. Nanako carefully stepped into the threshold of the dilapidated house. I'm back, mother, Nanako shouted, but as before, the gentle response was gone, and the room was completely silent. It was eerily quiet. A chill surged up from the soles of his feet to Tianlinggai. Mother, Nanako shouted, and then hurriedly ran to the room where her mother was lying. Bang! Nanako pushed open the door forcefully. In an instant, the fishy smell and stench of blood became stronger and assaulted his nostrils. No, Nanako shouted, unable to believe what she was seeing, because she found that her mother was being eaten by an ugly monster. Bang! Nanako lifted a wooden board from the side and threw it at the monster. It's just that her small body doesn't have much strength at all, so hitting the evil ghost doesn't feel any pain at all. Oh, the evil spirit slowly turned around and saw an angry Nanako. I didn't expect there was another girl. It seems I'm lucky tonight. The evil spirit looked at Nanako greedily. That big mouth full of fangs was covered in the blood of Nanako's mother. Anger and fear welled up in Nanako's heart. Her body was trembling and tears were falling drop by drop. Who are you? What did you do to my mother? Nanako picked up another wooden stick from the side and cried tremblingly. It turns out this woman is your mother. Gia. She must be suffering from some disease, otherwise her meat wouldn't taste so bad. The evil spirit taunted. Then he turned around and picked up one of Nanako's mother's arms and chewed it in front of her. Pooh, it tastes terrible. The evil ghost spit out the meat in his mouth and said in disgust. How dare you? How dare you treat my mother like this? I can't forgive you. I can't forgive you. Nanako was so stimulated by the scene in front of her that she frantically raised her wooden stick and attacked the evil ghost. But the evil ghost was unmoved and looked at Nanako with an evil smile. What an interesting anger. Ha ha ha, be angry, be desperate. The evil spirit yelled, not paying attention to Nanako attacking him with a wooden stick. Come on, hit here. The evil ghost lowered his head and said jokingly. Nanako couldn't listen to anything at this time, and anger filled her mind, causing her to lose her independent thinking. Die to me, die to me. The evil spirit let Nanako hit his body with a look of enjoyment. I don't know how long the fight lasted, but the movements in Nanako's hands gradually slowed down. The wooden stick in his hand had already become bald from attacking the ghost's head, and it was still stained with blood. That is the blood of evil spirits. Nanako could hardly lift her arms, and a sense of weakness and fatigue filled her whole body. She was breathing heavily. Seeing Nanako stop attacking, the evil ghost showed an evil smile on his face and said, look what this is. The evil spirit's head that was injured by the wooden stick recovered instantly. Nanako looked at the evil ghost in despair. She couldn't understand why there were such creatures in the world, and she didn't understand why she was so unfortunate. In his mind, he recalled the scenes from when he could remember. There was no happiness, only endless pain. He was called the son of ghosts and gods, was called a BD, was spurned by others, was beaten and driven away. Only his mother, in front of everyone, protect yourself firmly in front of you. It's just that life is always unfortunate. Her mother fell ill, and her hope fell at that moment. No one could protect her in times of danger. She still remembers what she said to her mother that day, Mom, I will protect you from now on. Her mother didn't say anything at that time, she just hugged her tightly. She could feel her mother crying and knew why she was crying. Nanako's eyes gradually became blurry, losing their original luster, and tears kept flowing down. Finally, she sat weakly on the ground and kept mumbling. Mother, I'm sorry, I didn't protect you well. The evil ghost also laughed when he saw Nanako like this. It's great, that's how it is, I just like to see you humble humans in despair, ha ha ha. Then, let's become my meal. When the evil spirit stretched out its withered claws and was about to grab Nanako, a voice sounded, really, come and tell me what despair feels like. Chapter 66 Accepting Nanako as a disciple. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 66 313. Chapter 66 Accepting Nanako as a disciple. As soon as he finished speaking, a white light flashed through. The outstretched evil ghost's arm fell directly to the ground. The blood spurted out and splashed onto Nanako's dazed face. Ah! The evil spirit howled in agony. Who is it? Looking around, no one was found. But the footsteps were getting closer and closer. The evil ghost turned around and saw Feng Yu holding an onikiri with an indifferent expression. You are a ghost hunter. The evil spirit was horrified. He didn't expect to encounter a ghost hunter in such a poor place. Obviously before, his kind told him that too many people had died because of the Demon Slayer Corps, and they couldn't spare the manpower to kill them. They originally wanted to hunt humans in Qingyuan town ahead, but when I passed by, I found Nanako's mother lying on the bed. Although she was infected with the virus, the evil spirit didn't dislike her. After all, he hadn't eaten anyone for a long time, and he was almost unbearable from hunger. Then he bit Nanako's mother alive. The last scene was when he met Nanako. What should I do? This ghost hunter is very powerful at first glance. The evil spirit's mind was spinning, and finally he turned his attention to Nanako. I saw that the originally severed arm was instantly picked up by the ghost and brought back, and then rushed directly towards Nanako. It's so reckless. Full concentration breath of light shape of Wu flash of light. A flash of light appeared, dust flew instantly, the evil ghost's head was cut off, and blood spurted out in the air and fell to the ground. The evil spirit looked in disbelief, fell to the ground, and stared at Nanako. The body that was gradually turning into ashes was still grabbing at Nanako. Just when he was about to touch her, the evil ghost's body was completely turned into ashes. Nanako's eyes widened, the evil spirit turned to ashes in front of her, and even the blood that had been sprinkled on her face began to slowly disappear. Weirdness and confusion filled Nanako's mind. What happened today really impacted her worldview. In the end, she passed out directly. Feng Yu picked up Nanako expressionlessly, gently wiped the dirt on her face and her messy hair, and then guarded her aside. In the hazy night, Feng Yu lit a fire and sat quietly in front of the fire. He took out a brand new blanket and quilt from the system space and covered Nanako's body. Mother, don't go. It was obvious that Nanako was having a nightmare. She probably dreamed about what happened today. Feng Yu looked at the fire in front of him quietly, not knowing what he was thinking, he just remained silent. It was a step too late. If I could have come here earlier, nothing would have happened to her mother. The battle between humans and ghosts, it's all killing and death. Feng Yu sighed. Soon, the night passed. The sun shines on the earth again. Woke up, Feng Yu asked. Seeing that Nanako didn't answer, Feng Yu smiled and used a wet towel from somewhere to wipe away the tears on Nanako's face. The monster last night was called a ghost. They feed on humans. Ordinary weapons are harmless to them, even if they cut off his neck. Only the knife with special materials in my hand and the warm sunlight can kill them completely. Feng Yu pulled out the onikiri and pointed at the sun in the sky. Nanako didn't react, just looked at the familiar dilapidated house in front of her with a dull look on her face. Her eyes seemed to see again the bits and pieces of life she once had here with her mother. Although it is very bitter, it is very warm. Mother. Thinking of her mother, Nanako started to cry. Go and see your mother. Feng Yu said, but Nanako stood up and said expressionlessly to the broken house, I'm sorry. Then he turned around and took out a fire from the fire that had not been extinguished, and lit the whole rotten house on fire. Feng Yu's face paused, as if he didn't expect Nanako to do such a thing. He just watched quietly what Nanako was doing at the moment, without stopping or speaking. Burning flames rose into the sky along with black smoke. It seems like he is saying his final farewell to Nanako. Mother, I will take care of myself. Nanako burst into tears. Her inner sadness was beyond words. She knelt on the ground and bowed 3 times. Feng Yu didn't know how to comfort her, so he walked to her side and gently patted her back with his hand. Actually, I know that my mother won't live much longer. I know that the medicines sold in medical clinics have no effect on my mother at all. I just want to accompany my mother to the end of her life. My mother said my name was Nanako because she saw that my green eyes were like the vigorously growing buds, breaking out of the ground. She wants me to be brave and strong. Nanako threw herself into Feng Yu's arms and twitched constantly, her clothes wet with tears. Nanako cried for a long time, and Feng Yu silently let her cry in his arms. The flames were burning continuously, making Feng Yu's face glow red. What are your plans for the future? Feng Yu asked. I don't know. Nanako seemed not to have thought that one day her mother would leave her, leaving her alone in this world. Originally, she had made plans to leave this world with her mother, but when Feng Yu asked her what she planned to do in the future, she felt extremely confused. If you really don't know what to do, just follow me from now on. Feng Yu said calmly. Hear the words. Nanako slowly raised her head and looked at Feng Yu's handsome face. Can you teach me to be as awesome as you? Nanako asked cautiously. Well, you can, but it will be very hard. Feng Yu looked calmly at her tear-stained cheeks. I want to avenge my mother, I will kill them all. Nanako gritted her teeth and said fiercely. Feng Yu said nothing, just looked at her quietly, sighed and said, you will be my apprentice from now on. You, don't lie to me. I will go wherever you go from now on. Well, I won't lie to you. The blazing flames behind them reflected the master-disciple relationship they had established at this moment. Saying goodbye to the place where they used to live, Feng Yu took Nanako to the hotel where she lived. Then he asked her to soak herself in a hot spring to wash herself, and then asked someone to buy clean clothes suitable for Nanako. The moment Nanako put on the new clothes, she cried. This was the first time she had ever worn such nice and clean clothes since she could remember. Master Feng Yu, thank you. Nanako threw herself directly into Feng Yu's arms. Master Feng Yu smells so good. Chapter 67 Return to Samagiri Mountain. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 67 313. Chapter 67 Return to Samagiri Mountain. Feeling Nanako in her arms seemed to be smelling her own scent. Feng Yu frowned. Okay, it's getting late, let's go eat first. Feng Yu slowly took a step back, and Nanako seemed to feel something, and replied with a smile, okay, master. Along the way, Nanako followed Feng Yu very obediently, with a smile on her face. Why do I feel that something is wrong with my apprentice? Feng Yu thought to himself, but quickly rejected this idea. He only thought that maybe Nanako was still immersed in the sadness of losing her mother and had not yet come out, so she was afraid that she would leave her behind. I hope so. Nanako on the side would peek at Feng Yu from time to time, with a proud smile on her lips. But soon, pedestrians on the roadside began to talk about it. Look, isn't that the monster? Why is he wearing such nice clothes? Who is the man next to him? I don't know, maybe that man bought the little monster as a slave. No way, that man looks gentle, but he could be that kind of person. Feng Yu ignored them and continued to walk calmly, but Nanako on the side couldn't help it and cursed angrily. If you speak ill of my master again, I will tear your mouths apart. As he said that, he planned to go up and fight with those people. Feng Yu raised his eyebrows and looked at Nanako with a strange look. Seeing Nanako baring her teeth and claws, everyone walked away one after another out of fear of offending Feng Yu or causing trouble to themselves. HMPH, how dare those people speak ill of the master like this? If they hadn't run so fast, I would have made them look good. Nanako said to Feng Yu as if asking for credit. Feng Yu just looked at Nanako with a strange expression and said, were you this reckless before? Master, you are just too gentle. If these people say bad things about you and you ignore them, they will only become more arrogant. Nanako said while holding Feng Yu's arm. Feng Yu wanted to say something more, but was interrupted by Nanako. Okay, master, let's go eat quickly, I'm almost hungry. Then he took Feng Yu and quickly arrived at the place to eat. Next, Feng Yu stayed in Qingyuan town for about a week. Finally, Feng Yu decided to return to Samagiri Mountain. Just do it. When night fell that day, Feng Yu summoned Xiaohei, who was outside with the mother crow, to come back. Wow, there's a yellow crow, Nanako said in surprise when she saw Xiaohei flying into the room. Quack, kid, you are the crow, and your whole family is a crow. Xiaohei retorted. This Xiaohei is the legendary crow, Lord Feng Yu's most beloved pet. Who are you to appear in Lord Feng Yu's room? Xiaohei raised his head and said proudly. Wow, the crow has spoken, Master Feng Yu, look, the crow has spoken. Nanako saw Xiaohei and shouted quickly. Okay, you two, stop making trouble. Feng Yu said. Xiaohei, I'll work hard for you tonight. When Xiaohei heard this, he immediately said with a smile on his face. Gah, it's my luck, Xiaohei, to be able to serve the master. Okay, don't use the flattery you learned from the villain on me. You know I don't do that. Feng Yu glanced at Xiaohei, and then said, this is Nanako, the apprentice I just accepted. Now you two can get to know each other, and we will be a family from now on. Gaga, it turns out that you little brat is actually the master's apprentice. I'm glad to meet you. My name is Xiaohei and I am the master's pet. Hello Xiaohei, I'm Nanako. Nanako reached out and gently grabbed Xiaohei's wings like a handshake. Okay, it's time to go back. Feng Yu looked at the sky outside and said, okay, master. Xiaohei jumped to the open space outside, and then his body gradually grew larger. Wow, you can actually transform, that's amazing. Nanako exclaimed, then ran over to carefully examine Xiaohei's changes. Xiaohei, you are so awesome, how did you do it? Gaga, of course, Xiaohei is the most powerful. Xiaohei seemed to enjoy the compliment from Nanako and began to brag about his great achievements and past. Feng Yu stood aside and watched Xiaohei boasting enthusiastically. Nanako, who was starry-eyed, shook his head, picked up Nanako, and jumped on Xiaohei's back. Let's go, Feng Yu said calmly. Quack, take off. Xiaohei's wings began to flap the air, and soon he flew high into the sky. Just fly slower this time, Feng Yu said while looking at Nanako who was clenching her teeth and clutching the lapel of her clothes. Xiaohei turned his head and said, Gaga, I'm sorry master, I forgot that there is a kid here, I will slow down right now. Since Xiaohei awakened his speed talent, his normal flying speed has been much faster than before. After the flight speed slowed down, the strong airflow slowly eased, and Nanako finally relaxed and stopped holding onto Feng Yu's clothes. Xiaohei, you are so awesome. Nanako changed her previous appearance and said with a smile. Quack, no, just so. One person and one crow started a pattern of touting and enjoying. Feng Yu looked at the two of them, shook his head, sighed, and began to close his eyes to rest. After a while, Feng Yu found that Nanako had come to his side and fell asleep quietly. His hands and feet were curled up, like a little rabbit seeking comfort. Mother, there were still tears in the corners of Nanako's eyes. Feng Yu gently stroked her head with his hand. He knew that Nanako was afraid that he would abandon her, so he kept silently trying not to cause trouble. Although she usually behaves carefree and lively, she still hasn't gotten over the shadow of her mother's death in her heart. Actually, when I'm here, just be your truest self. Feng Yu murmured. Nanako, who was sleeping soundly, seemed to feel the warmth from Feng Yu's palm, and she could not help but rub her body against Feng Yu's palm. She's quite well behaved and sensible. ... One night passes. It's not far from Sagiri Mountain either. Wow, so beautiful. Master, look, it's the sunrise. Nanako's voice sounded from her ears, and then her arms were shaken. Feng Yu opened his eyes. He saw Nanako holding her hand. Seeing Feng Yu wake up, he quickly said, Master, look, what a beautiful sunrise. Before Feng Yu could say anything, Xiaohe underneath him said first, Gah, kid, what's all the fuss about? Master and I have watched this scene countless times and we're tired of it. No, I will always watch the sunrise with my master in the future. And sunset, Nanako shouted. What a pair of treasures. Feng Yu sighed helplessly, and then looked in the direction of Mount Samagiri. I couldn't help but feel a little uneasy inside. Chapter 68 Xiaobai's Transformation. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 68 313. Chapter 68 Xiaobai's Transformation. Nanako on the side was still arguing with Xiaohe, but Feng Yu's thoughts had already drifted to the wooden house in the forest on the mountainside. This month seems to be very short, but to Feng Yu, it feels like a long time has passed. Inside the wooden house in the forest, the white fox with 3 tails suddenly opened its eyes. Owner. Xiaobai ran outside like crazy and shouted to the sky in the distance. Owner. Xiaobai stood up and sat on the ground, with 3 white tails waving behind him, looking expectantly in Feng Yu's direction. Noob. Mi-Du-Zi in the wooden house looked puzzled when she saw Xiaobai running out. She was a little worried about what happened to Xiaobai, but the fatal sun made her dare not take a step. Nezuko could only hide where the sun couldn't shine, looking at Xiaobai worriedly. Next to him, Kintaki Sakanji also noticed something strange about Xiaobai. Get up and walk out of the cabin. Following the direction Xiaobai was looking, he saw Feng Yu and his group flying towards them. It'll be good if you come back. It'll be good if you come back. Sakanji's voice was choked with sobs, but he soon returned to normal after sighing. The red Tengu mask looked so weird, but it couldn't hide his complicated mood at this time. Above the sky, as the distance from Sagiri Mountain got closer and closer, I finally saw the wooden house in the mountain, and at the same time I saw Xiaobai who was waiting for me and Ninataki Sakanji wearing a red Tengu mask next to him. Xiaohe fell slowly, and his wings produced strong airflow that caused dust on the ground to fly. Long time no see, Master Linlong. Feng Yu said quietly as he looked at Rin-Taki Sakanji in front of him. It's good to be back. Lin-Takiza recently discovered that Feng Yu seemed to be different from before. He became less lively than before, and lost that sassy momentum. On the contrary, he became taciturn and his mentality became calmer. Nintaki Sakanji didn't know whether this change was good or bad, so he could only say, it'll be good if I'm back. After all, in this world, only living is the best answer to your loved ones. Well, by the way, this is Nanako, my new apprentice. Feng Yu pulled Nanako, who was hiding behind him, in front of him and said. Mr. Lintaki, you, hello. Nanako said hesitantly, as if she was frightened by the Tengu mask on Nintaki Sakanji's face. My name is Patriarch Linlong, he is your master's master. Feng Yu said. Grandmaster Linlong, Nanako said aggrievedly, he has green eyes, he is a pretty good kid. Kintaki Sakanji looked at the color of Nanako's pupils and praised her. Xiaobai on the side looked at his master and didn't notice it, and said hurriedly, Master, you are ignoring Xiaobai. Xiaobai said aggrievedly from the side. Feng Yu saw the 3 tails wagging behind Xiaobai. He was stunned for a moment, and then a smile appeared on his face. Long time no see, Xiaobai, it seems you have successfully mastered that power. Feng Yu opened his arms and said with a smile. Xiaobai immediately jumped into Feng Yu's arms with a smile on his face and kept rubbing his head. Feng Yu discovered that the energy fluctuations in Xiaobai's body were more than twice as strong as before. I'm sorry, it took me so long to come back to see you. Feng Yu touched Xiaobai's head with a doting look on his face. Master, it doesn't matter. As long as you still remember Xiaobai and want Xiaobai, I will wait for you no matter how long you wait. Xiaobai said happily. Perhaps in Xiaobai's eyes, Feng Yu was his world. What a cute white fox. I really want to touch and hug it. Nanako on the side looked at Xiaobai's appearance and the soft hair on her body, and couldn't help but say. Feng Yu just smiled. Xiaobai, this is Nanako, we will be a family from now on. You two should get to know each other. Xiaobai stuck out his head and looked at Nanako. The white tail suddenly grew longer and wrapped around Nanako's hand. Hello, I am Xiaobai, the master's favorite Xiaobai. Hearing this, Nanako seemed to have heard this sentence somewhere, and couldn't help but look at Xiaohe. Xiaohe saw Nanako's gaze and turned away, pretending not to know anything. Nanako seemed to have discovered something interesting and couldn't help but smile. Hello, Xiaobai, I am Master Feng Yu's apprentice, just call me Nanako. Feeling the softness in her palm, Nanako smiled. In this way, everyone reunited after a long absence. We entered the wooden house together. The bonfire in the house is still burning, and it seems that it has not been extinguished all year round. Seeing everyone returning to the wooden house, Miduzi, who was hiding in the dark, poked his head out. After glancing around, his eyes fell on Nanako, who had an unfamiliar smell. Nezuko leaned over, stared closely into Nanako's eyes, pointed at Nanako, and then pointed at his own eyes. No. Don't be sad. Nezuko touched Nanako's head from behind. Nanako stayed where she was, seemingly unresponsive, but her eyes were slightly red. It was obvious that at that moment, she remembered something, or her disguise was discovered. Feng Yu raised his eyebrows and said, Nanako, this is Nezuko. Just like you, her family was killed by evil spirits, and she also became a ghost. She also has a brother, Tanjiro, who should still be in the back mountain now. Cultivation, let's get to know each other. Ghost, family. Nanako didn't seem to expect that the cute girl in front of her was actually the same ghost who killed her mother that night, so she couldn't help but look at her carefully. Except for the red pupils and the bamboo biting in his mouth, there is no difference from him. After all, he has green pupils, but he is not biting bamboo. Hello. After sweeping away the panic in her heart, Nanako stretched out her hand and said. But Nezuko in front of her suddenly hugged her and gently stroked Nanako's head with her hand. Nanako did not react to this sudden change, but she quickly broke away and hid behind Feng Yu. Master Feng Yu, she is so strange. Nanako stuck her head and said, Nezuko, what's wrong with you? Feng Yu asked. Home, family, people. Nezuko said, family. Feng Yu looked at Nezuko and Nanako strangely, not understanding why Nezuko would say such a thing. On the side, Rinaki Sakanji interrupted them and said, maybe it's because Nezuko felt Nanako's sadness after losing her family. Is that so? Feng Yu looked at Nezuko. Nezuko nodded cutely. Okay, come over and eat. Rintaki Sakanji said. Feng Yu nodded, then took out a few marrow cleansing pills and handed them to Nezuko. Nezuko started drooling as soon as she saw the marrow cleansing pill, with a happy smile on her face. Chapter 69 The former founder of Breath of the Sun. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 69 313. Chapter 69 The former founder of Breath of the Sun. Inside the wooden house, Feng Yu and Lin Takisao didn't speak recently, they just ate quietly. Nanako on the side also became surprisingly quiet, and the atmosphere was calm. Only Nezuko, who was eating next to her with a satisfied face, made a crunching sound like she was biting candy. Xiaobai and Xiaohei did not step forward, but came outside. Xiaobai listened quietly to Xiaohei's account of what Feng Yu had experienced over the past month. Boss Xiaobai, you don't know how dangerous it was at that time. It was the master who killed the snake at the critical moment, otherwise I would never see you again. Xiaohei said with tears streaming down his face. Then after Xiaohei finished telling everything, Xiaobai just tilted his head and looked at Xiaohei and said, so you are also awake. Yeah, I'm so powerful now. Not only can I master the sun's flames to kill ghosts, my speed has also become faster, and my screams are also louder. Xiaohei said slowly, so that's it. Xiaobai looked at Xiaohei meaningfully. Xiaohei, it seems that we haven't sparred for a long time, so let's spar. Quack. Then there was only the sound of Xiaohei screaming. The sound was very loud and resounded throughout the entire Zhao mountain. For a moment, the birds and animals fled in panic, or hid in their nests and shivered, not daring to come out. The back mountain of Mt. Sagiri. Under the huge waterfall, a young man wearing gray clothes opened his eyes and said doubtfully, why does this sound so like senior brother Feng Yu's eagle crow? In the wooden house, Feng Yu and Ning-Taki Sakanji were unmoved, as if they were used to such scenes. Only Nanako could not sit still, but when they saw Feng Yu and Ning-Taki Sakanji, they did not dare to move. It was scratching like a kitten. Feng Yu saw what Nanako meant and said lightly, go if you want to. When Nanako heard this, she nodded quickly, put down her bowls and chopsticks, and ran outside. After Nanako went out, only Feng Yu, Rintaki Sakanji and Nezuko were left. What are you going to do next? Rintaki Sakanji spoke. Next, I want to personally teach Nanako and Tanjiro for a period of time, and then let Tanjiro participate in the final trial 6 months later. Feng Yu said calmly, have you decided which breathing method you want Nanako to learn? Not yet, it's up to her to make her own choice. Since the child experienced her mother's death, her personality seems to have changed a little. I don't know whether it is for good or bad. Feng Yu remembered Nanako sighing at her weird behavior. That's it. Kintaki Sakanji looked at Feng Yu quietly and said, why do you suddenly think of taking on a disciple? Naturally, Feng Yu would not tell Rintaki Sakanji that this was a system task. I had to make up a reason and said, maybe I saw my past in her. Nintaki Seigo was silent for the first time, and then he remembered that when Tomioka Gyu introduced Feng Yu, he explained that his parents were also killed by ghosts. So that's it. Nezuko on the side suddenly came over and took out a small wooden figure from his arms. The wooden figure was carved somewhat like Feng Yu, but it didn't look like it either. Feng Yu was a little confused and didn't understand why Nezuko suddenly gave him such a thing. Take it, this is the wooden figure that Nezuko has personally carved for all of us during this period of time. Kintaki Sakanji also took out his wooden figure from his arms. The rough carving technique showed that it was made by the same person. Feng Yu touched Nezuko's head and accepted the wooden figure. Nezuko seemed to enjoy Feng Yu's touch, with a satisfied smile on her face. This kid Nezuko, well, he is also a poor person. Rintaki Sakanji said, I believe in Tanjiro, and I also believe that Nezuko will one day recover as an adult. Feng Yu said with a smile. Well, by the way, are you fighting Shui-san this time? Rintagaki Sakanji asked. Well, it's very powerful. There may not be many in the Demon Slayer Corps who can rival it. Feng Yu was silent. That's it. For hundreds of years, we in the Demon Slayer Corps have never encountered a ghost on the string. None of the ghosts we have encountered have come back, and we don't know how powerful they are. It seems, the Demon Slayer Corps is still very weak. Rintagaki Sakanji sighed. We Demon Slayer Corps have been fighting evil spirits for more than 1,000 years. We have always been in a weak state, and we have almost been wiped out. Nintaki-sa recently began to talk about the history of the Demon Slayer Corps' fight against Muzan. That was more than 400 years ago. There was once a born starting swordsman who controlled the breath of the sun and constantly chased and killed the Ghost King Wuhan. However, human life is limited after all. After the Ghost King Wuhan killed that existence, led Shangxianyi to retaliate crazily against the Demon Slayer Corps until they were destroyed, eradicating all traces of the breath of the sun, so all the breathing methods now are derived from the breath of the sun, and the breath of the sun can never be found again. It's not here. In the end, it was because the Yenju Purgatory family withdrew at that time that they escaped the revenge of the evil ghosts. It was precisely because of the retreat of the Yenju ancestors that the family was not attacked by the ghosts. Many years later, the Yenju family returned, the Demon Slayer Corps has been reorganized again. Looking at it this way, the chance of completely killing Kibutsuji without misfortune is really very small. Nintaki Saji's voice was a little choked, and he seemed to feel an unprecedented despair. The reason why human beings are human is that we will experience birth, old age, illness and death, but evil ghosts are different. As long as Kibutsuji exists for one day, a steady stream of evil ghosts will be born. Their resilience is amazing and they have eternal life. We humans are not comparable. The swordsmen of our Demon Slayer Corps have all been trained by our trainers for several years. In this battle, the losses of our Demon Slayer Corps are tantamount to the disaster of destruction in the past. It will take at least 5 years for our Demon Slayer Corps to return to its peak state, and in 5 years, the evil spirits have already recovered and even reached greater power. Rintagaki Sakanji sighed. I don't think so. I think we humans have unlimited growth potential. We can achieve the power to kill 12 Kazuki through several years of practice, but the birth of 12 Kazuki takes a long time to accumulate strength. We Demon Slayer Corps still have a chance. Feng Yu said with firm eyes. Lin Takazeo seemed to be surprised by Feng Yu's will recently, because he felt that Feng Yu had an aura of fighting spirit that he had cultivated with the Purgatory family. Nintaki Sato looked at Feng Yu recently, and seemed to see in him the appearance of the portrait of the person who once started the breath of the sun. Perhaps Kibutsuji can really be killed by our Demon Slayer Corps in this era. Chapter 70 Skill. Invite God. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 7313th. Chapter 70 Skill. Invite God. Inside the wooden house, Nezuko was the only one listening to the recent conversation between Fuaha and Lintakiza. After the two talked, they became silent again. Master Lintaki, take this. Feng Yu took out a small lucky bag and handed it to Lintaki Sakanji. Lintaki took it for the last time and took a look. There were 10 marrow cleansing pills inside. Before Lintaki Zuo could speak for the first time, Feng Yu said, eat it, these can enhance your strength, even if you have retired from the front line and become a breeder. You'd better leave it to those in need. I have no use for my old bones. Kintaki Sakanji refused, saying that he knew how much the marrow cleansing pill in his hand was cherished and what its effect was. Feng Yu was not surprised by Nintaki Sakanji's rejection, so he continued, I have a hunch that the next few days will be the peak of the battle between the Demon Slayer Corps and the evil spirits. I hope you being able to become stronger can better protect everyone. Feng Yu then looked at Nezuko. Lintaki Zuo was silent for the last time. He understood that he was getting old and his strength had dropped by an unknown amount compared to when he was at his peak. I still have more marrow cleansing pills, so you don't have to worry about me running out of them. Also, whether it's Nanako or another apprentice I accept in the future, they will have no shortage of marrow cleansing pills. Now Demon Slayer the Corps has developed the marrow cleansing pill, which, although not as effective as these, can improve the overall capabilities of the Demon Slayer Corps. Besides, the current Demon Slayer Corps swordsmen have suffered huge losses. It is the time when a large number of trainers are needed to cultivate swordsmen. If your strength is getting lower and lower, or your health is not good, then the entire Demon Slayer Corps' way of cultivating swordsmen there's just one missing. Feng Yu looked at Nintaki Sakanji quietly and said, I don't want you to be killed by a ghost one day because of your strength. This way I will look down on you. Master Lintaki. After Feng Yu finished speaking, he put down his bowls and chopsticks, stood up slowly and walked outside the room. Only Nintaki Sakanji was left quietly looking at the marrow cleansing pill in the small lucky bag in his hand. Ever since Nanako came outside the house, she saw a white and yellow figure fighting. That's not right. It should be said that it was a one-sided crushing. Xiao Bai pressed Xiao He to the ground and rubbed him. Sure enough, I have become stronger. Such attacks did not hurt you. Xiao Bai looked at Xiao He below him and said, Boss Xiao Bai, you will always be my boss, don't hit me, don't hit me. Xiao He cried and begged for mercy. Humph, seeing as you are so sincere, I won't bully you. Xiao Bai let go of his paw on Xiao He and said proudly. Thank you, Boss Xiao Bai. By the way, Boss Xiao Bai, what was that move you just made? Why did a shadow with 9 tails appear behind you? Xiao He asked with a playful smile. Humph, this is the ability I gained this time. This move is called inviting the gods. I can summon a special kind of shadow and then control it. Xiao Bai said. Sure enough, Xiao Bai is still the boss. Xiao He is completely convinced. Why, were you dissatisfied before? Xiao Bai said with a smile. No, I was convinced before and I am convinced now. Xiao He said quickly, fearing that the white fox in front of him would bully him again if he disagreed. Oh, why is my crow life so miserable? I thought I could turn over and become the boss. Xiao He was crying, completely unaware that Xiao Bai was watching its every move. It seems that I will have to find an opportunity to educate Xiao He in the future. Thinking of this, Xiao Bai nodded. Wow, Xiao Bai, you are so awesome. Nanako looked at Xiao Bai and exclaimed. In her knowledge, Xiao He was very powerful, but the scene just now, when he stepped on Xiao He and knelt down to beg for mercy, was so impressive. Xiao Bai and Xiao He turned their heads to look at Nanako at the same time, with smiles in their eyes. I will protect you from now on, Xiao Nanako. Xiao Keizi. Nanako tasted the title carefully, and seemed to feel that something was wrong, but she couldn't feel it, so she nodded. Seeing Nanako's appearance, Xiao Bai secretly rejoiced, then raised his head proudly and passed by Nanako, coming to Feng Yu. Feng Yu bent down and picked up Xiao Bai, and then carefully examined Xiao Bai's changes at this moment. 3 tails. Are you really going to turn into a 9-tailed fox? Feng Yu stroked Xiao Bai's 3 tails and said. Name. Xiao Bai. Race. White fox. Divinity value. 0.1. Owner. Feng Yu. Kung Fu. Monster breathing technique Dachang. Awakening. Telekinesis, charm, body shape control, inviting gods. Introduction. This was originally just an ordinary little white fox. After transformation, it has become qualified to become a god. I have mastered the breathing method and mastered the skills to invite gods. The profile has also changed and I have become qualified to become a god. Feng Yu looked at the attribute panel belonging to Xiao Bai carefully and murmured. Xiao Bai, was this ability to invite gods learned through this transformation? Feng Yu asked. Yes, master, this is the skill I learned during this transformation. Xiao Bai replied happily. That's it, then can you demonstrate it for me? Feng Yu touched Xiao Bai's head and said. Xiao Bai nodded, then jumped far away and began to demonstrate the skill of inviting gods. I saw white light shining on Xiao Bai's body, and a huge 9-tailed fox phantom appeared behind it. The terrifying momentum directly shook the surrounding trees and caused dust to fly. Then the 9 tails of the phantom shot a ball of light directly towards the hill in the distance. Bang! The hill exploded directly and turned into a big pit. Feng Yu was a little surprised. He didn't expect Xiao Bai's skill to be so powerful. After the display, Xiao Bai put away the phantom, but when Feng Yu noticed that the phantom disappeared, there seemed to be a hint of intelligence and he looked at himself. Feng Yu Zhou, with his current mental strength, he can sense any small changes, so he is very sure that the shadow summoned by Xiao Bai just now must have glanced at him. Xiao Bai, does the phantom you summon appear in your memory? Feng Yu asked. Xiao Bai seemed to have discovered his master's doubts, and carefully recalled his sleeping memories. Okay, it seems there is. I remember that after I absorbed that power, I entered a space, and then many voices rang in my ears, and finally a white figure pulled me out. I can't see the shadow clearly, but I can feel that it is my kind. Xiao Bai said. Okay, it's okay. Feng Yu saw that Xiao Bai didn't understand, so he didn't continue to ask, but just kept it in mind. Soon, dusk fell, and Tanjiro, who was training in the back mountain, dragged his exhausted body back to the wooden house in the forest. Chapter 71 Nanako and Tanjiro's Training. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 71 313. Chapter 71 Nanako and Tanjiro's Training. Night falls. Tanjiro walked toward the wooden house, feeling a little tired. Suddenly he stopped. There is a familiar smell. It seems to be senior brother Feng Yu, and someone unfamiliar. A smile appeared on Tanjiro's face, and Feng Yu's scent hit him, which meant that he had returned safely. In this month, Tanjiro didn't see Feng Yu come back, so he asked Lintaki-saken several times, but the atmosphere was solemn every time, and he thought Feng Yu had an accident. Now that I smell his breath, I finally let go of my worries. Tanjiro quickened his pace and soon returned to the wooden house, only to see Xiao He still fluttering and playing with Nanako. Senior brother Feng Yu's eagle crow, and this little girl I don't know. At this time, Xiao He and Nanako also discovered Tanjiro, so they said, Xiao He, who is he? Gaga, he is Nezuko's brother, Kamado Tanjiro, the master's junior brother. Xiao He said, wow, then he is my uncle. Nanako stared at Tanjiro with a hint of slyness on her lips. Uncle Tanjiro, my name is Nanako, and I am Master Feng Yu's apprentice. Nanako said with a smile. Ah, senior brother Feng Yu has accepted a disciple. Tanjiro was obviously stunned and didn't seem to react. Okay, stop making trouble and come in quickly. Feng Yu's voice came from inside the house. Then Tanjiro entered the house tremblingly. As soon as he entered the house, Tanjiro saw Feng Yu's face looking extremely handsome under the firelight. Senior brother Feng Yu, you are finally back. Tanjiro said with a smile. Feng Yu looked at Tanjiro, smiled and said nothing, but nodded and motioned for Tanjiro to sit down. As soon as Tanjiro sat down, Nezuko came over and clung to Tanjiro's body. Then he quietly took out a marrow cleansing pill given by Tien Fengyu from his arms and stuffed it into his hand. As soon as Tanjiro looked at the marrow cleansing pill, he knew it was from Fengyu, and said, "Senior brother Fengyu, you don't have to give Nezuko so many marrow cleansing pills. It's okay, just accept what's given to you," Fengyu said with a smile. The red Tengu mask on his face was still as scary as ever. "It seems that in the past month, Tanjiro, your training has not fallen behind, and your strength has improved a lot," Fengyu said. "Now that I'm back this time, let's fulfill my original promise. Teach you how to master concentrated breathing, always in the center." And Nanako's training. Fengyu's eyes looked at Lintaki Sakanji. Lintaki Sakanji nodded and said lightly, "New." Fengyu nodded with satisfaction, and the wooden house seemed warm at this moment. Midnight. Fengyu and Xiaobai came outside the house alone and looked at the moon in the sky. "Xiaobai, look at the moon in the sky so round." Fengyu sighed. "Master, are you worried about something?" Xiaobai felt that Fengyu's tone seemed a little sad. Maybe. Fengyu watched the moonlight in the sky shining on the earth without saying a word for a long time. "Master, it's okay. No matter what happens, Xiaobai will be by your side." Xiaobai cupped Fengyu's cheek with his forehead and said, "You." Fengyu pinched Xiaobai's face, and then said, "I just hope that no one will die because of me." The second day, Nanako and Tanjiro got up early. Well, not bad, the consciousness is not bad. Fengyu and Lintaki Sakanji stood together, looking at Tanjiro and Nanako. Then next, I will teach Tanjiro the full concentration breathing in Sunika, and Master Lintaki will teach Nanako the training to become a demon slayer swordsman. Fengyu had a smile on his face. Tanjiro looked at Fengyu, feeling terrified. Only Nanako on the side tilted her head and looked at Nintaki Sakanji in confusion. Am I going to become as powerful as Master? Nanako clenched her fists, as if she had already thought about how she would kill an evil ghost in the future. Nanako, you have to work hard, you must come back alive. Tanjiro said to Nanako before being pulled away by Fengyu. Alive. Nanako was confused, but she felt a little scared when she looked at the red Tengu mask on Nintaki Sakanji's face. Come with me. Nantaki Sakanji led Nanako up the mountain. The mountains are rugged, so be careful. Kintaki Sakanji looked at Nanako behind him and said, "Okay, Master Lintaki." Nanako's eyes were shining, as if walking up this mountain was the path to the strong. "It's just that you may not be so happy afterwards." Other side. Fengyu led Tanjiro to an open space and said, "From now on, I will keep training here until I blow up the gourd in my hand, and I will concentrate on breathing every moment, whether I am sleeping or whatever." "Yes, senior brother Fengyu," Tanjiro shouted back. "You know, with the blessing of concentrated breathing, human beings can not only have physical strength that rivals ghosts, but also can improve the accuracy of breathing control and accurately control the flow of blood with nerves throughout the body, thereby carrying out changes in the body." Hemostatic treatment. The Demon Slayer core swordsmen are based on concentrated breathing, and combined with sword skills, they form the major types of breathing methods we have seen. Next, I will teach you to practice concentrated breathing and a constant state of concentration. Let me explain to you why there is still the realm of Changjong in the complete collection. Although fully concentrated breathing can greatly improve physical fitness, due to the accelerated blood flow and rapid heartbeat during use, it is very difficult to maintain it for a long time. However, only by ensuring full concentrated breathing for a long time can one's own strength be improved. A qualitative change occurs, and this advanced state of maintaining full concentration of breathing for a long time is normal. In the normal state, not only the physical fitness will be maintained at a higher intensity, but the basic physical fitness will also be improved. I hope you can become stronger in a short period of time and pass the trial with the strongest attitude. Fengyu said sharply. Yes, senior brother Fengyu, I will not disappoint your expectations. Tanjiro shouted. Very good, then it's up to you, Xiaohei and Xiaobai. Soon, Xiaobai, who had transformed into a giant beast, appeared in front of Tanjiro and said with a smile. Master, we promise to complete the mission. Tanjiro took a breath and looked nervously at the two giant beasts in front of him. Ha ha ha, Kamado Tanjiro, we won't show mercy next time. Xiaohei said meaningfully. Senior Xiaohei, just come over here. Tanjiro replied. Very good, then I will tell you the rules of our training. Chapter 72 Strong Nanako. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 72 313. Chapter 72 Strong Nanako. Previous. Next. Xiaohei had a sly smile on his face. Tanjiro, the next rule is this. You must maintain a state of concentrated breathing at all times, and then accept the attacks from me and boss Xiaobai. During this period, you can dodge, but you cannot stop breathing fully. If you are fully concentrated, if you stop breathing, it depends on how the master punishes you. Tanjiro nodded, and then looked at Fengyu who was drinking tea beside him. It's okay, don't look at me, just train well. Fengyu said with a smile. Then he took out a wooden stick larger than his fist from behind and placed it at his feet. Oh, I'm sorry for letting you see. Tanjiro. Tanjiro took a deep breath, cleared the painful memories from his mind, and said firmly, come on. Gaga, let's get started. After saying that, Xiaohei flew directly into the air, his huge wings flapping faster and faster, and a violent air flow rushed towards Tanjiro. Wherever the air flow passes, sand and rocks fly everywhere. At the same time, Xiaobai is still gathering energy balls on the side, and then attacks Tanjiro. The violent air flow directly caught Tanjiro off guard, sending him flying and hitting the tree trunk behind him. Aha! Tanjiro felt the severe pain coming from his body, and for a moment, he stopped breathing with all his concentration. My breathing stopped during the entire episode. Feng Yu silently picked up the wooden stick at his feet and walked towards Tanjiro with a smile. Ah! Tanjiro's screams echoed through the sky. Go ahead. Feng Yu sat back silently. Tanjiro stood up with difficulty, regained control of his breathing, and avoided the attacks of Xiaohei and Xiaobai. Only this time, Xiaobai did not hit the energy ball like before, but attacked Tanjiro directly with three tails, so fast that Tanjiro did not react to avoid it. Tanjiro was knocked away again. Feng Yu silently stood up with the wooden stick. So, Tanjiro was beaten all day long. Every time he fell to the ground after being beaten, Feng Yu always silently took out the healing pill and fed it to Tanjiro. Then a new round of torture began. Other side, Nanako followed Nintaki Sakanji as she walked to the top of the mountain. As the top of the mountain got higher and higher, the oxygen in the air became thinner and thinner. There was no trace of disorder in Ninako's breathing recently, but Nanako's face had turned red and her breathing had begun to quicken. Grandmaster Linlong, how long will it take to arrive? Nanako asked. Soon. Nintaki Sakanji replied calmly. If you can't even endure such an environment, then you are not qualified to become a ghost-slaying swordsman, and you don't have the determination to avenge your mother. Nanako's face changed instantly, and she was obviously angry. Your masters, Feng Yu and Tanjiro have all experienced this. They are much better than you. You know that your current performance is really, really bad. You have green pupils, extraordinary speed and quick reactions, you shouldn't behave like this. Nanako, take out the courage in your heart and think about the scene where your mother was killed by the evil spirit. Think about how your mother was eaten by the evil spirit bite by bite, and how she was despised in the end. Nanako's nerves are stimulated by every word that Nintaki-sa said recently. Enough, Nanako shouted. I'm not a useless person. Nanako bit her lips and said while suppressing her physical discomfort. Nintaki Sakanji turned around and looked at Nanako quietly. I saw that her lips had been bitten so much that they were bleeding. Kintaki Sakanji nodded and said, very good, you have the determination to become a demon slayer swordsman, but determination alone is useless. The next step is to test your qualifications to become a swordsman. Sakanji's voice suddenly became louder, and he continued walking. Nanako also followed silently, but the air became thinner and thinner, and Nanako's speed became slower and slower. She had to stop and gasp for breath every few steps. My lungs hurt. I feel dizzy, Nanako murmured, feeling the strangeness in her body. But when I thought of what Nintaki-sakan said just now, I still endured it and continued walking. Soon, Nanako lost her skin like Taki Sakanji. Hey, Patriarch Linlong, where are you? Nanako shouted. The tall pine trees were constantly swaying under the influence of the wind, making strange, rustling, sounds. The pine trees were constantly swaying, blocking the sun in the sky. Nanako discovered that the originally dark forest was completely dark at this moment. Linlong Patriarch, where are you? Nanako asked fearfully, but what she responded to was dry pine branches falling around her. Ah, Nanako shouted in horror. After calming down, I realized it was a dry branch. Am I really so useless? Even a branch can scare me. If this is the case, then how can I avenge my mother? Nanako sat weakly on the ground, tears starting to fall. Mother, what do you tell Nanako? At this moment, she was like a frightened deer, huddled under the tree, covering her ears and crying. The extreme lack of oxygen made Nanako's dizziness more and more obvious, and her vision became increasingly blurry. The surroundings seemed quiet, and she seemed to hear her own heartbeat, which was beating slowly but powerfully. Child, Nanako opened her eyes and burst into tears. Mother, Nanako hugged the woman and cried. Kid, thank you for your hard work. Mother is always by your side, so don't fall down here. Nanako's mother's shadow disappeared, and she also opened her eyes at this moment, but her eyes stared blankly at the place where her mother's shadow just disappeared. If Feng Yu were here, he would have noticed that the green color in Nanako's eyes had become darker. I don't know how long it took, but the voice of Nintaki Sakanji interrupted her. Follow me. Nanako looked up and saw that it was Sakanji Netaki wearing a Tengu mask. Oh, it's still a little bit worse after all. But you are still young, so it is already very good to be able to do this. Hinataki Sakanji consoled him. Nanako wiped away her tears, stood up, followed quietly behind Nintaki Sakanji, and then continued to look at the top of the mountain. Only this time, Nanako seemed to have changed and her breathing was much calmer. Nintaki also noticed Nanako's changes recently. Although he was confused, he didn't say anything and just walked quietly. Finally, Nintaki Sakanji stopped, turned around and said to Nanako, this is it. You have to go back to the cabin at the foot of the mountain from here before it gets dark. Nanako wanted to say something, but a gust of wind came and Nanako's sight was blocked. After calming down, Nantaki Sakanji's figure had disappeared. Go back again. Nanako turned around and looked at the road she had just come up, but at this moment all the traces had disappeared and became unfamiliar. Mother, I will definitely be able to. Nanako clenched her fists. Hidden in the dark, Sakanji watched her quietly, never telling her that Feng Yu and Tanjiro went up the mountain at night. Mainly because of the consideration of Nanako's age, but now it seems that Nintaki Saji is quite satisfied with Nanako's performance. It's a good seedling. Chapter 73 Medicinal Bath. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 73 313. Chapter 73 Medicinal Bath. Nanako's small body moved quickly among the trees, and the dim woods kept swinging, like tall ghosts. Nanako not only has to endure her inner fear, but she also has to always be on guard against hidden traps. Bang! Ah! Nanako let out a scream when she was hit by a huge piece of wood. Nanako stood up from the ground with difficulty, spit out a ball of blood in her mouth, and wiped her mouth with her hand. The whole person started to run down the mountain again. Although Nanako's physical fitness is different from ordinary people, it is always because of her young age and lack of special training that she was tortured by obstacles along the way and was covered in wounds. Nanako's clothes were stained red by the blood flowing from the wounds on her body. Nanako gasped for air. The thin oxygen in the air made her feel breathless and dizzy. She felt so tired, but there was a belief in her heart that led her not to give up and to keep going. I really want to stop. Nanako's mind began to become a little confused, and the physical torture made her particularly tired. The drooped eyelids kept urging her to rest quickly. Nanako was still persisting, but the obstacles on the road came one after another without distracting her for a moment. Her thin body was constantly tied up by traps on the road, hindering her progress. But every time she fell, she could stand up slowly. Even though the wounds on her body had begun to heal, new wounds appeared one after another. Mother! Nanako shouted in confusion. However, what greeted her was the ruthless trap, and Rinataki Sakanji, who was hiding in the dark and watching, felt a little unbearable. Those children back then were older than this child. Nintaki Sakanji murmured, perhaps she has reached her limit. Nanako was hit by a piece of wood and fell to the ground motionless. This time, Nintaki-sa wanted to show up and take Nanako back for treatment, because he already recognized Nanako in his heart. Regardless of whether Nanako could successfully descend the mountain before sunset this time, she was already qualified to become a swordsman. Just when Nintaki Sakanji was about to start, he stopped again because he was surprised to find that Nanako got up shakily on her own again. I will not give up, Nanako said through gritted teeth. Then power popped out of nowhere, and Nintaki Seigo discovered for the first time that her speed was actually faster, and her reaction speed also improved a lot. Although he was still trapped in the trap, he was able to avoid part of it. What does this mean? This means that Nanako has made progress again. Looking at Nanako's figure, she is so thin, but so strong. Nintaki-sa recently looked at Nanako's figure, and there seemed to be a figure overlapping her. Makomo. For the last time, Nintakazog saw the kind of will that belonged to Makomo in Nanako, and he had also seen it in that girl. Nanako has suffered a lot and is still avoiding traps, and Tanjiro is not having an easy time either. Bang! Tanjiro was knocked out again and knocked down under a big tree. If you look carefully, you will find that a lot of bark has fallen off the tree trunk. The fallen bark revealed the yellow trunk inside, but the yellow trunk was mixed with a little bright red. Seeing Tanjiro, he stopped breathing again. Feng Yu shook his head and silently picked up the wooden stick on the side. I can't bear it anymore. Tanjiro. Xiaohei on the side looked at Feng Yu who was walking towards Tanjiro and said, Boss, are we too cruel? Xiaohei looked a little unbearable as he watched Tanjiro fall to the ground motionless. Xiaobai shook his head and said, what are you afraid of? As long as Tanjiro is not dead, the master will have a way to revive him. The master must have a reason for doing this. Okay, boss Xiaobai, forget it, pretend I didn't say. Xiaohei was just about to intercede for Tanjiro, but when he saw Xiaobai's eyes staring at him, he felt terrified inside. Feng Yu slowly walked to Tanjiro, leaned down, and said to Tanjiro who was breathing heavily, do you hate me? Tanjiro did not open his eyes, or in other words, he had no strength to open his eyes, and the severe pain in his body kept coming, but he did not dare to shout out, so he just bit his lip and made a sound. I don't hate you, senior brother Feng Yu. Tanjiro slowly opened his eyes and said, I know you are doing this for me. I have no complaints. What I hate is that I am not strong enough, otherwise Nezuko and everyone would not be what they are now. Well, it's good that you know. Feng Yu nodded with satisfaction at Tanjiro's answer. Then he took out a healing pill and a marrow cleansing pill and fed them to Tanjiro. Soon, Tanjiro regained his strength and the pain in his body disappeared. After a while, Tanjiro started a new round of training. Soon, the day's training passed. Tanjiro followed Feng Yu back to the cabin, dragging his injured and exhausted body. At the same time, Sakanji Kintaki, who was wearing a red Tengu mask, also returned to the cabin holding Nanako who had fallen into a deep sleep. Feng Yu saw that the wound on Nanako's face had recovered, and knew that she had been fed a healing pill by Nintaki Sakan for the first time. This kid is very good and has the qualifications to become a swordsman. Lintaki Zuo said to Feng Yu for the first time. Feng Yu nodded, and then motioned for Tanjiro to enter the room. As soon as he entered the house, Feng Yu mysteriously came to a stove where medicine was boiling. Xiaohei, Xiaobai, take off Tanjiro naked and put it in the barrel, then pour in warm water, and then pour in the medicine boiled in the stove. Xiaohei and Xiaobai did as they were told, and Tanjiro was soon placed in the barrel. Tanjiro relaxed and his droopy eyelids began to close. Finally, he fell asleep in front of everyone. Master, what is this? Xiao He looked at the stove that Xiao Bai rolled up with its tail, and felt a strange smell coming from it and couldn't help but ask. This is something. Let Tanjiro soak in this thing tonight. Then he motioned to Xiao Bai to pour it in. Xiao Bai was very sensible and did not pour it in all at once. He just mixed it with water from outside and then poured it into the barrel. Tanjiro soaked in the dark green water, his closed eyes began to move, and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead one by one. Owner, Xiao He asked when he saw Tanjiro's appearance. Don't worry about him, this can improve his physical fitness. Feng Yu said, after all, I spent 1 million sword swings in exchange for a precious medicinal bath. Feng Yu's heart ached when he saw Tanjiro lying in the barrel continuously absorbing the medicinal bath. After all, 1 million knife swings were enough to kill 2 ghosts with supernatural powers. Just last night, Wu Wu Mall suddenly refreshed, and the purple light instantly attracted his attention. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a one-time medicinal bath. It was worth 1 million times of knife swings, which made him a little reluctant to part with it, but as soon as he saw the effect, he bought it without hesitation. Medicinal bath. It can enhance the body's quality, and at the same time, the absorption effect is better when the body suffers a large amount of loss. Hence the scene of training Tanjiro today. Of course, in addition to Tanjiro, Feng Yu also bought a good thing for Nanako. Chapter 74A Gift for Nanako. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 74 313ths. Chapter 74A Gift for Nanako. Xiao He looked at Feng Yu in confusion. He didn't know why he always felt that Tanjiro was tortured so badly today. This was the effect Feng Yu wanted to achieve. Xiao He glanced at Tanjiro silently, and couldn't help but feel sorry for him for a second. If Feng Yu knew Xiao He's thoughts, he would definitely praise Xiao He for his good guess. If those 1 million knife swings cannot be used to the best effect, then it is a waste, and waste is shameful. Feng Yu looked at Nanako, who was covered in blood, and knew that her training process today was not that easy. On the contrary, it may be even more dangerous. After all, Nanako is young, has never learned breathing techniques, and has never taken marrow cleansing pills. She just relied on her original talent to survive until the last moment. Thanks a lot. Feng Yu reached out and touched Nanako's forehead and said happily, when you wake up, I will give you this gift. It will be the first gift that the master gives to his apprentice. Nanako made no movement and was still sleeping soundly. It was obvious how exhausted Nanako was at the moment. Nightfall. Tanjiro was still taking a medicinal bath, but Feng Yu and Lintaki Sakanji came outside the house. Nanako's performance really surprised me. I couldn't believe that she was a child of about 10 years old. Rintaki Sakanji said, perhaps it has something to do with her childhood experience. When I met her, she was like a little adult, with a mature mind and able to take care of herself. Feng Yu's mind recalled the first time he met Nanako. He was fishing while she was peeking from behind. At that time, Nanako had a rebellious look on her face, like a wild child, but her kindness and unwillingness could be felt. Ever since Feng Yu's mental power broke through, he had reached a new state. As long as he wanted to, he could see a different world. It was blank, as if everything in this world was invisible to him. Including people's past and inner feelings. Feng Yu didn't know if this realm was transparent to the world, but it was almost the same. In his previous life, the original work introduced the transparent world description of the Supreme Realm in the same way, but Feng Yu could feel that his realm was a little incomplete. Feng Yu tried to find the reason, but never found it. Have you decided what breathing techniques you want to teach her? Rintaki Sakanji said, it's up to her to choose. After all, the breath of light is not perfect now. Lintaki Sakanji nodded, as if he recognized Feng Yu's statement. Then she insists on learning your breathing technique. After all, this child, I can tell, she seems to have a special feeling for you. Lin Takazeo looked at Feng Yu for the first time, but Feng Yu just remained silent for a while and said, that may be because she just lost her family and regards me as a family member. Feng Yu didn't really want to discuss this topic, so he said, Master Linlong, do you know the legend of the spotted swordsman? Striped swordsman. Rintagaki Sakanji raised his eyebrows and said, where did you hear that name? I overheard it before. I still don't understand it. I wanted to ask you if you know anything. Feng Yu replied, striped swordsman. I have heard a little bit about it. In the records of the Demon Slayer Corps, there is an introduction to the spotted swordsman. It is said that as long as a spotted swordsman appears, then he will appear next to him. There are more and more striped swordsmen, but although stripes can bring a swordsman's short-term power, they have a fatal flaw. It is rumored that swordsmen who turn on their stripes will not live to be 25 years old, because every time they turn on their stripes to fight, their vitality will be consumed. Swordsmen with stripes are also called short-lived people. There once was a swordsman who turned on the pattern, and his existence was not limited by his lifespan. He still lived to be dozens of years old. However, except for him, all the swordsmen who turned on the pattern did not live long. Although their lifespan was short, their soaring strength was its very tempting, but the method of unlocking stripes has been lost, and striped swordsmen haven't appeared for hundreds of years. As for whether it is a legend or a real thing, we don't know. Nintaki Sakanji sighed and said, that's it, what a pity. Feng Yu sighed. The person who turned on the stripes should be Enichi Jigyu, the founder of Breath of the Sun, the ceiling of power in this world. Feng Yu knew it well. It's just a pity that there is no way to turn on the markings. Otherwise, with my ageless physique, it would be a perfect harmless buff. It seems that the scar on Tanjiro's forehead is a mark, but he hasn't awakened yet. Perhaps we can try to push Tanjiro to a desperate situation, and then reverse the situation. With the protagonist's routine, there may be a high possibility of awakening the stripes. Feng Yu thought this, but Tanjiro, who had his eyes closed in the room, was shocked. Oh, if I had known about my previous life, I would have looked more carefully. Otherwise, if I had remembered how to activate the markings, my strength would not have been rising. Ziba, he Dao, it's really hard to understand. Do we really have to wait for Tanjiro to grow up to that point? Thinking that it would take so long for Tanjiro to awaken his stripes, Feng Yu could not wait to throw Tanjiro in front of the winding ghosts immediately, and then let them torture him to stimulate Tanjiro's potential. The road of life is long and long. Feng Yu sighed. On the side, Kintaki Sakanji just looked at Feng Yu quietly and didn't say anything. After all, he himself didn't know how to open the stripes. Kintaki Sakanji discovered that since Feng Yu came back this time, his desire to improve his strength has become stronger and stronger, but as his master, Kintaki Sakanji failed to give any good advice. On the contrary, Feng Yu's strength has far surpassed him. Rintajusa was both happy and worried these days. He was happy that the apprentice he taught had surpassed himself, but he was worried that time was getting tighter and tighter. Soon, it arrived the next day. Nanako and Tanjiro also woke up. When he found himself soaked in a bucket, Tanjiro's reaction was surprised, but soon he found that his body became lighter than before, his speed was faster, and the power in his body became stronger. Tanjiro turned his attention to Feng Yu, who just smiled and did not answer. He just came to Nanako and said, "Your performance yesterday was great, so the master decided to reward you with something." Feng Yu took out a blue crystal necklace from his arms and put it on Nanako's neck and said, "No matter what happens in the future, you can't take off this necklace." Feng Yu's face suddenly became serious and he said to Nanako, "Why? Why?" Nanako asked doubtfully. "There is no reason, you just listen to me." Feng Yu didn't want to explain too much. After all, others wouldn't believe it if he told it. This small crystal necklace can actually form a protective shield 3 times when the wearer is fatally injured to resist fatal attacks. At the same time, wearing it for a long time can also improve the appearance. "Okay, thank you, master. The necklace is very beautiful. I will definitely obey your orders and I will never take it off until I die." Nanako said in surprise, "I spent 2 million swings to buy this." Feng Yu saw that he still had about 7 million sword swings left, which was not unacceptable. Moreover, after Nanako put on the crystal necklace, her temperament instantly became different. It seems to look cuter. Chapter 75 Respective Changes. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 75 313. Chapter 75 Respective Changes. No one understood the purpose of Feng Yu giving it to Nanako, but judging from the serious expression on his face, the crystal necklace might not be as ordinary as it seemed. After all, every time Feng Yu takes out something, it has a magical effect. Not to mention the first time he ordered an item so seriously. Kintaki Sakanji just glanced at the necklace around Nanako's neck quietly and didn't pay much attention to it, while Tanjiro on the side was familiar with the changes in his body. "Senior brother Feng Yu, I feel so strong now," Tanjiro said in surprise. "Strong?" Feng Yu turned around and said with a smile. "If it's very strong, that means we can continue training today." When Tanjiro heard this, his body couldn't help but tremble, and he looked at Xiaohei and Xiaobai with a hint of timidity in his eyes. Tanjiro swallowed and said, "Senior brother Feng Yu, let's continue yesterday's training." Seeing Tanjiro's confident look, Feng Yu nodded, and then said to Xiaohei and Xiaobai, "Today there is no need to be as merciful as yesterday." "Yes, master," Xiaohei and Xiaobai replied at the same time. Xiaohei's eyes were red, and he looked at Tanjiro with a strange look, as if there was a trace of sympathy in his eyes. "Then Tanjiro, you will train with Xiaohei and Xiaobai today. Remember, what you want to train is to focus on breathing and constant concentration, not your reaction ability. What you have to do is, no matter what happens, don't stop your breathing, and breathe fully at all times." Feng Yu looked at Tanjiro and said seriously, "Yes, senior brother Feng Yu." Tanjiro replied immediately. Lintaki Zuo on the side did not say anything recently, as if he was waiting for Feng Yu to arrange a task for him. Then next is Nanako. Feng Yu knew it well. "Nanako, just follow me today. I have already made a training plan for you." Nanako nodded, and then touched the necklace around her neck fondly. "Master Lintaki, if you have nothing to do, you can supervise or punish Tanjiro if you need to. As long as you are alive, I can save you." Then, the wooden stick used to punish Tanjiro yesterday was pulled out from somewhere. I saw that there was still some blood stains on the wooden stick. "Feng Yu, senior brother, I'm still here." Tanjiro looked at the wooden stick in Feng Yu's hand, as if he saw something very scary. The body instinctively produces a trace of fear. Ningataki Sakanji took the wooden stick from Feng Yu's hand, and then looked at Tanjiro doubtfully. I saw Ningataki Sakanji actually doing what Fuaha did yesterday, hitting the palm of his other hand up and down with a wooden stick, while looking at Tanjiro. At this moment, Tanjiro only felt that the image of Ningataki Sakanji suddenly turned into a wind feather, smiling at himself. "Master Lintaki, be gentle." Ningataki Sakanji nodded lightly. Nezuko, who had been behind everyone, also came over, hugged Tanjiro, and then made a thumbs-up gesture with his fingers under his surprised gaze. Then everyone dispersed and everyone returned to where they should go in an orderly manner. Tanjiro and the others returned to the place where they trained yesterday, and then began a day of torture and rapid strength growth. Come on, seniors Xiaohei and Xiaobai. Tanjiro prepares himself for the attack of Xiaohei and Xiaobai. Ga, kid, don't hold on like yesterday, even for 3 seconds. Xiaohei said with a smile. I feel that my strength has become stronger. Senior Xiaohei, please feel free to come over. On the side, Kintaki Sakanji held a wooden stick in his hand and looked at Tanjiro, Xiaohei and Xiaobai quietly. Quack, scream attack. A terrifying sound wave came from Xiaohei's mouth. Tanjiro immediately covered his ears, and all his breathing stopped at this moment. Mr. Lintaki, Tanjiro's breathing stopped during the entire episode. It's time for you to punish him. Xiaohei said to Netaki Sakanji. Netaki Sakanji stood up. The red Tengu mask made him look like a devil in Tanjiro's eyes at this moment, and the wooden stick in his hand became a terrifying instrument of torture. Master Lintaki, can you please be gentle? Tanjiro begged for mercy. However, Nintaki Sakanji did not give him a chance and directly swung the wooden stick. Immediately, Tanjiro fell to the ground in pain, clutching his stomach. Feng Yu must have told you that you are too easily affected by the effects of concentrated breathing and constant breathing. You need to regard concentrated breathing as an instinct of the body and let it be used every moment. It's all running, said Kintaki Sakanji. Then Tanjiro started the next round of torture. On the other hand, Feng Yu led Nanako to the waterfall where Tanjiro practiced water breathing before. Okay, that's it, Feng Yu said. What a spectacular waterfall. Nanako sighed. Okay, your task today is relatively simple, that is, eat this. Feng Yu took out the marrow cleansing pill and showed it in front of Nanako and said. This elixir can improve your body's quality, clear your meridians and cleanse your marrow, strengthening your foundation. Feng Yu put the marrow cleansing pill into Nanako's hand. Nanako said hesitantly. Master Feng Yu, this elixir is so effective, it must be very precious. Hey, everyone has to ask this question again. Feng Yu thought about it. He had already spent 1 million sword swings to buy 50 pills, half of which were marrow cleansing pills and half of which were healing pills. Now his system backpack is still bulging. You will be able to grow faster in the days to come if you eat this. Nanako took the elixir, and immediately she felt hot and uncomfortable all over. Master, I feel so uncomfortable. Nanako had a painful expression on her face and looked at Feng Yu for help. Hold it, it will pass soon. Feng Yu looked at her coldly. Nanako also knew that Feng Yu would not lie to her, so she gritted her teeth and endured the discomfort, allowing the marrow cleansing pill to transform her. Soon, an unpleasant smell began to fill the air. Ah, master, I smell so bad. Nanako felt sticky all over her body, and a smell wafted from her body. Well, go jump into the water and wash yourself off. Feng Yu nodded, and then motioned for her to rinse her body. After washing, Nanako's appearance became much more refined. Her skin, which was originally a bit dark yellow, was now fair and delicate. The little baby fat disappeared, leaving only the clear outline of the water chestnut. Her body seemed to have become a little taller, growing from about 1.3 meters to more than 1.4 meters. Nanako's appearance has changed a lot, but her talent has improved the most. Chapter 76 Emergency, Injured Tomioka Gyu. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 76 313. Chapter 76 Emergency, Injured Tomioka Gyu. Master Feng Yu. Nanako came out of the water with her face exposed and called Feng Yu to stop. Master, I feel that my body has become so light. Nanako jumped up and ran quickly across the water to the shore. I feel an unprecedented sense of comfort throughout my body. Feng Yu nodded, still immersed in the changes in his body and said, it seems that your body has absorbed it well, and your original speed is different from ordinary people. Now that your qualifications have improved, you can try your speed and see how it goes. Nanako nodded, and then ran quickly. In an instant, she ran 10 meters away, twice as fast as before. Master, look at me. Nanako waved to Feng Yu from a distance. The marrow cleansing pill should be used to maximize the absorption effect for Nanako to absorb. Feng Yu looked at Nanako and said knowingly. Soon, Nanako ran back and looked at Feng Yu as if he was taking credit. Very good, then let's start today's training. Feng Yu's face suddenly became serious, and then he led Nanako step by step towards the top of Mount Samagiri. But this time, Nanako didn't look as embarrassed as yesterday, but looked relaxed. Remember, the training has just begun, and it will get harder and harder in the future. What I have to do now is to improve your qualifications and bring out your potential, so that I can rest assured that you will avenge your mother in the future. You know, Nanako, Feng Yu said. Nanako followed him with a thoughtful expression on her face. I know, Master Feng Yu. This time the two of them reached the top of the mountain quickly. Although Nanako was still a little breathless, she was much better than yesterday. Today's rules are the same as yesterday, return to the cabin before dark. Then Feng Yu jumped to the top of the tree, and slowly disappeared from Nanako's sight. What, just like Patriarch Linlong, I disappeared. It's true that we are the same generation. Nanako stuck out her tongue and said. Then, she turned around and was about to run down the mountain, but Nanako soon discovered something was wrong. This time, there were more traps and obstacles. Although her speed and reaction had become stronger, she still faced the obstacles that came one after another. Stumbled. As soon as Nanako dodged the deep pit on the ground, a giant tree struck her instantly, and all the traps in all directions were activated at this moment. Nanako had no time to dodge to the correct foothold and direction, and fell directly into a deep pit. Sure enough, it's not that simple, Nanako said angrily. Then he started running again. Feng Yu kept watching Nanako from the top of the tree, avoiding various obstacles and traps, but from time to time he would be tripped or knocked away. When she can handle such training satisfactorily, she can move on to the next stage. Feng Yu murmured. Time passed quickly, and dusk appeared, indicating that night was coming. Why do I have a bad feeling? Looking up at the mountains and forests in the distance, they are still as calm as ever. I recall that I came to Sagiri Mountain from the other side of the mountain, asked the passers-by over and over again, became a disciple of Rinataki Sakanji, and traveled through the mountains. From the one who used all his strength every day to earn the number of sword swings to activate the system, to the current one who stands on a high place and looks at the small figure below, just like his former self, working hard to move forward and avoid obstacles and difficulties. The scenes of the past are so clearly replayed in my mind. Looking at the yellow-red sky, Feng Yu had a complicated expression on his face. He often wondered whether Demon Slayer's world was real or false. This world was made of flesh and blood, but the memories of his previous life were so fresh. In the previous life, this world was just an anime, but now it is a world. So which world's Feng Yu is real, or both are real? Thinking back to everything that had happened in the past, Feng Yu shook his head and wanted to get rid of the thoughts in his mind, but at this moment, the bad feeling in his heart suddenly became violent. What the hell is going on? Feng Yu felt his heart beating very fast, the special state was activated directly, and a blank world appeared in Feng Yu's eyes. Did someone have an accident? Feng Yu gasped and said, "Damn it, what's going on?" The bad premonition in his heart gradually became stronger, but he didn't know what was happening, which made him feel very irritable. Quack. Master, it's urgent, it's urgent. 2 winding ghosts are suspected to have appeared in the east and southeast. Emergency rescue water column Tomioka Gyu. Xiaohei shouted anxiously when he saw Feng Yu. 2 winding ghosts. Xiaohei, let's go. Feng Yu jumped on Xiaohei's back, and then quickly flew towards the east-southeast direction. Xiaohei used his speed talent and was very fast. Before the people on the ground could react, they only saw a black shadow flash past and then disappear. Other side. In a damaged house, a man covered in blood held a girl tightly in his arms. The girl was crying and gently wiping the blood from the man's face with her hands. Father, mother, has she left us? The girl looked at the woman lying in a pool of blood not far away and cried. I'm sorry, it's all my father's fault. Meisho. The man gently touched Meisho's face and said distressedly. Loud noises kept coming from outside, and the 3 figures were constantly struggling. The terrifying destructive power made the already dilapidated house even more dangerous. Looking outside, the man who once asked Feng Yu to become a disciple was resisting the attack of 2 terrifying evil spirits. Feng Yu's figure kept flashing in Meisho's mind. Brother Feng Yu, where are you? Come and save father, didn't you say you would come back to protect me? Meisho's face showed a desperate expression, because she found that the man outside was shot away, and she only heard. With a sound of bang, Tomioka Yoshiong was knocked down on the beam. Vomit. Tomioka Gyu spit out a mouthful of blood, his eyes revealed a sense of indifference, and he stared at the ghost who stepped into the house step by step. The ominous premonition in Feng Yu's heart became stronger and stronger, stimulating his nerves every moment. It's impossible. It can't be that something happened to Tomioka Gyu, could it be? Feng Yun suddenly woke up. The route Xiaohei was flying at this moment was not the direction in which he had climbed mountains and waded in the river to reach Sao Mountain. Night falls. It indicates that the danger hidden in the darkness is greeted by the exposed fangs. Feng Yu was anxious, very anxious. He originally planned to go back to visit Meisho's family after a while, and even bring them to live with him. Don't let anything happen. Chapter 77 The 5 Jade Pots on the String. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 77 313. Chapter 77 The 5 Jade Pots on the String. Feng Yu frowned and looked into the distance, while Xiaohei also tried his best to increase his speed to the extreme. Why is this happening again? It was the same last time. Feng Yu looked up at the sky. He seemed to feel that there were threads controlling him, and even controlling what happened in the world. I was lying on the bed and looking at my phone while imagining the bean curd spicy soup, and I was suddenly shocked. Ahem, just kidding, master, because the crows in the water column came here to convey the message that they had encountered 2 winding ghosts. One was the one we met in Tiancheng Mountain before, and the other one didn't know about it. He only knew that his whole body was hidden in the pot. Now all the pillars without tasks have begun to rush to Lord Shueju. Xiaohei felt Feng Yu's restless mood and spoke quickly. The pot, the ghost in the pot, could it be the 5th string on the string, the jade pot? Feng Yu carefully recalled the memories of his previous life and found that among all the ghosts, only Yu Hu fit the most. With the Yiwo seat and the jade pot, Tomioka Gyu may not be able to protect himself. I hope I can hold on until I arrive. Suddenly, out of the corner of Feng Yu's eyes, he caught a white figure running quickly on the ground. Noob. Xiaohei understood immediately, and the flying height slowly dropped, but the speed did not decrease, until he reached the edge of a cliff. Xiaobai on the ground jumped up, and under the bright white moonlight, three tails were swaying in the air. Xiaobai's size continued to shrink, and finally fell directly into Feng Yu's arms. Master, you forgot to take me with you. I said, where you are, Xiaobai will be there. Xiaobai expressed dissatisfaction with Feng Yu's behavior of abandoning him, but Feng Yu's touch quickly dissipated his anger. I didn't expect that Xiaobai's speed would become so fast. Even Xiao He, who broke through the speed of sound, could catch up. It seems that this transformation, Xiaobai, is not just as simple as acquiring the skill of praying to gods. Feng Yu looked at Xiaobai, who kept clinging to him, and said, on the Demon Slayer core side, Flame Pillar, Insect Pillar, and Wind Pillar are rushing quickly. Is that the ghost from last time? Kocho Shinobu recalled the terrifying aura exuded by Yivazao, with a solemn expression on his face, without his usual smile. HMPH, no matter how strong the ghosts are, I can defeat them. Shinazugawa looked at the solemn look on Kocho Shinobu's face and said arrogantly. Oh, it's really exciting. Mr. Shinazugawa is going to use all his strength to burn himself. The flame-patterned Haori kept flying in the air, burning like a ball of flame. Among the three pillars, only Kocho Shinobu has felt the pressure of Shangxian, and she is the only one who knows the terror of Shangxian's strength. She was silent, she couldn't back down, because she was a pillar and a girl who wanted to avenge her family. Purgatory Andro has a smile on his face, which makes people seem to have a full sense of security, but this is also the first time he is preparing to meet the ghost of the string. He pursues strong strength and justice, and the passion in his heart begins, tumbling. Although Shinazugawa's tone is arrogant, the horrific scars on his face embellish his madness. TCH, since that kid can beat Shangxian number 3, it means that the Shangxian ghost is also weak. Shinazugawa said. Kocho Shinobu and Andro didn't speak, they just hurried on as fast as possible. Tianshan village. Tomioka Gyu, who fell on the ground, slowly stood up, but the blood dripping from his arms indicated that his injuries were not as relaxed as the expression on his face. Tomioka Gyu stood up and looked coldly at the two ghosts in front of him, who exuded unprecedented terror and coercion. The blue knife in his hand was held tightly in his hand. Tisk tisk, that's right, you should be the pillar of the Demon Slayer Corps. I didn't expect that I could still stand up after being hit by my destruction kill, final style, and blue eyes. I already recognize you. My name is 12 Kazuki, 12 Kazuki. Come become a ghost and explore the highest realm with me. The human body will only limit you. You will slowly grow old, you will die, and your strength will decrease. But becoming a ghost is different. As a ghost, you can have eternal life and the ability to recover from injuries instantly. Healing power. Yivazao extended his hand to invite Tomioka Gyu, but Tomioka Gyu across from him just looked at him quietly, then took out a healing pill developed by the Demon Slayer Corps from his arms and swallowed it in one gulp. After entering the elixir, Tomioka Yoshiyuki's injuries began to slowly recover. Look, this is you humans. When you are injured, you just wait, but we ghosts can recover from injuries in an instant, even broken limbs. Then, Yivazuo directly pulled his arm off, and then pressed it back. Then countless granules grew out of the wound, and then began to pull each other. Finally, Yivazuo's arm recovered, as if it had never been broken. Tomioka Yiyong didn't speak, and still looked at him coldly. You should be from the same sect as Nakagawa Fengyu last time, because the breathing methods you use are exactly the same, although the ghost hunter seems to know other breathing methods. Yivazuo said with a smile. He knew that these ghost hunters were like this, no matter how strong the temptation to become a ghost was, they would not waver. When Tomioka Gyu heard Feng Yu's name, his face seemed moved, and then quickly returned to his indifferent expression. Yivazuo wanted to say something more, but the jade pot with his body hidden in the pot slowly crawled out from the spout, and a fishy smell filled the air. It is all white, with yellow eyes, green lips, and purple fins on its head. The mouth is located where the eyes are located on the forehead and mouth, and several small arms sprout from the head. The jade pot is really ugly, forming a sharp contrast with the Yiwo seed next to it. Jiehieji, there seems to be a little girl with thin skin and tender meat inside, it must be delicious. Yuhu smiled excitedly. Bang! The powerful impact caused the jade pot to knock down the house and was crushed underneath. The smile disappeared from Yivazuo's face, and he punched the jade pot away and said, I told you, you are not allowed to eat women in front of me. Yuhu slowly shook away the things that were pressing on him, staring at Yivazuo with a sullen expression on his face. It's just that he knows that he is not strong enough to fight in Yivazuo, and he has not forgotten Wuhan's order, as long as he swallows his anger alive. Sorry, Mr. Yivazuo, it's the jade pot that's wrong. Yuhu came to Yivazai again. On the surface, his eyes were fixed on Tomioka Gyu, but in his heart he was surprised that Yivazao had become stronger again. 3WB. Chapter 78 Feng Yu arrives. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 78 313. Chapter 78 Feng Yu arrives. Tomioka Gyu looked at Yivazuo and Yuhu coldly throughout the whole process, without any change on his face. I saw him slowly picking up the knife in his hand and making an attack posture. As expected, none of you ghost hunters accepted my invitation. Since you don't want to become a noble ghost and are willing to degenerate into a lowly human being, then go and die. Yiwo Zuo said with a smile, and then ordered the jade pot next to him. Don't hurt that girl without my permission. Mr. Yivazuo, don't forget our mission. Yuhu said, feeling unhappy when he saw Yuozuo not giving him any face and ordering him in a condescending manner. Humph, you don't need to teach me. Yuozuo looked at the jade pot contemptuously and said, what I despise the most are ghosts who eat women to increase their strength. It's up to you. Anyway, if something happens and the task is not completed, you will be responsible for it, Sir Wuhan. Yuhu rolled his asymmetrical eyes, then stepped aside, quietly watching Yuozuo's performance. Alright, this unknown member of the Demon Slayer Corps, can you tell me your name? Yuozuo looked at Tomioka Gyu quietly, then stretched out his hand to invite again. I can see the superb and exquisite swordsmanship in you, come and become a ghost. Tomioka Gyu said quietly, very well, then Mr. Yiyong, please go die. Yuozuo suddenly attacked Yiyong. Destruction kill kick style flashing group of lights. Yuozuo violently kicked Tomioka Yoshiyuki several times at high speed. Tomioka Gyu took a deep breath and said quietly, full concentration breath of water 1 type water slash. Blue and white water patterns emerged from the tip of the knife, directly blocking Yuozuo's attack, and a flash explosion suddenly appeared from his side. The surrounding soil was flying and smoke was billowing. Breath of water 3 forms flowing dance. Tomioka Yoshiyuki directly used flexible movements to attack Yuozuo. Ha ha ha, come on, please enjoy me as much as you want. Yuozuo laughs. Then gain momentum. Destruction and killing random style. Yuozuo's figure disappeared and attacked Tomioka Gyu directly. Bang. The two collided instantly, producing a strong air flow and a loud noise. Bang bang bang. Their speed is very fast as lightning, making people unable to see their movements clearly. Tomioka Yoshiyuki wields his sword, and Yuozuo wields his fists. Their speed and attacks are comparable. Just looking at the relaxed look on Yuozuo's face, Tomioka Yiyong had already guessed that he was no match for Yuozuo. Exquisite swordsmanship, not bad, very good. Then another punch with terrifying and destructive power hit Tomioka Gyu. The expression on Tomioka Yoshiyuki's face did not change, he always had that indifferent face. Destruction kill, foot style, crown first cut. A top-down kick directly hit Tomioka Gyu. Full concentration breath of water type of land twisting whirlpool kai flow. Tomioka Gyu twists his upper and lower body vigorously, and continues to strike with momentum. A blue-white vortex appears, and every twist is a sharp slash. At the same time, the third type of Luliu's footwork was like flowing water, dodging Yuozuo's attack and slashing towards his neck. Yuozuo jumped directly to avoid Tomioka Gyu's attack, and said with a joking expression on his face, you are no match for me, you are much weaker than that Nakagawa Fengyu. Okay, the warm-up is over, I'm going to get serious next time. Destruction kill final style blue eyes chaotic afterglow. Huge blue snowflake runes sprouted from the soles of his feet, and blue compass needles began to appear around him, constantly rotating in the air, and the surrounding airflow began to surge with the surge of the compass needles. Whoosh! All the needles flew out instantly, attacking Tomioka Gyu with an irresistible momentum. That power forced Tomioka Yoshiyuki to take a defensive posture. Full concentration breath of water shadow of 1 and 1 Nagi. A blue horizontal plane field appears with Tomioka Gyu as the center. As soon as the blue compass needle touched Tomioka Gyu's domain, it was blocked. Boom boom boom. The Luo needle bombarded Tomioka Yoshiyuki's field, a huge sound spread, and dust and smoke filled the surrounding area. More and more needles were attacking, and Tomioka Yoshiyuki found that his field seemed to be like a candle in the wind, and it began to sway and cracks gradually appeared. Crack! Tomioka Gyu saw that his lightest defense was broken, and countless needles roared towards him. Bang! A figure flew out upside down. Puff! Tomioka Yoshiyuki spat out a mouthful of blood, and his chest was stained red. At this moment, he felt that all the bones in his body had fallen apart, and many blood vessels in his body were broken. Am I going to die? I am indeed a weak person. There seemed to be a hint of relief on Tomioka Gyu's face. That's fine, it should have been me who died. Tomioka Yoshiyuki slowly closed his eyes, and scenes of the past flashed through his mind. Yongyong, righteousness, wake up, wake up. Tomioka Gyu seemed to hear someone calling his name. He slowly opened his eyes, and what caught his eyes was the sister he had longed for. Tomioka Sudako, elder sister. Tomioka Gyu hugged Tomioka Sudako in front of him, tears streaming down his face. Sister, I really miss you. I'm sorry, I should have died in the first place. Tomioka Yoshiyuki is like a real child in front of his sister at this moment. Perhaps this is the emotion and heartbreak that Tomioka Yoshiyong has buried deep in his heart. It's okay, my brother, Xiao Yiyong is the most powerful. Tomioka Sudako stroked Gyu's head and said softly, Sister, I know you are tired, but you can't fall down now. There are many people in this world who need you to save, so Yiyong, cheer up, okay? Yes, Yiyong, Makomo and I have been watching you. You must work hard and live bravely to continue the future entrusted to you by your sister. The white mist dissipated, and the figures of Chu Usagi and Makomo appeared, both wearing fox masks, standing in front of Tomioka Gyu and waving to him. Tomioka Gyu wanted to reach out and touch them, but even though they were close, it was like a gap blocking him. Chang Rabbit, Makomo. Tomioka Gyu looked at the two of them blankly. Yiyong, you must always remember what I told you. You must cheer up. You must live bravely. You must live. The figures of Chu-Tu and Makomo gradually disappeared. Tomioka Yoshiyuki hurriedly got up and tried to catch them, but he only missed them. Something suddenly occurred to my mind, and I turned around to see that my sister Tomioka Tsuruko was slowly disappearing. Yeong, sister will always be with you, you have to live well, live well. Tomioka Tsuruko's figure disappeared, Tomioka Giyu shouted. No, elder sister. In reality, Yivazao looked at the lifeless Tomioka Giyu in the ruins and said with a smile, it seems that he is dead. Master Wuhan should be happy, he killed a pillar. The jade pot in the distance saw that Yivazuo knocked Tomioka Yeong to the ground so quickly. He quickly rolled the jade pot and came to Yivazuo and said, Your Excellency Yivazuo, I didn't expect that my strength improved so quickly. We are almost catching up with Lord Kokushibo. Yivazuo smiled and said nothing, just looked at the jade pot quietly. Yuhu was shocked by what he saw, and said quickly, Since you have killed this Zu, Your Excellency, Yiwo Zuo, please use your praise slowly. The jade pot poked its head out of the pot and said respectfully. Then, I will complete the task assigned by Master Wuhan. Yuhu saw that Yiwo Zuo was silent and was worried about what would happen. He quickly wanted to complete the task Wu Mei had given him as soon as possible and then continue his life of making pots with salted fish. Yivazuo nodded, and then let Yuhu slowly walk into the wooden house. And he himself slowly walked towards Tomioka Giyu. Don't, please let us go. When Meishio's father saw Yuhu coming in, he quickly knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. Jia, if I want to blame you, it's your relationship with that ghost hunter that angered Lord Wuhan, so just be prepared to die. The jade pot flicked its hand. There was a pool of blood on the door wall. Meishio's father's head rolled to the ground, and the blood spurting out instantly stained the entire floor red. No, father. Meishio's eyes widened, and she couldn't believe what she saw. Her most beloved father's head and body were separated at this moment, and he was completely dead. Meishio collapsed on the ground. Her feet had no strength to stand up. Tears fell like rain on her face. She felt that she was about to suffocate. She wanted to hug her father. She lay on the ground and crawled towards her father little by little. He was still chanting in his mouth. Father, mother, Jia, what a sad feeling, only humans can have such disgusting and ugly feelings. Yuhu looked at Meishio crawling towards his father and said disdainfully, Okay, it's time to arrest you and take you back to report. Yuhu stretched out his hands covered with fish scales to touch Meishio. Sudden, a white light flashed. The beauty in front of me suddenly disappeared. At the same time, Yuhu's entire arm fell directly to the ground, and blood spurted out. Who is it? Yuhu was shocked. Sorry, I'm late. Chapter 79 Hand of God. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 79 313. Chapter 79 Hand of God. Feng Yu hugged Mei Shu tightly and said, I'm sorry. I'm late. But the girl in my arms didn't react at all. There was no change in her eyes, she just stared blankly at the headless corpse in the distance, and kept muttering, Father. Feng Yu's pupils shrank. He was so anxious to save Mei Shu that he didn't notice the headless corpse on the other side. Only then did he realize that the headless corpse on the ground was actually Mei Shu's father. The honest man he once was now the only thing left. A body fell to the ground coldly. An unprecedented anger emerged. Feng Yu's momentum continued to surge, the light yellow fighting spirit began to gradually appear, and the surrounding dust continued to rise. Opposite Yuhu felt the sense of oppression coming from Feng Yu, and he began to retreat in his heart. Humans, how can humans be so powerful? Yuhu seemed a little unable to believe that the human being in front of him was letting his biological instincts give him constant warning. No wonder Yivazuo ran away last time. The jade pot's body gradually retreated into the pot, and then jumped directly outside, but soon a white tail flew back directly. Bang! The powerful impact directly caused cracks in the pot body. How dare you destroy my artwork, unforgivable. Yuhu stared at Xiaobai and said. At this moment, Xiaobai's size grew larger, with 3 white tails rising into the sky. At the same time, the phantom of the 9-tailed fox appeared behind it, which could only be described as noble, sacred, and powerful. Yuhu's pupils shrank and he shouted, Impossible, why would a fox use vampire magic? HMPH, you dirty thing, you dare to offend your master, see if I don't kill you. Xiaobai snorted coldly, and then the 9 tails of the shadow behind him instantly attacked the jade pot. Vampire art 1000 needles fish killing. Jade pot instantly took out a pot with a waterweed pattern and shouted. I saw a goldfish instantly appear in the pot. As soon as the goldfish appeared, it spit out golden needles to attack Xiaobai. Bang! The 9-tailed fox shadow collided with the golden needle, causing a violent explosion. But soon, the tail of the 9-tailed fox phantom pressed hard against the golden needle, and the attack fell directly on Yuhu. Bang! The jade pot had no time to defend itself and flew out directly. How dare a stinky fox do this to me? I saw that the pot hidden by the jade pot began to break, the skin on his body began to shed, and the whole body of the jade pot stood out. There were webs between his palms, and his lower body looked like a snake. The whole body was covered with scales, but the whole body seemed to be extremely soft. He twisted his whole body 180 degrees and took out a small white pot from behind and shouted. Vampire art corpus pot hell. An octopus the size of a house was summoned, and its tentacles directly wrapped around Xiaobai's feet. Bang! Xiaobai's size increased again, becoming even bigger than an octopus. The powerful force directly pulled the octopus over. The nine-tailed shadow behind Xiaobai directly condensed an energy ball and attacked the octopus. The huge force caused half of the entire octopus to be blown away. Roar! The octopus howled. Xiaobai wanted to hit him again, but the jade pot instantly appeared on top of Xiaobai's head, and then took out a wave-patterned pot and poured water on Xiaobai. Vampire Art Blood Hell Bowl. A water bowl surrounded Xiaobai. Bang! The nine-tailed shadow directly attacks the water wall, but this water wall is very strange, giving Xiaobai a very soft and very hard feeling. Xiaobai continued to attack Shuibai, but soon Xiaobai discovered something was wrong. Because it feels like the air in this water bowl is getting thinner and thinner. What to do? Xiaobai started to get anxious, but he didn't expect to be trapped by the jade pot. When the jade pot on the ground saw Xiaobai trapped, a smile of success appeared on his face. Just as he was about to take something out of the pot behind him, he was stopped by a terrifying sound wave. Ah! A golden figure appeared in the sky. It was Xiao He. At this moment, he used the scream skill for the first time and attacked the jade pot. Ah! It sounds so unpleasant. Yu-Hu covered his head, seeming to be suffering unspeakable torture. Boss Xiaobai, I'm here to save you. Xiao He shouted to Xiaobai who was trapped. Then he used the sun flame skill towards the water bowl that trapped Xiaobai. The strong high temperature directly melted a gap in the water bowl. As soon as the gap appeared, Xiaobai's condition immediately improved. Started breathing heavily. Xiao He, hurry up and get me out. This thing is really making me uncomfortable. Xiaobai said to Xiao He. Hee, okay, boss Xiaobai. Then another ray of sunlight shot out, and soon the entire water bowl was melted. Xiaobai, who regained his freedom, summoned the nine-tailed shadow again and looked at the jade pot with cold eyes. Damn ugly monster. The nine-tailed shadow began to gather energy balls, and then directly attacked the jade pot. Upon seeing this, Xiao He also shot out a ray of sunlight to follow. Seeing that something was not going well, the jade pot jumped directly into the pot. Bang! The thick smoke dissipated, revealing a complete white jade pot. The jade pot gradually came out of the pot, and then directly took out 10 pots with fish patterns on them. Vampire Art 10,000 Sliding and Sticking Fish. Countless sticky fish with sharp teeth began to appear from the mouth of the pot, and then attacked Xiaobai and Xiao He. Wherever the sticky fish passed, everything became bare, and even the fallen beams were eaten away. Seeing this, Xiaobai quickly shrank in size and jumped on Xiao He's back, and Xiao He also quickly flew into the sky. Start working together to deal with the terrifying monster fish on the ground. Please God, Sunfire. Bang, bang. Explosions continued to sound, and the terrifying monster fish on the ground seemed to be being slaughtered. Suddenly, the flying soil was mixed with the minced meat of the strange fish. While the strange fish turned into minced meat, it also shot black venom towards Xiao He and Xiaobai. Fortunately, Xiao He flew high enough, otherwise he would have been hit by the venom sprayed by the strange fish. The venom fell on the ground, instantly corroding a large pit, while black smoke was still rising. Wow, so poisonous, Xiao He shouted when he saw this. A trace of sneer appeared on Yu-Hu's face in the distance, and then his body disappeared instantly. Vampire Technique Array Killing Fish Scales. Yu-Hu's figure appeared directly on Xiao He's back, and then smiled and said, turn them all into fish for me. Hand of God. I saw Yu-Hu punching Xiaobai directly, and just as it was about to land on him, a familiar figure appeared in Xiaobai's sight. Full concentration breath of light shape of Wu flash of light. Bite. A light yellow light appeared in front of Xiaobai, blocking the jade pot's attack for it. Owner. Xiaobai shouted. The person coming is none other than Feng Yu. Xiaobai, go help Tomioka Gyu. Xiao He, protect Mixiu, I will deal with this guy. Feng Yu said coldly. Xiaobai and Xiao He nodded, and then their bodies became smaller. Feng Yu and Yu-Hu fell to the ground, separated by a distance. Xiaobai ran towards Tomioka Gyu, while Xiao He fell to the side, put Meisho, who had been put to sleep by Feng Yu, on his back, and then flew away. Ghost in the pot, winding 5, jade pot. Your fist must have the ability to turn any creature it touches into a fish. Feng Yu said. Yu-Hu was shocked and shouted. You, how did you know? After his own secret was discovered, Yu-Hu began to panic. After all, this move caused everyone who met him to stumble. You ugly and disgusting guy, please die here today. Chapter 80 Killing Jade Pot. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 8313th. Chapter 80 Killing Jade Pot. Onikiri began to glow with black energy, and the blade instantly turned red. The extreme anger caused Feng Yu's entire body to change. With the blessing of the transparent world, Feng Yu felt a powerful force welling up from deep within his body. Dong dong dong. The heart beats fast and powerfully. As if he was about to jump out of his body, Feng Yu's body surface temperature began to rise, and the onikiri in his hand seemed to resonate with him, responding to him. The knife in my hand is responding to me, begging me to kill you. Feng Yu shouted. The aura on his body soared directly into the sky, and the light yellow fighting spirit turned golden at this moment. The color of the onikiri in his hand completely turned into deep red, and the original green had already been covered. Feng Yu silently took out the fox mask and put it on his face. The fox mask instantly turned into a death mask, and then a black shadow began to appear behind him. The shadow's scarlet eyes were staring at the jade pot. Yu-Hu felt furious when being stared at. Damn it, what's going on with this ghost hunter? Why is he so scary? Yu Hu looked at the death mask on Feng Yu's face, his heart beating continuously, as if the mask was a terrifying thing. Feng Yu saw the frightened expression on Yu Hu's face, and then saw the shadow of the god of death behind him, and understood that the mental shock effect of the mask was working. The jade pot was indeed the ghost of the winding man. He immediately realized that he had been mentally disturbed, so he quickly eliminated the influence on himself and mocked, "Look at how perfect these pots are." Jade Pot took out several scarlet pots, and then said with a smile, "Do you know how these pots are made? These are the most perfect works of art in the world. They are made with the flesh and blood of everyone in this village. It's done. Gia, I can tell that the girl and her family seem to be very important to you." Jade Pot slowly took out another pink pot. "This is a pot made from that woman. It's perfect. I still remember her expression when she dedicated herself to art. These boring lives are born to exist for perfect art." Every word Yu Hu said stimulated Feng Yu's nerves, and bits and pieces of his life in this village began to emerge, and the simplicity and kindness on the faces of the people in the village kept replaying in his mind. "You really deserve to die," Feng Yu shouted. Full concentration breath of light 1 type moonlight slash. The light yellow sword light attacked instantly, and it was so fast that it cut off Yu Hu's entire hand. "How is that possible?" Yu Hu was shocked. "How can my body be so fragile?" Yu Hu, who had become a complete body, seemed unable to believe that his defense was useless. "Recalling the extreme defense I had once, I realized that the Nichirin sword could not be so powerful, so I shouted, 'It must be your sword, there is something wrong with your sword.'" Yu Hu's arms instantly grew out and he shouted angrily, "Vampire art corpus pot hell." Another octopus with a terrifying size appeared, but it was cut into pieces by Feng Yu's blow. Complete collection breath of water shape of Shido big waves. The blue-white huge wave field instantly covered the octopus, and Feng Yu just passed by it gently. The huge wave directly covered the octopus, and then turned into a pile of rotten meat. The wind feathers under the transparent world. Every move of Yu Hu is in his eyes, and he even knows exactly what Yu Hu will do in the next stage. "Have you thought about how to die?" Feng Yu looked at the jade pot coldly and said, "Vampire art 10,000 sliding and sticking fish. 10,000 strange fish were summoned by him. Kill him for me," Yu Hu shouted, and then those strange fish started to attack Feng Yu. Feng Yu just calmly took out an antidote pill and ate it. Then he said, "Breath of water shape of Shi2 big waves." In an instant, 10,000 strange fish were killed instantly, and countless venom was shot towards Feng Yu. Seeing that the venom was about to contaminate his body, Feng Yu just changed his move slightly. Breath of water shape of Shi calm and calm. The venom that was about to fall on Feng Yu was blocked at once. They all fell in front of him. "These are of no use to me, Yu Hu, use all your other tricks. You have to know that in my eyes, you are just as disgusting and ugly as your pot." Feng Yu looked at the jade pot and said, recalling the introduction to Yu Hu in his previous life, he knew that what Yu Hu loved most was the pot he made, and he could not tolerate others insulting his pot. Sure enough, when Yu Hu heard this, his emotions exploded instantly and he shouted, "You damn brat. Vampire art blood hell bowl." He took out the wave-patterned pot, then poured water on Feng Yu, and a giant water balloon began to wrap around Feng Yu. Feng Yu didn't hide either, he just allowed himself to be trapped. That's it. I saw Feng Yu simply waving the onikiri in his hand, and the water bowl that had trapped countless ghost hunters was split open in an instant. Sure enough, it's as defective as the pot you made. What, you actually said that my pot is defective, you damn brat, damn brat. When Yu Hu heard about the defective product, he instantly lost his mind and attacked Feng Yu directly. Yu Hu is now in complete form. Although it is very fast, under Feng Yu's transparent world, Yu Hu's speed seems to have been slowed down several times. "I won't let you die so easily." Feng Yu looked at the jade pot coming towards him and said with understanding. Full concentration breath of light glory to the world. The onikiri in his hand instantly emitted a fierce light, and Yu Hu had no way to dodge and was directly illuminated. I saw Yu Hu covering his eyes, and black smoke appeared in the place where the light hit him, as if it was burned by flames. My eyes. What did you do to me? Why can't my eyes recover?" Yu Hu shouted in pain, and at the same time because he lost his vision, Yu Hu attacked all around crazily. Bang! Yu Hu fell to the ground and howled in pain. What's going on? Why does the glorious world have a burning effect? Seeing the burns appearing on large areas of Yu Hu's body, he was puzzled. It seems to have the ability to inhibit self-healing. Feng Yu looked at the jade pot and said knowingly, "Is it because of the transparent world, or is it because of onikiri's changes?" Feng Yu looked at the blood-red onikiri in his hand, and then walked towards the pot that Yu Hu had taken out before. He said to the jade pot, "These pots of yours are ugly and disgusting. Let me destroy them for you." Poof! The pot Feng Yu picked up was smashed to the ground and shattered. "No, let go of my pot," Yu Hu shouted, although he could not see Feng Yu, but he followed the sound and ran towards Feng Yu. "Release my pot, haha, do you think it's possible?" Feng Yu sneered. Then another pot broke, and then another, until they were all smashed to the ground. No, every time the pot is broken, the faith in Yu Hu's heart is shattered. No more, damn kid. Yu Hu fell to the ground and said viciously. Full concentration, the breath of water, the pattern of picking up the flow of life. The blue and white water dragon appeared and landed directly on the jade pot. Then Feng Yu gently took back the ghost cutter in his hand and put it into the sheath, leaving only a back figure for Yu Hu. Yuhu also regained his sight at this time, his eyes widened, as if he couldn't believe that his head had been chopped off. You damn brat, you don't understand art at all. You humans are just boring lives. You should devote your lives to art. Yuhu's eyes began to show memories of his past human days. When he was still a human, Yuhu began to kill animals in a prank and sewed scales and bones on the pot. This also caused him to be rowed by others in the fishing village where he was born and raised. Tabooed and isolated, until he met Kibutsuji by chance, was attracted by him and was given blood to become a ghost. Later, Yuhu became a member of Shengxianwu through his own efforts. Scenes from the past emerged one after another, and Yuhu continued to scold Feng Yu. Damn stinky brat, damn stinky. Yuhu's head finally dissipated into the air. Congratulations on getting the number of sword swings 500W. Chapter 81 Tomioka Yoshiyuki's half-step into the world. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 81 313th. Chapter 81 Tomioka Yoshiyuki's half-step into the world. With a smile on Yivazao's face, he walked towards Tomioka Gyu step by step. Human life is so fragile. It's a pity that you don't want to become a ghost and explore the highest realms in this world with me. If you were a ghost, you would have recovered from this injury long ago. Yiwo Zuo said with full sarcasm. Be obedient and become my delicious food. Yivazao went straight towards Tomioka Gyu. Sudden, Tomioka Gyu, who originally had his eyes closed, opened his eyes and waved the Nichirin sword lightly in his hand. The light of the sword and the shadow of the sword. Yivazuo shouted directly. Destruction kill Kong Shiki. Directly change his fist and hit Tomioka Yoshiyuki with 6 consecutive hits. Bang bang bang. There was an explosion behind Tomioka Yoshiyuki, and one can imagine how powerful Yivazao's attack power was. Yivazao's attack was very fast, but Tomioka Yoshiyuki was like a shadow, perfectly dodging the attack. Impossible. Yivazao took a few steps back and stared at Tomioka Gyu with a shocked face. How could you possibly have stepped into the gate of the Supreme Realm? I don't believe humans can do this. Yivazuo shouted. Destruction kill destruction style. Terrifying fighting energy gathered in his fist, and violent explosions occurred wherever the attack passed. Boom boom boom. The terrifying energy exploded, instantly igniting surrounding houses. Fires were everywhere and the smoke dispersed. The figure belonging to Tomioka Gyu slowly appeared, and the firelight behind him reflected his shadow, gradually lengthening. At this time, Tomioka Gyu entered a special state. He had no aura at all and was like an ordinary person. However, in the eyes of Yivazao, Tomioka Gyu was already as dangerous as Feng Yu back then. Impossible. Just humans. Just humans. Yivazao fell into self-doubt. It was Feng Yu who entered this realm before, and now it is Tomioka Gyu, but as a ghost, he has worked hard for hundreds of years before he can even step into the gate of the highest realm. Why? You are just a human being, just a humble human being. Yivazuo had a crazy expression on his face, giving people the impression that his worldview had collapsed. Haha, but then you are qualified to be my opponent. Come on, let me enjoy fighting again. Yivazuo's face instantly regained its composure, showing his usual smile and provoking Tomioka Yiyong. In the distance, Tomioka Yoshiyuki had tears on his face and kept saying, "Sister." Recalling that he had just seen Tomioka Tsutoko, whom he had longed for in a coma, Tomioka Gyu's suppressed sadness in the deepest part of his heart was completely released. Destruction kill Ghost Core Eightfold Core. In an instant, Yivazao punched Tomioka Gyu from all directions. Bang bang bang. Violent explosions spread. In the smoke, a blue barrier appeared, and Tomioka Yoshiyuki was unharmed. What does this feel like? Tomioka Yoshiyuki felt that at this time he was like a god who controlled life in the world and could obtain the information he wanted at will. The moves have also become stronger. The blue field is much stronger than before. At this moment, facing Yivazuo's attack, it was not affected at all. Suddenly, the blue field shattered. Tomioka spit out a mouthful of blood and said with a pale face, "It takes a lot of energy in this state." Tomioka Yiyong half knelt on the ground, gasping for air. Seeing this, Yivazuo in the distance started laughing. "This is you humans, weak, pitiful and helpless. You have obviously come into contact with the highest realm in this world, but you can't maintain the consumption at all. Ha 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 ha, as expected, becoming a ghost is your only way out. Come on, become a ghost. Step into this highest realm with me." Yivazao's face showed a sense of heroic pride. He was proud to be a ghost, and despised Tomioka Gyu because humans could not maintain the highest realm. "I told you, I will never become a disgusting ghost." Tomioka Yiyong had a painful expression on his face and gritted his teeth. "Look at yourself. At this moment, you don't even have the strength to stand up and hold a knife. How can you look down on ghosts?" Yivazao looked at Tomioka Gyu coldly, as if he was irritated by him. "Since you are really stubborn, then come and die with me." Destruction kill final style Blue Eyes Chaotic Afterglow. Countless needles were summoned and all attacked Tomioka Gyu. Tomioka Yoshiyuki wanted to stand up and resist, but the weakness in his body prevented him from lifting the Nichirin sword in his hand. Looking at the compass needles that were full of terrifying and destructive power, Tomioka Yoshiyuki showed a trace of despair on his face. "Sister, I may not be able to promise you a good life." Tomioka Yoshiyuki closed his eyes and seemed to have accepted his fate. Sudden, a white figure appeared directly next to Tomioka Gyu, grabbed him, and jumped far away, avoiding Luo Zhen's attack. Boom boom boom. Violent energy rods exploded. Yivuzuo in the distance showed a smile on his face and said, "It's you strange creatures again. I must give you to Lord Wuhan. He should be very interested in you. After all, besides us ghosts, there are also creatures in this world that can use the bleeding ghost technique." Yivuzuo looked at the huge Xiaobai at this time, thinking it was the vampire technique performed by Xiaobai, and couldn't help but show a trace of interest. This ghost is so strong. Xiaobai slowly put down Tomioka Gyu in his hand, and then looked at his hind legs, which were already showing blood. It was obviously the attack he received when he just saved Tomioka Gyu. I just need to hold it off for a while. Xiaobai felt the loud noises of fighting coming from the battlefield on Feng Yu's side. Recalling the terrifying aura on Feng Yu's body at that time, he believed that the battle was one-sided. Please God, the white nine-tailed shadow instantly appeared behind Xiaobai, and its terrifying aura soared into the sky. Oh, is it another vampire technique? Yivuzuo said with a smile. It's a pity that a strange creature like you doesn't realize how powerful I am when I step into the highest realm. Spell deployment destruction kill Luo needle. A huge blue snowflake symbol appeared on the sole of the foot, and the compass needle on the sole of the foot pointed directly at Xiaobai. Haha, you have no fighting spirit at all. Destruction and killing random style. Yivuzuo's body was like a cannonball, flying directly towards Xiaobai. Seeing this, Xiaobai directly condensed energy balls and continuously attacked Yivuzuo. However, the energy balls were all dodged by Yivuzuo. His figure was like a shadow, always appearing in another direction the moment the energy ball landed on him. Ha ha ha, your attacks are completely useless in my eyes. Xiaobai's energy ball attack, in the eyes of Yivuzuo, who was blessed by the half-step transparent world, was slowed down several times. Destruction kill kick style flashing group of lights. Yivuzuo launched a fierce attack directly at Xiaobai, like a flash explosion, causing Xiaobai's body to retreat continuously. Even the three tails and shadows behind him are constantly resisting Yivuzuo's kick. But it's no use. Xiaobai was quickly kicked out, and the powerful force caused it to fly dozens of meters away. Trees along the way were constantly knocked down, and Xiaobai's snow-white hair became messy and covered with mud and blood. Xiaobai is injured. It felt as if Yivuzuo's kick had broken all the bones in its body, and severe pain would hit it every time it moved. Chapter 82 Yivuzuo breaks the boundaries. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 82 313. Chapter 82 Yivuzuo breaks the boundaries. Under the night, his light blue eyes looked at Xiaobai who was lying on the ground moaning and smiled and said, "I thought you could keep me entertained for a while longer." Bang! The Yiwo seat fell from the sky and landed next to Xiaobai. Then he grabbed one of Xiaobai's tails and pulled hard. Tear! Xiaobai's tail was broken and was torn off by Yivuzuo. Ah! The severe pain made Xiaobai couldn't help shouting. Seeing that Xiaobai's aura had weakened, Yivuzuo said with a smile, "It seems that your tail is the source of your strength. This is the first time I have seen a strange creature like you in hundreds of years. The fox with three tails, the size that grows freely, and the weird shadow. Leave you to Master Wuhan, he will definitely like you very much." Yivuzuo then wanted to reach out and grab Xiaobai's other tail. Sudden, Yivuzuo quickly jumped into the distance. Bang! The blood-red blade flew from the sky and cut off Yivuzuo's outstretched hand. "It's you." Yivuzuo's pupils shrank, with an extremely excited expression on his face. Feng Yu, who was wearing a death mask, slowly stepped from the sky and landed next to Xiaobai. Then he took out a healing pill and fed it to him. Soon Xiaobai's injuries recovered quickly at a speed visible to the naked eye. The wound of the broken tail also began to grow granulation, and then turned into a tail. Although Xiaobai's body was still covered in mud and blood at this time, he did not feel as weak as before. "Xiaobai, take Tomioka Yiyu with you and stay away from here. Don't be affected by the battle," Feng Yu ordered, because at this time, in his eyes, Yivuzuo's aura was more than twice as strong as last time. He understood that a big battle would definitely happen next. Xiaobai and Tomioka Yoshiyuki being here would become a burden to him and distract him. Xiaobai understood what Feng Yu meant, took the healing pill, then directly grabbed Tomioka Gyu and ran away quickly. Yivuzuo also moved, looked at Xiaobai who was escaping with a smile and said, "What did you feed that fox just now? The effect is even comparable to the self-healing ability of our ghosts." Yivuzuo was a little curious, but at the same time he was also shocked, frightened by the effect of the healing pill. Yivuzuo couldn't help but think that if the healing pill could be mass-produced, their advantage as ghosts would no longer exist. Feng Yu didn't speak, but coldly pulled out the onikiri stuck on the ground, and then looked at Yivuzuo. The shadow of the god of death behind him was also waiting to stare at him coldly with scarlet eyes. Yivuzuo immediately felt as if he was being stared at by a ferocious beast. He was frightened inside, and premonitions of danger kept coming, making his heart beat extremely fast. But at the same time he started shaking all over and laughing. "That's it, that's this sense of oppression." Yivuzuo's light blue eyes radiated light. "Come on, let me kill you. Success will allow me to fully enter the supreme realm." Spell deployment destruction kill Luo needle. Yivuzuo's body flew out instantly, throwing a terrifying punch at Feng Yu, and then another kick. Yivuzuo used his martial arts and kept attacking Feng Yu. The expression on Feng Yu's face did not change, and he always looked at Yivuzuo coldly. At the same time, every move of Yivuzuo was like a slowed-down rhythm under his eyes. "Resist easily." To be honest, I admire you very much. You only pursue the supreme realm of martial arts and don't kill or eat women. Feng Yu said calmly, I'm just sorry, as a ghost and I as a human, we can only be opposites. Full concentration breath of water shape of land twisting vortex. Blue and white waves emerged from the tip of the knife, and as Feng Yu's body turned, it formed a waterspout, attacking directly towards Yiwo-Zuo. As soon as the water dragon touched Yiwo-Zuo, a crack was opened in his body. The blood spurting out was gradually absorbed by the onikiri in Feng Yu's hand. Suddenly, the onikiri glowed with blood-red light, and black mist kept pouring out, and then condensed towards the shadow of the god of death behind Feng Yu. As the black energy increased, the shadow of the god of death became more and more obvious, and the fangs continued to appear, no longer as vague as before. This is... Feng Yu felt the excitement and longing coming from the onikiri in his hand constantly trembling. Did you see it? The knife in my hand seems to like your blood. Feng Yu raised the blood-red onikiri, pointed at Yiwo-Zuo and said. Yiwo-Zuo took a few steps back. The wound on his chest had already healed. This sword of yours is not a Nichirin sword. Yiwo-Zuo said in horror with his eyes widened. The fear in his heart continued to amplify, and he began to stutter a little when he spoke. Feng Yu knew that this was the mental shock effect brought by the death mask. Full concentration breath of water 3 types flow dance. Feng Yu's body was as gentle as a stream of water, attacking Yiwo-Zuo. Yiwo-Zuo was stunned for a moment, then recovered immediately and quickly made a defense to resist Feng Yu's attack. Destruction Kill Final Style Blue Eyes Chaotic Afterglow. Countless needles were instantly summoned by him, and they all attacked Feng Yu, trying to resist his attack. But from the perspective of the transparent world, these needles could not hurt Feng Yu at all. Soon, Feng Yu dodged all the needles and came to Yiwo-Zuo, and said slowly. It's over. Complete collection breath of water shape of Shido big waves. In an instant, Yiwo-Zuo felt that his body could not move, and at the same time, a terrifying huge wave appeared in his eyes, heading directly towards him. Yiwo-Zuo felt that his life was threatened, but he could do nothing. He could only watch the huge wave swallow him up. Although Yiwo-Zuo, who was able to see through the world half-step, was very strong, in the end, Feng Yu had his head cut off when he was able to see through the world completely. In reality, Feng Yu just walked past Yiwo-Zuo gently, and then Yiwo-Zuo's head fell to the ground. Yiwo-Zuo's body is still in place and has not fallen down. The self-healing ability of Shangxian is shown at this moment, and the speed of turning into ashes is almost the same as the speed of his recovery. Yiwo-Zuo's body is still healing and dissipating, and the head on the ground has its eyes widened. I was beheaded. Yiwo-Zuo couldn't believe that he had been beheaded. He thought that Feng Yu had only half-stepped into the transparent world, but he never thought that he had completely mastered it. I actually lost to a human. I just came into contact with the gate of the highest realm, and I haven't become the strongest yet. How could I die like this? No, I will never allow you to die like this. I want to become the strongest existence. Yiwo-Zuo shouted. Just then, the headless corpse in the Yiwo seat had already dissipated an entire arm. In an instant, the arm was completely restored. Feng Yu Zhou Mei. The worst-case scenario has indeed occurred. The strong obsession of the Yiwo zodiac sign is breaking through the boundaries of ghosts. Chapter 83 Koji and Shui Shui. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 83 313. Chapter 83 Koji and Shui Shui. The headless corpse of Yiwo-Zuo slowly began to move towards his head, then he gently picked it up and placed it at the incision. I saw that the incision began to squirm instantly, then sprouted granules and slowly healed. Feng Yu wanted to finish the attack, but stopped because a woman appeared in his eyes at this moment. It's Yiwo-Zuo's lover, Zhu Shui. I saw Zhu, dressed in blue, hugging Yiwo-Zuo's body tightly, but Yiwo-Zuo didn't feel it. No. Don't, Zhu Shui said to Feng Yu with a painful expression on her face. Feng Yu felt strange, so he decided to see what Zhu would do. How could I die like this? I haven't become the strongest yet. I must not die, Yiwo-Zuo shouted, and the fracture in his neck healed instantly and returned to its previous state. Yiwo-Zuo was half kneeling on the ground, breathing heavily. It was obvious that the self-healing just now had taken a great toll on him. I made a breakthrough, I was beheaded and still survived. Yiwo-Zuo was overjoyed and burst into laughter. Yiwo-Zuo, I'm indeed the strongest. Nakagawa Feng Yu, the knife in your hand will no longer work on me. Yiwo-Zuo stood up and said to Feng Yu fiercely. Feng Yu looked at him coldly from a distance and said, I think you are quite pathetic. You have forgotten everything, including the girl you once loved. Komaji. As soon as he finished speaking, Yiwo-Zuo's eyes suddenly widened, and a wave of memories came out. Yiwo-Zuo covered his head in pain and kept shouting, Koji. Koji, who the hell is Komaji? Yiwo-Zuo knelt on the ground and stretched out his hand to look at his face, only to find that tears were already streaming down his face. I'm Yiwo-Zuo, I'm not some Komaji. Go to hell. Yiwo-Zuo immediately attacked Feng Yu. Destruction and killing random style. His figure instantly appeared in front of Feng Yu. The battle between the two broke out again, and this time Yiwo-Zuo's attack was even more fierce. Destruction kill, foot style, crown first cut. Yiwo-Zuo turned over and jumped, from bottom to top, and kicked Feng Yu's onikiri directly. Bite. Onikiri was not affected at all, and could even be said to be motionless. Feng Yu looked at him quietly, or at Zhu sitting on Yiwo-Zuo's back. I saw that Shui Shui was still clasping Yivazai's neck with both hands, trying to pull out the soul of Komaji hidden in Yivazao. But those slender arms made Feng Yu feel that she didn't have any strength at all, let alone pull out Yuo Zuo's soul. That's all, let me help you. Complete collection breath of water shape of Shido big waves. Feng Yu's absolute attack field instantly enveloped Yuo Zuo. Yivazuo was shocked, wanting to escape quickly, but being under Feng Yu's domain, Yuo Zuo once again could only watch the blue and white waves beating against him. Crack, Yivazuo's head was chopped off by Feng Yu again. Damn, why are you so strong as a human? Yuo Zuo looked at Feng Yu and cursed. Feng Yu didn't take it seriously, but with another light stroke of the Onikiri in his hand, Yivazuo's head was cut into several pieces. Red blood flowed all over the ground, mixed with milky white brain flowers. But soon Yivazuo's body grew a head again. Yivazuo, who had just grown his head again, seemed stunned for a moment. Just this moment, discovered by Feng Yu, Yuo Zuo paused just now, could it be? In order to verify his conjecture, Feng Yu chopped off Yuo Zuo's head with one blow, and then repeated the action just now. He stood aside and quietly watched Yuo Zuo recover. Sure enough, Yivazuo's memory is biased. In the transparent world, he saw the changes in Yuo Zuo, so he recalled some words that stimulated him in the introduction to Yuo Zuo in his previous life. Yuo Zuo, you are really weak. As the third string, you have been beheaded by me again and again. You know that in my eyes, you are a weak person. Just like you don't bother to kill weak people, I don't bother to kill you either. Everyone has a weak moment, and everyone must have been helped by others at one time or another. The strong need to protect the weak, and then it is natural for the weak to become strong and protect other weak people. This is the way to be strong. A sneer appeared on Feng Yu's face. You are just a coward who only dares to fight in the dark, just like last time, a coward who can only run away. The word coward deeply stimulated Yivazuo's heart, and he froze in place. A coward. The way of the strong, protects the weak. Is this the way to be strong? Am I wrong all along? Yivazuo covered his head and began to talk to himself continuously. Feng Yu looked at Yivazuo like this, with a satisfied smile on his face, and continued, you really disappointed your master Qingzang. Feng Yu's figure instantly appeared in front of Yuo Zuo, then he gathered his strength and punched Yuo Zuo on the head. Bang! Yivazuo flew out instantly, with stars in his eyes. But when flying upside down, he found that this scene seemed very familiar. Moreover, Feng Yu's words about the way of the strong just now were also extremely familiar, and the vague memories sealed in the depths of his mind began to emerge. Yuo Zuo seemed to see a serious man teaching him boxing skills. If he was distracted for a moment, he would hit himself on the head. That kind of headache, that feeling is very familiar at this moment. A feeling of joy emerged in Yivazuo's heart, and it was obvious that he enjoyed this memory. He wanted to reach out and grab it, but he couldn't catch anything. He couldn't see the man's face clearly, nor could he clearly see the punches the man used. The memory changed again. This time, a vague figure of a girl did appear in front of him. Just like the man just now, he couldn't see clearly. It was just that Yivazuo's heart kept telling him that this girl was a girl who was very interested in him. Important people are so important that they even sacrifice their own lives. No, Yivazuo shouted. Because the memory in front of him disappeared, his heart felt as if a piece was missing in an instant, and he was in constant pain. Who the hell is she? Who the hell is she? Yivazuo yelled in pain and beat his head crazily. Qingzang. Yes, Qingzang. Yuo Zuo had a crazy expression on his face and shouted towards Feng Yu. Do you know that girl? Please tell me who that girl is. Looking at Yuo Zuo who was almost crazy, Feng Yu slowly opened his mouth and spit out two words. Scoop the snow. Chapter 84 Welcome back, Koji. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 84 313. Chapter 84 Welcome back, Koji. Just the word, shui, the memory sealed in the depths of my mind suddenly emerged. The face that was originally blurry became extremely clear at this moment. Master, pick up the snow. Pa, Yivazuo fell to his knees directly on the ground, eyes wide open in confusion. Scenes from the human era appeared in Yivazuo's eyes. From stealing medicine to treat his father's illness, to being taken in by Master Qingzang, and then meeting the most important person in his life. Scoop up the snow. Although Yivazuo's life was miserable, he met his happiness, which was Qingzang and Zanzu. Qingzang changed his destiny, making him no longer confused and degenerate. It was Qingzang who allowed him to learn Suliu boxing and possess superb martial arts. It was Qingzang who made him realize the most beautiful happiness in his life. Yiwazuo still vaguely remembered how he looked when he first saw Zan Shui, so gentle and cautious. He once thought that his life was only worthy of living a miserable life as a sinner, but that girl was like a beam of light in the darkness, so dazzling and heartwarming. When he knew that the girl had always liked him as a sinner, he was shaken. He began to want to get rid of his identity as a sinner and wanted to spend an ordinary life with this girl. The girl's name was Jia Shui. She was a frail and sickly girl, but she was also a strong girl. She liked to watch fireworks, so he took her to see the fireworks in the sky. It was under those fireworks that he expressed his love to Junchu. From that moment on, he vowed to protect Qingzang and Junchu even if it cost him his own life. It's just that happiness is so short-lived that Komaji can't believe that his fate is still so miserable. When he came back from sweeping his father's grave and saw Qingzang and Jian Shui who had already died, he understood that there was no hope for him to remember them in this world. He killed all those who killed Qingzang and Zhou Shui. He desperately buried the bodies of Qingzang and Zhou Shui and set up their tombs. He was at a loss, and he didn't know what the meaning of his life was. In the end he met Kibutsuji. Wu Mei defeated him and then forcibly turned him into a ghost. In the end, Komaji gradually lost all his memories after becoming a ghost, and only the obsession to become stronger was left in his heart. And changed its name to Yiwazuo. Yiwazuo shed tears in pain and hammered the ground crazily because he had forgotten that Master Qingzang once taught him Suliu boxing. The original intention was to save people and protect people, not to kill. At this moment, he had transformed back into Komaji. In his eyes, his hands were already stained with blood and innocent souls. He also remembered that what he really wanted to destroy was the man who failed to keep his promise to his father and lover, and used his blood to stain his master's most important Suliu boxing technique, which was used to protect rather than kill. Yiwazuo sneered. Sudden. He was stunned, because he felt a familiar feeling coming from his back. His tears started flowing. Is that you, Jushui? Yiwazuo turned around and took a look. The girl whom she cared about was looking at her tenderly, and she gently touched her face with both hands. They kissed slowly. Welcome back, my husband. There were tears on Jushui's face, and she seemed to feel very sorry for Yiwazuo at this time. Jushui, my wife, I'm sorry. Yiwazuo cried loudly, trying to hug Jushui tightly with both hands, but couldn't touch him. At this moment, you are the Komaji that I recognize. You have been forgiven by me and have passed on the Su Ryu boxing technique. Qingzang's figure also appeared next to Yiwazuo, and he nodded happily. Master Qingzang. Yiwazuo kowtowed to him crazily. His forehead began to bleed. He did not use the ghost self-healing ability, but just allowed the wound to get bigger. Are you here to pick me up? Yiwazuo cried. At this time, he felt that his life was the same as when he returned to Suliu boxing gym, and the darkness in his heart was dissipated. I'm coming to accompany you right now. As he said that, Yiwazuo had a smile on his face. I saw snowflake runes appearing on the ground. Destruction and killing random style. His hands quickly formed fists and hit him directly on the head. Just suddenly, his hands were hanging in the air, with a painful expression on his face. Yiwazuo, how dare you take your own life without my permission? Don't be fooled by so-called emotions. Go kill that ghost hunter. Go quickly. Kibutsuji suddenly appeared in his mind. His voice was like a magic sound, and the memory belonging to Komaji began to blur a little bit. Obviously, this is Wu Kai sealing his memory. No, Yiwazuo shouted. Feng Yu, who had been watching from a distance, couldn't sit still, because through the transparent world, he saw Yiwazuo, Zun Shui, Qingzang and Wu Mei. Komaji's soul was being polluted by the blood-red mist, and Koji's eyes began to become cold at this time. Wushin, I won't let you succeed. The Onikiri in Feng Yu's hand instantly turned blood-red. Full concentration breath of light shape of Wu flash of light. A ray of light flashed, dust and smoke suddenly rose, and Yiwazuo's head was chopped off by Feng Yu again and fell to the ground. The blood-colored mist that soaked Koji's soul began to fade away, and at this moment the soul of Shui Yu rushed over and hugged Koji's soul. Don't, Komaji, don't be like that again, don't kill anyone again. Shui hugged Yiwazuo tightly and comforted her. Snow, Yiwazuo murmured blankly. Wake up, Koji, you are not Yiwaza, you are Koji. Soul Qingzo shouted, and at the same time, a wooden stick appeared in his hand and hit Komaji's soul directly. Yiwazuo's eyes suddenly became clear. I was controlled by Wuhan again. Yiwazuo said painfully. Nakagawa Feng Yu, you, kill me quickly. Yiwazuo said to Feng Yu. My knife can no longer kill you, I can only wait for the sun to come out. Feng Yu shook his head, and then something suddenly occurred to his mind. Komaji, do you want to atone for the sins you have committed? Help me kill Wuhan together so that more people can be redeemed. Feng Yu opened his mouth to invite, but Yiwazuo really shook his head and refused. No, I will only be controlled by Kibutsuji at any time while I'm alive, and I just want to accompany Jushui to the kingdom of heaven. That's not a problem. I know a way to get you out of Kibutsuji's control. Feng Yu said quickly. Yiwazuo is not weak either, even more powerful than Zhu in Demon Slayer Core. If he instigates Yiwazuo to help him, he might be in for a big surprise. And Feng Yu didn't want Yiwazuo to die in vain. What can I do? Yiwazuo said. Tamayo, do you know? That woman. Yiwazuo recalled that there once was a female ghost named Tamayo. Are you saying she has a way to get me out of Wuhan's control? Yiwazuo asked. Yes, she has a way. Although he got Feng Yu's affirmation, Yiwazuo didn't have much expression on his face. He just turned his head and said to Zushui with a smile. Zhengshui, I may have to wait a little longer before I can go to live in heaven with you. Komaji, it's okay, just think it's for me and help them. Shui responded to Yiwazuo with a smile. I will always be by your side from now on. Zan Shui hugged Yiwazuo tightly. I promise you, Nakagawa Feng Yu. Chapter 85 The End. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 85 313. Chapter 85 The End. Yiwazuo accepted Feng Yu's invitation, and the two shook hands and formed an alliance. It's almost dawn, I have to leave first. Yiwazuo said. Well, let's meet again after I go back to Mount Samagiri to settle down. Then I'll accompany you to find Tamayo's whereabouts. Feng Yu finally thought for a moment, took out a few healing pills and marrow cleansing pills, and put them into Yivuzuo's hands. These are healing pills, although they may not be of any use to you, they can replenish the energy you need. At the same time, the other one is a marrow cleansing pill, which has the same effect. Feng Yu recalled that Nezuko relied on taking her own elixirs to replenish energy, and Yivuzuo should be able to do the same. Yivuzuo nodded, and then quickly ran towards the forest. On the way away, Feng Yu saw Jia Shui's soul body waving to him, and said, "Thank you." After bidding farewell to Yivuzuo, Feng Yu realized that the village where he had just come to this world had already changed beyond recognition. Those villagers no longer existed. Feng Yu sighed, bent down and bowed, and left. Dawn is coming soon, the darkness in the world is fading away, and life is beginning to come alive. Feng Yu quickly found Xiaobai and Xiaohei, as well as Tomioka Giyu and Mixiu. Tomioka Giyu has already taken the healing pill given by Xiaobai, so he is fine at the moment, but Mixiu next to him still looks the same. Dull, empty eyes. Feng Yu gently held her in his arms, patted her back gently with his hands, and kept saying, "It's okay, it's okay." It's just that Meisho didn't seem to hear Feng Yu's words. She actually broke away from Feng Yu's arms and staggered to the ruins that were already dilapidated. That is Mixia's home. That was once a happy family of 3. At this moment, her most beloved father and mother are being buried. Scenes from the past replayed in her mind, her father's smile, her mother's kindness. Meisho's face finally changed. She cried. She knelt on the ground, ignoring the ruins on the ground, and her feet and knees were bleeding. She had no reaction, she only had pain, immense pain and despair. On top of the huge ruins, Meisho knelt there alone and cried bitterly. Her cry was loud and desperate. The dawn sun shone on her body, seeming to soothe her emotions. Feng Yu looked distressed. Xiaobai and Xiaohei had no expressions on their faces, they just watched quietly. Tomioka Giyu looked at Mixiu, with a regretful expression on his face, and sighed softly. One breath, he recalled that his sister Tomioka Sudako did the same thing in the past. In order to protect him, she hid him, but he was killed in the hands of evil spirits. At that time, he felt as desperate and painful as Mihide now. 3 hurried figures appeared in the distance. It's none other than Kocho Shinobu, Purgatory Anjiro, and Kazuhashira Shinazugawa Sania. It seems the battle is over. Shinazugawa plucked a piece of grass from the side and put it into his mouth. He looked at Mihide, who was crying on the ruins without any expression on his face. I thought I could fight the winding ghost. Tisk. Boring. Shinazugawa Shia put the 2 swords in his hands into the scabbard, then clasped his hands behind the back of his head, and left in a swaggering manner. Kocho Shinobu didn't say anything when he saw this, but quietly walked to Mixia's side. He gently held her in his arms. After a while, Meisho in her arms gradually calmed down and fell asleep. Have a good sleep, you won't feel so uncomfortable when you wake up. Kocho Shinobu had a smile on his face and patted Mixia's back gently. So that's it. Upper string 3 and upper string 5. It seems that Feng Yu-kun and Tomioka Giyu are not having it easy. It's just a pity that there are dozens of lives lost in this village. Purgatory Anjiro said. Soon, members of the hidden organization came to deal with the aftermath, but the huge village had long been in ruins, and there was not a single body, only blood on the ground. Feng Yu knew that it was caused by Yu Hu's blood ghost technique, 10,000 sliding fishes. In the previous life, Yu Hu also relied on this move to attack the Forging Knife village, and once killed the villagers of the Forging Knife village, leaving no trace of their bodies. So the 5th one on the string has been killed by Yu. Purgatory Anjiro and Kocho Shinobu were silent at the same time, looking at Feng Yu with a little disbelief. They couldn't believe that this new light pillar, who had only joined the Demon Slayer Corps for about a year, killed the lower string and the upper string one after another. You must know that they have been pillars for several years. Although they have killed the Ghost 12 Kazuki, they were the lower strings and the upper strings have not touched a shadow. I need to go back and inform the Lord, Feng Yu-kun, and Miss Kocho Shinobu about this matter, so I will leave first. Purgatory Xingjulong shouted, said goodbye to everyone, and left in a hurry. After all, he killed a Kamiju Go. This matter is very important. He must inform the top leader of the Demon Slayer Corps, Ubuyashiki Yoya, as soon as possible. Watching Purgatory Anjiro leave, Kocho Shinobu said to Feng Yu-kun, why don't you let me send this kid back to Butterfly House to recuperate for a while? At this time, Mihide was lying on Kocho Shinobu's lap, sleeping peacefully. Feng Yu glanced at Mei Shu at this time, then recalled her previous performance, sighed in his heart, and said, thank you. Okay, take good care of her. Miss Shinobu. Kocho Shinobu nodded slightly, then picked up Mixiu and left. The only ones left at the scene were Feng Yu, Tomioka Giyu, and Xiaohei Xiaobai. Master, don't be sad, this matter is not your fault. Xiaohei didn't have his usual playful smile at this time, because he felt the pain in Feng Yu's heart. Xiaobai didn't say anything, he just jumped into his arms gently and cupped Feng Yu's chest with his head. After all, it's because of me. Feng Yu recalled what Yu Hu said at that time, Wu Kai sent them here because of him. The whole village died because of him. How can this not make Feng Yu feel guilty? Looking back at Mei Shu's empty eyes at that time, perhaps in her eyes, although he was not her father-killing enemy, he was not far behind. At this time, Tomioka Yiyong on the side began to cough, interrupting Feng Yu's thoughts. I saw Tomioka Yoshiyuki's face turn pale. It was obvious that his physical damage had not been completely healed. Senior brother Yiyong, let's go back to Mount Samagiri together this time. Feng Yu gently helped Yiyong, and at the same time took out a healing pill and fed it to Yiyong. After taking the healing pill, Yiyong's face turned slightly rosy. It's just that Feng Yu can feel that Tomioka Yoshiyuki's body is rapidly losing weight at this moment. Brother Yiyong, don't open the transparent world. Feng Yu raised his eyebrows, and then he discovered that Tomioka Yoshiyuki had always opened the transparent world. No wonder the healing pill had no effect on him. Is it transparent to the world? Tomioka Gyu murmured. Soon, Tomioka Yiyong closed the transparent world under Feng Yu's guidance, and his situation began to improve. When I get back to Samagiri Mountain, I will explain to you in detail what this transparent world is. When Tomioka Gyu looked at him, he knew that he wanted to ask about the world. So the two of them jumped on Xiao Hei's back and headed back towards Samagiri Mountain. Chapter 86 Transparent World. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 86 313. Chapter 86 Transparent World. Feng Yu and Tomioka Gyu sat on Xiao Hei's back together, and the two looked at each other speechlessly. With the gentle breeze blowing from the sky and the mountains, rivers and land constantly retreating, Tomioka finally couldn't help but ask, why did your raven become so big, and the white fox on your chest too? Quote, Feng Yu didn't know how to explain it, so he could only smile and say, look at this. He took out the marrow cleansing pill in his hand and continued, this pill has the effect of washing the essence and cutting down the marrow. Xiao Bai and Xiao Hei may have awakened their bloodline just because they took the marrow cleansing pill. Quote, it was impossible for Feng Yu to tell the existence of the system, so he could only use the marrow cleansing pill as an excuse to use bloodline awakening to fool him. That's it. Tomioka Yiyong pondered for a while and then fell silent. But those eyes were always on Xiao Bai and never left. This time Xiao Hei flew very slowly, and it was already afternoon when he returned to Samagiri Mountain. In front of the mountain cabin, Nintaki Sakanji, Tanjiro, and Nanako were already waiting there. Looking at the golden figure on the horizon, they knew Feng Yu was back. It seems everything is fine. Nintaki Sakan breathed a sigh of relief for the first time, as if his hanging heart was finally relieved. I hope nothing will happen to Yiyong. Great, senior brother Feng Yu is back safely. Tanjiro shouted excitedly. Senior brother Feng Yu. Nanako on the side also shouted after Tanjiro. Master, master, on the sky. Feng Yu and Tomioka Yiyong heard their shouts and showed a smile on their faces. After the two of them landed, Tanjiro and Nanako surrounded them. They were about to express the questions in their hearts, but they were stopped by Nintaki Sakanji's sharp scolding. Okay, you two don't block them from entering the house to rest. For the first time, Nintaki Sato noticed something was wrong with Feng Yu and Tomioka Gyu, so he vaguely guessed that maybe this mission was not that simple. Hearing Nintaki Sakanji's voice, Tanjiro and Nanako didn't dare to move, so they had to stand aside obediently and make way for Fenga and Tomioka Gyu. After the two of them entered the house, Tanjiro and Nanako began to surround Xiao Hei and constantly ask what happened. Enter the house. Tomioka Yoshiyuki began to tell what happened, and also told all about his state and feelings when he entered the transparent world. The last time Nintaki Sato heard this, he had a serious look on his face. Especially when he heard that he was facing two winding ghosts alone and on the verge of death, he couldn't help but feel nervous. Tomioka Gyu also told how he met his sister, Chu Usagi, and Makoma when he was in a coma. After that, he inexplicably entered a special realm, which is what Feng Yu calls a transparent world. Tomioka Gyu said that when he opens that realm, it seems that the whole world has stopped flowing, and all he sees is blank, but he can extract the information he wants and the increase in power. Feng Yu nodded repeatedly while listening. Just by opening that realm, I felt that my body's physical strength was being consumed at an extremely rapid rate. I simply couldn't sustain it for half an hour. Tomioka Gyu said calmly, although that realm can increase my strength, I think it will also bring my life to an end quickly. In short, it is to use my own life in exchange for the increase in strength. So that's it, Nintaki Sakanji said meaningfully, and then he began to think silently, as if he was wondering if there was any record of this realm in the history of the Demon Slayer Corps. The blank world, the increasing power, and the rapidly depleting vitality. Nintaki Sakanji murmured, that is a realm called a transparent world. Feng Yu suddenly spoke, the transparent world is the state after the concentrated breathing method. This state is the highest realm that martial arts practitioners dream of. When people try their best and endure the pain, they may break through the limits of the human body and let the real world change in their minds. It must be transparent and visible. In this state, one's own movement speed, attack prediction and avoidance abilities will be significantly improved, and one's own muscle contraction can be grasped faster, which will significantly improve one's combat power. I accidentally saw this in a history book. Feng Yu slowly introduced the transparent world. Tomioka Gyu and Rinataki Sakanji just took a look at it. They didn't believe what they saw in a history book. It seems like this. Tomioka Gyu recalled the state at that time and why the transparent world was opened. It was exactly the same as Feng Yu described. Thinking of this, Tomioka Yiyong couldn't help but looked at Feng Yu and said, I know you must have mastered this realm skillfully. Please teach me how to master this realm. Looking into Tomioka Gyu's eyes, Feng Yu said, this realm will consume your vitality. Are you still willing? Well, I am willing. I am not the only one who is willing, maybe the pillars of the Demon Slayer Corps are willing. Tomioka Gyu said without thinking. The pillar strength of our Demon Slayer Corps has actually reached a peak, and it is difficult to improve our strength. If this transparent world can teach the pillars, then we will have the ability to fight against the demons alone. I have gained strength, even if it means paying the price with my life. Feng Yu smiled helplessly, recalling that when he watched this anime in his previous life, he would sacrifice his life to replace the lives of evil spirits. Especially in Mugen Train, during the duel between Infernal Anjiro and Yivazao, he sacrificed his own life. Life must also protect the weak. Feng Yu was silent. He is confident that he cannot be as righteous as Purgatory Anjiro, and he will only do what he can. Okay, I promise you, I will teach you how to master the transparent world. Feng Yu looked at Tomioka Gyu and said. Next to him, Ningtaki Sakanji didn't say anything, but from the lonely aura emanating from him, you could tell that he felt bad too. After all, using one's lifespan in exchange for increased strength just to kill one more evil ghost is a practice that can be seen everywhere in the Demon Slayer Corps. The three of them were speechless, and the wooden house suddenly became quiet. Only the fire in front of me made a crackling sound. Chapter 87 Tomioka Gyu controls the transparent world. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 87 313. Chapter 87 Tomioka Gyu controls the transparent world. The second day, after arranging Nanako and Tanjiro's respective training, Tomioka Gyu and Feng Yu came to the clearing at the back of Sagiri Mountain. Yesterday, I also explained to you that the transparent world is the next stage of concentrated breathing in Changjong. Although it can bring an increase to oneself, it has a fatal flaw, that is, it consumes vitality. There is no other way to master the transparent world, the only way is to keep opening it. Feng Yu looked at Tomioka Gyu and said slowly, but you also discovered that the healing pill in my hand can replenish your vitality consumption, as well as the marrow cleansing pill. You should have eaten the marrow cleansing pill, but the one you took was probably developed by the Demon Slayer Corps itself, but the one I have is different and the effect will be even better. Healing pill and marrow cleansing pill appeared in Feng Yu's palm. First of all, I think we need to improve your qualifications first. You can become a pillar, I believe, it is inseparable from your hard work and qualifications. The marrow cleansing pill can clear your menstruation and cleanse your marrow, making you stronger. Tomioka Yoshiyuki nodded. He had already taken the marrow cleansing pill when he developed it at Butterfly House, but the effect was minimal and had no effect on him at all. At the same time, he also knew that the source of the marrow cleansing pill was the junior brother in front of him who he recommended to become his disciple a year ago. Tomioka Yoshiyuki sometimes wonders why Feng Yu's strength has grown so fast. In just 1 year, he has caught up with Demon Slayer Corps, which took several years or even more than 10 years. Therefore, he was very willing to believe in the effectiveness of the marrow cleansing pill in Feng Yu's hands. Tomioka Gyu took the marrow cleansing pill and drank it. His originally dull face suddenly began to change. He felt that his body was getting hot, and his whole body seemed to be roasted by a stove. Feng Yu saw that his entire body began to emit a white smoke visible to the naked eye. Feng Yu took a few steps back because he saw black sweat gradually appearing on Tomioka Yoshiyuki's face, and there was also a fishy smell. Tomioka Gyu seemed to have noticed it, so he jumped directly into the waterfall and began to take off his shirt, revealing his strong figure. Feng Yu looked at it and was secretly happy. He didn't expect that no one had ever seen Tomioka Gyu take off his clothes in his previous life, but today he could actually watch it. After a while, Tomioka Yiyong returned to the land, with silvery water drops still hanging on his body. Tomioka Yoshiyuki clenched his fists and looked at his hands. He felt the changes in his body. He was much stronger than before, and his body seemed to become more relaxed and comfortable. Thank you, Tomioka Gyu said to Feng Yu. It's okay, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't be here today, so I should be the one thanking you. One more thing, that is, you can continue to take marrow cleansing pills until your body reaches a saturated state, so you need to continue taking them. Feng Yu once again took out 5 marrow cleansing pills and handed them to Tomioka Gyu. If it were normal, he would definitely let Tomioka continue to eat after a while, but because he had an agreement with Yivazao, he had to find Tamayo and find a way to get him out of Wuhan's control. This matter is very important. After all, Yi Wo Zuo is very powerful. If he is controlled by Wu Mei again, it will be a big loss and it will also bring a powerful enemy to himself. Tomioka Yoshiyuki took the marrow cleansing pill without hesitation, and then took another pill. Then the familiar feeling started again. This time he jumped directly into the water, avoiding the embarrassing scene just now. After 4 times in a row, Tomioka felt that his body had reached a saturated state. So he returned the remaining marrow cleansing pill to Feng Yu, and then waited for the next stage of training. I took 5 marrow cleansing pills. Feng Yu recalled the number of marrow cleansing pills Tomioka Yoshiyuki used just now. A little less. Feng Yu can only boil it down to the fact that Tomioka Yoshiyu's own qualifications are outstanding. If she hadn't been under guilt because of her sister's death, her strength would have been even stronger. Very good, senior brother Yiyong, then the next step is to get familiar with the transparent world. Several healing pills appeared in Feng Yu's hand. Brother Yiyong, you first open the world of transparency. If you feel that your body can't bear it anymore, then you stop and then take the healing pill. I'll be watching you, Feng Yu said. Tomioka Yoshiyuki nodded, closed his eyes, and thought carefully about the state of opening up the transparent world yesterday. But soon he opened his eyes and said awkwardly, I can't seem to find that feeling. It's okay, I guess you opened it by mistake yesterday and are not familiar with it yet. In this way, you can carefully understand what the state is like when I opened the transparent world, so you may know. In an instant, Feng Yu opened up his own transparent world. A blank world appeared on his body. Tomioka Yiyong felt that Feng Yu had no breath at this time, just like an ordinary human being. Looking at Feng Yu, Tomioka Yiyong seemed to be a little touched in his heart, and his transparent world slowly opened up. Only this time, it was obviously in better condition than when it was opened yesterday, and the time was also lengthened. But soon, Tomioka Yoshiyuki's face began to turn pale, and he kept gasping for air. It was obvious that he could no longer hold on. Feng Yu also noticed something strange about Tomioka Giyu, and said quickly, Brother Yiyu, if you can't hold on any longer, take the healing pill as soon as possible, otherwise it won't heal at all if you hold on and hurt your body. Tomioka Yiyu nodded, so he took the healing pill, and his condition slowly stabilized. Yes, just keep it like this, get familiar with it, and control it, so that it can be used for you. Feng Yu said from the side. After supplementing the healing pill several times in succession, Tomioka Yoshiyuki opened the transparent world for an hour. In this hour, Tomioka Yoshiyuki realized so many things, and at the same time he became extremely familiar with the transparent world. At this moment, he can turn on and off the transparent world state completely freely. This also means that Tomioka Yoshiyuki has mastered the transparent world. Chapter 88 Leaving. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 88 313. Chapter 88 Leaving. Seeing that Tomioka Yiyu could open and close the transparent world independently, Feng Yu nodded, and then said, Brother Yiyu, I plan to use the breath of water, the shape of shearer, and the giant wave that I have learned. And teach you. This move is contrary to your absolute defense and calmness. Instead, it is in an absolute attack state within the scope of the move. I think this can bring you a little help. Tomioka Giyu nodded and said slowly, okay. Then let me demonstrate it to you first. Then Feng Yu began to pull out the Onikiri. At this time, the Onikiri had returned to its normal state, silvery white with a touch of emerald green. Complete collection breath of water shape of Shido big waves. An ocean appeared in Tomioka Giyu's eyes, and Feng Yu stood in the middle of the ocean. The surroundings began to ripple with his swing of the sword, and finally formed a terrifying wave to attack him. Although Tomioka Yoshiyuki sensed the danger, he did not react in any way. He firmly believed that Feng Yu would not harm him. Instead, he carefully observed Feng Yu's breathing rate and moves. Sure enough, when the huge wave was about to touch Tomioka Giyu, there was a sudden pause. Feng Yu smiled and said, Senior brother Yiyong didn't avoid it. If I can't hold it back, you may be gone. Tomioka Yoshiyuki didn't speak, he just smiled and nodded. So, Senior brother Yiyong, have you failed in your studies? Feng Yu asked. Tomioka Yiyong shook his head and motioned to Feng Yu to demonstrate again. Then the same huge wave hit again. This time Tomioka Giyu seemed to have some understanding. He pulled out the blue Nichirin sword in his hand and began to follow the pattern of the gourd and follow Feng Yu to use the breath of water. Huge waves, but he failed and did not succeed. There was no other way. Feng Yu could only continue to demonstrate for him, and at the same time, he also explained to him the essentials of performing the shearer form and the frequency of breathing. Soon, after experiencing several failures, Tomioka Yoshiyuki finally succeeded in displaying the shearer form, earth-shaking wave. It's really not easy. Feng Yu felt a little tired and wiped the sweat from his forehead. In front of him, Tomioka Giyu was still thinking carefully about the feeling of performing the shearer form just now. Seeing that she didn't speak, Feng Yu said directly, Senior brother Yiyong, I will leave the Sawu mountain tomorrow. The next transparent world and shearer type moves can only be trained by yourself. Feng Yu took out a small bag filled with healing elixirs. Here are 50 healing pills, enough for you to practice penetrating the world. Feng Yu watched Tomioka Yoshiyuki take the healing pill, with a trace of physical pain on his face. After all, he spent a huge sum of money to buy this, which cost him 1 million times of sword swings. It can be regarded as repaying his kindness for recommending me to become Rintaki Sakanji's master. Feng Yu thought this in his heart. However, Tomioka Yiyu saw that the bag was full of healing pills, so he immediately pushed it back and shook his head, saying that he could not accept such an expensive gift. Okay, Senior brother Yiyong, this is not that precious to me. Anyway, this is for you. I, Feng Yu, will not get back what I sent out. If you don't want it, you can throw it away or give it away. Quote. Feng Yu's attitude was very firm, and Tomioka Yoshiyuki could only nod his head and said, thank you. That's right, what I want is for you to become more powerful, but while you are powerful, you must also protect your body. I don't want you to improve your strength and end up as a ghost. Die before you kill yourself. There was a complicated expression on Tomioka Yoshiyuki's face. Looking at Feng Yu in front of him, he seemed to see the silhouette of an acquaintance on his body. Then Feng Yu didn't care about Tomioka Giyu, and left here directly to Nanako and Tanjiro. At this time, Nanako was watching Tanjiro's training attentively, and was completely unaware of Feng Yu's arrival. Nanako, why are you lazy? Feng Yu's voice suddenly sounded from behind her, frightening her. Wow, Master Feng Yu, you scared me to death. Nanako puffed up her face and said angrily to Feng Yu, I'm not lazy, I'm supervising and learning from Master Tanjiro's training. Besides, my training doesn't start until the sun goes down. Nanako began to wilt at the thought of climbing to the dark top of the mountain when it got dark. You. Feng Yu reached out and flicked Nanako's forehead with her fingers. It's also my fault that I suddenly left without saying goodbye the day before yesterday. Feng Yu said, then took out 6 more marrow cleaning pills and put them in Nanako's hands. You will take 1 pill a day for the next few days. I may have to leave for a while tomorrow. When I come back, I will teach you breathing techniques, but the premise is that you must pass the basic training, otherwise you will still need to train when I come back. Basics, do you understand? Master Feng Yu, are you leaving again? Nanako asked. Feng Yu nodded, and then called Tanjiro who was training in the distance to come over. Tanjiro, now that you have mastered all the subsequent moves of concentrated breathing, Changjong and water breathing, it's time to take part in the final trial. The young eagle needs to spread its wings and fly on its own, so after passing the final trial, you have to rely on yourself. You have to become stronger to protect your sister Nezuko. No one in the Demon Slayer Corps can accept the existence of ghosts now. Once they find out that your sister is a ghost and you are still taking her with you, do you know what will happen? They will kill your sister immediately. Because they will think that ghosts are meant to be killed, and ghosts are cannibals. You have to become strong enough to cope with all the dangers and difficulties that come. Feng Yu's face was extremely serious at this moment, and Tanjiro also changed his previous appearance and seriously thought about what he had to deal with next. Hey, as your senior brother, I can't be too stingy, so just take these. Feng Yu took out 2 small bags. This bag is for healing pills, and the other bag is for marrow cleansing pills. Keep the healing pills for later use, and use the marrow cleansing pills as food for Nezuko. Feng Yu showed a reluctant expression and gave the healing pill and marrow cleaning pill to Tanjiro. But soon, before Tanjiro could react, Feng Yu ran away, avoiding Tanjiro's rejection. Nanako and Tanjiro looked at Feng Yu who suddenly disappeared, with doubts on their faces. Shao Nazi, did senior brother Feng Yu just give me the elixir and then leave? Tanjiro stayed where he was. Well, it seems so. Nanako said hesitantly. Nanako, Tanjiro, you have to work hard and wait for me to come back. Feng Yu's voice came from the sky. Tanjiro looked at the elixir in his hand and reluctantly accepted it, secretly determined in his heart that he must pass the final trial and become stronger, so that he can live up to Feng Yu's expectations of himself. Feng Yu, who had already walked far away, sighed. He really spent more than 3 million sword swings today. Yiyu Tomioka, Tanjiro, I can only do this for you. I hope you all live well. Feng Yu sat on Xiao Hei's back and gradually disappeared into the horizon. Chapter 89 Asakusa, Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 89 313. Chapter 89 Asakusa. Bang, a huge explosion spread, and a big hole suddenly opened in the originally magnificent palace-style residence. Smoky. The yard was filled with the remains of humans and ghosts. The humans had long since died, but the ghosts were not. They were all trembling under Wu Mei's eyes. Deleng. The sound of the pipa sounded, and then the entire space changed and came to a mysterious space. This is the blood ghost technique, Infinite City, used by the female ghost next to Muzan, Mingyu, which shrouds all the ghosts in her blood ghost technique. Waste. They are all a bunch of waste. Forget it, the lower string is useless, even the upper string is useless. Veins popped up on Wu Mei's face, and his scarlet eyes scanned all the ghosts below. If Feng Yu were here, he would probably be exclaimed, because all the ghosts present are familiar existences from the previous life, from the lowest to the upper string, all the ghosts are there, except for Yuo Zuo and Yu who have been killed by Feng Yu. Kokushibo, Wu Kuei suddenly shouted, I saw a ghost with long black sideburns and a high ponytail, wearing a purple snake pattern kimono and a black horse hakama, slowly walked out and came to half kneeling on the ground in front of Muzan. There are red spots similar to Tanjiro's forehead from his left forehead and right chin to his neck. This is one of the top strings and the strongest ghost under Muzan. He is Jigyu Unichi's brother, Jigyu Yanmori. I order you to catch that trash from Iwazuo. Wuhan shouted. Also, the position of the upper string 5 has been vacated. The fallen princess who was originally the upper string 6 has been promoted to the upper string 5, and Narum has been promoted to the upper string 6. Then Muzan directly used his flesh and blood tentacles to gouge out Naru's eyes behind him and carve the number 6 on them. Then it's fallen princess's turn again. During the whole process, all the ghosts did not dare to breathe loudly, for fear of offending Wushan. Only the one has white oak hair color and colorful eyes. Doma, who seemed to have blood splashed on his head and a carefree smile on his face, waved the golden lotus pattern fan in his hand. Nakagawa Feng Yu, must die. Doma, ... Feng Yu didn't know about the all-staff meeting convened by the boss of Wuhan City. At this moment, he was heading to Asakusa on Xiao Hei's back to find the ghost who escaped Wuhan's control. Tamayo, Feng Yu recalled that in her previous life, all the netizens praised her unanimously, saying that she was top-notch in terms of appearance, personality and treatment of others. The most important thing is that the ghost Tamayo is the key to dealing with Wu Mei. Not only does he have superb medical skills, he also has special vampire skills. Therefore, in her previous life, she was also given the title of the strongest assistant by netizens. Perhaps she doesn't have to wait for Tanjiro to collect ghost blood. A Yivazao will probably be enough. After all, Yivazao has the third highest blood concentration among all ghosts. Feng Yu unconsciously mourned for a second of silence in his mind. After all, a dangerous woman like Tamayo actually allowed her to escape from his control. Wuhan probably didn't expect that a woman who avenged her husband and children would be so capable of making poison to kill herself. Soon, Asakusa has arrived. As soon as Feng Yu arrived in Asakusa, he felt as if he had arrived in modern society. The whole city looked different. People were coming and going on the streets, and it was extremely prosperous. At this time, street lights had been laid on the roadside in Asakusa, and electric lights were basically used, but some high-rise buildings and modern cement houses were missing. Feng Yu was walking on the street, and the onikiri on his body had already been collected into the system space. At this moment, he was like a traveler, constantly admiring the prosperous side of the small island country in this era. Countless delicacies are constantly exuding tempting aroma, causing Feng Yu's stomach to growl. Feng Yu then started the process of cleaning up the food. Damn it, it's so delicious. Feng Yu ordered a bowl of steaming udon noodles, and just one bite directly stimulated his taste buds. It's amazing. I should have come here to hang out before I knew it. I finished the bowl of noodles very quickly. Although the noodles are delicious, they are not cheap. Feng Yu did not eat the second bowl, but started to taste other delicacies. However, in this era of small island countries, there are really many noodles. Noodle restaurants with various names, as well as sushi and other representative foods can be seen everywhere. But there are also many delicacies that Feng Yu has never heard of that make his eyes shine, revealing his foodie nature. Hiccup. Feng Yu burped while sitting at a roadside stall. After eating, I feel like my life is perfect. Feng Yu stroked his slightly bulging belly. Although he would quickly consume all the food in his belly if he wanted to, but if he did this, how could he feel the feeling of fullness as a human being? Sudden, Feng Yu's face became serious. The breath of ghost. Feng Yu felt a mental fluctuation that was different from ordinary people. After paying the money to the shopkeeper, he quietly came to a tea house. As soon as Feng Yu appeared in front of the tea house, two clerks noticed that he was wearing such clean clothes and began to warmly invite him into the tea house. Feng Yu slightly controlled his body and began to quickly digest the food in his stretched belly. His stomach deflated rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the feeling of fullness he felt before suddenly disappeared. Okay, then I'll try your store's signature dish. Feng Yu had a smile on his face and followed the clerk in. It's just that his eyes have always been on a man wearing a black coat and a hat, covering himself tightly. Feng Yu sat behind him, staring straight at him. The man in front of him seemed to have noticed that Feng Yu was looking at him. He didn't pay much attention to it, he just quickly finished the pastries and tea in front of him and left in a hurry. Looks like it's a ghost. According to the information obtained through the transparent world, the ghost who just arrived was just an ordinary ghost, most likely cannon fodder. Feng Yu didn't pay much attention to him. After all, Asakusa was the base camp of a certain boss. Although Feng Yu was able to easily kill the ghost, Feng Yu did not intend to pursue it in order not to scare the snake away. I remember Tamayo seemed to be in a certain yard. Feng Yu raised a teacup and took a sip carefully, recalling the residence of Tamayo in his past life. There is a male ghost next to Tamayo. I remember it is called Yushiro, a ghost created by Tamayo. It is precisely because of that ghost's vampire technique that Tamayo can live without being abused under Muzan's eyes. Discover. Looks like I need to move around. Feng Yu Shenming. Chapter 90 Tamayo and Yushiro. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 9313th. Chapter 90 Tamayo and Yushiro. People were coming and going on the lively street, and a figure in a black coat hid in a dark alley. What happened to that human just now? Why was he always staring at me? The male ghost took off the black mask on his face, revealing a ferocious face. Just as Feng Yu expected, this was exactly a ghost. Is that a ghost hunter? The male ghost patted his beating heart with lingering fear. It's terrible, it's terrible. This is the master's base camp, and you can actually meet a ghost hunter. I have a bad feeling that something big is going to happen. No, I have to leave this place quickly and find a remote place to hide. The male ghost quickly put on his black coat and mask, then blended into the crowd and disappeared. Other side. After Feng Yu tasted the tea, he came to the street. It's really hard to find this. The roads in Asakusa at night are like going to a market, crowded with people. I remember in the original work, when Tanjiro was holding down the unlucky man who was temporarily turned into a ghost by Muzan, Tamayo and Yushiro took the initiative to find him. Since I can't find it, I can only lead Tamayo to appear. Feng Yu found a hotel and lay on the bed, thinking about how to lure out Tamayo. Doctor. Tamayo is a doctor. Why don't you pretend to be a hopeless patient and seek medical treatment? No way. Based on Tamayo and Yushiro's abilities, it should be easy to find them. They have been hiding for hundreds of years and are too cautious to show up. Then we can only follow the original work, find an ordinary ghost to lure them out. Ghost. Something more ordinary. The one today seems to meet the requirements. Feng Yu's eyes began to shine, and then the figure jumped out of the window. I don't know why, but I always have a bad feeling. The male ghost in a black coat was walking quickly, trying to leave the town of Asakusa. Sudden. Bang. A figure falls. The male ghost had no time to react and stopped, he stumbled and fell to the ground. Damn BD. Who dares to block my way? The male ghost raised his head and saw that Feng Yu's figure illuminated by the night moon was so tall. The male ghost was shocked to find that the person blocking his way was the ghost hunter who had been staring at him in the tea house just now. It's over, I'm going to be killed. The male ghost was horrified, and he knelt down and begged for mercy. Master Ghost Hunter, please don't kill me. I will do anything you ask me to do. Feng Yu looked at the ghost who was begging for mercy with a surprised look on his face. Are you willing to do anything? Feng Yu looked at the male ghost with a strange smile on his face. In the eyes of the male ghost, Feng Yu's smile was so terrifying at the moment, like a demon. I originally wanted to tie you up forcibly. Feng Yu said slowly. Then he told him what he wanted the male ghost to do next. The male ghost nodded like a reading machine, fearing to make Feng Yu angry, so he sent him to his death if he disagreed with her. Feng Yu couldn't help but show a satisfied expression when he saw the male ghost being so successful. At the same time, he also developed a slight interest in this male ghost. After all, no ghost has ever been as greedy and afraid of death as he is. This made Feng Yu believe that this male ghost seemed to have escaped Wu Mei's control and awakened his own consciousness. Master Feng Yu, after this is done, can you let me go? The male ghost looked at Feng Yu and said, it depends on my mood. Feng Yu looked at the male ghost and smiled. When the male ghost heard this, he immediately scolded Feng Yu's 18th generation ancestor countless times in his heart, but he still had to show a charming smile on his face. Oh, why is ghost birth so difficult? I just want to find a place to live an ordinary life, why is it so difficult? The male ghost kept complaining in his heart. Soon the male ghost followed Feng Yu's instructions and came to the crowded street. Then he pulled off the mask on his face, revealing the face of a ghost. In an instant, all the pedestrians who saw the male ghost were shocked and quickly moved away from him. Seeing the opportunity, the male ghost grabbed a man and threw him to the ground. I saw the man on the ground struggling constantly, and I thought the male ghost wanted to hurt him. The male ghost also pretended to open his mouth and was about to bite it. Coming, Feng Yu on the roof narrowed his eyes. A fragrant pink gas suddenly appeared on the road, surrounding the entire street. Feng Yu involuntarily opened the transparent world and saw two figures slowly appearing. It's Tamayo and Yushiro. Tamayo wears her long black hair, parted in the middle, and combed into a large, low bun, which is fixed by a flower hairpin. The eyes are gentle, like light pink mist. The lips are red, in sharp contrast to the pale face. Wearing a dark purple kimono decorated with wavy lavender branches and red flowers, with a wide beige sash tied around her waist. Yushiro on the side has blonde hair, wearing a white kimono, and fangs appear on his face. Ugly thing, stop it. Yushiro shouted, and then kicked the male ghost away. At the same time, he knocked out the man who was being rubbed on the ground by the male ghost. The male ghost was very weak and had no time to resist. The huge force directly kicked him several meters away. The male ghost stood up with difficulty, and then felt his whole body sink. It was actually Yushiro who was riding on him, with his hands clasped behind his back, making him unable to move. Help, Lord Feng Yu, didn't you promise me that nothing would happen to me? Seeing that he couldn't get away, the male ghost yelled. When Tamayo heard this, a cautious expression appeared on his face. Yushiro, come back quickly, there is a scam. Tamayo shouted. Yushiro didn't know why Tamayo shouted his voice, but when he saw the anxiety on her face, he ran back to Tamayo without caring about the male ghost at his feet. Miss Tamayo, don't be so nervous. Feng Yu jumped directly in front of Tamayo and said with a smile. As soon as Yushiro saw Feng Yu, he attacked him directly, but in the eyes of Feng Yu who saw the transparent world, his attack was as useless as a baby punching an adult. The expression on Feng Yu's face remained unchanged, and he did not avoid the fist that was about to fall on him. He just waved his left hand gently and slapped Yushiro to the ground. Damn it, Master Tamayo, run away and leave me alone. Yushiro shouted ferociously, then stood up quickly and continued to attack Feng Yu, but was easily knocked to the ground by Feng Yu again. Okay, Yushiro, stop it. He is not our enemy. Tamayo saw the Demon Slayer Corps uniform on Feng Yu and knew that he was from the Demon Slayer Corps. Although I don't know why, Feng Yu in front of me was clearly breathless and he didn't pull out the Nichirin sword. He easily knocked down the ghost Yushiro to the ground with his bare hands. Clever, this is not the place to talk, let's talk somewhere else. Feng Yu said. Tamayo nodded and motioned for Feng Yu to follow her steps. Feng Yu immediately knew that she was going to her residence, so regardless of how the male ghost yelled, she directly twisted his neck and followed Tamayo to the wall of a mansion. I saw Tamayo and Yushiro entering the wall directly, and Feng Yu followed closely behind. It's over. I seem to have been involved in some big ulterior secret. What should I do? Wait online to see if that man will silence me. Chapter 91 Reaching Cooperation. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 91 313th. Chapter 91 Reaching Cooperation. The male ghost watched Feng Yu, Tamayo and others sit down together respectfully. The panic in his eyes made his body tremble uncontrollably. When Feng Yu saw the male ghost's appearance, he couldn't help but wonder if this ghost had any unusual hobbies. Lord Feng Yu, I wonder what brings this weak woman like me to you this time. Tamayo looked apologetic and ordered Yushiro on the side to serve Feng Yu tea. HMPH. This BD keeps staring at Tamayo-sama like this. Yushiro saw that Feng Yu had no respect for Tamayo, and the anger in his heart exploded. He did not listen to Tamayo's words and stared at Feng Yu fiercely. Yushiro. Tamayo's tone this time was much heavier, and he brought the angry Yushiro back to reality. When Yushiro saw the displeasure on Tamayo's face, he immediately gave up and went to pour tea for Feng Yu. Although his body was pouring tea for Feng Yu, the expression on his face was staring at him, as if he was seeing the enemy who killed his father. There was no expression on Feng Yu's face. He was obviously angry, he just looked at Yushiro coldly. In an instant, Yushiro felt as if his whole body had fallen into an ice cellar. He felt extremely cold, chilling to his bones. He couldn't help but shudder, and when he looked at Feng Yu again, he shouted. "Ah, monster!" Yushiro fell to the ground in shock. In his eyes at this time, Feng Yu was like a demon that could not be looked directly at, so terrifying that he did not dare to move. This is of course because Feng Yu's extremely powerful mental power caused Yushiro's mental breakdown and hallucinations. Yushiro now no longer dares to show any hatred towards Feng Yu, or even dare to look directly at Feng Yu. He can only stand beside Tamayo dejectedly, with his head lowered, like a child who has done something wrong. There was something strange on Tamayo's beautiful face. She understood Yushiro's character very well. To put it bluntly, even if Wuhan came, as long as Tamayo was threatened, Yushiro would definitely be the first to stand in front of her. But at this moment, Yushiro did not dare to make any other move in front of Feng Yu, which showed the terrifying strength of the new Demon Slayer Corps member in front of him. A smile appeared on Feng Yu's face. He looked at Yushiro and said, "There are some people you can't afford to offend. Do you understand, Yushiro?" As soon as Yushiro heard Feng Yu say his name, his tense nerves broke instantly, and he quickly said, I know, I'm sorry." Feng Yu nodded, and then looked at Tamayo, who is known as the strongest assistant in Demon Slayer world and one of the most beautiful female characters in the show. "I'm here to discuss cooperation with you. I know that you have been researching a poison that can kill Wuhan and an antidote that can turn ghosts back into adults. You need ghost blood, which is infinitely close to Wuhan's blood, and I can help you find this blood. I don't ask for anything in return. What, do you want to cooperate?" Fuyu looked at Tamayo with a smile. Tamayo's eyebrows began to frown slightly. "Master Feng Yu seems to know me very well. I wonder where he learned about me." Feng Yu shook his head and said, "I just listened to what our lord said." Feng Yu put the blame on Ubuya Shiki Yaoya. Suddenly, far away at the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters, Yoya Shiki sneezed. "It seems that someone is talking about me." Ubuyashiki Yazai murmured, "My lord, it's cold outside, be careful of catching a cold. It's time for us to go back and rest." Yujiro Uyashiki on the side quickly stepped forward to support him, worried that something had happened to him. "It's okay, I just want to experience this beautiful weather more, otherwise I'm afraid I won't be able to feel it after a while." At this moment, a blue kocho happened to land on his outstretched hand. If there were no ghosts in this world, then we humans should be like this kocho, flying freely. So that's it. Tamayo sighed. "Lord Feng Yu, I have accepted the cooperation. I believe you will be the one to kill Wu Mei. I know that relying on drugs cannot completely defeat Kibutsuji Muzan, because he can break down all the drugs as long as he has enough time, so I have been looking for someone who can fight Muzan until dawn so that he cannot escape. Although hundreds of years ago, I could not completely defeat Wuhan by relying solely on the power of that lord, but I always firmly believe that as long as we gather the power of people with the same ambition, we will be able to completely kill Wuhan. I'm willing to put everything on the line for it, even life." The more Tamayo spoke, the more excited she became, as if he had touched the softness of her heart. Feng Yu nodded, and then continued, "Actually, this time I came to see you. In addition to cooperation, I also need your help. Want to hear the details?" Tamayo replied, "Please help a ghost escape from Umei's control." Tamayo frowned, a little confused, and didn't understand why Feng Yu would ask such a question. According to normal principles, anyone in the Demon Slayer Corps would kill ghosts if they saw them. But at this moment, Feng Yu, who was at the pillar level of the Demon Slayer Corps, made a request to help the ghost, which really surprised her. Master Feng Yu is indeed different from others. I wonder if he wants to help that ghost. Tamayo asked. 12 Kazuki 3rd string Yi Wo Zhao. What? Tamayo immediately exclaimed. Then the whole person started to get excited. Lord Feng Yu, has Yi Wo Zhuo already become friends with you? Tamayo seemed a little unable to believe what Feng Yu said. Yes, you guessed it right. Feng Yu nodded. Lord Feng Yu, without further ado, please take me to find Yi Wo Zhuo now. Tamayo can't wait to see Yivazao. Looking at Tamayo's appearance, Feng Yu couldn't help but mourn for a minute for Yivazao. After all, looking at Tamayo's posture, if Yivazao didn't bleed once, Tamayo wouldn't give up. I have a bad feeling. Did he discover me? Yivazuo was shocked in his heart. After all, as a Shangxian, he often has bad premonitions that come true. What's more, he is currently in a state of escaping. He is like a frightened bird, fearing that Wu Kei will find him. Although he is not afraid of death, he does not want to die in such a painful way, and he promised his lover Zhan Shui to help Feng Yu. No, I have to change a place quickly. Yi Wo Zhuo quickly left this place and ran towards the distance. Under the moonlight, above the forest, Kokushibo, who has 6 blood-red eyes, is feeling the message that nature is telling him. Is it in that direction? Traitor Yivazuo. Chapter 92. A different ghost. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 92 313. Chapter 92. A different ghost. Tamayo saw Feng Yu looking at him with a strange look. I'm sorry, Lord Feng Yu, I'm just too excited. I've been researching the drug to kill Wuhan for hundreds of years, and now it's the most critical moment. All I need is Wuhan's blood to develop it. Quote. A blush appeared on Tamayo's face, and then he started to get excited and said. Over the past few hundred years, although I have used the blood of other ghosts to develop medicines, the blood has been diluted too seriously. As for the powerful ghosts, Yushiro and I have no way to collect their blood. Now that I heard you say that you are good friends with Shengji Sanyi Wozuo, then his blood is the closest to Wu Mei. With the help of his blood, I believe that the development progress of the poison that can kill Wu Mei will be even higher. Building. Quote. I am confident that a drug that can kill Kibutsuji will be developed soon. Feng Yu nodded. He knew how deeply the beautiful woman in front of him hated Muzan. Although she and Yushiro also had some strength, the effect of the blood of ordinary ghosts was really minimal, and the blood of more powerful ghosts had little effect. He didn't dare to hunt and collect blood rashly. After all, Wu Mei had been looking for her whereabouts. If they are careless, 12 Kazuki will appear and catch them. I am very grateful to Master Feng Yu for understanding me. Silvery tears filled Tamayo's eyes, as if he was remembering some sad past event. A-hole, how dare you make Lord Tamayo cry? I'll kill you. Yushiro on the side saw the tears in Tamayo's eyes, and a surge of anger rushed to his forehead. The previous mental suppression was directly dispersed by the anger, and then he attacked Feng Yu. No, Tamayo shouted to stop Yushiro, but Yushiro didn't listen at all. At this moment, his mind was filled with images of Tamayo crying. Noisy. Feng Yu frowned and punched Yushiro, flying away. Bang! Yushiro hit the wall hard, and blood immediately flowed out. At this time, Yushiro only felt one kind of pain, extremely painful, as if all the bones in his body were broken. Although as a ghost, he could heal this kind of injury instantly, but Feng Yu's fist there seems to be a special force hindering the ghost's ability to heal itself. Don't make me kill you, Yushiro. Feng Yu's eyes gradually became cold, and he was really not interested in this kind of man's character. It was obviously Tamayo who made him fall into memories and shed tears, but he would attack others without thinking. When Tamayo saw that Feng Yu had punched Yushiro, she was shocked, because she had just felt how powerful Feng Yu's punch was. And seeing that Yushiro was covered in blood but didn't heal immediately, he understood that it was Feng Yu's other abilities. Tamayo couldn't help but sigh in his heart at the weird abilities of the young man in front of him. Master Feng Yu, please let Yushiro go. He is also worried about me. I will discipline him well in the future. Tamayo looked at Yushiro's miserable state and bowed to Feng Yu. Next time it won't be my fist, but my sword, Yushiro. Do you understand? Feng Yu looked at Yushiro indifferently, then his expression moved, and the mental power suppressing Yushiro's body dissipated. A moment. Yushiro, who was covered in blood, recovered immediately. Crack. A dark red mark appeared on Yushiro's face, and he looked at the woman in front of him who he respected and loved deeply with a face full of shock. Yushiro, if you continue to be rude to Fuyu-sama, then please leave my side. Tamayo cursed. No, Master Tamayo, I was wrong, please forgive me, don't drive me away, just let me stay by your side to protect your safety. Yushiro knelt directly on the ground, crying and begging Tamayo not to let him leave. He was really scared at this moment. Since he turned into a ghost, he has been getting along with Tamayo, and his feelings for Tamayo are extremely deep. At this moment, Tamayo asked him to leave her, and he felt that the whole world was collapse. Tamayo frowned, of course she would not let Yushiro leave her. After all, after hundreds of years of getting along, even a dog has feelings, let alone a person who has the same fate as herself. After Tamayo was silent for a while, he said to Yushiro, if this happens again in the future, you should really leave me. I don't need someone like you by my side. When Yushiro heard this, he nodded wildly in agreement as if he was being amnesty. Feng Yu on the side was not too surprised. He also vaguely guessed why Tamayo was so angry with Yushiro. After all, she is a gentle and kind-hearted woman. She was so angry because she was worried that Yushiro would destroy the cooperation between her and herself, thus missing the opportunity to kill Muzan. After all, she has been waiting for a long time, and her hatred for Wu Mei can make her give everything. Okay, Miss Tamayo, I'm done with my anger. Let's end the incident here. Our cooperation will not change because of other things. Feng Yu said slowly. Hearing this, Tamayo breathed a sigh of relief and smiled on his face. Mr. Feng Yu, what's going on with that ghost? Tamayo turned the topic to the male ghost Feng Yu brought over. The male ghost, who felt aggrieved like a little wife, heard Tamayo discussing him, and his nerves became tense for a moment. I just happened to meet him on the road. He originally wanted to lure you to show up, and he wanted to kill him after you showed up. But he is a little special, and he seems to be under Wu Mei's control. That's it. Tamayo slowly walked up to the male ghost. The male ghost's face changed instantly, and the tears in his eyes kept lingering. The snot and tears were intertwined, and matched with his ferocious face. Tamayo couldn't help but take a few steps back, avoiding him like the plague. It's true. Tamayo looked at the male ghost and murmured. I didn't expect that there are ghosts who can escape from Wu Mei's control by relying on their own power. It's really amazing. May I have your name? Feng Yu suddenly asked. My name seems to be Tansen. Turai, the male ghost said hesitantly. Torei Tanamori. Feng Yu stared at him closely. The male ghost felt uncomfortable being stared at. He immediately knelt down and cried. Sir, please let me go. I'm just an ordinary ghost. I have never eaten humans, please let me go. Never eaten humans. When did you become a ghost? Feng Yu continued to ask. At this moment, he became interested in the ghost who called himself Tori Tanamori. I don't know, I just vaguely remember that after I woke up, I looked like this. Since I became like this, although my strength has increased, I am very afraid of the sun, as if I will die if I touch the sun. In the end, I met another ghost, and I realized that I had turned into a ghost. Sir, what I told is the truth, please just let me go. The male ghost said. That's strange. Feng Yu looked at him and fell into deep thought. Logically speaking, people who become ghosts are under the control of Wu Mei, but this ghost is different. His breath does not have that bloodthirsty smell, but it is very similar to personally, except for appearance. Master Feng Yu, why not ask him to draw some blood for me to study? I am very interested in him. Tamayo said, looking at the male ghost. Feng Yu nodded. Obviously leaving it to Tamayo to study was a very correct choice. Seeing Feng Yu's agreement, Tamayo took out a syringe and walked towards the male ghost step by step. No. Don't come over here. Suddenly, the male ghost screams echoed throughout the courtyard, but because of Yushiru's vampire technique, no sound was heard from the outside world. Chapter 93 Kokushibo. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 93 313. Chapter 93 Kokushibo. I saw Tamayo quickly walking towards the basement after drawing a tube full of blood from Tori Tanamori's body. Feng Yu was watching quietly from the side, with no intention of disturbing Tamayo. After a tube of blood was drawn from Tanamori Tori, his whole body was trembling. He hid in the corner and looked at Feng Yu timidly. Okay, do you need it? It's just a tube of blood. If I wanted to kill you, I would have killed you long ago. Besides, bringing you here can be regarded as saving your life. Otherwise, with your weak strength, if Wuhan discovers that you are out of his control, then you will definitely be finished. Even if you run to the end of the world, you will be killed. Caught up, Feng Yu looked at Tori Tanamori helplessly and shook his head. It seemed that he didn't expect that this ghost was so courageous. It was just a small tube of blood, that's all. I really don't know how you turned into a ghost. When Tanamori Tori heard this, a memory flashed through his mind. It was a bright night, and he seemed to be drinking on the street. Then he vaguely remembered that a black mist was coming towards him, and then. Unconscious. I just remember in my mind that when I was unconscious, I heard the voices of many, many people, like begging and praying. When I woke up the next day, my whole person became a ghost. It was also from that day on that Tori Tanamori began to become afraid of the sun and put on black clothes. Sir, I seem to remember how I became a ghost. Tanamori Tori shouted. Feng Yu looked sideways and said nothing. Black mist. It's black mist. It was the black mist that turned me into a ghost. Tanamori Tori shouted excitedly, and Feng Yu was about to say something when he saw Tamayo slowly walking out of the basement, looking at Tanamori Tori with shock on his face. What the hell are you? Tamayo asked. Tanamori Tori was stunned for a moment and came up without answering. Your blood seems a little different from Wu Kei's. It seems to be mixed with other energy. Tamayo's face showed a trace of solemnity. After all, no one knows what the other power is, maybe it's Kibutsuji's new ability. If it is really a new ability, then it will be more difficult to kill Kibutsuji Muzan. Feng Yu also heard the seriousness of the matter, so he said, then let's kill him. Tanamori Tori. Tamayo seemed to be surprised by Feng Yu's answer. Ahem, sir, it doesn't have to be like this. Instead of killing him, why don't you let me study the strange power in his body, and maybe I can be part of the team that kills Wu Kei. Tamayo said, it depends on you. You are the best at this kind of thing, I will only be responsible for killing ghosts for you. Feng Yu waved his hands indifferently. Anyway, with his own strength, he could basically handle it as long as it wasn't Kokushibo and Muzan. Then Master Feng Yu, please stay with me for the time being. Then Tamayo walked towards Tori Tanamori with a smile on his face, and kept saying the gentlest words, don't be afraid, I won't hurt you. But after taking blood just now, it was obvious that Tamayo was as scary as Feng Yu in his eyes. Other side, Yivazuo was still running away frantically because he felt a familiar breath approaching him from behind. Damn, it's Kokushibo. Yivazuo sensed Kokushibo's fighting spirit and couldn't help but curse secretly. I have mastered the Supreme Realm now. Can I defeat him? Yivazuo stopped in his footsteps, closed his eyes, and the blue snowflake symbol appeared under his feet. Destroy kill Luo needle. The compass needle under his feet pointed in one direction instantly, and Yivazu understood that it was the direction of Kokushibo. Destruction kill sky style. Quickly and directly punched 6 times in the direction pointed by Luo Zhen. Boom boom boom. The terrifying boxing energy gathered in one place, making roaring sounds. Breath of the Moon 1 type Dark Moon Palace of Night. In the darkness, countless round moon blades instantly appeared and collided with the attacks of Yuozuo. Bang! The collision of powerful energies produces a huge explosion. I didn't expect it was really you, Kokushibo. Yivazuo's blue eyes quietly looked at the darkness amidst the explosion, and saw a figure slowly walking out of the darkness. It is one of the upper strings Kokushibo. 3 pairs of blood-red eyes looked at Yuozuo, with no trace of emotion on their faces. It seems that your strength has improved. Kokushibo looked behind him and said slowly, I am here to take you back under the command of Master Wuhan, let's go. Kokushibo, I am no longer the Yuaza I used to be. I am Kokushibo. Looking at Kokushibo's condescending expression, Yivazao instantly became furious. Now, Like you, I have stepped into the Supreme Realm. This time we will have a real battle. Yivazuo shouted. Kokushibo had a smile on his face. Yes, it seems that you have lived up to my expectations of you. Since you want to challenge me, then I will satisfy you. Kokushibo's long black sideburns and high ponytail, as well as the purple snake pattern kimono and black horse riding behind her, are constantly flying in the air. I saw him slowly pulling out the blood-red knife from his waist. Yivazuo didn't dare to be careless. That sword was a ghost blade forged by Kokushibo with his own flesh and blood. The blade, handle, and handle are all covered with eyes. As you slash, countless round moon blades will be produced. The size and length of the round moon blades will change from time to time, and there is no fixed shape. If the sword is damaged, it can instantly grow back to its original form, and as Kokushibo releases its strength, it will evolve into a longer alien blade with staggered blades. Yivazuo had challenged Kokushibo before, and the battle between 12 Kazuki was also commonly known as the swapping challenge, but that challenge ended with Yivazuo's failure. The original rule set by Wuhan was that whoever loses, then the winning party can absorb the losing party, but Kokushibo did not do that, but was very optimistic about the future growth of Yivazuo. Now when he sees the changes in Yivazuo through the transparent world, Kokushibo is also happy deep in his heart, but at the same time he is more angry. Kokushibo has a strong sense of class, has strict requirements on relationships between superiors and subordinates, and is afraid of the behavior of subordinates who commit superiors. Such Yivazuo's behavior is the following, which he cannot accept. Kokushibo and Yivazuo opened the state of transparent world at the same time, but it is unknown which one is stronger and which one is weaker. Yivazuo was ready to go out and his fighting spirit was soaring, but Kokushibo's aura was calm, just like an ordinary person, but the 6 blood-red eyes on his face made people uncontrollably frightened. I'm going to FK, Kokushibo. Bring it on. Chapter 94 The Battle Between Kokushibo and Yiwaza. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 94 313ths. Chapter 94 The Battle Between Kokushibo and Yiwaza. The night is beautiful tonight, the moonlight in the sky falls on Yiwazuo and Heishimo. Destruction and killing random style. Yivazuo immediately launched a fierce attack in the direction of Kokushibo. His attack speed was so fast that people couldn't see his movements clearly. But Kokushibo's face was calm and not moved at all. Breath of the moon shape of Wu Moon Soul Disaster. Kokushibo's sword did not move, only a stream of energy was constantly swirling around him, creating a huge swirling blade wind around his body, deflecting all of Yivazuo's punches and leaving countless holes in the path of the attack. Moon Blade. Yivazuo took a few steps back, with a look of disbelief on his face. Because he was injured in the collision just now, Kokushibo obviously didn't even swing his sword, it was just a simple cyclone defense. Kokushibo, you are indeed the most powerful. Fighting with someone like you is my dream. There was a hint of excitement on Yivazuo's face. Then he started attacking Kokushibo again. Destruction and killing random style. Using the same move, Yivazuo instantly arrived in front of Kokushibo and attacked crazily. Kokushibo's 6 blood-red eyes looked at him quietly, and the cyclone around him was constantly resisting Yivazuo's attacks. Look down on me. Destruction kill, foot style, crown first cut. Yivazuo turned around and kicked him up. Kokushibo's move was interrupted instantly and he was about to fall on him. Kokushibo just said lightly, Breath of the Moon 2 types Zuhu and Onyu. He began to turn his body and waved 2 blade winds at the same time. The blade winds had many round moon blades that directly blocked Yivazuo's attack. The huge energy fluctuations directly raised a gust of wind in the surrounding area. Destruction kill kick style flashing group of lights. Yivazuo's backhand kick was as fast as a flash of light and he kicked Kokushibo violently several times. Bang bang bang, huge energy fluctuations spread, and Kokushibo waved the knife in his hand, constantly resisting the incoming attacks. The tall body of 1.9 meters stood like a rock. No matter how powerful Yivazuo's attack force was, he did not take a step back. Hateful, seeing that his attack did no harm to Kokushibo at all, Yivazuo couldn't help but curse. Destruction kill destruction style. A flaming yellow air flow ignited on Yivazuo's fist, and he attacked Kokushibo directly. This time, Kokushibo's face began to show a slight emotional change, and then he said slowly to Yivazuo, this is decent. Then he waved the knife in his hand. The breath of the moon, the lonely moon in the everlasting night uninterrupted. Kokushibo directly moved toward Yivazuo's fist with staggered and rapid slashes. Countless blades formed a blade wind, and at the same time, countless full moon blades were directed at the oncoming fist. Bang! The 2 huge energies collided, and Yivazuo flew several meters upside down and landed on the ground, raising a huge cloud of dust. Kokushibo took half a step back, and his clothes were not damaged at all. The smoke clears. Yiwazuo slowly got up, with a solemn expression on his face. One of his fists was bleeding with blood, and the blood was dripping on the ground bit by bit. But the injury on his hand soon fully recovered. You are still so powerful that it is beyond your reach. Originally I thought that I would have the possibility of defeating you once I entered the Supreme Realm, but from the battle just now, it seems that there is also a possibility in the Supreme Realm. Realm, you have already explored a higher realm. Yivazuo looked at Kokushibo calmly and said. Kokushibo remains unmoved. Go back with me and atone for your sins. Kokushibo's tone suddenly worsened, and it was obvious that he was just testing how much Yivazuo's strength had improved, otherwise he wouldn't have been defending against Yivazuo's attacks. After all, He is the pinnacle of power in this world. Ha ha ha, Kokushibo, even if I die here, I won't go back. And do you think I have exhausted all my strength? Yivuzuo laughs wildly. The fighting spirit in his body soared into the sky again, and this time it was even stronger than before. It seemed that it was triggered by the emotions of Yivuzuo. Kokushibo's figure disappeared instantly and appeared in front of Yivuzuo. So fast, so strong. Yivuzuo's eyes shrank instantly. Breath of the moon, 3 types hateful moon erosion. The knife in Kokushibo's hand began to swing, and countless round moon blades began to appear on the blade, and they slashed directly towards Yivuzuo's chest. Wherever the blade passed, countless round moon blades of different sizes appeared, constantly attacking Yivuzuo. Causes damage. Destruction kill destruction style. Yivuzuo directly punched out, meeting Kokushibo's slash. Kokushibo's powerful slash directly split Yivuzuo's fist. Destruction kill final style blue eyes chaotic afterglow. Yivuzuo shook off Kokushibo's blade, then took a few steps back. A huge blue snowflake symbol instantly appeared on the soles of his feet, and then countless compass needles attacked Kokushibo. Devil's Blade. God of False Crying goes. The flesh and blood on Kokushibo's body began to flow towards the knife in his hand little by little, and soon his knife turned into a longer alien blade with wrong blades. This is the evolved form of the Kokushibo sword, containing powerful vitality and power. Breath of the moon Jew-shaped falling moon connected faces. The aura on Kokushibo's body became extremely powerful in an instant, and the sense of oppression became stronger and stronger. He waved the evolved ghost blade, and continuously made numerous invisible slashes in the air with intricate interactions, producing multiple interlaced blade winds, and countless round moon blades collided with the compass needles of the Yuo seat. Bang! The attack power on both sides is extremely powerful. Luo Gen. Blade wind. Constantly intertwined. The earth is shaking and cracking. The wild animals within a 5-mile radius fled frantically, not daring to get even half a step closer. Countless trees were turned into dust under the influence of the battle. Big holes and dust keep appearing on the ground. The breath of the moon Shisi's shape ferocious transformation. The sky is full of slender moon. Kokushibo saw that his moves could not break Yivuzuo's attack, so he directly changed his moves and used more powerful moves. He began to wave the ghost blade, and countless huge crescent-shaped blade winds and giant round moon blades appeared, sweeping through everything with an irresistible power and attacking with needles. Yivuzuo's pupils dilated, and those giant sword moons actually broke through his strongest attack and attacked him directly. Yivuzuo's hair was flying in the air, and he wanted to defend against Kokushibo's attack, but the huge Basuki suddenly accelerated and passed directly by him. Pooch! Yivuzuo's eyes widened. Kokushibo also sheathed his sword, and the air instantly became quiet. Only the sound of the beating heart in the body surrounds my ears. You are really strong. Yivuzuo's body fell to his knees on the ground, and his head rolled to the side. Chapter 95 Following the Country's Fate. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 95 313. Chapter 95 Following the Country's Fate. Yivuzuo's head fell to the side, and the blood spurted out stained a large area of land red. Although he could control his body to recover immediately, he didn't. He just looked at Kokushibo silently. Kokushibo, do you believe there are geniuses in this world? Yivuzuo suddenly laughed. Kokushibo looked calm and did not answer his question. I met a human genius. I am no match for him. Although you are very strong and have entered the Supreme Realm early, I think he might be able to kill you. Like us, he is a person who has entered the Supreme Realm. His fighting spirit is not inferior to mine, and his swordsmanship is the strongest human being I have ever seen in my life. There was a hint of fluctuation in Kokushibo's eyes at this time. Genius, Kokushibo murmured, seemingly lost in thought. Ha ha ha, Kokushibo, are you scared? Yivuzuo laughed. He felt Kokushibo's mood swings and thought he was afraid. What Kokushibo doesn't know is that Kokushibo is currently immersed in distant memories, and the figure deeply imprinted in the depths of his mind is gradually enlarging. Kokushibo touched the red firework-like markings on his left forehead and right neck, remembering himself when he was still a human. Because of that person, Kokushibo turned on the markings during the human period, but it was also because the swordsman who turned on the markings did not live to live past 25 years, which led to the birth of Kokushibo today. I'm not afraid. On the contrary, I'm looking forward to meeting the genius you mentioned. I want to see if he has the ability to be given the title of genius. After all, my stupid brother is the only genius in this world. Kokushibo raised his head, looked at the bright moon in a sky with 3 pairs of blood-red eyes and sighed. Human beings are human beings after all. They will age, die, and become weak. Even if they are stronger than you, they cannot escape the final fate of human beings, the end of lifespan. I'm not wrong, it's you who are wrong. Yueni, Kokushibo muttered. Then he walked towards Yivuzuo's body step by step, then gently picked up his head and placed it at the incision on his neck. Kokushibo, you are actually just like me. You just want to become stronger. Why should you be controlled by that person? Yivuzuo still wanted to persuade Kokushibo to change his mind, but it had no effect at all. Kokushibo just looked at him quietly and said slowly, I said, since you are a minister, you must understand the difference between superiority and inferiority. Kokushibo was obviously angry because of Yivuzuo's words. I became a ghost and lived for hundreds of years, but I never reached the threshold of the highest realm. However, humans can reach the highest realm in their teens and 20s. Kokushibo, have you ever thought that although we have unlimited lives, it is difficult to take a step forward in terms of strength? So I'm thinking, what is the difference between ghosts and humans? Ghosts will be killed by sunlight. Not only ordinary ghosts, but even our Shangxian and that being are also afraid of sunlight and will be touched by it in the same way. The sun will turn into ashes. But humans are different. Their strength improves very quickly. Although their lifespan is short, their strength level increases so quickly. Except for the longevity and frailty of the body, humans have no shortcomings. Yivazuo said, humans, even if they become the most powerful and talented beings in the world, so what? In the end, they will not die. Kokushibo said with a sneer. It seems that Mr. Kokushibo once met an extremely powerful human being. Can you tell me his name? Yivazuo saw what Kokushibo meant and couldn't help but ask. Kokushibo glanced at him, and then began to fall into memories again. That was a man who was born with stripes. Not only did he create a breathing method that allowed weak humans to fight against evil spirits, but he could also easily defeat swordsmen who had been training for many years without practicing. Kokushibo feels that other people want to have talents in their lives, but his stupid brother is not interested in having excellent talents in swordsmanship. It would be great if God could give such talents to people who are determined to study swordsmanship. Kokushibo fell into silence. He felt as if he had forgotten a lot, but he did not forget it. But in a daze, the brother looking at him with a smile on his face was still yesterday. His efforts are not worth mentioning in the eyes of his younger brother. He is called the son of God by his mother. He is respected by everyone. With him in this world, all geniuses cannot be called geniuses, because he is a star, the sun rising slowly in the sky. Other geniuses are just weeds. I have surpassed you, Yueni. Kokushibo's eyes were firm, and it seemed that he had dispelled the shadow that had been cast upon him by Enichi Sukuni. Yueni. Yivazuo couldn't help but speak. It seems that Mr. Kokushibo has also been afraid. I really want to know who is the person who can scare a powerful person like you. Although Yivazuo laughed, there was an expression of pity on his face, because he knew how miserable his end would be after being taken back by Kokushibo this time. Yivazuo's body returned to its original position. He shook his head, a gentle smile appeared on his face, and said to the soul of Zunzu in his eyes, I'm sorry, Zunzu, maybe this time I will look like that you hate again. It looks like, but I want to go down and accompany you to heaven. Yivazuo shouted instantly. I saw his hands gathering blue aura and hitting him directly on the head. Destruction killed destruction style. Yivazuo was very fast, but under the transparent world of Kokushibo, his movements slowed down. Breath of the Moon 1 type Dark Moon Palace of Night. The sword flashed past, and Yivazuo's hands were cut off directly. I said, I will take you back when I take you back. Kokushibo said domineeringly. At the same time, his face became gloomy, as if Yivazuo's suicide behavior angered him. I originally thought you would be my companion in pursuit of the ultimate realm, but I let you go a few times and let you grow. Now you have already lost your fighting spirit and become a waste. You really disappoint me. Let's go. Come back with me. Kokushibo directly grabbed Yivazuo's body, and then a pipa sound sounded. The figures of the two of them suddenly disappeared into the air. Chapter 96 The Three Big Three. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 96 313. Chapter 96 The Three Big Three. Other side. Feng Yu was sitting on a chair, watching Tamayo continuously injecting various medicines into Tanamori Tori. Tanamori Tori's body was constantly trembling as he looked at the beautiful, dignified and gentle woman in front of him who was pricking his body with needles of various sizes and then drawing blood. Tanamori Tori was extremely scared. Although the needle penetrated his skin without any pain, he felt that his body was riddled with holes. Tamayo-sama, is it okay? Tanamori Tori looked at the blood that had filled 5 syringes, and he couldn't help but ask. Okay, Mr. Tarai, thank you for your cooperation. Thank you for your hard work. You are a good person. A smile appeared on Tamayo's face. When Torii Tanamori was praised by Tamayo, his ferocious face instantly turned red and became even uglier. Miss Tamayo, so beautiful, it feels so good to stay like this from now on. Tanamori Tori began to fantasize about having sex with Tamayo in the future. Mr. Tarai. Tamayo looked at Torii Tanamori in a daze, thinking that too much blood had just been drawn and causing problems, so he couldn't help shouting. It's okay, Miss Tamayo, I'm fine. If you like my blood in the future, you can do this to me every day. Tanamori Tori patted his chest and said proudly. Pooch. Tamayo laughed out loud. Suddenly, Torii Tanamori was even more fascinated. You must protect Miss Tamayo from now on. Tanamori Tori secretly made up his mind. Feng Yu on the side looked at Tanamori Tori with strange eyes, thinking that this guy might have taken too much blood and had something wrong with his brain. After all, in Feng Yu's eyes, Tanamori Tori's behavior at the moment is just like the behavior of a certain kind of man in his previous life on the internet. Field dog. Yes, it's a field dog. Tisk, tisk, beauty is indeed a disaster. Feng Yu not only lamented how lethal Tamayo's appearance was, but with just a smile, he could turn someone who was extremely afraid of him 1 second into a suitor, who could give everything the next second. Yushiro on the side has already begun to gnash his teeth, and he already wants to kill Tanamori Tori 8,000 and 10,000 times. Damn that ugly guy, he actually fell in love with Tamayo-sama. How dare he? The veins on Yushiru's face were bulging, and the palms of his hands were bleeding from the forceful clenching of his fists. Although he was angry, he did not dare to take action, but tried his best to control his emotions. After all, he always remembered what Tamayo said, as long as he messed up again, she would drive him away. In order to be by Tamayo's side, Yushiro turned away and stopped looking at Tanamori Tori. Tamayo and Feng Yu nodded at the same time, expressing satisfaction that Yushiro did not attack Tanamori Tori. Alright, Lord Feng Yu, let's set off to see Shangxian Sanyi Wo Zuo. Tamayo said. Feng Yu nodded and started to walk out. Behind them, Tamayo and the others slowly followed Feng Yu's footsteps. Tori Tanamori and Yushiro followed Tamayo on the left and right, walking side by side, like two bodyguards. Tamayo stopped and said to Tori Tanamori next to him, "You don't have to follow us. You can just wait here for us to come back." When Tanamori Tori heard this, he immediately became anxious and quickly tried to grab Tamayo's hand, but he only heard a pop, and was knocked away. "Damn BD, don't touch Tamayo-sama with your dirty hands." Yushiro roared. Tanamori Tori vomited a mouthful of blood, and then quickly recovered, looking at Yushiro with a trace of fear in his eyes. Only then did he remember that he was just a prisoner. "I'm sorry, Tamayo-sama, I crossed the line." Tanamori Tori bowed his head and apologized. "I'll wait here for you to come back." "It's okay, Mr. Terai, just wait here for us to come back," Tamayo said with a smile. Then he followed Feng Yu and left. As soon as everyone stepped out of the courtyard, Feng Yu stopped, then closed his eyes, seeming to be looking for something. "How so?" Feng Yu frowned. There was no sign of Yi Wo Zuo there at the originally agreed meeting place. "What's wrong, Master Feng Yu?" Tamayo saw the confusion on Feng Yu's face, and was startled, vaguely guessing that something might have happened. "I originally made an appointment with Yivuzuo to meet somewhere, but now I can't find him." Feng Yu said what he sensed. "Moreover, the previous connection between me and Yivuzuo disappeared. Did something happen to Yivuzuo?" Feng Yu was shocked in his heart. If something happened to Yi Wo Zuo, then Wuhan must have discovered it. At this moment, Asakusa is Kibutsuji's base camp. Once he learns about himself and his plan through Iwasa's memory, not only will he be in danger, but even Tamayo will be affected. "Miss Tamayo, it seems we need to get out of here quickly." There was a hint of anxiety on Feng Yu's face, and there was a vague premonition in his heart. "Lord Feng Yu, you mean?" Tamayo opened his mouth, and then immediately said to Yushiro beside him, "Yushiro, I think we should go back and pack our things together, we are leaving here." Yushiro also knew the urgency of the matter, and nodded quickly, returned to the courtyard, and began to pack up the utensils and data used to study medicine. As soon as Tanamori Tori saw Feng Yu and the others coming back, he was about to ask, but was punched away by Yushiro. "Get out of the way!" Yushiro roared. Soon, the important things were packed by Yushiro, and everything else was destroyed. "Tamayo-sama, let's leave quickly." Yushiro spoke. Feng Yu and Tamayo nodded, then called the confused Tanamori Tori and left Asakusa quickly. Not long after Feng Yu and others left Asakusa, three figures appeared. It's Kokushibo, Doma, the big three take collective action. But at this moment, Yivuzuo had a wild smile on his face, and with one punch, he destroyed the Yushiro blood ghost technique covering the courtyard. PFF'd. It seems we are a step too late, Mr. Kokushibo. Doma waved the golden lotus fan in his hand, a smile appeared on his handsome face, as if he didn't care whether Feng Yu and others were here at all. "My compass tells me that they haven't gone far yet, let's chase them quickly." The compass needle appeared on the bottom of Yi Wo Zuo's feet, seeming to be pointing in a certain direction. Kokushibo quietly looked at the Yi Wo Zuo that had fallen in the center of the courtyard without saying a word for a long time. He just nodded and followed the direction pointed by the Yi Wo Zuo. When Kokushibo and Doma chased in the direction they pointed, Yivuzuo's face seemed to pause for a moment, then he shook his head and followed after them. Feng Yu and others soon arrived at a small town. After confirming that no one was chasing them, Feng Yu breathed a sigh of relief. "You can live here from now on. I believe that with Yushiru's ability, you will not be discovered." Tamayo nodded, then looked at Yushiro behind him. He quickly understood what Tamayo meant, and after handing the package to Tori Tanamori, he left everyone. After a while, Yushiro came back, and at the same time asked everyone to follow his pace, and came to a courtyard gate. "Tamayo-sama, this is it," Yushiro said respectfully. "Master Fuyu, then Yushiro, I, and Mr. Tori Tanamori will stay here. If anything happens, you can come here and find us at any time." "Right." Tamayo waved his hand and Yushiro respectfully handed Feng Yu a yellow talisman. "Master Feng Yu, keep this. As long as you kill the ghost and extract the ghost's blood, Chachawan will come to you and send the blood back." Then Feng Yu heard a cat meow, and then a calico cat appeared at Tamayo's feet. Feng Yu nodded, indicating that he understood. "Then I'll leave first, Miss Tamayo." Feng Yu said goodbye to Tamayo and others, and saw a golden figure appearing in the sky, slowly falling in front of Feng Yu. Chapter 97 Pink Kocho. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 97 313. Chapter 97 Pink Kocho. Feng Yu and Xiaohei soon returned to Sawu Mountain. When Nanako and the others saw Feng Yu coming back, they just wanted to go up and say hello, but when they saw the anxiety on their faces, they wisely hid aside to practice swordsmanship. Feng Yu glanced at Nanako gently and saw her efforts through the transparent world. At this time, Nanako's foundation had been laid, and it was time to make a choice to practice breathing techniques. I'm back, Master Lintaki. Feng Yu opened the door of the wooden house, and what he saw was Tomioka Gyu and Ninataki Sakanji. Tomioka Gyu was as taciturn as ever and just nodded to him. Nintaki Sakanji actually said, "When I come back this time, it seems like something happened to your expression." Feng Yu nodded, then sat across from them and explained to them what happened. I see, no wonder you left in a hurry this time. Third string, Tamayo. Nintaki Sakanji murmured, Master Lintaki, I think Nanako's training has reached a certain level. It's time to let her choose the breathing method. Nantaki Sakan nodded in approval. After all, Nanako was greatly improving her strength every day because of the marrow cleansing pill, and the original training was no longer suitable for her. I have a plan. After all, she is your disciple. It's up to you to teach her how to use the breathing method. Well, then the next step is to let her choose which breathing method she wants. Feng Yu picked up a bowl of tea and drank it gurglingly, while looking at Tomioka Gyu aside. Feng Yu was surprised to find that at this time, Tomioka Gyu's aura was just like that of an ordinary person. It was obvious that he had mastered the realm of being able to see through the world. It seems that the marrow cleansing pill and the healing pill are not in vain. Feng Yu knew it well. In addition to Nanako's breathing method training, there is also the matter of Mixiu. I don't know what happened to her. This side of Butterfly House. Ever since Kocho Shinobu brought Mihide back to Butterfly House, he has taken care of her as carefully as he took care of Kanao. At the same time, everyone in Butterfly House also became very interested in the girl brought back by Kocho Shinobu. Because Mixiu was in a daze when she came back, as if she were a statue. Through Kocho Shinobu, they also knew what Mixiu had experienced. I couldn't help but sympathize with Meisho in my heart, and at the same time I became more concerned about taking care of her. Everyone took turns taking care of Meisho, but they didn't notice that Kanao on the side was watching her deeply. Every time after everyone left, Kanao would always stay by Meisho's side, dragging her outside to the sea of flowers planted by everyone in Butterfly House. Kocho stretched out his hand to track the sky and surrounded the two of them. But Mixia's expression remained unchanged, letting Kocho fly. Sudden, a pink Kocho landed on Meisho's nose, and its two tentacles gently touched Meisho's cheek, seeming to convey some message. Then, Meisho's face began to look painful, tears kept flowing from her eyes, and she kept shouting, Father! Mother! Meisho fell to the ground and kept curling up her body. Everyone heard the sound and came. I quickly stepped forward to see what happened, only to see the sky full of Kocho surrounding Mixiu, forming a protective circle, seeming to protect her from harm. Everyone wanted to come forward, but Kocho seemed to have his own thoughts and wouldn't let others get close. At this time, Kocho Shinobu also rushed over. She slowly approached Mixiu, but surprisingly, Kocho did not hinder Kocho Shinobu's advancement. Kocho Shinobu gently picked up Mihide. Kocho Shinobu was also beside Kocho Shinobu. It could even be said that he was following Mihide. Kocho Shinobu took out a syringe from his arms and hit Mixia's arm. Soon, Meisho slowly regained her composure and fell asleep. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief when they saw that Meisho had calmed down. After all, looking at the appearance that Meisho had just shown, it was obvious that she was in great pain. Kocho Shinobu held the sleeping Mihide in his arms and walked back to the room step by step. When he passed by Kanao, he nodded towards her. After returning to the room, Kocho Shinobu was surprised to find that there was a pink Kocho following them all, and then, under everyone's surprised eyes, it landed on Mixia's face. The two tentacles kept caressing Meisho's face. Lord Shinobu, what is this? The three little ones from Butterfly House couldn't help but ask. It's okay, it seems that this Kocho also cares about poor Mixiu. Kocho Shinobu looked at Pink Kocho quietly and said, it seems that when she wakes up, she may be able to return to normal. Kocho Shinobu murmured, okay, let me take care of Meisho next, and you can take care of other patients in Butterfly House. Kocho Shinobu motioned for everyone to leave here. Everyone nodded and left quickly, except Kanao who still stood there. This kid has closed himself off. Kocho Shinobu gently wiped Mixia's cheeks. This kid looks a lot like you, Kanao. Kocho Shinobu smiled slightly, and Kanao's face did not change. He just came to the bed and put Mixia's hand in his palm. Sometimes it's a good thing not to wake up. Chapter 98 Meisho who lost her memory. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 98 313th. Chapter 98 Meisho who lost her memory. The second day, Feng Yu led Nanako to the mountain behind Mount Samagiri early. Feng Yu looked serious along the way. Nanako didn't dare to say anything, but followed Feng Yu respectfully. When they arrived at the waterfall in the back mountain, Feng Yu turned around and said seriously, Nanako, you have been my disciple for some time. The basic training above is no longer suitable for you. I told you last time, if we want to become stronger, we must learn the breathing method, improve our overall physical strength, and use the special Nichirin sword to kill the evil ghost who killed your parents. The Demon Slayer core has 5 basic breathing techniques, all of which are derived from the breathing of the sun. Your master and I inherit the breathing of water from Master Lintaki. The breathing of water is related to the 4 types of fire, wind, thunder, and rock. Demon Slayer Corp's basic breathing method is the most basic and easiest to learn. There are currently 12 basic moves in water breathing. I will explain them to you later. Nanako listened quietly to Feng Yu's words, and at the same time she was extremely serious, because she knew that this moment was extremely important, so important that she needed to remember everything Feng Yu said. The breathing method, as the name suggests, is to expand the lung capacity through self-exercise. During combat, the lungs are expanded to the limit by inhaling a large amount of air, thereby promoting blood flow and increasing body temperature, exerting the maximum power of human body functions, and enhancing strength and speed to compete with ghosts. The ability: all swordsmen in the Demon Slayer Corps need to undergo orthodox training. After reaching a certain level of strength, they will participate in the final trial. Passing will prove your strength. If you fail to pass, you will be buried in the belly of the evil spirit in the final trial. Quote, Tanjiro will take part in the final trial in a while and become a true Demon Slayer Corps swordsman. There are two kinds of breathing methods in my body. One is the water breathing passed down from Master Lintaki, and the other is the light breathing created by me. I just told you about water breathing. There are a total of 12 moves, 2 of which were created by Tomioka Gyu and myself. They make up for the shortcomings of water breathing and achieve a perfect state. The breathing method of breathing of light is not complete at the moment, but I already have an idea. I will teach you the breathing method in the next period of time. No matter which breathing method you choose, I will devote all my energy to teaching you. Quote, I'll give you one day to consider whether to choose water breathing or light breathing. Feng Yu looked at Nanako quietly. Nanako was suddenly at a loss, lowered her head and remained silent. After a while, Feng Yu saw Nanako clenching her fists, raised her head sharply, met Feng Yu's gaze, and said firmly, Master Feng Yu, I choose the breath of water. Feng Yu was silent for a moment, and then slowly said the word, good. Now that you have chosen the breathing method, I will demonstrate the first 10 basic moves of water breathing for you. Feng Yu pulled out an ordinary Nichirin sword and began to demonstrate it to Nanako one by one. This is the first move, water breath 1 type water slash. This move requires accumulating strength, then using the breathing method, aiming at the ghost's neck, and slashing it down quickly and directly. I saw blue and white water patterns appearing on the Sun Lun Dao in Feng Yu's hand, and he slashed across a big tree in front of him, then turned around and put away the knife. Nanako opened her mouth wide, because the big tree now had a trace as thin as a line, and then blew down by the wind, leaving a smooth cut. Nanako swallowed. Can I do this in the future? Nanako was shocked in her heart. Even if she opened her hands, she couldn't completely hug the huge tree in front of her, but it was cut down with just a swipe of Feng Yu's knife. I will definitely do it. Mother, I will definitely avenge you, and I will definitely kill all the evil spirits in the world. Except for ghosts like Nezuko. Nanako secretly made up her mind, and at the same time, Nezuko understood that there might be ghosts in this world. Then move on to the second move, breath of water type 2 water wheel. Feng Yu's body suddenly jumped into the air, and then his whole body began to roll, like a wheel. Feng Yu spent the whole day demonstrating the first 10 basic moves of water breathing to Nanako, but did not start teaching the 11 and 11 moves. Nanako also mastered the water breathing move after Feng Yu carefully taught her for 2 days, but she was still very unskilled. The third day, Feng Yu told Nintaki Sakanji and Tomioka Gyu that they needed to go out for something, and at the same time, Nantaki Sakanji took over the teaching of water breathing to Nanako temporarily. After the explanation, Feng Yu hurriedly summoned Xiao Hei, and then flew towards the butterfly house. Xiaobai, I suddenly don't dare to face Meisho. Feng Yu, who was standing on Xiao Hei's back, stroked Xiaobai in his arms and said, Master, this is none of your business. Xiaobai comforted, but her parents died because of me. Feng Yu recalled Meishu's appearance that day, feeling very uncomfortable in her heart, as if she was repenting or feeling guilty. This side of Butterfly House. After 2 days of deep sleep, Meisho finally woke up. When she woke up, she stared blankly at the ceiling. No one was guarding the room, only the pink Kocho kept flying in front of her. Hello, beautiful Kocho. Meisho opened her palms, and the pink Kocho flying in the air fell gently on her palms. Temple Ching, who was passing by outside the door, heard the movement, quickly put down what he was holding, and came to Meisho's side. You finally woke up. Terauchi Kiyoshi was very excited. Just wait, I'll call Master Shinobu over. Mixiu just wanted to speak, but Kiyoshi Terauchi had already gone out. Strange people. Meisho felt strange as she watched Kiyoshi Tuki go out in a hurry. After a while, many people poured into Meisho's room, and everyone looked at her with a strange expression on their face, which made Meisho feel scared for a while. You, who are you? What do you want to do to me? Meisho panicked and tightened the quilt covering her body, and asked nervously. It's okay, we are. Kocho Shinobu gently told Mixiu about their identities and where they are now. I don't remember who I am. After listening to Kocho Shinobu's introduction, Meisho slowly told her situation. Kocho Shinobu frowned, and then ordered Kiyoshi Tuki and others to take good care of Meisho, while he came to the door to call his own eagle crow. Ask Mr. Feng Yu to come to Butterfly House as soon as possible and tell me that Miss Meisho has woken up. The crow nodded and flew away quickly. Maybe this is also good. Kocho Shinobu looked at Mihide who was being taken care of by Kiyoshi Terauchi and said slowly. Chapter 99 Bringing Back Meisho. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 99 313th. Chapter 99 Bringing Back Meisho. Feng Yu, with complicated emotions, soon arrived at Butterfly House. At the same time, he also saw the recovered Mihide wearing the same medical clothes as Terauchi Kiyoshi and others, helping to take care of the injured Demon Slayer Corps swordsman. Feng Yujun, you are here. Kocho Shinobu's voice came from behind him. Feng Yu turned his head and saw her looking at him with a smile on her face. Feng Yu nodded. However, although Kocho Shinobu had a smile on her face, Feng Yu could feel that her tone was a bit harsh. Did something happen to Mei Shu? Feng Yu asked with a frown. Kocho Shinobu nodded. This child has lost her memory. What? Amnesia? Feng Yu's voice suddenly rose, but he soon calmed down. How could she lose her memory? Feng Yu asked nervously. Kocho Shinobu shook his head, came to Feng Yu's side, looked at Mixiu who was helping, and said, I'm not sure. I originally thought she was like that just because she was stimulated, but a few days ago yesterday after she woke up that day, she was taken to the Sea of Flowers by Kanao, because the group of Kocho seemed to recall the scene at that time, and her mood collapsed again. When she wakes up, she forgets her previous memories. Listening to Kocho Shinobu's words, Feng Yu fell silent. Actually, Mr. Feng Yu, this is also a happy thing for the child Meisho, so that she will forget the pain. Kocho Shinobu smiled. Have you forgotten the pain? Feng Yu's careful taste of this sentence by Kocho Shinobu. It seems so. Forgetting everything means forgetting the pain. The busy Terauchi Kiyoshi and others discovered Feng Yu and Kocho Shinobu standing in the distance. Lord Feng Yu, you are here. Terauchi Kiyoshi greeted very warmly. Feng Yu tried his best to respond to her with a smile on his face and nodded. After Temple Ching said such a voice, everyone who had seen Feng Yu in Butterfly House couldn't help but raise their heads and look in the direction of Temple Ching's greeting. Hey, Zhao King, Xiao Chang, Xiao Mei, do you think Feng Yu-sama and Shinobu-sama are a good match? Naho Takata said with a blush. Ah, it seems really true. I heard that Master Feng Yu is now the 10th member of the Demon Slayer Corps. He is on the same level as Master Ninja, and I think Ninja-sama seems to be a little interested in Feng Yu-sama. If Feng Yu-sama and Shinobi-sama, Terauchi Kiyoshi and Nakahara Chungya couldn't help but recall what happened to Feng Yu and Kocho Shinobu before. I said, what are you guys discussing? Why don't you hurry up and get to work? Kanzaki Aoi on the side couldn't stand listening anymore. He put his hands on his waist and shouted, and then pretended to come to punish the three little ones. Ah, Xiaokui is so fierce, let's leave quickly. The three little ones quickly ran away, leaving Meisho standing there blankly. Xiaomei, go quickly, Xiaokui is so fierce. The three little ones saw Meisho standing still and shouted, and then hurriedly stepped forward to pull her. It's just that Meisho didn't seem to hear their words and looked straight at Feng Yu. Why do I feel like I know him? Mixiu murmured. Ah, Xiaomei, do you know Master Feng Yu? The three little ones showed a hint of disbelief, and then looked at Feng Yu again. Feng Yu was also seen looking at Mei Shu, with a complicated expression on his face. The three little ones looked at me and I looked at you, and finally came to the conclusion that Feng Yu must know Mei Shu. Meisho took a step forward and slowly walked to Feng Yu. The height of about 1.45 meters was less than Feng Yu's chest. He raised his head and frowned and asked, Hello, Lord Feng Yu, have we known each other before? Right. Feng Yu was silent for a while and replied. That's it, can you tell me what happened before? A smile appeared on Meisho's face, with two dimples dotting her cute face. Feng Yu looked at her quietly, and through the transparent world, he saw the gap in her soul and the darkness deep in her soul. Then he said, You are my sister. We have been dependent on each other since we were young. It is only because something happened in the past that caused your brain to be damaged and you lost your memory. So, Meisho, I'm here to take you home. A smile appeared on Feng Yu's face and he stretched out a hand towards her. Meisho hesitated for a moment, then looked at Kocho Shinobu aside. Kocho Shinobu nodded, and Mei Shokai put her hand on Feng Yu's hand. For a moment, a sense of familiarity came over, and Meisho quickly retracted her hand and said, It feels so familiar, as if I have held hands like this before. Meisho murmured, completely unaware that her tears had already dripped down the corners of her eyes to the ground. Brother Feng Yu. Meisho's voice was so low that only she could hear it, but Feng Yu heard it. The sadness in his heart suddenly surged into his heart. He hugged her, and kept saying apologies. I'm sorry, it's my fault for being late. Feeling that familiarity, Meisho's tense spirit relaxed and she comforted her. Brother, it's okay. Don't you think I'm fine now? Then brother, let's go home. I feel a little bad staying here with Master Shinobu all the time. Mixiu said with a smile. Yeah, let's go home. Feng Yu nodded in agreement. He admitted that he was selfish at this time, but he could only let Mei Shu live by his side so that he could better protect her. Lord Shinobu, and everyone else, let's go first. Meisho followed Feng Yu and jumped onto Xiaohei's back. At first she couldn't help but feel scared when she saw Xiaohei's size, but Feng Yu kept holding her hand and gave her a sense of security, so she endured it. The fear in his heart said goodbye to the people behind him. Xiaomei, you must come back to see us. The three little ones hugged each other and waved with tears in their eyes. Kocho Shinobu and Kanao stood together, watching the two of them disappear into the horizon with smiles on their faces. Chapter 100 Everyone's Home. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 100-313. Chapter 100 Everyone's Home. Feng Yu took Meisho and flew towards the Sawu Mountain. As for the reason why he didn't take him to another place to settle down, The first reason was that he would practice in the Sau Mountain for a period of time and breathe out the remaining light. Moves are created. The second is that Feng Yu has not arranged a residence, that is, a house, for Meishu in time. The third reason is because he is worried that Meishu will be too far away from him, and he is worried that she will be harmed. Xiaohe flew very slowly, as slow as a normal bird flying. The breeze gently blowing around him was so cool, but Meishu closed her eyes and held Feng Yu's clothes tightly in fear. Don't be afraid, Xiaohe, fly slower. Feeling the fear in Meishu's heart, Feng Yu touched her head and said softly. Meishu felt the familiar feeling and slowly opened her eyes. At the same time, because Xiaohe's speed became slower, the beautiful scenery of the mountains and rivers under her feet immediately attracted her interest. What a nice view. Meishu was stunned. The season at this time is already a little sultry, and the cool breeze blows on your face, bringing you a carefree and refreshing feeling. Xiaohe's body became very large, and the light yellow feathers on his body were extremely soft and tough. Meishu not only lay down, but also closed her eyes, feeling the warmth of the sun on her face. At this moment, she seemed to have forgotten the confusion and fear she felt when she first woke up and lost her memory. She closed her eyes and had a smile on her face, just like the scene a year ago in that small village when Feng Yu was practicing swinging a knife and she was accompanying him behind. It was happy and warm. Feng Yu took out a Demon Slayer core uniform from the system space and covered her body, and said softly, "You should have a good sleep. There is still a long way to go. I will call you when I get there." Meishu squinted her eyes and nodded, feeling the slightest chill from the clothes covering her body, and she quickly fell asleep. When Feng Yu saw Meishu sleeping, he also sat cross-legged, looking into the distance, thinking about the days to come. At the same time, there was also a trace of fear in his heart, fearing that Meishu would suddenly remember everything. Forget the past, forget everything, this is good. The entire journey took a day and a night to return to Mount Samagiri. When passing through towns in the middle, I not only bought a lot of daily necessities, but also accompanied Mixiu to go shopping for a whole day. Seeing Meishu happily being attracted by the interesting things and delicious food on the street, Feng Yu didn't complain and just followed her quietly, holding all the things Meishu liked in his hands. It was already evening when we returned to Samagiri Mountain. The sun was setting, and the continuous rush made Meishu lie on Xiaohe's body and sleep soundly. Quack, Xiao Kaozi, I'm back. Xiaohe hovered in the sky of Mount Sagiri and shouted at Nanako who was practicing water breathing below. Nanako looked up and saw a huge pale yellow figure passing over her head with golden light under the setting sun. It brought up a huge gust of wind. Dust and smoke suddenly filled the forest and the trees shook. Master, Master, Nanako shouted excitedly and ran towards the mountain cabin. Feng Yu in the sky watched this scene, and he saw that Nanako's speed had obviously increased a lot. He also nodded with satisfaction. Nanako's speed increased, indicating that the breathing method training was not lazy because of his absence. But what he didn't know was that in the past 2 days since he left, he had been facing either the red Tengu mask of Sakanji Rinaki or the paralyzed Tomioka Gyu all day long, and he didn't dare to be lazy at all. Thump. Feng Yu jumped to the ground holding the sleeping Meishu. This is. Ningtaki Sakanji looked at Mihide in Feng Yu's arms and asked. I'll explain it carefully to Master Lintaki later. Feng Yu said. At this time, Nanako also rushed back. When she saw Meishu in Feng Yu's arms, she also had a puzzled expression on her face, but she did not speak, probably because she was afraid of disturbing Meishu's dream. Watching Feng Yu carrying Meishu into the house, Lintaki Sato looked up at the sky for the last time and sighed. It seems it's time to expand the wooden house. Xiao Naoko, have you missed me? Xiaohe had a mean expression on his face and flew to Nanako and said. Hey, if you beg me, I'll tell you who that girl is. Nanako and Tanjiro looked at each other and nodded at the same time, with a smile on their lips. Oh, Master Xiaohe, just tell me, okay. Look at your feathers, your claws, your wise and mighty eyes. It's the most powerful at first glance. Nanako picked up Xiaohe, holding Xiaohe's feathers for a while, clasping its paws for a while, and kept praising Xiaohe. Xiaohe, whose vanity was satisfied, also felt relieved, and then slowly told Nanako and Tanjiro the origin of Mixiu. Inside the wooden house. So that's it. After listening to Feng Yu tell what happened about Meishu, Lin Takazeo's eyes couldn't help but soften when he looked at her for the last time. Although he still wears the terrifying red Tengu mask. Master Lintaki, I plan to build another house next to the wooden house. This is our home, but after all, so many people are crowded into one house, it is a bit inappropriate. Feng Yu glanced at Meishu who was sleeping soundly and said. Lintaki Sakanji nodded and had no choice but to agree. After all, as his apprentice, he brings people to him every 3 days. The wooden house that was once a lonely place is now more like a big family, a home for everyone in the wooden house. Oh, I can't live a comfortable life for a day. Nintaki Sato looked at Feng Yu recently and seemed to be a little bit resentful. After all, as a breeder who had long thought of retiring and living alone, he was now raising a baby every day, which was completely different from the retirement life he had originally expected. Although it's a bit noisy, there is a different kind of joy in my heart. The face under the Tengu mask of Nintaki Sakanji couldn't help but smile. If it had always been like this, maybe it would be good. Those figures from the past appeared in his mind. This wooden house was once full of lively scenes. He, Tomioka Gyu, Shu-Tu, and Makomo. Chapter 101 Tanjiro participates in the final trial. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 101 313. Chapter 101 Tanjiro participates in the final trial. In the next few days, Feng Yu found workers to build the house from a nearby town. After negotiating the price, the construction started quickly. With all the help, a brand new wooden house was built. The construction inside the house is also the same as that designed by Rinataki Sakanji wooden house. The moment the house was built, Feng Yu had a feeling. People in the previous life might have worked hard all their lives to have a house of their own, but they never thought that they would only spend more than a year in another world before they could complete it. Already, after the house was completely built, Feng Yu took Xiao He to the town and bought the necessary furniture and daily necessities for everyone. Quack, master, this is too much. Xiao He had a trace of bitterness on his face, feeling the large and small bags of furniture and supplies on his back, and couldn't help but complain. I really envy boss Xiaobai. Xiao He looked at Xiaobai sleeping soundly in Feng Yu's arms, and then thought about how he had gone out early and returned late, working extremely hard during this period, and suddenly felt bad. It's always me who suffers. Although he complained, he still did his job honestly and carried Feng Yu's luggage. Soon, after everything was ready, everyone entered the new house one after another, and Feng Yu lit the first fire belonging to the new house. Watching the fire extinguish in the wind at any time from the beginning, to burning brightly at the end, is like a weak child turning into an upright adult. Everyone's heart was filled with emotion. They chatted for a long time that night, until dawn. For the first time, Nintaki Seigo took out the wine he had collected. Although at their point, alcohol no longer had a paralyzing effect on them, they still drank it happily. Mixiu and Nanako also drank a little, but only a little. They soon became extremely drunk and lay aside and fell asleep. Only Tanjiro and Nezuko didn't drink. Tanjiro was worried that if everyone was drunk and fell asleep, his sister would be in trouble if she walked out into the sun in a daze. Feng Yu and others did not force him to drink, but continued to tell what they were hiding in their hearts. Wait until the next morning. Tomioka Gyu looked at Feng Yu and Nintaki Sakanji and said, Mr. Nintaki, Feng Yu-kun, it's time for me to leave here and return to the Demon Slayer Corps. There has been a lot of chatter these days, and it also makes me feel different. I feel very grateful. After Tomioka Gyu knelt down and bowed, he picked up his Nichirin sword and walked out of the house, setting out on the road alone. The dawn sun shines on the earth. The morning dew on the leaves is still stained with dazzling white light. The early birds seemed to be bidding farewell to Tomioka Gyu, and kept calling in the mountains and forests. I don't know how long it will take to see us again. Nintaki Sakanji stood at the door and sighed as he looked at Tomioka Yoshiyuki's retreating back. Don't worry, Master Nintaki, once all the ghosts in this world are eliminated, we will eventually get together one day. We, and the wooden house in Mount Sagi, have long been Tomioka's home and family in his heart. Feng Yu said, Yongyang, may your military fortune be prosperous. Nintaki Sakanji murmured, his tone couldn't help but be a little heavy. After all, every mission is accompanied by unknown dangers. In this life, Lintakazeo has seen too many lives and deaths recently. Every apprentice is like his child, each one is more important than the last. Every dawn is a new beginning. Master Nintaki, don't worry. Brother Yiyong's strength has improved by an unknown amount. It is no longer a problem to deal with ordinary strings. Feng Yu saw that the original gray hair of Kanji Takaki Sakanji had taken on a new look, as if he had reactivated his life. His black hair was growing continuously, and the necklines on his neck had also been smoothed out a lot. Obviously, this is the effect of taking marrow cleansing pill. Feng Yu, can you give me a few more marrow cleansing pills? Said Kintaki Sakanji. Yes, Master Nintaki, you can have as many as you want. Feng Yu took out a small bag, which contained 10 marrow cleansing pills. Rentaki saw recently received the marrow cleansing pill and said, My lord, under the influence of the marrow cleansing pill and the healing pill, his condition has improved. That's it, as long as it helps. I was thinking about whether the marrow cleansing pill and the healing pill could help the lord, but I never had the chance to speak. If it helps now, then bring these with you. Feng Yu smiled, then took out the marrow cleansing pill and the healing pill and put them in Nintaki Sakanji's hand. While Nintaki Zuo was moved recently, he was also a little confused about where Feng Yu got the elixir from and how he could hold so many things even though he had no pockets. Feng Yu seemed to see the confusion on Nintaki Sakanji's face, and just smiled and walked away without saying a word. Then the next step is to plan the practice. Feng Yu looked at Mei Shu who was playing with Xiaobai and knew that she had completely accepted this new home or this new identity. But every time I look at Mei Shu, there is always a hint of fear in my heart, fearing that Mei Shu will suddenly regain her memory. I hope you never think about the past. Feng Yu sighed and shook his head to disperse the gloom in his heart. After walking into the house and explaining things to Kanji Rinataki, he went to the place where Tanjiro practiced alone. Tanjiro, the final trial will be in 3 days, are you ready? Feng Yu said seriously. Senior brother Feng Yu, I'm ready. Tanjiro's face showed a determined expression, his eyes were firm, without any wavering or fear, on the contrary, there was a hint of excitement. Very good, then today I will test your current strength. Then he attacked Tanjiro. After a while, Tanjiro collapsed on the ground in a miserable state. Yes, we have been able to achieve this. Feeling Tanjiro's performance just now and the torn clothes on his body, Feng Yu also expressed that he was very satisfied. After all, he had just faced off against Tanjiro at full output. Tanjiro, the final trial is not difficult, but what is difficult is the days to come. You have to become stronger, so you can protect your sister. Got it, Tanjiro, Feng Yu said. I will definitely work hard. I will definitely not let down senior brother Feng Yu's cultivation of me. I will definitely protect Nezuko and everyone. Tanjiro gritted his teeth and shouted with all his strength. I hope so. 2 days later, Tanjiro said goodbye to everyone and embarked on the road to Fujishi Mountain. Must come back. Brother Tanjiro, we are waiting for your return. Everyone's face was full of worry, especially Mixiu and Nanako. They already knew the purpose of Tanjiro's trip, which was to stay in a mountain full of evil spirits for 7 days. This made Nanako, who had seen evil spirits, couldn't help but worry about the figure in her memory who worked hard every day and made herself covered in injuries. He didn't complain about being tired, and he had a heartwarming smile on his face after every training session. Nanako looked at Tanjiro walking away and clenched her fists involuntarily. Then, the next step is to practice the breathing of light. Chapter 102 Complete Breath of Light. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 102 313. Chapter 102 Complete Breath of Light. After bidding farewell to Tanjiro, except for Feng Yu, everyone else felt heavy, extremely worried about Tanjiro's safety. Feng Yu shook his head. After all, he was the only one who knew Tanjiro's strength very well. For this final trial, he was completely honing his skills. Those ghosts on Tengshi Mountain are monsters that give away experience. Besides, Chione, the only boss of Novice Village, has been killed by him, so there is no way they can threaten his existence. Even if Chione was still there, with Tanjiro's current strength, he would probably be able to kill him easily. Master Lintaki, I will ask you to take care of Nanako and Mihide for a while. Feng Yu said a little embarrassed. Nintaki Sato looked at him for the first time, as if he was used to it, nodded and asked, how many days do you plan to go out this time? No, Master Lintaki, this time I plan to perfect the next move of Breath of Light. After all, as a pillar of light in the Demon Slayer Corps, Breath of Light is incomplete. Feng Yu's face showed apology. Although water breathing is a basic breathing method alongside the 4 breathing methods of fire, wind, thunder, and rock, it is the most basic and easiest breathing method to learn. I have also deduced it to the extreme, but I feel that the breathing of light it suits me better, so I plan to perfect the remaining moves in the next time. Nintaki Sakanji nodded, and then sighed again, vaguely guessing the future of his old bones. I am so exhausted. Soon, after Feng Yu finished explaining to Mishu and Nanako, he arrived at the top of Mount Samagiri alone. Call. Then let's perfect my breathing method here. Xiaobai jumped far away and watched quietly, not daring to make too much noise. I saw Feng Yu slowly pulling out the Onikiri. Type 1. Moonlight Slash. Type 2. Brilliance. Type 5. Flash of Light. There are only 5 moves at the moment, but they all have a small range, and they only focus on auxiliary moves. Then the next step is to start from the direction of attack, defense, avoidance, speed. After determining the direction, Feng Yu recalled the introduction and moves of various breathing techniques in his previous life, and gently picked up the Onikiri in his hand. His own breathing adjusted to the frequency of light breathing, and Onikiri's blade began to glow with a pale yellow light. Boom boom boom. With the explosion of terrifying power, centered on Feng Yu, the originally dense trees had become bare, leaving only smooth cuts, and the trunks fell aside. Other side. Tanjiro had followed the map to the foot of Fujimi Mountain, and was shocked when he saw the vine flowers blooming all over the mountain. Tanjiro was not attracted by the shock in front of him. He followed everyone one after another, walked up the stairs step by step, and arrived at the square. The entire square was now filled with people coming to participate in the final trial. Just as Tanjiro looked around at the faces of those participating in the trial. Pop! A burst of applause came from a high platform in the distance, attracting everyone's attention. What caught his eye were 2 girls who looked very similar. One had white hair and the other had black hair. Both were holding a yellow lantern in their hands. It is the 2 brothers and sisters Ubuyashiki Hinai. Thank you all for gathering here tonight to participate in the final selection of the Demon Slayer Corps. In this vine-covered mountain, there are imprisoned evil spirits captured alive by the swordsmen of the Demon Slayer Corps. Surviving 7 days in this place is the qualification for the final selection. Then I wish you all a safe journey. The 2 brothers, Ubuyashiki Hinai, bowed to everyone, and everyone knew that it was time to go up the mountain. Tanjiro took a deep breath and followed the others step by step towards the mountain. The further you go up the mountain, the more you can feel the cold and dark atmosphere, as if there is no trace of life. Tanjiro ran quickly, but he did not relax his guard at all. One hand was always holding the scabbard of the Nichirin sword. Sudden, there was a rustling movement from deep in the darkness. Tanjiro stopped immediately. This smell is a ghost. And it's right there. Tanjiro immediately pulled out the Nichirin sword and got into a defensive position. There, will come from there. The smell is too strong, I can't tell where it is. The smell of the evil ghost was irritating his nose all the time, but he could not see the evil ghost. He could only hear the noise around him getting louder and louder. No, it's from the back. Tanjiro suddenly turned over and jumped far away, avoiding the evil ghost's attack. Ahahaha, only an evil ghost figure with a ferocious face, a long tongue exposed in the air, and constant thorns appeared from the smoke and dust. Human, delicious human. The evil spirit pounced on Tanjiro again. The demon is fast, but Tanjiro is even faster. Full concentration breath of water 1 type water slash. Blue and white ripples appeared, instantly cutting off the evil ghost's head. Watching it continue to turn into ashes, Tanjiro bowed and continued running towards the east. Anyway, let's get through tonight first. When the sun rises in the morning, ghosts won't be able to come out and move around, so the body can have a good rest. So hurry up and head towards the direction where the sun rises. Tanjiro kept rushing, wanting to reach the easternmost location as soon as possible. However, some blind evil spirits eventually came out to block him on the way, but Tanjiro easily killed them all with his sword. If Feng Yu finds out that Tanjiro is still going east, and instead of fighting the hard steel demon, he chooses to live in cowardice, he will definitely be beaten severely. Feng Yu, I raised you to be so powerful, not to grow up in a vulgar way. ... That's all. Tanjiro relied on the strength of everyone in the distance to survive the 7-day final trial unharmed. Tanjiro was still in a state of confusion when he was choosing the jade steel in the square. He didn't expect that the evil ghost in the final trial was so weak. He could kill the evil ghost with just a single knife each time. It gave him the illusion that he himself had become stronger or that the ghost in the final trial was too weak. After selecting the jade steel, Tanjiro was also assigned his own eagle crow. There were obviously many more people who passed the trial this time. Perhaps it was because Tanjiro, a powerful trialist, drew his sword to help them when he saw that they were in danger. ... At the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters, a raven with a blue scarf around its neck flew in front of Ubuyashiki Yaoya. That's it, there are actually 13 people who survived. It's really outstanding. I have more children. I don't know what kind of swordsman they will become. ... When everyone saw Tanjiro returning to Sagiri Mountain, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Brother Tanjiro, you are finally back. It's good to be back. Everyone was there, but Feng Yu was missing. After Tanjiro asked, he found out that Feng Yu was practicing breathing techniques in the back mountain. He didn't bother him and just waited in the wooden house for the arrival of his own Nichirin sword. Fleeting. 1 month passed quickly. This also means that Feng Yu has been on the top of Mount Sagi for a month. At this time, his hair is a little messy. The entire top of the mountain has been devastated by him. Everywhere is bare, deep pits can be seen everywhere, and not even a single weed can be seen. After a month, I finally perfected all the moves behind Breath of Light. It's just that the last move is a bit difficult. Breath of Light 1 type Moonlight Slash. Swing out a very fast light yellow sword energy from the blade. Breath of Light 2 types Glory. A strong light emits from the blade with a burning effect. Breath of Light 3 forms Guidance of Light. Sensing moves, spiritual link with light, similar to Piggy's Beast. Breath 7 forms Space Perception. Breath of Light 4 types Salvation emits a little bit of fluorescence from the blade, which can relieve mental interference attacks on the body. Breath of Light 5 forms Flash of Light, similar to Agatsuma Zenitsu's Thunder Breath move, but faster, but without the lightning damage of Thunder Breath. Breath of Light 6 forms Light and Shadow accompanying. 8 clones of Light are differentiated, each clone has its own peak attack of strength. Breath of Light 7 types Mystery Flash. Reaching the ultimate speed, you can dodge enemy attacks at the speed of light. Breath of Light 8 forms Annihilation. Gather huge energy, clasp your hands together and sweep forward with all your strength, causing a devastating blow to enemies on the path. Breath of Light 9 forms Holy Light Field. Using the move will form a field, which will greatly increase one's own strength. At the same time, enemies in the field will suffer burning damage. Breath of Light 10 type Light Storm. Swing the knife in your hand quickly, a light blade will be formed on the blade, and at the same time, a huge light blade storm will be formed at extremely fast speeds. It has a strong suction ability. Enemies in the storm will suffer countless blows. Blade attack. Breath of Light 11 form Light Wings continuous slash. Swing the sword quickly, and at the same time swing out countless light blades to attack the enemy. Breath of Light 12 forms Auxiliary Light Full Jade Box Light. It is the finishing touch for other sword forms. Using this move will cover the blade with a layer of light yellow gleaming light, increasing the damage of the sword form. Breath of Light 13 patterns Mystery Dawn. The final form of Breath of Light. The conditions for its performance are relatively high. It requires another person who knows the Breath of Light. It can be cast together with the 4 patterns of Salvation to form a huge ball of light, like the sun at dawn, and has the same effect as sunlight, a large area damage move. Chapter 103 Stepson. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 103 313ths. Chapter 103 Stepson. The complete 13 moves of Breath of Light were finally perfected by Feng Yu, but the last move requires the cooperation of 2 Breath of Light to perform. This is a bit difficult for Feng Yu. After all, he is the only one who can breathe light, and no one else can. Then someone will fight with me later. Isn't that the ultimate killer? Feng Yu fantasized about the scenes of ancient wars in his mind. He directly used another magnifying move that could breathe light, and Wu Mei's men were all reduced to ashes. At that time, he could probably point a knife at Wuhan and say, "Wushan, what do you think of life? Come and bask in the sun with me. It's time to go down the mountain." I don't know what happened to them during this time. Feng Yu jumped into the waterfall, washed his whole body and tidied up his appearance, then returned to the wooden house. "I'm back," Feng Yu shouted. Xiaobai poked his head out from the door, and then ran towards Feng Yu happily. "Master, did you succeed?" Xiaobai asked. Although Xiaobai was with Feng Yu at the beginning, he was really bored and couldn't help, so he went down the mountain alone. He only went up to the top of the mountain to deliver food and meals to Feng Yu every day. Well, it worked, Feng Yu said with a smile, bent down and hugged Xiaobai into his arms. Feeling the weight in his hands, Feng Yu couldn't help but chuckle and said, Xiaobai, have you been eating alone and not exercising recently? You seem to have gained weight. Xiaobai. Was discovered. At this time, Meisho in the house heard the noise and came out of the house, happily holding Feng Yu's hand. Brother Feng Yu, you are finally back. Come in quickly and try the delicious food I made. Meisho pulled Feng Yu into the house with a sullen look on her face. Seeing this, Xiaobai couldn't help but start to pull up her hips, instinctively wanting to escape from Feng Yu's arms. What's wrong, Xiaobai? Meishu looked at Xiaobai with a smile and said, Ah, the weather is so nice today. Master, I remembered something else. I have to go exercise with Xiaohei, so I won't accompany you. After saying that, Xiaobai broke away from Feng Yu's arms, as if he was slow, a big terror would come to him. When Feng Yu saw this, he shook his head helplessly, saying that these days, his novices have become alienated from him. Just looking at the expectation on Meisho's face, Feng Yu felt much relieved and followed her into the house. But he soon regretted it. As soon as you enter the house, a smell rushed straight to my forehead. Ahem. Feng Yu was caught off guard and choked. What is this? Feng Yu felt an ominous premonition in his heart. Clang clang clang. Brother Feng Yu, this is the meal I cooked for you, try it quickly. Meisho pulled Feng Yu to the dining area and sat down, and began to use a spoon to fill Feng Yu with the black stuff in the pot. Feng Yu swallowed hard, not sure if it was saliva or stomach acid. The black stuff in the pot was still bubbling under the influence of the underground fire, but in Feng Yu's eyes, after the bubbles exploded, there were streams of black smoke. Brother Feng Yu, eat quickly. Meisho handed the bowl to Feng Yu and looked at him expectantly. Gulu. A trace of cold sweat broke out on Feng Yu's forehead. This, could it be the legendary dark cuisine? No wonder Xiaobai ran so fast just now, it turns out that's the reason. Xiaobai, you are trying to trick me, your master, my stomach is not made of iron. Feng Yu resisted the turmoil in his stomach and took a shaky bite. Is it delicious? Brother Feng Yu, this is my new dish. Mixiu said with a smile. Wow, delicious. Feng Yu felt that his throat was burning, his stomach juices were rolling, and he felt like he wanted to spit it out. He turned around quickly, covered his mouth with his hand, and swallowed while suppressing nausea. At the same time, he quickly took out a detoxifying pill and put it into his mouth. Haha, Mixiu, where's Master Lintaki? I have something to do with him, so I'm leaving first. Before Meisho could say anything, Feng Yu quickly got up and ran out of the house. Call, this is really scarier than me killing ghosts. Feng Yu breathed in the fresh air outside the house. It's terrible, could it be that Xiaobai was there every day before? Feng Yu shook his head and held a moment of silence for Xiaobai in his heart. Then he quickly came to the wooden house where Nintaki Sakanji was staying. Back, said Kintaki Sakanji, but when Feng Yu heard these words, he felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity in his heart. Feng Yu nodded, and then began to learn about what happened this month with Lintaki Sakan. This is a letter Tanjiro wrote to you, please read it. Lintaki Sakanji stood up and took out a letter from the cabinet and handed it to Feng Yu. Only then did Feng Yu notice that the wooden house had become deserted. Miduzi and Tanjiro had already left here to complete the mission of the Demon Slayer Corps. Feng Yu opened the envelope, and everything written in the letter was about the joy Tanjiro shared with Feng Yu and his gratitude. Feng Yu nodded, feeling a little relieved. At the same time, he couldn't help but start to look forward to what kind of journey Tanjiro, who was influenced by his Kocho, would have. Now only Nintaki Sakanji lives here alone in the whole wooden house. Mihide and Nanako usually sleep in the newly built wooden house. Now that your breath of light has been perfected, have you ever thought about finding a stepson to pass it on? Kintaki Sakanji said calmly, stepson. Feng Yu knew that this was the Demon Slayer Corps' way of talking about his successor, and he was not that kind of stepson. The missions of the Demon Slayer Corps are extremely dangerous. No one knows which mission they will encounter irresistible danger. I hope you can pass on your breathing skills and let more swordsmen learn. Lintaki Sakanji filled a bowl of hot soup and handed it to Feng Yu. Feng Yu looked at the soup in his hand and was lost in thought. Master Lintaki, don't worry, I will pass on the breath of light. Feng Yu smiled and took a sip of the hot soup. For a moment, it was completely in contrast to what Mei Shu had just given him. Tasty. Feng Yu laughed loudly, and then continued to pull the bowl in his hand. The face under the mask of Ningataki Sakanji also showed a smile, and his mind couldn't help but recall the scene when Fenga came to Sagiri Mountain alone on a snowy day. I sighed in my heart. Time flies so fast. Chapter 104 Meisho's Thoughts. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 104 313th. Chapter 104 Meisho's Thoughts. Soon, the sun changed and set, and Nanako, who was training alone elsewhere, returned to the wooden house. Master, Nanako shouted happily when she saw Feng Yu. Feng Yu smiled and nodded. How's your recent training going? Master, I have basically mastered the 10 moves of water breathing that you taught me. When will you teach me the next moves? Since brother Tanjiro left, I have been training by myself. Nanako walked over and pulled Feng Yu's sleeve and said. Feng Yu nodded and saw through the world-clear vision that Nanako has been working hard to practice the water-breathing technique for the past month. At this time, she has been able to master the direction of water breathing skillfully, but she is not very familiar with the changes in moves and breathing frequency. Tomorrow, Feng Yu said. Nanako nodded, and then went back to the wooden house to enjoy the dinner that Lintaki Sakanji had prepared for her. Looking up, the starry sky tonight is so clear. The stars in the sky are dotted like a beautiful ancient painting. Under such a beautiful sky, there is endless terror and murderous intent. How many innocent people will lose their lives tonight, and how many demon slayer core swordsmen will shine? Feng Yu murmured. The second day. Nanako, please show me the results of your training this month. Feng Yu said seriously. Nanako nodded in agreement, and then pulled out an ordinary Nichirin sword and began to display all the 10 breathing techniques taught by Feng Yu over and over again. Feng Yu looked at it very seriously. Although the shape is correct, the breathing rate is not good enough, the total concentration of breathing needs to be improved, and the strength is not enough. As he had improved his water breathing to a superb level, he could immediately see what Nanako's shortcomings were at this time. Other shortcomings can be gradually mastered through continuous practice, but this power. Feng Yu looked at Nanako's small arms and understood that this was because Nanako was still young. At the same time, her own talent lay in speed and reflexes rather than strength. The Nichirin sword in her hand still weighs a little to her. Nanako's speed is very fast, and the combination of the third type of water breathing and the flow dance brings her speed to the extreme. Soon Nanako finished her demonstration and looked at Feng Yu expectantly, hoping to get his approval. It's pretty good, it's already exceeded my expectations. Then the next ones will be the breath of waters pattern 11, calm waves and pattern 12, huge waves. The Shi-type Fengpinglangjing was created by Brother Yiyong. It uses itself to form an absolutely defensive field. In this field, any attack will be resisted. However, even so, as long as the enemy's strength can crush you, it can still be easily cracked, so don't be careless when using this move. The Shi-2 style, the sky-shaking wave, was created by your master and me. It is completely opposite to the Shi-1 style. Although it also forms a domain circle, it is the ultimate attack. One defense and one attack can be regarded as making up for the lack of water. It's the shortcomings of breathing. Feng Yu said slowly. Nanako kept nodding, with a look of anticipation on her face. Then let me demonstrate these two moves for you. Feng Yu pulled out the Onikiri. Full concentration breath of water shape of 11 and 1 calm and calm. The blue-white field instantly covered Nanako. In her eyes, Feng Yu was standing on a horizontal plane. All her movements seemed to be restrained by an invisible thing. She was like a canary in a cage. No matter how hard you try, you can't break this cage. The next step is the type 12, earth-shaking waves. As Feng Yu's breathing rate and moves changed, the scene Nanako saw also changed instantly. The calm water surface just now turned into an endless ocean. At the same time, a huge wave higher than the sky was moving in an irresistible way. The momentum surged towards him. A feeling of fear arose in Nanako's heart, and she wanted to escape, but within the realm, she was like fish on a chopping board, allowing herself to be slaughtered. Okay, this is the 11-1 type and the 11-20 type. Feng Yu put the Onikiri into the scabbard and said to Nanako, who was still looking shocked. The moment Feng Yu put away the knife, Nanako sat directly on the ground, her legs still shaking. Although my legs were shaking, the expression on my face was crazy and exciting. So strong, Nanako said excitedly. Master, I must learn these two moves. Nanako's green eyes instantly glowed like firewood. It doesn't feel like I'm scared, but why do I have a bad premonition? Feng Yu murmured as he looked at Nanako's appearance. Then, without thinking too much, he began to explain the core and forms of the two moves to Nanako over and over again, and at the same time, he continued to demonstrate them. But after a whole day, Nanako had not even mastered the basics. Helplessly, he could only say that he would continue to train her water breathing in the next period of time. Nanako also fell asleep early this night. It was obvious that she was tired from the day's training. About 10 years old, I was a little girl in my previous life. I guess I have just entered the first or second grade of elementary school, and I am still at the stage where I don't understand anything. Feng Yu shook his head, seeming to feel sorry for Nanako. But he forgot that his body was only 16 years old and not yet an adult. Feng Yu jumped onto a branch and lay on it, looking at the shining stars and the full moon. Brother Feng Yu, are you asleep? Just as Feng Yu was looking at it, Mei Shu's voice sounded from under the tree. What's wrong? Feng Yu jumped in front of Mei Shu and asked gently. Brother Feng Yu, can you tell me about your mother and father? I wanted to ask you before, but you have been busy and have no time. Mei Shu said, holding the hem of her clothes with both hands. Father, mother, Feng Yu was silent. Were they also killed by evil spirits like Nanako's mother? Mei Shu said with red eyes. Feng Yu nodded, did not speak, just looked at her silently. Mei Shu shed tears and smiled bitterly. Sure enough, I often dream about a scene, a gentlewoman and man telling me something, but I can't see his face clearly, but at the end of every dream there are screams and redness. The blood on the floor. They are our father and mother, right? Brother Feng Yu. At this time, Mei Shu was crying. Feng Yu wiped her tears with his hand, without saying anything, but said gently, although they are gone, you still have me, and I will stay with you. However, Meisho pushed away his hand and said, I also want to train like Nanako and avenge my father and mother with my own hands. No, it's too dangerous. Feng Yu refused directly. I can take care of the revenge, you don't have to do it. Feng Yu said with a frown. Why not? Nanako can do it, why can't I? Meisho suddenly shouted, I won't do it if I say no. This is too dangerous, I will never allow you to do such a thing. Feng Yu shouted angrily, and then punched a tree nearby. The tree collapsed under his powerful strength. Meisho was frightened, she didn't expect Feng Yu to be angry. I don't want to deal with you anymore. Meisho covered her mouth, tears in her eyes were still flowing down, she ran quickly back to the wooden house and then closed the door heavily. When he calmed down, Feng Yu's face was filled with a bitter expression. I just want to protect you. Chapter 105 Feng Yu's decision. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 105 313ths. Chapter 105 Feng Yu's decision. The quarrel between the two quickly woke up everyone, but no one stepped forward to persuade them. Even Xiao Bai and Xiao He just watched silently. They had known about Mixia's idea of becoming a Demon Slayer swordsman for half a month. Although they had tried to persuade her, it was Feng Yu who brought her back, and Feng Yu also claimed that Mei Shu was his sister, so it was hard for them to make up their mind. Especially for Nintaki Sakanji, Mihide came to him many times and begged him to teach her breathing techniques, but Nintaki Sakanji always tried to excuse her by saying that he had no right to make decisions. Sister Meisho, are you okay? Nanako walked to Mixia's side and said, Ooh, Nanako, why don't you go and plead with brother Feng Yu and ask him to agree to practice breathing techniques with you? Mihide grabbed Nanako's hands and prayed, Sister Meisho, maybe the master is thinking about your safety. Nanako couldn't help but sigh when she saw Mixia looking like this. In her opinion, Feng Yu didn't let her learn breathing techniques, probably to protect Mei Shu's safety. After all, she was her sister, and killing evil spirits was extremely dangerous. Nanako couldn't help but think of the appearance of evil spirits, and there was a trace of fear deep in her heart. But more of it is hatred. Nanako, you know, I have a recurring dream every night. I dream about my parents lying in a pool of blood. It feels really painful. I want to do something, but there is nothing I can do. Every day I see you getting stronger little by little, but I can only look at you helplessly, doing nothing all day long, wasting time. My heart is very painful and tormenting. Meisho said with red eyes, and at the same time, her hand holding Nanako became stronger and stronger. Nanako thought about how Meisho would wake up in the middle of the night for the past month, and then she realized why. Sister Meisho, please stop crying now, okay? Tomorrow I will go to the master to plead with you and let him teach you martial arts, so that you can avenge your parents in the future. Nanako said with a smile. Really, Nanako, thank you. Meisho said gratefully. Well, it's okay, let's go to bed now so that we can be energetic when we wake up tomorrow. Nanako gently patted Mixia's back with her hand and said softly. The conversation between the two was heard by Feng Yu outside, and the bitterness on his face deepened. After a while, with Nanako's comfort, Mixia gradually calmed down and fell asleep. Seeing that she was asleep, Nanako lay down beside her with her tired body. Lying on the bed, Nanako couldn't help but think of the past, and tears welled up in her eyes along with sleepiness. Mother, I miss you so much. This night was destined to be irritable for Feng Yu. The past events were vivid in her mind, and the honesty and simplicity of Mei Shu's father and the amiability of her mother were deeply imprinted in her mind. At the moment when Mei Shu's parents were killed, Feng Yu only wanted to protect her, and did not think about letting Mei Shu become a ghost-slaying swordsman. But now it's a bit beyond my expectation. In the distance, Ninataki Sakanji looked at Feng Yu who kept walking around and shook his head. He also knew the specific things about Mihide from Tomioka Gyu. He was still concerned about whether this girl could become a demon slayer swordsman. It depends on Feng Yu's decision. Second morning. Feng Yu had already stood outside waiting for Mei Shu's arrival. Master Feng Yu, good morning. Nanako smiled and greeted Feng Yu, but the incongruous expression on her face still revealed her inner nervousness. Master seems to be in a bad mood today. Sure enough, he is still affected by the fact that Sister Meisho wants to become a demon slayer swordsman. Nanako stood aside obediently, taking a peek from time to time. Feng Yu stood expressionless, like an angry parent, waiting for the child who made a mistake to take the initiative to admit his mistake. Squeak. Sound. The door was opened and Meisho walked out. Do you still want to become a demon slayer swordsman? Feng Yu stared at her tightly and said. Yes, I want to become a demon slayer swordsman. Meisho shouted, meeting Feng Yu's eyes without showing any signs of weakness. After Feng Yu was silent for a while, seeing that Mei Shu's determination had not wavered, he sighed. Xiao He, come on down and take us somewhere. Xiao He fell from the sky and looked at Feng Yu in confusion. Master, where are you going? Xiao He asked. Go to the burial place of Mi Su's parents. Xiao He nodded, then his body quickly grew in size, and he waited quietly. Mei Shu's eyes were moist and she clenched her fists. Obviously hearing that she was going to her parents' gravesite had a great impact on her emotions. After all, she had never heard Feng Yu mention her parents since she woke up and lost her memory. Matter. Are you really going to take me there? Meisho asked cautiously, with a bit of disbelief on her face. Feng Yu nodded, then turned to Nanako and said, I may not be able to continue teaching you water breathing today. You should practice according to the previous training. Nanako didn't dare to say anything more, so she nodded. Then he watched Feng Yu and Mei Shu jump onto Xiao Hei's back and disappear into the horizon. Xiao Hei's flight was very fast this time, and he arrived at the small village full of ruins in less than a day. As soon as she landed, the blank space in her dream suddenly appeared, and Mei Shu began to feel uneasy in her heart. Mei Shu followed Feng Yu closely, stepping carefully on the ruins. The feeling of familiarity became stronger and stronger. Although after more than a month, the ruins were covered with weeds, Mei Shu was sure that this was the place where she lived with her parents in her dream. Soon, Mei Shu then followed Feng Yu to the two tombs. This is it, Feng Yu said calmly. Father, mother. Mei Shu fell to her knees on the ground, tears streaming down her face. Feng Yu stood quietly behind him and watched, silent. Uncle and aunt, long time no see. Feng Yu murmured. At this time, a gust of wind blew in the distance, seeming to be caressing the faces of Mei Shu and Feng Yu. Chapter 106 This old man is a stone. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 106 313. Chapter 106 This old man is a stone. After the worship, Feng Yu led Mei Shu back the same way. The two of them were silent along the way. Mei Shu sat on Xiao Hei's back and looked at the scenery below with a sad face. Feng Yu was looking into the distance, with a lot of thoughts in his heart. Another night has passed. By the time the two returned to Samagiri Mountain, the sky in the east had turned fish white, and wisps of sunlight illuminated the entire land. I promise you. Feng Yu looked at Mei Shu and sighed. There was a trace of surprise on Mei Shu's face. Just when she was about to say something, she heard Feng Yu say, but you can only go out with me when you go on missions in the future. Mei Shu's face showed an expression of joy. Although she didn't expect Feng Yu to restrict her freedom, as long as she could become as strong as Nanako and avenge her parents, everything would not be a problem. I see, Mei Shu yelled. Her face cleared away from the previous haze, and she looked radiant. Feng Yu felt that his Tianling Gai was a little painful, and he couldn't help but use his fingers to press it to relieve it. Okay, now that the matter has been decided, we must go all out to do it. Nintaki Seigo pushed open the door of the cabin for the first time and said to the two of them. The two nodded at the same time, and then followed into the wooden house. Soon, Nanako also entered the wooden house. After eating together, Feng Yu also asked Mei Shu to take the marrow cleansing pill to strengthen her foundation just like he did to Nanako before. Afterwards, Nintaki Saken took care of Mihide for the first time, while he continued to teach Nanako the water-breathing technique. The movements are too dry and hard, the softness without water has changed. Feng Yu commented on Nanako's movements and breathing frequency when she used water breathing. The essence of water breathing is to imagine oneself as water, to understand the flow of water and the diversity of water. Looking at Nanako's appearance, Feng Yu couldn't stand it anymore. At the same time, the figure of Tanjiro came to mind. Should we train Nanako like Tanjiro? Feng Yu couldn't help but touch his chin. Nanako was practicing hard when he suddenly felt a chill. The same was true for Tanjiro, who was far away from home. Suddenly a chill came to his heart. Hacho. Tanjiro couldn't help but sneeze, and the yellow-haired young man beside him was so frightened by Tanjiro's sudden sneeze that he flew up. Ah, Tanjiro, you scared me, it's too scary, too scary. Haha, I'm so sorry, Zenitsu, my sudden sneeze scared you. Tanjiro touched his itchy nose and apologized sheepishly. Lang. Zenitsu's face was ashen, obviously frightened. Okay, Zenitsu, I'm going to the east. If you're so scared, why don't you come with me? I'll protect you. An honest smile appeared on Tanjiro's face. I don't want to go to such a dangerous place. I will die, Tanjiro, I will die. I'd better hurry up and find a girl to be my wife. At this time, a girl's voice suddenly reached Zenitsu's ears. Will you be my wife? Zenitsu quickly approached the girl, took her hand and spoke softly. No, go away. The girl slapped Zenitsu directly on the face, and red palm prints soon appeared on his face. After pushing Zenitsu away, he angrily walked away, cursing as he walked. Tanjiro reluctantly walked over and helped up the sad Zenitsu who was sitting on the ground and began to comfort him. Other side, Feng Yu really couldn't stand the uncoordinated and hard movements Nanako trained, so he took Nanako to the old place. Back Mountain Waterfall. Looking at this waterfall, Feng Yu couldn't help but sigh. This waterfall is really an old-timer, witnessing the process of generations of water-breathing masters from weak to strong. Master, what are we doing here? Nanako looked at the rushing water and couldn't help but feel nervous and asked cautiously. We must be training here. A smile appeared on Feng Yu's face, but this smile made Nanako feel a little scared, and she took a few steps back. Why are you backing up? Come on, do you see that stone? That's your Uncle Tanjiro's throne. He can practice water breathing to such an extent because he sits on that stone and trains every day. Look at the circle of moss on the stone. Tanjiro wiped it clean for you. Feng Yu said without blushing or heart beating. Nanako swallowed her throat and said tremblingly, Master, have you ever sat on that rock before? Of course, I think back then. Feng Yu was about to say something when he suddenly realized and said with a dark face. So when do you want to wait until you go up? Ahaha, go now. Nanako didn't dare to stay longer and quickly jumped onto the stone. As soon as he reached the stone, cold water washed over his body. Nanako couldn't stand still and was directly knocked into the pool by the current. Nanako drank several times of water before struggling to surface. Then he cast a pitiful look at Feng Yu asking for help. If you can't bear this little hardship, then don't even think about avenging your mother. Feng Yu said with a serious face. Nanako also knew that this was no joke. She gritted her teeth and sat on the stone against the fierce water falling from the sky. I can definitely do it, I can definitely do it. Nanako closed her eyes and gritted her teeth as she kept shouting, as if this would give her greater strength. It's just that her little body quickly became exhausted despite the marrow cleansing pill and many days of training. He was washed into the pool again by the current. This time Nanako didn't make a sound, she just climbed up the stone silently, and then sat on it again. Adjust your breathing, recall how the breath of water works, and feel the flow of water. Feng Yu shouted, but at this time, Nanako already felt that her body had been hollowed out, without any strength, fatigue, and weakness appeared in her mind. Crash, the sound of water flowing covered Feng Yu's voice. Even if Nanako heard Feng Yu's voice, she probably wouldn't have the strength to continue at this time. Feng Yu saw Nanako, whose face was pale and seemed to be about to fall into the water at any time, but her little body continued to persist. Feng Yu jumped onto the stone, picked up Nanako and came to the shore. He took out a healing pill and put it in Nanako's mouth. Soon Nanako's face began to turn rosy, the fatigue in her body disappeared, and she was full of energy. Well done. Feng Yu looked at Nanako and said. But, I actually passed out. Nanako lowered her head and did not dare to look at Feng Yu. You are still young, and your physical strength has not yet reached its optimal stage. Being able to do this is beyond my budget. Originally, I thought that I might have to pull you ashore after you were washed down by the current for the first time. I never thought that you would go up again with your own perseverance, so I was a little surprised. Feng Yu comforted. Okay, it's getting late today. Let's go back first and continue training tomorrow. Nanako nodded and followed Feng Yu back to the wooden house. Chapter 107 Fateful Encounter. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 107 313. Chapter 107 Fateful Encounter. Another 2 months have passed, and the seasons have changed, from warm summer to cool autumn. At this time, white velvet snowflakes have begun to float on Saggy Mountain, and the top of the mountain is even more white. There are gradually fewer insects, birds, and wild animals in the mountains. The withered yellow leaves fall to the ground one by one, allowing nature to corrode them. Finally, it turns into a handful of soil, dedicating its last value to the new life in the coming year. Just like echoing the poem from the previous life. Luohong is not a heartless thing, it turns into spring mud to protect flowers. In the past 2 months, Nanako and Mixiu have also been making continuous progress. Originally, Feng Yu thought that Mei Shu was just showing off her temper, and would give up when the training became unbearable, but Feng Yu saw the shadow of Nanako in her body, and she did not give up or get discouraged. After being baptized by the marrow cleansing pill, Mei Shu quickly laid the foundation and waited for Feng Yu to teach her the breathing method. Nanako has also become accustomed to training under waterfalls, and has a deeper grasp of water breathing. Everyone is making progress, and Feng Yu is no exception. The accumulation of light breathing training over time gave him a deeper understanding of the breathing method he created. It's not in vain that he trains alone in the forest every night after everyone goes to sleep. Mixia's next training direction will be breathing techniques, while Nanako will focus on breathing and water breathing training. Hazy night. Heavy fog rises in Mt. Sagiri. Feng Yu stood on a big tree, looking at the hut in the forest with a little light, and murmured. Other side. Tanjiro and Agatsuma Zenitsu gathered again and came to the hut in the forest. Just like the original work. They encountered the 6th part of Chenshashian, Gugi Shonkai. I also met Piggy Hashibira Inosuke here. With the combined efforts of everyone, Hikikai was finally killed by the sword, and the boy with thin blood was saved. Then the plot went on as usual, but this time Tanjiro became stronger and suffered no physical injuries. It's as serious as the original. Kid, please answer quickly, is Xiaosheng's vampire technique very powerful? Hibiki's head, which was lying in a pool of blood, looked at Tanjiro and said. It's awesome, but killing humans is unforgivable. Tanjiro said. That's it. Hibiki savored Tanjiro's words carefully. Suddenly Tanjiro seemed to remember something and took out a blood draw device from his sleeve. I almost forgot to draw his blood. Tanjiro directly inserted the blood drawer into Hirokai's body, and the blood was quickly collected. It's amazing. I didn't expect that blood would actually be collected after inserting it. Tanjiro picked up the blood collection device that had collected blood and said in surprise. Sudden. A cat meow interrupted Tanjiro's surprise, and Yushiro's Chachawan suddenly appeared next to Tanjiro. Hey, cat, are you going to send the blood to Miss Tamayo? Tanjiro touched Chachawan's chin, then put the blood collection device filled with blood into the small bag in the small wooden box on Chachawan's back, pulled up the chain, and closed the wooden box. Soon, Chachawan walked forward and disappeared into the air in a burst of blood mist. Awesome, I heard that this is Yushiro's vampire technique. When a cat meows, it will appear next to you, and if it meows again, it will disappear. It turns out it is true. Tanjiro was extremely surprised, but soon remembered that he had more important things. Tanjiro stood up and left the room, leaving only Hibiki's head, which was still turning to ashes. It turns out that there are still people who will cherish what Xiaosheng writes. Memories from my lifetime are constantly emerging at this time. The works I worked hard to write were ruthlessly trampled on by others, called garbage, and trampled under their feet. That boy is such a gentle person. Shankai's tears continued to shed, but the speed of turning into ashes had spread to his eyes. He wanted to take another look at his articles scattered on the ground, but unfortunately he could no longer see them. Xiaosheng's blood ghost skills and drum skills are all recognized. Tanjiro ran out of the house with his 2 children, but what he saw was a scene that made him extremely angry. I saw Zenitsu with a bruised nose and eyes, protecting the wooden box containing Nezuko. Saw Tanjiro coming out. Zenitsu said with difficulty, Tanjiro, because you said this is more important than your life, I will protect it for you. A-hole, you soft-footed shrimp, get out of here and let me kill the monster in the box. If you continue to hinder me, I will stab you in the box with a knife. Inosuke said fiercely, while the 2 swords in his hands were already aimed at Zenitsu. Zenitsu was covered in wounds, and bright red blood flowed from his forehead, but he hugged the wooden box tightly and used his body to block Inosuke's attack. Inosuke raised the knife in his hand and was about to stab Zenitsu. Stop, Tanjiro shouted. The boar hood turned to look at Tanjiro as Inosuke turned his head, and at the same time, the long knife in his hand stopped in midair. Tanjiro's body flew out directly and attacked Inosuke. Stop it. Then the famous scene occurred. Tanjiro directly knocked Inosuke away with a headbutt. Click, there was a sound of bones breaking, and Inosuke flew several meters away. Aren't you a member of the Demon Slayer Corps? Don't you understand why Zenitsu didn't take action against you? It's because it's taboo for team members to draw swords against each other. You ignored the taboo and unilaterally hurt the team members. Isn't it funny? You are really despicable. Pole. Tanjiro shouted angrily. Ahem. Ha ha ha. Inosuke was lying on the ground and coughed up a few mouthfuls of blood. It was obvious that Tanjiro's blow had caused very high damage, but he didn't care. On the contrary, his face was full of excitement under the boar hood. I see, I'm really sorry, then let's fight with your bare hands. Inosuke stood up and said excitedly to Tanjiro. No, it's not, you misunderstood me. Team members can't fight with each other. Tanjiro quickly explained, but Inosuke didn't listen at all. He jumped up like a carp and attacked Tanjiro directly. Inosuke's attack was very fast, but Tanjiro was trained by Feng Yu and was much stronger than in the original work, so he easily dodged Inosuke's attack. Wait, it doesn't mean that it's okay to use bare hands. But Inosuke didn't stop at all and continued to attack. Listen to me. Tanjiro jumped up and landed a knee kick on Inosuke's back. The powerful force pushed Inosuke to the ground. Inosuke kept struggling, but couldn't resist at all. A-hole, let me go. Inosuke shouted. Listen to me. Tanjiro pressed Inosuke hard and shouted. Suddenly, Inosuke bent his waist and exerted force, kicking his legs directly onto Tanjiro's back, breaking free from the restraints. Then, relying on the flexibility of his body, he hit Tanjiro and kept retreating. Tanjiro obviously didn't fight with Inosuke seriously, and after a while, he was beaten by Inosuke until his head started to bleed. This guy is so nimble and terrifying, and his attack is so low, like a wild boar. Tanjiro secretly said, ah ha ha. Inosuke couldn't help but laugh when he saw Tanjiro being beaten back by him. Then he kicked Tanjiro to the chest, then jumped forward, showing a classic scene, and directly hit the lower body. Stop, you will only make the injured bone worse. Tanjiro quickly stopped him, but Inosuke didn't care at all and attacked him directly. Tanjiro kept passively defending, but seeing Inosuke attacking him without caring about his own body, he couldn't bear it any longer. Pa. Tanjiro grabbed Inosuke's hands firmly. I said, calm down. With another headbutt, Inosuke stepped back continuously, and the wild boar hood fell off at this time, revealing his stunning beauty. Chapter 108 Heir to the Breath of Light. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 108 313. Chapter 108 Heir to the Breath of Light. As Inosuke's hood fell to the ground, everyone marveled at his appearance, especially Zenitsu, who exploded. Female, his face. Zenitsu was beyond satisfied. What's the matter with you? Do you have any objection to my face? Inosuke said with blood on his face. What a hateful guy. His whole body is made of muscles, but he has the face of a girl. Zenitsu said while staring at Inosuke's face. Why do you keep staring at my face? Inosuke roared, scaring Zenitsu away and hiding behind several children. No, I'm not looking at you. At this time Tanjiro shouted. I have no problem with your face. It's small, exquisite and exquisite. Shut up, you BD, I'm going to kill you, come to a duel if you can. Inosuke yelled at Tanjiro. No, I won't do anything to you again. Tanjiro directly stated that he would never attack Inosuke again, but Inosuke kept asking Tanjiro to headbutt him again. Hurry up and hit me. Don't want. Zenitsu and the others stood aside and watched the bickering between Tanjiro and Inosuke. Ah ha ha ha, let me tell you my name. My name is Hashibira Inosuke. Remember it. Inosuke smiled. How the words are written. Tanjiro shouted. Word. Inosuke was asked. I can't read or write. But my name is written on my thong. Then he wanted to show it to Tanjiro, but he suddenly froze, fell straight to the ground, foamed at the mouth, and passed out. Ah, people are dead, Zenitsu suddenly shouted. No, he's not dead. He probably suffered a concussion and was hit by my head. Tanjiro explained. Seeing Inosuke fall to the ground unconscious, Zenitsu directly said that Tanjiro's head was too hard. The 2 head strikes only broke the skin and shed a little blood. Brother's head is really hard, can I touch it? The rescued little girl said with a smile. Sure. Tanjiro leaned down and let the girl touch his head. It's amazing. The girl kept praising Tanjiro's head for being so hard. Other side. Feng Yu didn't know that fate had caused Tanjiro and the others to meet again. At this time, he was standing in front of Meisho and looking at her seriously. After these 2 months of training, Meisho's face has lost its original childish and delicate look. Instead, her eyes are bright and energetic, and she has become heroic. You should also know from Nanako that I know 2 breathing methods, one is water breathing, and the other is my own light breathing. Nanako chose water breathing, what about you? Feng Yu asked. Brother Feng Yu, which breathing method do you think is suitable for me? Mixiu asked. Feng Yu shook his head and said, I can only demonstrate to you the differences between the 2 breathing methods. The final choice is yours. Meisho nodded in understanding. Then I saw Feng Yu pull out his onikiri and start to demonstrate water breathing and light breathing for Meishu. After all the demonstrations were completed, the word, shock, was written all over Meishu's face. Have you thought about which breathing method you want to learn? Feng Yu said with a smile. Meisho lowered her head in confusion, thinking about which breathing method to choose. Brother Feng Yu, can I learn both breathing methods like you? As soon as Meisho said these words, Feng Yu was shocked. Is this the legendary way that only children make choices? Do I want them all? Feng Yu looked at Meishu and said knowingly. On the surface, he shook his head and vetoed. No, each person can only master one breathing method. If there are too many, it will go in the opposite direction and harm yourself. Then haven't you mastered 2 breathing methods? Meisho looked at Feng Yu with a strange look and said, I'm different. Feng Yu couldn't find an excuse to explain to her, and then said, you can only choose one, the same as Nanako. Okay, then I'll choose Breath of Light. I think it suits me better. Meisho hesitated for a moment, then made up her mind. Are you sure? Feng Yu asked again. Yeah, I'm sure. Meisho's eyes were very firm, and she seemed to have really made up her mind to choose the breathing of light as her breathing method. After seeing that Meisho really chose Breath of Light, Feng Yu had a smile on his face. Then I will teach you the breathing of light next. First of all, breathing of light focuses on any light in this world. It is invisible but has color. It is everywhere, such as sunlight, moonlight, and the light of the soul. Light is our friend. When practicing the breath of light, you need to understand that light falls in a straight line on the earth. It is not soft and diverse like the breath of water. The breath of light has a total of 13 moves. Next, I will focus on showing you the moves one by one. Our enemies are evil ghosts hiding in the darkness, and the breath of light is more like the existence of sunlight. When using the breath of light against the enemy, there will be a burning effect of sunlight. Full concentration breath of light. 1 type moonlight slash. Onikiri began to change with Feng Yu's breathing, and the light yellow light blade swung out from the blade, directly cutting a stone in half. Breath of light 2 types glory to the world. Dazzling white light emanated from Onikiri's body. In this cool autumn, Meisho felt the warmth coming from the white light, which was even warmer than when the sun in the sky shone on her body. Then Feng Yu continued to demonstrate the remaining sword moves for Meishu. Watching Feng Yu's demonstration of breathing of light again, Meishu was shocked again, and her open mouth couldn't be closed for a long time. Complete collection. The final form of Breath of Light. The 13 patterns mysteries dawn. The conditions for the final form to be used are relatively high. It requires another person who can breathe light, and it is used together with the 4 types of salvation to form a huge ball of light, like the dawn sun, and has the same effect as the sun's rays. Area damage move, so I can't demonstrate it to you yet. Feng Yu said slowly. So awesome. Meisho looked at Feng Yu in surprise. At this moment, Feng Yu instantly became taller in her eyes. Feng Yu in the sun is like a warrior fighting against the backlight. Meisho's mind has already imagined the scene of Feng Yu killing evil spirits. At the same time, I began to look forward to what my future would be like. I will definitely become as powerful as brother Feng Yu. Meisho secretly swore in her heart and clenched her fists involuntarily. In the following days, Feng Yu entered the apprenticeship mode again, but Feng Yu had already made a plan for Meishu's training method. Unlike Nanako, she did not need to go to the waterfall to train, but came to the top of Mt. Samagiri and faced the east, of huge boulders sitting cross-legged. Of course, this training will only take place after Meisho has initially mastered the basics of light breathing. Chapter 109 Mission accomplished, innate markings. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 109 313. Chapter 109 Mission accomplished, innate markings. Another month has passed. The breath of light training base designed for Meisho finally came into use. I saw beautiful scenery every day at this time, resting at sunset and rising at sunrise. Mixia's talent is not as good as Nanako, and it took her a month to initially master the breath of light. Of course, there may also be a reason why light breathing is more difficult to control than water breathing. The 2 breathing methods have different training methods. Breathing of water has been passed down for a long time, and there are special training methods, but breathing of light is different, and everything is still in a state of exploration. In a month, a lot of things happened, especially the news from Tamayo. She also found out a little bit about the special power of this special ghost, Torei Tanimori. The research Tamayo came up with is that the power in Torei Tanimori can enhance the power of ghosts. The blood Tamayo extracted from him was injected into herself, and she clearly felt her strength increase without any side effects. Tamayo was also shocked when he got this result, and hurriedly contacted Feng Yu to tell him the shocking news. If you want to know that the only way for ghosts to improve their strength is to eat people and practice on their own, the only way to improve their strength is with Kibutsuji Muzen's blood. Now there is another way to increase strength. If Wu Mei knew about it, all the ghosts would be moved by it. Eating people will lead to a sense of saturation. Even if you practice for a long time, the effect is not remarkable, let alone Muzen's blood. 12 Kazuki is okay, and the other ghosts have no chance of seeing Muzen or getting it. The reward of bloodless blood. Not to mention that even if you get the Wuhan blood, you may not be able to enjoy it, and you may even burst yourself in the end. I also came to Tamayo's place once during Feng Yu, and saw the submissive Torii Tanemori looking at Tamayo with admiration. No matter how much research Tamayo did on him, he couldn't resist the love in his heart. Of course, Yushiro was furious with his teeth. If eyes could kill ghosts, Torii Tanemori would have been killed countless times. If Tamayo hadn't allowed Yushiro to hurt Tanemori Torii, he might have been allowed to bask in the sun long ago. Feng Yu looked at Torii Tanemori's blood and couldn't see anything strange at all. He could only tell Tamayo to keep an eye on Torii Tanemori and don't let him run away. At the same time, a request was also issued, that is, if Torii Tanemori wants to escape, he should be killed directly to avoid future troubles. Of course, Tamayo also knows what to do. After all, she is the one who wants to kill Wuhan the most, and she will not let go of any way to improve Wuhan's strength. Afterwards, they exchanged some pleasantries and mentioned that Tanjiro was also helping Tamayo collect ghost blood. Feng Yu lamented that the correction power of this world does exist. After all, his intrusion has disrupted the original plot, but now Tanjiro and Tamayo still meet. After Tamayo's narration and the encounter with Tanjiro, we also learned that Tanjiro actually came here on a mission to kill a troubled ghost, and thus met Tamayo. It was also at that time that I learned about the relationship between Tanjiro and Feng Yu. Feng Yu stood at the highest point of the Misty Mountain, looking at the sky of this world, and he felt as if there was a pair of eyes watching him in the dark. If there is really a correction power, then why did so many members of the Demon Slayer Corps die in the last battle? This is completely different from the plot. The cold wind was biting and slapped Feng Yu's cheek mercilessly. At this time, congratulations on completing the mission. Do you want to receive the reward? The long-lost system prompt sounds. When Feng Yu took a look, it turned out that the task of recruiting disciples had been completed at this moment. Character: Nakagawa Fuyu. Number of swings: 11,658,709. Breathing method: water breathing, trance-like transformation, light breathing. Martial arts: swordsmanship Dacheng, physical strengthening technique Dacheng, Fengpaoyuan Dacheng, golden body strengthening technique Dacheng, 5 tiger fist Dacheng, mental power secret technique, superior. Physique: immortal physique. Pets: Xiaobai awakened, Xiaohei awakened. Mission 1. Kill the King of Ghosts, Oni Washi Mubai. Introduction. Ghost King Kibutsuji is the beginning of everything in this world. Kill him to end this source of evil. Rewards: number of knife swings 1000 W, designated world travel 1, mysterious gift package 1. Status: unfinished. Chain mission: kill evil spirits. Introduction. After sunset, endless evil ghosts start hunting. You are a human, go and kill all the evil ghosts. Reward: unknown, depends on the percentage of completion, the higher the completion, the higher the reward. Status: 5%. Status: unfinished. Mission 1. Defeat the Demon Slayer Corps Pillar. Introduction. Challenge the pillars of the Demon Slayer Corps and gain their recognition. Each time you defeat one, you will receive different rewards. Reward: obtained based on completion. Status: 30%. Task 2. Recruit 2 disciples. Introduction. Now that you have achieved the top level of strength in the world, it's time for you to experience what it's like to be a teacher, accept 2 disciples, and learn the breathing method. Reward: number of knife swings 300 W, number of epiphanies 1, and method to activate stripes. Status: completed. Feng Yu looked at the refreshed attribute panel and fell silent. Stripes. Receive. Feng Yu muttered silently. Congratulations on getting the number of sword swings 300 W, the number of epiphanies 1, and the method to open the pattern. New mission. Change the world. Introduction. The world has an irresistible power of correction. No matter how powerful you are, there will always be an invisible force that returns it to its normal course. You need to disrupt the world's power of correction. Task rewards: obtained based on completion. Status: unfinished. A new mission has been released. The task list on the panel also changed at the same moment. If the correction power is really so powerful, doesn't it mean that Purgatory Anjiro will die just like that? Kocho Shinobu will die too. Feng Yu's heart beat very fast. The system means that I can change the plot and disrupt the correction power of the world. So, does rescuing Purgatory Anjiro count as disrupting world correction? Feng Yu recalled the appearance of Kocho Shinobu and Purgatory Anjiro in his mind, and he couldn't help but secretly make up his mind. No matter what, let's improve our strength first. Feng Yu looked at the method to unlock the reward pattern of the mission. Turn on markings. The foundation of the body exceeds the limit and can be synthesized. Synthetic. Could it be? Only then did Feng Yu look at the synthesis function that had been left in the corner. The same type of skills have been detected. Do you want to combine them? I saw that the Kung Fu strengthening technique, Feng Piao Yu Yan, golden body strengthening technique, and 5 tiger fist were embedded into a synthetic through hole at the same time. Yes, the quality of the synthesized item is detected to be too high. The synthesis requires 1000 times of sword swings. There are still more than 14 million swings. Bring it on. Feng Yu clicked the synthesis button. I saw that the skill on the through hole directly turned into a beam of light, converging towards the center point. Congratulations on the successful synthesis, you have obtained innate markings 1. I saw strange marks appearing on both sides of Feng Yu's neck at the same time, extending to the middle of his forehead, with 1 blue and 1 yellow markings interlaced with each other. An unprecedented power surged out, and Feng Yu couldn't help but pull out the onikiri, and then gently swung the knife towards the boulder in the distance. Boom! The boulder was cut in half perfectly, and the cut was extremely smooth. Chapter 110 Nation Spider Mountain. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 110 313. Chapter 110 Nation Spider Mountain. Feng Yu tried his current strength again, and after confirming that his strength had improved a lot, he thought about it, and the 2 markings on his face disappeared at the same time, revealing his original appearance. I remember that in the entire Demon Slayer world, only Enichi Sukuni has innate markings. Feng Yu recalls the previous life Demon Slayer world's pattern introduction. There are 3 types of markings. One is congenital markings, which, as the name suggests, are present at birth. The second is inherited markings, which are also the markings of the protagonist Tanjiro. They were present the moment he learned the breathing technique, but they are hidden in the body. The third type is the markings opened by the last pillars of Demon Slayer world, also called acquired markings, which means markings opened through acquired efforts. Of the 3 types of markings, only congenital markings are the most powerful. When you turn on markings, you will not be restricted by the condition that you will not live to be 25 years old. Feng Yu vaguely guessed that innate markings may be the most perfect markings. Inherited markings and acquired markings have some flaws, that is, it requires vitality to activate them. Use your vitality in exchange for short-term strength. Meisho, who was practicing the breath of light on the side, was shocked by Feng Yu's weirdness. She witnessed with her own eyes the process of Feng Yu opening his patterns and testing his strength. What a terrible power! A trace of fear flashed through Meisho's heart. This power was like the power of ghosts and gods in legends. She could level an entire mountain with a wave of her hand. Is it the reason for the 2 streaks that appeared on Brother Feng Yu's face just now? Meisho said knowingly, and at the same time, her eyes secretly glanced at Feng Yu from time to time. Feng Yu, however, focused on the stripes. Some people in previous lives also said that stripes are a contagious virus. As long as someone turns it on, there will be a steady stream of striped swordsmen around him. Other side, Tanjiro, Zenitsu and Inosuke followed the crow to the famous Spider Mountain. It is also the territory of the ghosts who have no misfortune to be favored, Shashian-si, and tired. As soon as Tanjiro approached Spider Mountain, he smelled a stench belonging to ghosts. Tanjiro and Inosuke turned their heads sharply at the same time to look at Spider Mountain shrouded in darkness. What happened? Tell me quickly. Zenitsu asked quickly when he saw something was wrong between the 2 of them. What does this smell like? Tanjiro ran directly towards Spider Mountain, Inosuke followed closely, leaving Zenitsu alone. Tanjiro, wait a minute, you hate me, don't leave me alone. The fear in his heart made Zenitsu dare not stay alone, and he ran into the mountains with Tanjiro. But soon they stopped, because at this moment, there was a man wearing a Demon Slayer Corps uniform lying on the road in front of them. He's wearing a team uniform, what happened? Tanjiro shouted. The team members who fell on the ground saw the 3 Tanjiro, with frightened eyes in their eyes. They stretched out their hands and begged, help, save me. But soon, an invisible force pulled him directly into the forest. Help, even I am stuck, the man's body keeps flying upside down. Tanjiro and the other 3 had no idea what was going on and could only watch the man's figure disappear into the forest. It's so scary, I'm going to die. Tanjiro, let's leave quickly. Zenitsu's face was extremely frightened, and cold sweat continued to break out on his forehead. Sudden, Tanjiro smelled the smell of blood. I'm going to save him, Tanjiro said with firm eyes. But Inosuke stood directly in front of him and said arrogantly, I'll go first, just follow me while trembling. Inosuke. Tanjiro was a little surprised. But Zenitsu in the back was completely paralyzed on the ground at this time, and his body was shaking constantly because of fear. Yoshi, I'm going to FKU. Inosuke ran straight towards the forest, with Tanjiro following closely behind. Once again, Zenitsu was left alone, shivering in place. It's just that the ghosts in the forest are already waiting for them in the dark. Quack, Master Feng Yu, it's urgent, it's urgent. Xiaohei flapped his wings and shouted. Feng Yu's thoughts were interrupted and he looked at Xiaohei in confusion and said. What happened? Lord Feng Yu, 12 Kazuki is suspected to have appeared in Spider Mountain. I ask for your support to kill the ghost inside. Xiaohei said. Spider Mountain, isn't that Tired's territory, is Tanjiro there too? Feng Yu asked after muttering for a while. Yes, Master, Tanjiro has also gone to Spider Mountain. Please go to Spider Mountain as soon as possible. There was a trace of anxiety on Xiaohei's face. Feng Yu nodded, then jumped on Xiaohei's back and headed to Spider Mountain. The situation is so urgent, it seems that many people have died. Feng Yu looked ahead and fell into silence. Tanjiro's strength is very different from the original work. Normally, there is no problem in dealing with the ghosts in Spider Mountain. He is just afraid that something unexpected will happen. Thinking of the power of world correction, Feng Yu felt a little headache. Spider Mountain. At this time, Tanjiro has teamed up with Inosuke to kill Spider Mother, and at the same time freed the Demon Slayer core members who were controlled by Spider Mother. Zenitsu and Tanjiro got lost and came to the hunting area of the Spider Brother. Ah, it's so scary, I'm going to die. When Zenitsu saw the Spider Brother falling from the sky, he was frightened and ran away. But the Spider Brother had a smile on his face, looking at Zenitsu who was running away, and then tripped Zenitsu with a spider thread. Do you think you can run away? Ha 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 ha, you have already been poisoned by my spider poison. In 30 minutes, you will become my slave and crawl on the ground. Zenitsu looked at the palm of his hand and indeed there was a large purple area, and abscesses also appeared. He, have you seen this clock? As long as you go here, your whole body will start to be paralyzed. If you go here again, you will be dizzy and vomit. There will be severe pain here. The body will shrink, lose consciousness, and finally turn into me, slave. Brother Spider pointed at the pointer in his hand and kept mocking. Ah, Zenitsu shouted, and at this time, someone who had turned into a spider crawled to Zenitsu's side, frightening him and climbing directly to the tree trunk in the distance. What's there to be afraid of? After you turn into a spider and lose consciousness, you don't have to be afraid anymore, he. The Spider Brother was still laughing at Zenitsu. I don't want to become a spider, I don't want to become an ugly monster like you. You must be something that no one wants. Get out of here, Zenitsu shouted while hugging the tree. HMPH, you want me to give you more poison? Brother Spider said angrily, but at this moment, Zenitsu heard his master's words. Chapter 111 Not a Spider Mountain 2. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 111 313. Chapter 111 Not a Spider Mountain 2. In Zenitsu's memory, he climbed up a tree like this and refused to train. Underneath was his master Naruhashi Kawashima. It was just the inner fear that prevented Zenitsu from looking at the Spider Brother. He just took a peek and was extremely scared. At the same time, the human being who had turned into a spider was slowly climbing up the tree. Zenitsu covered his face in fear and grabbed his hair, but he was soon shocked. Because that handful of hair actually fell out. Recalling what happened during the time period that Spider Brother just mentioned, Zenitsu couldn't help but look at Spider Brother. It doesn't matter if you look at it. In Zenitsu's eyes, the Spider Brother's human head, spider body and blood-red eyes scared him into a coma. Brother Spider saw Zenitsu sleeping and couldn't help but wonder if he was here to kill ghosts. If your head falls to the ground, you will be dead. It's really hard to understand. The sleepy Zenitsu fell straight down. Sudden, Zenitsu's breathing changed after he fell asleep. Full episode Breath of Thunder shape of one thunderbolt flash. Zenitsu closed his eyes and took a deep breath, then turned over and landed on the tree trunk. Using the trunk of his feet as a jumping point, he jumped in front of Brother Spider. Spot poisonous phlegm. The Spider Brother spat out a mouthful of purple venom at Zenitsu. But Zenitsu turned his body slightly and avoided the venom attack. I saw that the venom fell on the tree trunk, and a big hole was instantly corroded. He actually twisted his body in the air and avoided the attack. Compared with just now, he seemed to be moving like a different person. Spider Brother showed a surprised expression on his face. Zenitsu landed on the ground and began to hold the handle of the knife again. Full episode Breath of Thunder shape of one thunderbolt flash. Catch him. The Spider Brother shouted and ordered the people who became spider slaves to attack Zenitsu, while he continued to attack Zenitsu with venom. Zenitsu's moves require charging, but due to the interference of the spider slave, his moves were interrupted and he could only keep jumping to dodge attacks. Brother Spider soon discovered something strange about Zenitsu. He has been keeping the same moves since just now. He, you can't go wrong, this guy only knows one move. Brother Spider laughed crazily. In his eyes, Zenitsu was already a dead man. He, this guy is really good at bluffing people. He is so weak and can still be a ghost hunter. At this time, your body can't move because of the poison. Sure enough, Zenitsu's hand holding the knife was trembling, as if stiff. What the Spider Brother didn't know was that Zenitsu was already recalling the conversation between him and Narubashi Kawashima when they were training. Practice to the extreme and become a blade stronger than anyone else. Zenitsu moved his body and directly avoided the attack of the spider slave and the poisonous phlegm of the Spider Brother. At this time, Zenitsu remembered what his senior brother Yu said to him. But the toxins in his body made his body become weaker and weaker. Inject me with more venom quickly. The Spider Brother shouted, and the spider slaves swarmed forward, shot a mouthpart from their mouths, and attacked Zenitsu. But Zenitsu dodged it again. But this time he dodged, but it made him spit out a mouthful of blood. Zenitsu was half kneeling on the ground, supporting his body with the knife in his hand. Countless spider slaves continued to flock to Zenitsu, until the entire body is covered. The Spider Brother hung upside down in the air and let out a loud laugh. But before he could be happy for a long time, Zenitsu, who was covered by the spider slave, erupted with a powerful aura and knocked away the spider slave crawling on him. The aura on Zenitsu's body continued to grow stronger, and streaks of lightning appeared around him. What's going on? That guy, the air is shaking. The strong air flow directly knocked the Spider Brother down from the air. Zenitsu immediately raised his head, his eyes had already become blank. Breath of thunder shape of one thunderbolt flash sixth chain. The soil under Zenitsu's feet was instantly shattered by the powerful momentum and floated into the air. Brother Spider was directly shocked by this powerful force, and looked at Zenitsu in horror. The lightning was getting stronger. Seeing that the situation was not good, Brother Spider directly controlled the spider silk to escape back into the air. At the same time, he continued to spit poisonous phlegm at Zenitsu. Zetsu. Zenitsu's body turned into a bolt of lightning and quickly dodged it. People disappear. The spider brother only saw a yellow lightning moving continuously on the ground, and couldn't see Zenitsu's body clearly at all. There's danger. The spider brother felt a bad premonition and jumped back to the spider hut on the branch, avoiding Zenitsu's attack. But soon, Zenitsu jumped directly on the spider silk hanging in the air, and attacked the spider brother at a faster speed. I saw that his figure had turned into a streak of yellow lightning, and he stepped directly on the spider silk to perform 6 consecutive jumps. No, Brother Spider only saw a bolt of lightning rushing towards him. Bang! Under the full moon, Zenitsu broke through the spider hut and jumped away, still holding the sword in his hand, but the head of the spider brother had been separated from the body. The spider brother's head continued to fall to the ground in the air, and the blood from the fracture fell into the air, forming a beautiful arc. Have I been beheaded? By that guy? The spider brother's eyes widened in disbelief, looking at Zenitsu who was also falling. I was, by that guy. Bang! The spider brother's body and head fell on the ground, while Zenitsu landed on the spider house. How could something like that happen? A guy who was unable to move due to poison. Brother Spider yelled unwillingly, but it soon turned into ashes. Only the pocket watch he had held in his hand fell to the ground, spinning continuously. Make a dee sound. Zenitsu slowly opened his eyes. At this time, he could no longer move, and blood was still pouring out of his mouth. He stared blankly at the full moon in the sky. I had a dream. It was a happy dream. In the dream, I was strong, and I had the ability to protect the weak and those who were in trouble. I was always ready helping people. Grandpa, thanks to you, I can become so strong. It's just, now, I'm dying. Grandpa, goodbye. Zenitsu felt his eyelids getting heavier and heavier. Quack, a crow's cry directly attracted Zenitsu's attention. I saw a golden little black slowly falling down. A figure also jumped next to Zenitsu at this time, then took out a pill from his arms and put it into his mouth. Zenitsu didn't have the strength to resist, and he couldn't even see clearly the appearance of the person coming. Just under the influence of elixir. The poison in Zenitsu's body was disappearing, but the feeling of weakness still lingered around his body. Then the man took out another pill and put it into Zenitsu's mouth. At the same time, he also said, unexpectedly, I actually cut off Kocho Shinobu. Chapter 112 Nation Spider 3. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 112 313. Chapter 112 Nation Spider 3. Feng Yu looked at Zenitsu with a strange look. I didn't expect that we would end up together. Tanjiro. Feng Yu could feel the situation in the entire Spider Mountain, but what puzzled Feng Yu was that with Tanjiro's strength at this time, he could not take down the Spider Father for a while. Tanjiro and Hashibira Inosuke joined forces to resist the Spider Father's attack. The Spider Father has a tall body of several meters, and every blow he hits them both carries terrifying power. Tanjiro and Inosuke didn't dare to resist, but the Nichirin swords in their hands couldn't cut into the Spider's father's body no matter how hard they slashed. Its body is like an extremely hard piece of iron, and every attack that falls on him will make a ding, dong, 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 sound. Something's wrong. Something's very wrong. Feng Yu looked at Spider's father's body and couldn't help but narrowed his eyes. There seems to be a familiar power on it. At this time, Zenitsu recovered his mental and physical strength after taking the healing and detoxifying pills. He finally saw Feng Yu's appearance clearly. Senior, who are you? Zenitsu saw that Feng Yu was also wearing a Demon Slayer Corps uniform, and knew in his heart that he was a member of the Demon Slayer Corps, but he didn't know his name. Gah, boy, you don't even know the Great Lord Light Pillar. Without waiting for Feng Yu to speak, Xiaohei looked at Zenitsu with contempt and said. Ah, what a big crow. It's so scary, it can even speak human language. I will be killed. As soon as Zenitsu saw Xiaohei's huge body, he screamed in fright and teleported to hide behind Feng Yu, his body trembling continuously. Ha ha ha, you are such a useless kid. You are so cowardly that you can become a ghost hunter and kill the ghost here. Boy, did that ghost commit suicide? Otherwise, looking at you like this, you'd probably be scared to death if you saw a ghost. Xiaohei said disdainfully. Feng Yu didn't speak, he just kept thinking about what the special power of Spider's father was. It feels very familiar, but I can't remember where I saw it. At this time, a group of Kocho suddenly appeared in the sky. Feng Yu took a look and saw that the pink and white figure appeared. It was Kocho Shinobu. She rushed here just like in the original work, but at this time Zenitsu had been treated with poison by Feng Yu, and his injuries were also healed. Moses, Mr. Feng Yu, long time no see. Kocho Shinobu greeted Feng Yu with a gentle smile. Well, long time no see, Miss Kocho Shinobu. Feng Yu nodded and said, what a beautiful girl. As soon as Zenitsu saw Kocho Shinobu, his eyes began to light up and his nose began to bleed. Miss, can you be my girlfriend? Zenitsu suddenly ran over and knelt down in front of Kocho Shinobu, gently took her hand and said, "Don't." Feng Yu just wanted to stop him. But Zenitsu's body suddenly flew backwards. Help, if I fall from such a height, I will die. Zenitsu kept shouting in the air. Feng Yu looked at Zenitsu and couldn't help but shake his head. He also admired Zenitsu's courage in his heart. He even dared to touch Kocho Shinobu's hand. What a naughty child. Kocho Shinobu still had the same smile on her face, but her tone was a little more serious. It was obvious that she was irritated by Zenitsu touching her hand. Okay, then leave these children to me. Kocho Shinobu looked at the group of people on the ground who had become spider slaves and said. Feng Yu didn't say anything, just let Kocho Shinobu jump down, and then fed him the antidote one by one. By the way, the power in Torii Tanemori. Feng Yu was startled, and then he remembered what kind of power the spider's father had at this moment. No wonder it's so familiar, it turns out to be like this. Feng Yu couldn't help but look up at the sky and frowned. Did you do this in order to achieve balance after the members of the Demon Slayer Corps obtained the marrow cleansing pill and became stronger? Other side, Tanjiro and Inosuke are still avoiding Spider Father. Attack, bang, Spider's father punched the ground directly, and instantly a large pit appeared on the spot, and the water from the creek continued to flow into the pit. Inosuke, Tanjiro shouted, because Inosuke's body was already injured, and now Tanjiro was afraid of what would happen to him due to such high-intensity physical activity. Inosuke didn't answer, he just kept dodging the attacks. But the strengthened Spider Father is not a vegetarian. At this time, both speed and strength have improved a lot compared to the original work. And Inosuke has not taken the marrow cleansing pill from the Demon Slayer Corps, so his overall strength is similar to the original. I saw the Spider Father grabbing Inosuke, and then using his fingers hard. Inosuke only felt a terrible force squeezing his body. The bones in his body were constantly breaking, blood flowed from his mouth, and finally flowed down the wild boar hood to his body. Inosuke's eyes became more and more confused. But he faintly heard a woman's voice, which was very gentle, but he couldn't see the appearance clearly. Inosuke, complete collection breath of water 26 patterns changing flow dance big waves. Tanjiro relied on the flexible movement of the 3 types to quickly reach the Spider Father's side, and then used the strongest attack of the 10-2 types, earth-shaking wave. Under the absolute attack field, a huge wave as high as the sky was attacking the Spider Father. Crack, Tanjiro's knife directly cut off Inosuke's arm held by the Spider Father, and Inosuke fell to the ground next to the stream with his arm. The blood suddenly dyed the creek red. The Spider Father took a few steps back because of his broken arm. Inosuke, are you okay? Tanjiro came to Inosuke's side, helped him up, then took out the cure Feng Yu gave him and stuffed it into Inosuke's mouth. Ahem. After Inosuke took the healing pill, he started coughing. The wild boar hood fell to the ground, and the blood was coughed out. After coughing up the congestion, Inosuke's face looked much better. Tanjiro, I thought I was dead. Inosuke shouted as if nothing was wrong. But with blood all over his body, only he knew that he had walked away from hell. Tanjiro, I think I saw my mother. Inosuke shouted excitedly, she is a beautiful woman. Tanjiro nodded and said solemnly, Inosuke, we have to find a way to kill him. I suspect that guy is 12 Kazuki. Then, Nezuko poked her head out of the wooden box on Tanjiro's back, took out a marrow cleansing pill and put it in Tanjiro's hand. Nezuko, you. Tanjiro was surprised. Nezuko smiled and nodded, then returned to the wooden box. Inosuke, eat this quickly, this will make you stronger. Tanjiro anxiously put the marrow cleansing pill into Inosuke's hand. Inosuke was confused, but he still ate it. Soon, Inosuke's body began to feel hot, and then turned red visibly to the naked eye. The originally fair muscle complexion now turned red, as if some rich woman's happy wax had been dripped on it. Chapter 113 Nation Spider Mountain 4. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 113 313ths. Chapter 113 Nation Spider Mountain 4. Ah, Inosuke shouted. Power, such strong power. Inosuke's nostrils spurted out a burst of hot air like a steam train. Attentive Tanjiro discovered that the muscles on Inosuke's body had become stronger, and the power contained in him became stronger. Tanjiro, stand behind me, I feel endless power now. I want to kill him. Inosuke walked up to Tanjiro, stopped him and said, Inosuke, he is too strong, let's work together to kill him. Tanjiro said anxiously, just watch from the side first. Breath of the beast, 2 fangs and sharp blades. Inosuke crossed his swords and slashed at the spider's father. Roar. When the spider father saw Inosuke actively attacking him, he opened his mouth wide and roared, revealing his mouth full of fangs. It's so noisy. Monster. Inosuke shouted, with a crazy smile on his face under the boar hood. Inosuke's speed was more than twice as fast as before. The spider father's spider eyes looked at the incoming Inosuke and couldn't help but put his arms on his chest in defense. Ding ding. Inosuke's 2 swords struck directly at Spider's father's arm, but they were still as indestructible as if they were struck at a block of iron. Roar. Spider's father's face was angry. He originally thought that the little wild boar in front of him would be very powerful and would cut off his own arm just like Tanjiro. Who knew it was just a bluff? He couldn't even break his own defense and dared to attack him alone. The spider father was extremely angry at this time and felt that Inosuke had lied to him. The spider father was angry, but Inosuke was confused. This was different from what he thought. Why can't I cut it in? Tanjiro can do it. Inosuke was dumbfounded. The wild boar hood remained motionless, like a cute little wild boar. His eyes widened and he stared desperately at the terrifying face of the spider father. What a tragedy, things are really going wrong this time. I should have listened to Tanjiro. Roar. The spider father reacted and punched Inosuke directly. Crack. Inosuke only felt the bones of his body breaking, and then his body continued to fly upside down under the impact of powerful force. Bang. Inosuke flew dozens of meters away, hit a big tree, and lay on the ground covered in blood. He didn't know whether he was dead or unconscious. Inosuke. Tanjiro shouted. Full concentration breath of water 2 types water wheel. Tanjiro took advantage of Inosuke's flying attack and rushed forward with a water wheel slash. Brush. Tanjiro's Nichirin sword cut into Spider's father's arm, but did not cut it off. Damn, its defense is too strong. Tanjiro's face was extremely anxious. On the one hand, he couldn't see the ghost's body, and on the other hand, he was very worried about Inosuke's condition. Inosuke, you must hold on. What Tanjiro didn't know was that a figure quietly came to Inosuke's side. It's different from the original plot. Feng Yu looked at Inosuke and murmured. Because of his own arrival, Tomioka Yoshiyuki's mission was originally assigned to him, but he was replaced by him, and Inosuke was not alone in dealing with the spider father. There is no interference from Tanjiro over there. Everything at this moment does not follow the direction of the original work. Is there no correction power in this world? Is everything just a coincidence? Feng Yu felt the entire spider mountain and saw Lei teaching Sister Spider a lesson. Feng Yu shook his head and looked at Inosuke who was lying on the ground. He took out a healing pill from his arms and fed it to Inosuke, then jumped to the top of the tree and watched the battle between Tanjiro and the spider father. Although Tanjiro's strength has become stronger, it has also lacked training, so that it is now difficult to kill even the spider father. However, we can also take advantage of this opportunity to inspire Tanjiro's protagonist destiny. But it seems a bit too leisurely there. Feng Yu set his sights on Tanjiro, and the smile on his face kept rising. Tanjiro, who was fighting the spider father, suddenly felt a chill on his back and was shocked inside. He thought that Spider's father would use some big move to attack him, but after looking around, he didn't find anything strange. Tired here. Please don't do this. Sister Spider covered her face, her fingers were bleeding continuously, she cried and knelt in front of her tired body, begging for mercy. But Lei just looked at her indifferently, playing with the spider web in his hand. Hey, young man, what about domestic violence? Feng Yu fell from the sky and said with a smile. Who are you and what's so funny about this? There was no expression on his tired face, as if treating Sister Spider like this was something not worth mentioning. This is not a family relationship at all. Do you want to see true family love? Feng Yu said. True family affection. Tell me, where is it? A trace of expectation appeared on Tired's face, and at the same time, the spider web in his hand stretched, and he planned to attack Feng Yu. No, have you seen the boy over there carrying the box? The real family love is in that wooden box. If you want to know, hurry up and find out for yourself now. Feng Yu smiled, not caring about Tired's movements at all. If you dare to lie to me, I will cut you into pieces. Lei said in a bad tone, and the extremely sharp spider silk stretched in his hand. I saw Tired's body walking directly in the direction of Tanjiro. The spider threads under his feet were constantly connected, Tired walking on the spider threads like a leisurely stroll in the courtyard, walking leisurely. No matter that Sister Spider was still kneeling on the spot. No, don't leave me here. As soon as Sister Spider saw Tired, she walked away, leaving herself and Feng Yu in place, the fear in her heart growing. You seem to be afraid of me, little sister. Feng Yu smiled and walked towards Sister Spider. You, don't come over. Sister Spider looked at Feng Yu with horror on her face. He just used spider cocoon to attack Feng Yu, but Feng Yu easily dodged it. Little sister, a sneak attack is not a good thing. Feng Yu walked past her gently, leaned over and spoke in her ear. Please let me go. It's just that Sister Spider's body has been turning into ashes. On Tanjiro's side, he was still attacking Spider Father. As the battle lasted longer and longer, Tanjiro gradually began to gain the upper hand. Continuously hurting Spider's father. Full collection, breath of water 21 types big waves. Boom. Half of Spider's father's body was cut off directly by Tanjiro. Damn it, don't hurt my family. The spider father shouted in pain, and then that half of his body healed instantly. At the same time, black gas continued to emit from his body, and then he became taller and his skin began to fall off. This powerful sense of oppression. Tanjiro watched in horror as the spider father shed its skin. Roar. After the molting was successful, black barbs and scales sprouted from the father's body, and he became taller. A strong sense of oppression hit Tanjiro directly. How so? Tanjiro opened his mouth wide, feeling the powerful power in the spider father's body, and froze in place. Chapter 114 Not a Spider Mountain 5. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 114 313. Chapter 114 Not a Spider Mountain 5. After the spider father shed his skin, he reached a height of 5 meters. Tanjiro was like a dwarf in front of him. A strong body, a strong sense of oppression. The solemn expression on Tanjiro's face became darker and darker, and the cold sweat on his forehead continued to flow. What a powerful sense of oppression. Tanjiro held the Nichirin sword tightly with both hands, as if this could bring him a sense of security. Roar. Don't hurt my family. After the Spider Father's transformation was completed, he roared and attacked Tanjiro directly. As the Spider Father ran, Tanjiro felt the ground shaking. The Spider Father swung his fist and was about to fall on Tanjiro. At this time Tanjiro reacted from the shock. Full concentration breath of water 3 types flow dance. Tanjiro used a sliding shovel to avoid the terrifying attack that could have smashed him to pieces. He hid behind the Spider Father. Then jump up. Full concentration breath of water shape of 4 tide of strike. Bite. Tanjiro's knife directly saw the Spider's father's neck, but it did not hurt him at all, and was directly blocked by his strong defense. Roar. Damn humans. Spider's father reacted and punched Tanjiro with his backhand. Spider Father's attack speed is very fast, and Tanjiro is still so close to him. Not good. Time seemed to have stopped, and the fist bigger than his head came straight towards him. Full concentration breath of water shape of land twisting vortex. Tanjiro's body twisted directly, and the huge whirlpool of blue and white water resisted the Spider Father's fist. But soon, Tanjiro's body flew backwards and fell under a big tree. Vomit. Tanjiro spat out a mouthful of blood. It hurts, it hurts. Feeling that several bones in his body were broken, Tanjiro quickly adjusted his breathing method to block the ruptured blood vessels in his body to stop the bleeding. Then he quickly took out a healing pill and ate it. At this time, the Spider Father rushed over again and wanted to continue attacking Tanjiro. A spark-colored figure appeared immediately, opening his arms and blocking Tanjiro. Get ready for Father Spider to attack. Nezuko. Tanjiro shouted that the person standing in front of him was his sister, Nezuko. At this moment, Nezuko felt Tanjiro's injury and ran out to help Tanjiro regardless of the danger. Hurry up, Nezuko, this guy is too strong. You will get hurt. Tanjiro shouted at Nezuko and tried to get up and pull her away, but as soon as his body moved, a sharp pain swept through his entire body. Ah, it hurts, it hurts. The blood vessel that had just been stopped was now broken again. In desperation, Tanjiro could only readjust his breathing to stop the bleeding. The ground was shaking, and the giant tree in front of him was collapsing. Spider's father used a giant tree in his hand to easily remove the obstacles in front of him. Don't hurt my brother. Nezuko's eyes were red flames were burning all over her body, and she looked at the Spider Father angrily. At this time, her body had grown to a state of about 17 years old, with petite ghost horns growing on her forehead and weeping willow-like lines all over her limbs. In the original work, Nezuko's attack power and speed will be greatly increased in this state, and her regeneration ability is far beyond that of ordinary ghosts, but she can still barely maintain her sanity. Although the physical exertion is large, it is not too strenuous. Bang! Nezuko directly charged up and struggled with the Spider Father. Although Nezuko's body has become larger, her speed is very fast and she can easily avoid the attack of her Spider Father. Although Spider Father's strength and defense have improved, his speed has not improved, which also gives Nezuko a chance to fight back. After Nezuko evaded the Spider Father's attack, she used her own vampire technique, Explosive Blood. The blood flowing out of Nezuko covered her claws and kept attacking the back of the Spider Father. At the same time, it continuously exploded and produced high-temperature flames that burned the Spider Father. Nezuko's vampire technique has the special characteristic of burning only what you want to burn. It has the effect of destroying the opponent's vampire technique or poison, and can also severely burn the ghost and make it temporarily unable to regenerate. Spider's father was teased by Nezuko. Although Nezuko did not cause him any serious injuries, the constant pain from his back made him even more excited and angry. Roar! The terrifying momentum directly shook Nezuko away. She grabbed Nezuko and flew into the air. The Spider Father directly grabbed her ankle, and then swung Nezuko away like a cannonball. Nezuko! Tanjiro yelled angrily, and regardless of the injuries that had not yet healed, he directly used Water Breath, 3 forms, and Flowing Dance to catch Nezuko who was flying upside down. Tanjiro was seen running towards Nezuko like a stream of water. It's just that the Spider Father's power is so powerful that Tanjiro simply can't keep up with Nezuko's flying speed. No, Tanjiro saw that Nezuko was about to hit a big tree and couldn't help shouting. Aha, Kantaro, I'm back again. Inosuke, wearing a boar hood, jumped out and caught Nezuko. Bang! Although Inosuke caught Nezuko, the impact was so strong that the two of them were knocked down under the tree at once. Hateful, Inosuke shouted, then stood up, picked up the 2 swords in his hands, and shouted at the Spider Father. Damn monster, I'm here to kill you. Inosuke's body was already covered in dirt and blood, and his originally fair and delicate skin had now turned black, resembling a small black wild boar. Inosuke, it's great that you're okay. A smile appeared on Tanjiro's face, and the stone that had been hanging in his heart finally fell. Although Tanjiro wondered why Inosuke's injuries improved and his strength became stronger, there was no time for him to think about it now. After all, the Spider Father had already rushed up. Inosuke, that monster is very slow. This is our advantage. You hold him back, and I'll chop off his head. Tanjiro said to Inosuke. Inosuke lost his pride this time and followed Tanjiro's advice. Soon the two of them separated and ran around the Spider Father. This prevented the Spider Father's attack from falling on the two of them at all. At the same time, Nezuko also joined the battle, and the 3 of them besieged the Spider Father together. Inosuke and Nezuko attract the Spider Father's attack, while Tanjiro is responsible for giving the Spider Father the final blow. Wait. Tanjiro keeps looking for the fatal blow from the Spider Father, waiting for the line of death to appear. Roar. The Spider Father was angered and roared. Then he hit the ground with both fists. Boom boom boom. The ground sank visibly to the naked eye, followed by shock waves layer by layer, spreading in all directions. The cooperation between the three Tanjiro was very successful, but what they didn't know was that the white figure in the sky was watching them. Chapter 115 Nation Spider Mountain 6. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 115 313. Chapter 115 Nation Spider Mountain 6. That white figure is exactly where Shishin is tired. He has been watching here for a long time. He saw Nezuko as a ghost helping humans Tanjiro, and he also saw Tanjiro going to save Nezuko regardless of his own injuries. The cooperation between the three of them at this time was also noticed by him. My brother, who is a human, has my sister, who is a ghost, and there is such a bond. This is the family I want. I have to get her. Black flames seemed to ignite in Tired's eyes, but soon his brows furrowed. I told you not to disturb me. Lei turned around with a gloomy face and said to Feng Yu. Ha ha ha, if you want to go find the two brothers and sisters, you should at least wait until they finish fighting before going down. Otherwise, if you continue like this, you will be bullying them. I won't allow it, Feng Yu said with a smile, feeling Tired's spider silk under his feet. Aren't you afraid that I'll cut you into pieces? There was a fierce look in Tired's eyes, and the spiderweb in his hand exuded a sharp silver light under the moonlight. Ha ha ha, what's the point of fighting and killing? You might as well discuss your family with me, Feng Yu said with a smile, while picking up onigiri in his hand. Under the moonlight, the two people stood in the sky. The atmosphere was solemn, as if a war was about to break out. The three people below didn't even notice that there were two people standing in the sky in the distance, watching them. Now, Tanjiro yelled because he finally saw the death line on the spider father's body. After hearing Tanjiro's words, Nezuko and Inosuke launched a fierce attack together. Die, monster! Inosuke inserted his two knives directly into the spider father's neck, while Nezuko burst out with a powerful flame and kicked the spider father in the head. The moment they touched each other, blood-red flames filled the spider father's head and burned continuously. Roar! The spider's father's eyes were burned by the flames and his vision was blocked, and he could not see anything clearly. Suddenly, there was a strong burning smell floating in the air. Inosuke's attack was from the front, and Nezuko's attack was from the side. The two of them harassed the spider's father. Tanjiro jumped up behind him, and a huge blue-white wave fell from the sky and landed on the spider's father's neck. Complete collection breath of water shape of Shido big waves. Whoosh! Tanjiro's knife cut off half of spider's father's neck. Roar! The spider father roared in pain, but because his eyes were injured, and Nezuko's vampire technique has the ability to inhibit ghosts from healing themselves. The spider father was like a blind man, waving his arms around in an attempt to knock Tanjiro and others away. Kentaro, let me help you. Inosuke saw that Tanjiro's sword couldn't cut in, so he jumped directly to Tanjiro's side and helped Tanjiro swing the Nichirin sword with all his strength. Die, monster! Inosuke yelled, and followed Tanjiro to exert force, and the distance the Nichirin sword slashed increased a little more. At this time, seeing this, Nezuko threw out a stream of blood, which landed on Tanjiro's Nichirin sword. The fiery red flame instantly covered the entire Nichirin sword. Tanjiro was overjoyed, because as the flames covered it, the Nichirin sword continued to heat up, and the blade was red, exuding terrifying power. Above the sky, Feng Yu, who was constantly dodging tired attacks, noticed something new in the battle on Tanjiro's side. Is the Hidao? Feng Yu looked at the flaming sun Lun Dao and couldn't help but think of the appearance of the Hidao in the original work. Ah, monster, go to hell. Tanjiro and Inosuke yelled and pushed together, and finally, the Nichirin sword in their hands moved again. I saw the fiery red sword light passing by. Tanjiro and Inosuke landed at the same time, under the moonlight. The spider's father's head fell to the ground, and the blood spurting out seemed to dye the sky red. Boom! The spider's father's body collapsed because his head was severed. The moment he fell, a big hole was made in the ground, as if the earth was shaking. Don't hurt my family. Father Spider gave his final cry before turning into ashes. Upon seeing this, Tanjiro and others finally collapsed and sat on the ground, gasping for air. The wounds on the body have already scabbed over, and everyone is in a mess. Nezuko also consumed a lot of energy because of the vampire technique she just used. But soon, she took out a kit from her arms, took out a healing pill and put it into her mouth. At the same time, one was given to each of Tanjiro and Inosuke. This time it's really too dangerous, Tanjiro said while touching Nezuko's head, but Inosuke stood there in a daze, motionless in the boar hood. Inosuke. Tanjiro saw this and asked quickly. Familiar smell, Inosuke murmured, then moved in front of Tanjiro, staring at him closely. Kentaro, was this what you gave me to eat in my dream? Inosuke stared at him closely. Tanjiro was frightened by Inosuke and had to say quickly, yes, Inosuke, this is the pill I gave you before. After Inosuke was silent for a moment, he sat on the ground again. Just when Tanjiro was about to say something else, his nose smelled a strong smell. At this time, Tanjiro's eyes widened. Inosuke also noticed something strange. He instantly picked up the Nichirin sword with both hands and looked around cautiously. Nezuko, hide behind me. Tanjiro pulled Nezuko behind him, picked up the Nichirin sword in his hand, and looked around cautiously like Inosuke. Can you be my family? Above the sky, a slightly childish voice sounded. I saw Tired slowly falling in front of Tanjiro and the others, looking at Nezuko behind Tanjiro expressionlessly. Ghost. Tanjiro looked at the harmless Tired person in front of him in horror, because he found that the smell on Tired person's body was stronger than any ghost he had ever seen. No, there is something in his eyes. He is 12 Kazuki. Tanjiro was shocked and turned to look at Inosuke. I saw Inosuke's body shaking. Kentaro, that guy, is so scary. Inosuke said tremblingly. Inosuke, that guy is 12 Kazuki. Tanjiro said, it's just that Inosuke doesn't know what 12 Kazuki means at all. He only knows that the strong sense of oppression on his body makes his beast warning constantly warn him, telling him to run away. That girl, come and become my family. I want your bond so much. A greedy look appeared in Tired's eyes, staring at Nezuko. Nezuko, his target is you, I'm here to hold him back, you can run away later. Tanjiro firmly protected Nezuko behind him, but he never thought that such an action would make Yuri's desire to be bound by them even stronger. I was just tired and didn't get angry, I just quietly admired Tanjiro and Nezuko.